I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part 8. The Cameron Star was raised over us 100 years ago and, unlike the rest of the Terran hegemony, on Neops it has never been lowered and never will be. Giles Olson, Master of Ceremonies, 2841 CE. Capital City Neops Association, Neops 7, 2841. On any other day, or rather night, lighting up the sky over the capital with a massive fireworks display would have been strictly verboten, even during celebrations of the coming of the new year, where sending tiny pyrotechnics skywards was the norm on almost any other planet. Such a thing would normally be regarded as unnecessary light pollution on Neops 7. Plenty of land and decent town planning meant that the capital city of the Neops Association was blessed with a number of large parks breaking up the urban sprawl, and although the climate meant they were usually a little underutilized, they did provide a nice place for people to congregate in on special occasions such as Star League Day on July 9 or, as noted before, just greeting the new year along with thousands of other people. It wasn't however New Year that saw the uncharacteristic explosion of several tons worth of low explosives and assorted metal powders over the capital that particular evening. Of course, it was a celebration of a rather more unique event. 100 years ago, back in 2741, a small fleet of dropships had set down on Neops 7, bringing with them the first 50,000 official colonists, and the Neops Association was formally founded as a self-governing colony of the Terran hegemony. There were actually a few individuals living on Neops whose parents had actually been resident before then, of course, hence the 50,000 only being the first official colonists. The people already living there when the dropships set down in 2741 had been part of the various Star League engineering teams which had spent years constructing all the buildings and other infrastructure needed for a self-sufficient scientific research colony situated way out in the periphery, and a few of them had decided to stay on afterwards. Naturally, the Neops Association being the Neops Association, it was considered that anything that happened here before the astronomers and astrophysicists got there was just prologue. It was a colony founded for a specific purpose, not a colony founded as just somewhere new to live out on the frontier, so the arrival of what became first permanent residents wasn't marked on the calendar as an anniversary to be celebrated, whereas the arrival of the first stargazers was. The last surviving member of the engineers who had actually built the colony and then opted not to return to Terra afterwards had passed on of old age just a few years before the SLDF arrived, their passing at least being officially commemorated at the time, so it wasn't like the pre-2741 colonists had been totally written out of history, but the school textbooks still tended not to put much emphasis on their story. A recent campaign to actually add the date the Star League engineering crews actually arrived in Neops to the calendar as another public holiday on Neops had fallen afoul of an objection that if they did that then other people might start clamoring for the anniversary of the arrival of Capellan refugees to be celebrated too. Judith Hallis sat on her father's shoulders in the big park near the planetarium while looking up at the fireworks, couldn't really see the problem with that. Not so much because she was the granddaughter of Capellan refugees on her mother's side, but because it would have gotten her a couple more days off school every year. If it was up to Judith, they would also get a public holidays on the anniversary of the day the Star League Expeditionary Brigade jumped in to survey the system for the first time, the day the Star League Astronomical Office decided that Neops would be a good place to build the astronomical research colony they wanted, and the day James McKenna founded the Terran hegemony, June 2nd. Judith insisted that thinking June 2nd should be a public holiday had nothing to do with the fact that it was coincidentally her birthday. Don't go thinking that just because you're getting to stay up late on a school night we'll let you do that again, Franklin Hallis warned his daughter, grateful that General Romanoff had agreed to take on his duty shift that evening, not that she didn't owe him a favor or two for repeatedly making him deputize for her when it was her turn to attend some kind of social function or another as commanding officer of the SLDF. Hallis didn't much like attending dinner parties and galas any more than Romanoff did, but she outranked him, and Barbara always loved having the opportunity to dress up and play wifecon as she jokingly called it. Thank God she worked for a company that made clothes, because the new dress she insisted upon for nearly each one would have hammered their family finances worse than the wretched mortgage did. They should give us tomorrow off too, Judith opined, watching as a volley of rockets crackled into the sky and exploded in a shower of red and blue sparks. The park was big enough that each family or group of friends could be far enough away from each other to enjoy some personal space, although it certainly didn't look half deserted by any means, what with so many out watching the display. You should be happy enough to have gotten today off school so you could attend the parade, her father replied. The organizers had roped in former High Associator Giles Olson to act as Master of Ceremonies, the man himself joking that it was mainly because being unemployed that got him cheap, and he seemed to enjoy himself a lot in the party atmosphere, treating the whole thing with some irreverence. His successor, James Murray, gave a speech which fell more than a little flat because he just wasn't the public speaker Olson was. It wasn't actually a bad speech as such, it hit all the right notes, it just failed a little in delivery compared to Olson's own relaxed joviality intermixed with gravitas when that was required. Despite being a centenary celebration, any telling of the history of the Neops Association had to include the fall of the Star League and the Terran hegemony and the long period of isolation for Neops from the rest of the galaxy that resulted from it. Olsen's triumphant following line that the dark age that followed the collapse of civilization was now being pushed back again by the light of the Red Cameron Star had been greeted by cheering as the brief somber interlude of the story of Neops was replaced by an era of hope. Judith had herself been largely unmoved by the rhetoric, she had other interests. The parade was okay, I guess, she conceded, but I liked the big barbecue afterwards more, she told her father. At the taxpayers' expense, the government had imported the equivalent of several herds of animals from Francas for a free public feast that was accompanied by what must have been an aqueduct cargo carrier's worth of beer for the adults and soft drinks for the kids, and certain genetically engineered people of a Wolverine persuasion that were legally barred from consuming alcohol. It would have been more than okay, but half of it was just a bunch of people following a marching band. She critiqued the event earlier in the day. Franklin Hallis smiled. It really wasn't, he responded. Most of it was actually made up of a series of floats with big models of stars and planets on them, plus a few inflatables. And one of those people marching behind the band was your brother. Yeah, but I get to see him all the time and he wasn't even in his battle mech, Judith replied, dismissively. They didn't have any assault mechs, she complained, a single lance of Hussar lights being the only battle mechs that joined the parade. Hallis sighed. They didn't want any mech over 30 tons, too hard on the road otherwise, he told her. The aerospace guys had gotten to put on a much better display, dozens of fighters in formation hurtling over the city at barely subsonic speed, and even the Navy got into the act with a flyby of Aerodyne dropships, a Titan, and a Triumph. The militia rolled a whole bunch of big tanks down the street in their part of the parade. Those must weigh more than 30 tons, Judith said confidently, still looking up as yet more fireworks whooshed into the sky and exploded. There had been so many so far that you could easily see all the smoke they left behind drift in the air and distinctly smell the gunpowder residue. Their tracks spread the weight. The ground pressure under the feet of a mech is really hard on asphalt, her father explained. It's why we don't just use mechs for recon. Light tanks can sometimes go places where a mech the same weight would sink up to its knees, he said. Ground pressure is also the reason why your mom's high heels are hell on the floorboards at home, he added, seeing her approach, weaving through the crowd and taking the opportunity to raise the issue again without necessarily sounding like he was nagging. Are you still complaining about that? Barbara Hallis replied. They didn't have the soda you asked for at the refreshment stand. I got you cherryade instead, she told her daughter, passing her up a can. Even while wearing high heels she was still quite a lot shorter than her husband. Without them, because they were in a park wrapped up warm for the evening, he towered over her, though not as much as Frederick did. Sugar and caffeine, she'll be awake all night, Franklin Hallis groaned, and yes, I'm still complaining about the floorboards. Importing that wood from Stafford costs a fortune. Can't you just take your fancy shoes off as soon as you get home? You always tell me to take off my boots. Your boots usually filthy, and my shoes look good, Barbara retorted. Hallis was agnostic as to whether any of her multiple pairs of shoes imported from Comstock she owned looked good, although he did appreciate what they did for her legs and backside in the right dress, so he wasn't going to quibble on details. Pregnancy had restricted her footwear options somewhat, but with her ankles and feet giving her less trouble again, not to mention losing a lot of weight all at once, a process accompanied by some truly first-rate pain-killing drugs, Barbara was back to ruining the floorboards again. Remind me to thank your mother again for watching Tax Break tonight, Franklin asked. Zach, our son's name is Zach, Barbara replied, wagging her finger at him chidingly, although she was well aware he was only doing it to yank her chain. Technically it's Zachariah, but I'll concede you're closer than I was, Franklin conceded, amused. Probably best he always calls himself Zach though, since I'll bet the half the kids born on this planet this year could call themselves Tax Break if everyone was being honest about it, and that could get confusing at roll call. Roll call? What makes you think he joined the military when he grow up? Of course he'll join the military, Franklin responded. No son of mine is joining the chair force instead, he joked, dearly wishing there was a fighter jock in earshot that could have taken offense. Even after 1,000 years the tradition of the Army and Navy mocking the Johnny-come-later third branch persisted. Barbara rolled her eyes. He might want to become astronomer or something instead. And if that day comes I'll be getting a paternity test, her husband replied deadpan. It good job, I know you think you funny, Barbara replied, shaking her head sadly. She blamed Trish for much of that, she encouraged him by laughing sometimes. The holograms are starting. Judith exclaimed excitedly as the fireworks ceased and now lasers started playing across the smoke drifting above. After a moment they became massive three-dimensional images in the sky, starting with a Red Cameron Star the size of a behemoth-class dropship that started rotating in the air. Supposedly the engineers from the laser research team at the Skunk Works had built the oversized holo projectors in their spare time, and their recently announced delay in turning out a prototype of the new pulse laser was just a coincidence, but Franklin Hallis wasn't sure. The former members of Clan Wolverine science and technician casts working there were focused enough, but he occasionally worried some of the Neops-born civilians also on the project were more prone to goofing off or just getting distracted by pet projects. That wasn't to say that all their pet projects weren't worthwhile. Some were downright intriguing, like the notion of taking an anti-missile system and replacing its machine gun with one of the prototypes of the next generation small pulse laser. If they could get that to work, it would not only greatly improve the survivability of battle mechs and aerospace fighters to deal with barrages of SRMs and LRMs. Admiral Bremen was already cackling to himself at the thought of being able to mount dozens of the things to his warships and then safely wade into whole wings of enemy fighters flinging nuclear-tipped missiles at him. As the Red Cameron Star being projected above morphed into an image of the Neops system itself, the 7 planets and 2 dwarf planets sped up in their orbits so you could see them move. Franklin Hallis inwardly winced when he remembered it was his turn to brief the High Associator again next week. It wasn't as if the man had actually yelled at him again in any of their meetings since the unfortunate Neops 8 and Neops 9 incident, but just knowing the man had a berserk button, as Trish called it, one you could inadvertently push, made things a little tense. It wasn't like High Associator Murray was Stefan Amaris, Nicholas Kerensky, or Jinjiro Kurita level nuts, but Franklin Hallis liked his political leadership a touch less volatile by preference. On the other hand, in Hallis's opinion, Murray's election had served one useful purpose in that it demonstrated that democracies weren't immune to putting wackadoodles in charge either. Still, at least in a democracy you could vote the wackadoodle out at the next election. According to rumor, even after he had clearly gone clinically insane, it had still taken a fair while for the Draconis Combine to push Jinjiro off the throne in favor of his half-brother Zabu. It wasn't really a good look for the Combine that soon thereafter they had then quickly ousted the sane and competent Zabu in favor of his son Yogakai, the current coordinator, because facing economic strife Zabu had wanted to cut the military budget. It was apparently more acceptable for a coordinator of the Draconis Combine to be paranoid and deranged than it was for them to be fiscally prudent. Honestly, they were just lucky that the generals of the Lyran Commonwealth were too inept for the government in their CAD to properly bring the size of its own far less imbalanced economy to bear on Luthien in an effective manner. Look at Elizabeth and Helena, Daddy, Judith said, pointing up at the hologram with her free left hand while holding her can of drink in her right. They're not real planets like the others, she added, making sure he knew that. Franklin Hallis narrowed his eyes as he turned towards his wife. Did you put her up to saying that? He asked suspiciously. Maybe, Barbara replied, smirking. Hey, it's Danny from my school, Judith exclaimed, waving to a boy stood near his parents also watching the display. Hi Danny. She called out to him. He's in the year above mine, he's ironborn like Fred, only without the genetic engineering, she told her parents as the boy waved back. Looking over, Franklin Hallis recognized the boy's parents and frowned. He had no idea that their son went to the same school as his daughter and felt relieved it hadn't been him that personally handed over the assignment that the boy was likely to be a little sore over. They were both with the 295th, so General Romanov had taken it upon herself to deliver the news, thinking it might be badly received under the circumstances, what with the boy being so young. As it happens, Danny Donovan had taken the news much better than his parents had thought he might, something that his mother was both pleased about and mildly upset, because she had expected him to be considerably more distressed to find out that he wasn't going to see her for nearly a year than he actually was. Claire Donovan noticed her son waving to someone and saw it was a girl sat on General Hallis's shoulders. Like her and her husband, he was in civilian clothes and presumably also off-duty, having taken his own family to the park to watch the firework and hologram display. Friend of yours? Danny's father queried, also noticing the waving. Kinda, she's in the year below me at school, Danny replied. My friend Alan always says hello to her because her dad's the con, he explained. Not our con, Claire Donovan reminded her son. Nah, but he's still a general, Danny replied. Did you ever want to be a general? He asked his mother. I didn't even want to be a major, but they stuck me with the promotion when they handed me the new assignment, Claire Donovan replied. At least it wasn't just a brevet rank, which meant it did come with a pay rise, not just a fancier title. I never wanted to be a general either, her husband told their son, but I always thought being a lieutenant colonel would be nice, he said. I certainly never thought I'd be stuck as a lieutenant for half a century, finally make captain and then have my wife promoted over me, he muttered. Not that I'm bitter or anything, ma'am, he added wryly. I always outranked you at home anyway, Douglas, so don't pretend the natural order has been upended, Claire told him, smiling. When you visit Terra, you're going to bring me back a present, right? Danny checked, watching a holographic image of that very same world appear in the sky. As he watched, the image seemed to zoom on out to show Luna orbiting it and then further out to show the entire solar system the home world of humanity was in. At school they talked about the Terra system almost as much as they did Neops and the other systems that belonged to them now. It was important to teach kids where they came from after all. I'm not there on vacation or to sightsee, Danny, Claire reminded her son. But I'll try to bring back a souvenir, she promised. I wish I could go, Danny said. Because you'll miss me? Claire asked. Well, yeah, Danny replied, but I've never been to Terra, he added. I'm a little jealous too, Douglas Donovan remarked. Your mother and I haven't been there in 60 years, and I might never get the chance to go back. That is so long, Danny responded, unable to imagine being as old as his parents. Most of the kids at school had grandparents younger than his parents, even if his parents didn't look as old as they really were. Do you remember when Neops was founded, Dad? He asked deadpan, knowing that he wasn't that old. No, I don't, I wasn't born yet, Douglas Donovan replied, slightly annoyed at the accusation. He was well over 100 years old. He was only 97, which was admittedly pretty old to have a son Danny's age, even by Terran hegemony standards, but he wasn't quite into the three figures yet. His older sister Deborah had been born in 2741 though, so if Amaris's troops hadn't killed her on Kaf back in 2767 she would actually be celebrating reaching her own century this year, just like the Neops Association. Getting to fight the bastards again on Algenib a few years ago had been inordinately satisfying, as well as having made him feel younger than he had in years. Running around after Danny all the time however was making him feel old. Fortunately Claire felt much the same, their son from the Iron Wombs was a blessing, as well as being a miracle of science, but tax advantages or not they really didn't want another one. Like the vast majority of those who found themselves stranded on Buffalo Meadows, the Donovans had not ended up having kids there. A lack of the required equipment needed to found a colony from scratch, along with the environmental conditions on the somewhat marginal planet, meant it had taken decades to actually build a colony suitable to raise children, by which time it was too late. The Wolverines turning up at Buffalo Meadows one day, bringing their Iron Womb tech with them, had changed all that of course, and Douglas and Claire Donovan were far from the only nonagenarian veterans of the 295th on Neops with an elementary school-aged child these days. Actual centenarian Jenna Romanoff had outsourced the problem to someone younger, having found a volunteer family to raise her own biological/technological offspring for her, but that solution did not appeal to many of her somewhat aged division. Danny had a thought. "When you meet the Pope, can you get me his autograph?" he requested. Claire burst out laughing. "I don't think I'm going to get to meet the Pope," she replied eventually. "And even if I did, I don't think that's something you're supposed to ask him." "Why not?" "He's famous," Danny persisted. "Yes, but he's not famous like a Hollywood celebrity," Claire explained, but judging from her son's expression he couldn't really grasp the distinction. "Would you ask the First Lord of the Star League for his autograph?" she asked. Danny thought about that. "Yes, but I don't think ghosts can hold a pen," he replied eventually. "Maybe if he was a poltergeist," he reasoned. "There are no such things as ghosts, Danny," his father told him. "You can't know that for sure, Dad," Danny replied. "It's not completely ridiculous like believing in astrology," he argued, confirming to his parents that their son was very much Neopsian. "What I don't get is why you have to deliver Critchla to the Vatican," he asked his mother. "Just because you were the one that shot his mech out from under him, that doesn't mean you have to be the one that has to escort him all the way to Terra. The government think it's a good public relations opportunity," his mother explained. "They want to maximize the press coverage on Terra and the rest of the inner sphere. They think having me there to personally hand him over in front of the cameras will be good for Neops, and if the people at the top order me to do something, I do it because I'm a soldier." "Yeah, I guess," Danny replied without enthusiasm. He had always thought it was pretty cool that his mom was the mech warrior that took down a famous, or rather infamous, war criminal, a guy that was literally mentioned in all the history books about the Amaris War, but that had never affected him negatively before. Usually it just meant showing off the chunk of Critchla's Rampage assault mech that his mom had hanging on the wall at home to other kids when they came around his house the first time, the thick metal massively dented from the Gauss rifle slug that had impacted it and torn it right off the machine. Mom's ride was a Pillager assault mech, an old design but one that mounted twin improved Gauss rifles that, in Mom's words, hit like a meteorite strike. Dad's mech meanwhile was a Thug which had recently had its enhanced ERP-Cs swapped out for the newer improved enhanced ERP-Cs that could cause as much damage as a Gauss rifle, but were smaller and lighter. During one of their occasional arguments over dinner, Mom had eventually conceded that the IRPC had its charms, but still insisted that there ain't no kill like a kinetic kill, while noting that while a particle projector cannon might burn the armor right off an enemy mech, it wouldn't poleaxe one like a Gauss slug could. The most annoying thing about the whole thing as far as Danny was concerned was that Mom would complain if he ever said ain't himself. Was bad grammar only okay for adults? Both his parents had been military brats when they were his age, back when Simon Cameron was still First Lord of the Star League and Danny was pretty sure dinosaurs still walked on Terra. As such, they had raised their son in the way they had been raised, as far as they could on Neops anyway, and they didn't really see being deployed away from their own child for a year as being nearly as weird as the parents of most kids at school would have. The Wolverine kids, or kits as they like to call themselves, got it, but they were a whole other kind of weird even if they didn't think Danny being Ironborn was all that strange like some other people did. Being asked at school by regular kids if he would go completely crazy if he drank a beer or if he had superpowers or something got old fast. He wasn't that kind of Ironborn. Until they started giving him the anti-agathic gene therapy treatments, the DNA of his cells was barely tinkered with at all. The holograms in the sky were replaced by the beginning of another volley of fireworks which increased in volume over a few minutes before reaching a crescendo of light and sound heralding the end of the display and also the end of the centenary celebrations. Danny's parents wouldn't be there for the bicentenary of Neops in 2941, which made him feel a little sad, although he would be thanks to all the jabs. He might even still be around for the 250th anniversary of the founding of the association in 2991, which should be pretty cool, although by then he guessed they might just be calling themselves the Terran hegemony because Mom and Dad said that once the jerks ruling the successor states had beaten each other into a pulp, the clans were dealt with and Comstar was put back in its place. They were going to take it all back and restore the Star League under the Cameron Star. First things first though. Neops had to raise its profile in the inner sphere, project an image into the galaxy a little like the holograms earlier had been projected into the sky over the city, something to be wondered at, perhaps even be a little awed over eventually. Sending a ship all the way to Terra to publicly hand Bernard Critchley over to the Vatican was part of that, Danny's parents had explained. It was something that even Comstar would find difficult to downplay because the Catholic Church, both of them, would spread the word far and wide, and Neops and the 295th would forever be remembered as the ones that finally brought the evil bastard to justice. Danny wasn't usually allowed to swear, but it was okay to call Bernard Critchley an evil bastard because he was one, just like he wasn't supposed to spit on the ground unless he was outside and he had just said the name Stefan Amaris, then it was alright. The Wolverine kids at school did that too, although they also spat on the ground if they ever said Nicholas Kerensky as well. Danny assumed that children in the Federated Sons did that when they said Shinjiro Kurita, him being another evil bastard because he ordered the Kent Ares massacre. For some reason Danny couldn't quite understand killing billions of people with nuclear weapons didn't seem quite as bad as killing millions of unarmed civilians with swords as Shinjiro had done, or even hundreds of protesting Catholic monks by stomping them with your mech as Critchley had. It was probably because when you dropped a bomb on someone you couldn't actually see them, making it feel less real, like playing a computer game, he reasoned. Danny had occasionally wondered if the ghosts of all those dead monks haunted the piece of the rampage that stomped them, the one hanging on the wall at home, but he figured they wouldn't want to bother the people that caught the guy that murdered them, so it didn't bother him too much. Despite her promotion, Danny's mom wasn't going to be in charge of the mission, Colonel MacArthur would be. He would have some name recognition on Terra according to Dad because his mom, General Lee MacArthur, had commanded the 295th before General Romanoff, which meant there would be files and documents about her on Terra. Colonel MacArthur's granddaughter was a teacher at Danny's school and his parents had told him when she started that he must always behave for her because of the family she came from, not that he was allowed to misbehave for any of the other teachers, it was just that the MacArthurs were important. Lee MacArthur had still been the commander of the 295th when Danny's parents joined, both being Terran hegemony born. They were the type of recruits the general had been looking for in her quest to get the division's original royal title reinstated, as well as turn them into an elite formation. If not for her and her recruitment policies, Danny's parents would have probably never even met, and Danny himself wouldn't even exist, so he kinda understood why they thought that way about House MacArthur. When the fireworks display ended, everybody started heading home, filing out of the park with some of the adults swaying a little because they had enjoyed a little too much to drink. One of those a little worse for wear after enjoying one too many beers was Gareth Jeffries of the Diplomatic Corps, who had not only been celebrating the centenary but also his recent success in getting Comstar to repair the Thraxa HPG with a little, rather undiplomatic, political chicanery. As Neop's main trade link to the magistracy, having Thraxa fall off the HPG grid because of a technical failure in admittedly aging machinery had been a potential problem, one that the association felt Comstar was seeking to use to pressure them into signing up to the terms of the Communications Protocol of 2787. It had been less than subtly hinted by Comstar that if Neops played ball, then the phone company would find it in their hearts to install a new HPG at Thraxa with all haste, all it would take if for Encomnet to be handed over to them. Instead, the director of Encomnet, with both the High Associator and the Diplomatic Corps urging him on, had sent an HPG directly to Primus Raymond Karpov telling him that either Comstar could fix the Thraxa HPG or Encomnet would install one of their own. Jeffries himself had suggested a few additions to the HPG message which vaguely referred to the possibility of Encomnet perhaps going on to install new HPGs on other magistracy worlds in the future if they weren't properly maintained. That had probably caused Karpov to blow a gasket, but it was amazing how fast Thraxa's HPG was up and running again afterwards. Before the Comstar interdiction on the Free Worlds League, the magistracy of Canopus would have been a little annoyed to get dragged into this diplomatically in any way, even as a mere bystander, but the Magistrix seemed far more amused than annoyed about it all. Comstar losing some faith in their absolute monopoly on providing HPG communication was good for everyone, except for Comstar, that is. In a few weeks Gareth Jeffries would be on a jump ship heading to Terra, representing the civilian government of Neops and being temporarily accorded the status of ambassador to the Holy See. This was the kind of opportunity that would make or break his career, that thought being another thing which had led to him getting drunk, and at a stroke make him the most senior diplomat ever to be born on Neops. Fortunately, High Associator Murray was only too happy to follow the advice left behind for him by Giles Olsen as regards foreign relations, and since Jeffries had worked closely with Olsen in his final few weeks of office last year in formulating those plans, the diplomat was more than familiar with them. One thing was for certain, regardless of how smoothly the mission to Terra went, if Comstar had been pissed off about losing their HPG monopoly and then having Encomnet mouth off at them, then they were going to be apoplectic with rage when the Neops Association publicly announced it was going to start providing the plans for civilian Lustek to the entire inner sphere, starting with the Jamerson-Ulikov water purifier, for free as part of an interstellar aid program. Not knowing how Comstar would choose to react, attempted sabotage by ROM or even actual military action by their own troops or hired mercenaries could not be ruled out. Jeffries had also put together a series of proposals to retaliate to any such moves. By far the funniest in his own opinion was building a new university on Alphard which would offer scholarships to people from throughout the inner sphere. First course to be featured on the curriculum of the physics department, hyperpulse theory, while meanwhile the engineering department would be teaching HPG maintenance and repair 101. Just thinking about it caused the still inebriated Jeffries to suddenly start howling with laughter as he stumbled his way home. Note from the author. According to Field Manual, Periphery the NEOPS Association was founded in 2741, although that was when the first 50,000 actual colonists arrived, not when the engineering crews who actually built the colony did. NEOPS being NEOPS only counting when the astronomers turned up as being their founders' day seems apt. There are people on the planet whose parents or grandparents were there before 2741, although not many. The Donovan family, Claire and Douglas, has appeared before a couple of times in the story although we've never seen their son Danny before. Danny is iron-born in the sense that his parents utilized the iron womb technology to be able to have him but not in the sense of him being a genetically engineered Wolverine type. Both being well into their 90s, the Donovans are old to have a preteen child even by Terran hegemony standards. Having kids in your 70s was pretty normal, just not 20 years older than that, but to look at them you'd think they were only in their 60s at this point. Being the mech warrior that brought down Bernard Critchley of the infamous Greenhaven Gestapo, Claire has been assigned to the mission that is taking him back to Terra to hand over to the Vatican. Battletech has a rather feudal outlook as regards allegiances to certain families. The MacArthurs as the descendants of General Lee MacArthur are looked upon by the 295th as special, especially for the Donovans who were recruited into the division by her. The 331st have House McKeevety and House Hallis, the 295th House Romanoff and House MacArthur in effect. These would be considered martial rather than actual noble houses, although the Romanoffs can always point to the Tsars if they want to pull rank. As well as being the centenary of the founding of the NEOPS Association, 2841 is also the year that Jinjiro Kurita finally died, although having gone nuts he hadn't ruled as coordinator of the Draconis Combine for some time by then. They're celebrating on Kent Aries 4-2 but for a very different reason than on NEOPS 7. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XLIX. Contrary to what you may have heard, the last battle of the Amorous War was fought on Algenib in 2829, not on Terra in 2779, but the history books are right that the SLDF won it. Colonel Robert MacArthur, 2841 CE. Guadrero Military Spaceport Italy, Terra, 2841. When the Star League Defense Force had retaken Italy as part of Operation Liberation in 2777, the SLDF had been forced to fight its way into Rome, their advance following the route of the old medieval road known as the Via Tuscolana and establishing a temporary headquarters at the Guadrero Military Spaceport before going on to smash what was left of the forces loyal to Amoris in the city. Getting to Guadrero was a lot easier for the SLDF 64 years later, as Italian air traffic control simply gave them permission to enter their airspace after the inbound spacecraft dropped from orbit and directed it to set down on the assigned landing pad. Following instructions, the Intruder-class dropship made a slow, smooth descent and gently lowered itself onto the pad, whereupon it switched down its engines and waited for a mass of ground vehicles to approach, many of them bearing police or paramilitary markings, before lowering its ramp. They weren't the first spacecraft bearing NEOPS insignia to land at Guadrero, that being the shuttle which had arrived an hour earlier and which could be seen resting on a nearby pad. While still in orbit, the Intruder had deployed a shuttle to land ahead of the dropship, the ST-46, carrying diplomat Gareth Jeffries, so he could be whisked to the Vatican by VTOL and formally present his credentials. The Holy See tended to be very formal and correct when it came to paperwork. The NEOPS Association couldn't hand over Bernard Critchley to the Vatican City State if the two sovereign entities didn't officially recognize each other, so that needed to be sorted out first, with Jeffries officially accredited as ambassador from the NEOPS Association to the Holy See and an extradition treaty signed. With the bureaucracy satisfied, the Intruder had eventually followed its shuttlecraft down from orbit, the airspace around it cleared from all other traffic for security reasons, and it wasn't until it set down that even VTOL craft had been allowed to take the air again within 150 kilometers of Rome. Colonel Robert MacArthur, wearing his full dress uniform, regulation pistol, and short sword at his hip, strode purposely down the ramp, where he was met by a man wearing an even more ornate uniform with a thick red strip down the trousers and feathers on his cap. Colonel Robert MacArthur, 295th Battle Mech Division. The SLDF officer formally introduced himself, saluting because he had been told he was going to be met by a general. Vice Comandante General dell'Arma dei Carabinieri Antonio Manrini, the other man replied, returning the salute. I am to escort you and your prisoner to the Vatican City, he added, his English good but heavily accented. If the Pope was not so adamant that the bastardo belongs to him, we would want him for his crimes against the people of Italy, he stated flatly. Perhaps after the Catholic Church has taken their pound of flesh, the Vatican will hand him over, MacArthur suggested. The Italian Carabinieri officer laughed. If you think that the Inquisition will let him off lightly enough for what's left to stand trial in an Italian court, you underestimate just how long and how deeply the Church can hold a grudge, he said wryly. It took them 400 years to publicly admit Galileo was right after all, and all he did was say the Earth went around the Sunday. MacArthur chuckled. We named a star system after him, Galileo I mean, not Bernard Critchley, he replied. The only star system we know of actually named after one of Stefan Amaris's posse of war criminals is von Strang's world, although the fact that there are still people out there who think Amaris wasn't the villain is the reason we're being quite so cautious with transporting our prisoner, he explained. Using a Congress-class frigate carrying 2 armed dropships as a prisoner transport was probably a little excessive to be honest, but the NEOPS Association was deliberately trying to make waves in this mission. The James Sever had jumped into the Terran system at the nadir point where it and its Titan-class dropship escort currently waited for the intruder to return. Just the arrival of a commissioned Star League Navy warship would itself have been major news on Terra, but given who it was transporting, and to where, had guaranteed press and public interest that Comstar did not even bother trying to downplay. In any other circumstances, getting permission from the Free Worlds League to fly an armed warship from one end of their territory to the other and back would have been quite the ask, but when NEOPS explained that they had caught Bernard Critchley and were hauling his sorry ass to Terra to hand him over to the Pope, the usual objections had vanished almost overnight. Manrini nodded. As per our agreement, you will be permitted to drive your convoy under arms through Rome to the Vatican, with both my carabinieri and the city police acting as escorts, he said. I suspect Critchley is more at risk of being assassinated by those that justifiably hate him than he is being set free by deranged radicals though. You've cleared the route, I take it? MacArthur checked. We have inlined it with more armed men and women than have been seen in Rome since the SLDF drove out Antilos Legos and his so-called Greenhaven Gestapo, Manrini replied, his obvious expression of distaste from even saying the man's name aloud hard to miss. Legos had looted his way up and down Italy, having been given free rein to do so by Amaris himself, and he had turned much of the country into a charnel house doing so. During their headlong retreat northwards from Rome, the self-styled Greenhaven Gestapo had even resorted to deploying nerve gas against the advancing SLDF, a move which ended up killing even more civilians than it did the soldiers of the Star League. Between that and the years of wanton brutality they suffered under the occupation, the people of Italy were not likely to forget the names of Legos and his murderous lieutenants anytime soon. Very well, sir, MacArthur said. I'll unload my 3-wheeled APCs and a Chevalier tank that will lead my column, he said. The Carabinieri officer nodded. Which of the 3 APCs is Critchley in? Manrini asked. I'm not prepared to tell you that, sir, MacArthur replied flatly before saluting again. Manrini smiled. Good, it's nice to know I'm dealing with a professional that actually understands security, he replied, returning the salute. 10 minutes later, a long column of police, paramilitary and military vehicles rolled out of the spaceport onto the Via Tuscolana and headed off towards the center of Rome. As they rolled down the highway, tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people lining the route watched them pass from behind barriers guarded by armed and armored police officers. The Eternal City had a long memory, and Bernard Critchley was nothing if not memorable. The man was almost cartoonishly evil, infamous not only for personally slaughtering some 600 unarmed monks from the seat of his assault mech, but also for his nickname of the Ogre, his notoriously bad temper and predilection for random violence, and for actually having his own portrait painted over part of Michelangelo's fresco in the Sistine Chapel. There was an old legend in Rome that while visiting the city, if you threw a coin into the Trevi fountain backwards over your left shoulder with your right hand, that you would return there one day. Sat handcuffed to a wheelchair in the back of an APC, a handgun practically stuck in his face by someone that very much looked like they were fervently praying for an excuse to pull the trigger, Critchley could only wish that he hadn't thrown that damn coin over his shoulder 70 years ago, because this was seriously the last place he had ever wanted to come back to. It had been a long time since the Inquisition had stretched someone on the rack, but if he arrived at the Vatican and found them dusting off one broth up from the museum archives in preparation for his arrival, Bernard Critchley would have been less than surprised. They hadn't, of course, but to say the Holy See had been rather shocked to receive an HPG one day from a tiny interstellar power in the periphery, the message informing them that this obscure NEOPS association had captured one of the most wanted war criminals in human history, one that they had been after for decades, and would they like him, was a teeny bit of an understatement. Once they had established it wasn't just an elaborate practical joke, the Roman Catholic Church had responded very much in the affirmative. NEOPS had told them to expect a naval warship, a frigate no less, to deliver the prisoner into their hands, and could they please clear that with Comstar and maybe smooth things over with Atrus if House Merrick complained about the warship crossing their territory. Word had spread like wildfire, and the NEOPS Association was inundated by HPGs from governments and media outlets from one side of the inner sphere to the other, seeking confirmation and asking a lot of questions. NEOPS replied that its representatives would be happy to hold a press conference at the Vatican City on Terra to answer any and all questions once Critchley was handed over, assuming of course that the Pope was agreeable to that. Robert MacArthur himself suspected that the Holy See would have happily offered to gift NEOPS a piece of the True Cross and appoint High Associator James Murray a cardinal in order to get their hands on Bernard Critchley, and was entirely unsurprised when the Vatican immediately acquiesced to the request to host the press conference. About the only diplomatic hiccup, albeit a minor one, was when the New Avalon Catholic Church announced that they should have been offered Critchla too, since their pope was just as legitimate a successor to Pope Clement XXVII, who had been murdered by the Greenhaven Gestapo, as the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church was. Having anticipated such a reaction, the Neops Association had replied that they were handing over Critchla to the Vatican State for entirely secular reasons, the particular crime in question being the slaughter of hundreds of unarmed civilians on their territory. That those civilians were Catholic monks who had been protesting on Pope John Paul II Square was irrelevant as far as Neops was concerned. The Vatican had legal jurisdiction because they were the sovereign state where the crime took place. Of course, the fact that the New Avalon Catholic Church only really had a following in the Federated Sons, while the Roman Catholic Church had influence everywhere, certainly entered into the calculation. The Pope might not have had any divisions, at least not since the Papal States were dissolved anyway, but the papacy still wielded a massive amount of soft power, so much in fact that they had swept aside Comstar's reluctance to allow outsiders to jump in actual worship into the Terran system. Despite being technically only an observer to the still extant Terran Congress, it was surprising just how many votes there the Holy See apparently had in its pocket, and Comstar still had to play lip service to the notion that the Congress was the legitimate government of Terra. The Vatican was of course likely aware that the Neops Association was looking to leech off a little of its soft power through means such as requesting to host the press conference there, even if only to help it raise its profile, but they were willing to go a long way to get their hands on the ogre. Raising the interstellar profile of Neops was most certainly a central part of the objective for this mission, something that was made obvious by the fact that not only were the armored vehicles the SLDF had deployed to ferry Critchla from the starport to the Vatican emblazoned with the blue star insignia of the 295th Division, the mailed fist and sword logo of the 11th Army, and of course the Red Cameron Star, they were also all flying the Neops hegemony flag. Watching the flag flying from the APC ahead of his in the convoy via an armored porthole, MacArthur could not help but sigh as he recalled just how much time had been spent back home deciding just how large the flags should be, one of the perils of government by committee. They wanted them large and eye-catching, but not so large that they looked like they were deliberately trying to be eye-catching. Calling themselves the hegemony, if not the Terran hegemony, so publicly on Terra itself was certain to rouse comment, or at least Jeffries hoped it would, because he would hate not to reap all the potential diplomatic and political rewards given that it had taken 19 jumps to get here and would take another 19 to get home again afterwards. It was a pity the porthole didn't offer a better view as the column of vehicles rolled through Rome at a decent pace. This was certainly a city that was worth seeing, MacArthur knew, one dotted with ancient architecture and with a breathtaking history. Fortunately for the city, the 6th Army of the SLDF, which had liberated it from Amaris, had balked at the idea of using artillery or airstrikes to soften up those occupying it because of the incalculable collateral damage that could have caused to irreplaceable buildings, and had instead used infiltration tactics whenever possible rather than just blast their way in. They had paid a price for this decision in blood, the 6th taking heavier casualties than they would have otherwise, but who would want to be the men and women that flattened Rome? General Romanov had dispatched a wreath on behalf of the 295th to be laid at the monument to the so-called tomb of Kerensky's unknowns, to be found in the Pantheon itself. The 6th Army had done its duty, and failing to pay due respect to the dead would be unforgivable, so before they headed back to Neops, MacArthur would make sure to lay the wreath there. In an attempt to hold off the advance of the SLDF 6 decades earlier, Antilos Legos had ordered the bridges across the Tiber that bisected the city to be blown. Thus when the convoy of vehicles heading to the Vatican that day reached the river, it crossed it via a modern bridge that had little trouble supporting the weight of all the armored vehicles as they neared the home stretch of the journey. Rolling right into St. Peter's Square and unloading Critchla there would have been showier perhaps, but not wise in terms of security considerations, so with the police and carabinieri vehicles peeling off beforehand, and with what MacArthur assumed was the Pontifical Swiss Guard, judging by their distinctive uniforms, directing traffic once the Chevalier and the APCs reached the dotted line on the road that indicated the border, the column left Italy and arrived in the Vatican City-State. Flagged to come to a halt in a piazza next to St. Peter's Basilica, the wheeled tank and the armored personnel carriers it was leading pulled up, and they were immediately surrounded by several dozen more Swiss guards, MacArthur noting that most of them were carrying modern rifles, not their usual ceremonial halberds. Seeing the Mauser 960 laser rifles, the same model as used by the SLDF, in the hands of men wearing bright Renaissance-era dress was at least somewhat jarring as far as visual images went, but it helped demonstrate that despite the late medieval garb they weren't just soldiers. The 3 APCs lowered their ramps, and half a dozen SLDF infantry in full combat gear disembarked from each, followed by Colonel MacArthur and the 2 officers accompanying him as his temporary staff. One of the Swiss Guard that seemed to be an officer himself, at least judging from the fact his uniform was even more ornate than that of the others and that he was wearing a very fancy rapier at his hip, spotted MacArthur and approached him. "Colonel MacArthur." He checked, the man's accent sounding Lyran to the SLDF officer's ears, though presumably he was from the German-speaking part of Switzerland. "Yes," MacArthur confirmed. Oberst Johann Helbing, the officer, introduced himself, standing to attention, saluting and snapping his heels together, making him seem even more Lyran. MacArthur returned the salute. "May I present Major Claire Donovan, also of my 295th Division, and Captain Jason Carmichael of the Neops Association Militia." He introduced his companions, who also exchanged salutes with the commander of the Swiss Guard. Thank you for allowing my troops to remain under arms after crossing the border, he added after the formalities. Oberst Helbing smiled wryly. We don't want to risk the son of a bitch getting assassinated, or worse getting away, any more than you do, Colonel. Probably even less, he replied. We have laid on refreshments for your men in our barracks and one of my junior officers will give them a quick tour of the Vatican unless you plan on ordering them to stay with their vehicles. Those vehicles will, of course, be perfectly secure here with a detachment of my halberdiers guarding them until you depart, I assure you. Given the reputation of the Pontifical Swiss Guard, MacArthur believed him. They were very much the epitome of I'll die before I give up my post, and as God is my witness I'll take 10 of you with me soldiering. Religious faith and martial skill in equal measure. I'll take you up on that offer, Oberst Helbing, he replied. His other ranks would no doubt enjoy the chance to see more of the Vatican, and his orders from General Romanov being to play nice with his hosts as much as possible anyway. Be warned that none of them have ever set foot on Terra before, let alone visited Rome or the Vatican, so they might bombard your guides with questions. Helbing laughed. On a normal day we deal with tens of thousands of wide-eyed tourists, I think my people can cope, he replied. We've prepared a holding cell for the prisoner if you want to hand him over now. MacArthur nodded. Bring him out, he ordered, a wheelchair emerging from the back of one of the APCs and rolling down the ramp, the chair being pushed by an SLDF sergeant. He got old, Helbing noted, directing a look of utter disdain at the man sat in the wheelchair, his face being partially obscured by an oxygen mask connected to a tank affixed to the back of the chair. Frail too, MacArthur replied. We had to clone him a new liver and stick an artificial heart in him at one point to keep him alive. His lungs are a wreck too, we think he caught a whiff of poison gas at some point, possibly something they used themselves which drifted back on them when the wind changed direction, and it caught up with him eventually with age, he said. Amaris's forces had deployed chemical and biological weapons a lot more during the war than the SLDF ever had. We could have just let him die, but we figured you'd want him alive, and besides which he deserved as many years in solitary confinement as medical science could allow, he added. Imprisonment had aged Critchlow fast and he hadn't been a young man to start with. Helbing sighed. Alive, yes, to stand trial. Time was the church would have simply burned him at the stake, he observed wistfully, thinking back to an age of purer justice. An artificial heart, you say? He queried. MacArthur nodded. Powered by a fission battery, should be good for another 10 years at least, but if you do decide to bring back the old methods watch out for it exploding when you set him alight, he warned drily. Oh, if only bringing back the auto-da-fe was an option, another voice interjected from nearby, their accent French. Please remove the mask so we can properly verify his identity, the man continued, walking towards Critchley. As they approached it could be seen they were not wearing the uniform of the Swiss Guard but rather priestly robes instead, rather ornate and colorful ones topped by a bright red cap, and that they were carrying what looked like a facial scanner. May I present His Eminence Cardinal François Cointeral, Prefect of the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith, Oberst Helbing introduced the newcomer. Until now Bernard Critchley had been sat docile in his wheelchair, seemingly resigned to his fate, but he now visibly flinched and sat up straight. Ah, I see what has likely haunted your nightmares for over 60 years, Cardinal Cointeral addressed Critchley with some satisfaction. How gratifying to know you were expecting this encounter to happen one day, the head of what had once been known as the Roman Inquisition added, smiling coldly. MacArthur had read up enough on how the church hierarchy worked to know that a cardinal was considered one step down from the Pope himself, a prince of the church in the formal parlance, and if this man was also head of the Inquisition that he was very senior indeed. Sergeant, remove the prisoner's oxygen mask please, MacArthur ordered. The SLDF non-com reaching down to do so as Cointeral held the scanner up to his face. It's him, bone structure and retinal skin confirms it, Cointeral confirmed, looking at the display intently. Replace the mask please, I wouldn't want him to expire before his time, he said, the sergeant doing so after MacArthur nodded his affirmation. You know, the last time the SLDF handed over one of these creatures to me it all went rather differently, he remarked, transferring the scanner to his left hand while making the sign of the cross with his right. The last time? MacArthur queried, raising his eyebrows. Yes, October 77, I still remember it like it was yesterday, the cardinal recalled. Hans Mikkelsen, he said, bending down and looking Critchley right in the eye, watching as the war criminal's own eyes widened. Did you hear what happened to Mikkelsen, Colonel MacArthur? Cointeral asked, still looking into Critchley's eyes. I heard a rumor that when the 6th Army caught him they handed him over to the Swiss Guard who put him up against a wall. MacArthur recalled hearing that story not long after Amaris died. Not quite, Cointeral replied evenly. They handed him over to me and after I excommunicated him on the authority of the Curia and the Pope, thus damning his soul for all eternity, I personally shot him in the head, he announced, watching Critchley's dismayed expression with a sense of satisfaction that made the cardinal feel ever so slightly ashamed of himself as he straightened back up. The Holy Father himself personally heard my confession afterwards. He didn't want my soul following Mikkelsen's to hell for breaking the 5th commandment since I was only acting under his orders. MacArthur blinked. You're not going to do the same to Critchley, are you? He asked nervously. Because we put a great deal of time and effort into getting him here and we could have just shot him back home, he pointed out, not being particularly shocked at being told that the man had personally executed another famous, or rather infamous war criminal. Summary justice had been all the rage back then in the aftermath of the Amorous Civil War. Just ask anybody named Amorous in the unlikely event you could still find one. Alexander Kerensky had ordered his entire family shot with only maternal relatives with a different surname spared. Oh no, tempers are far less wrought than they were back in my youth when emotions were still running high over the then recent murder of poor Pope Clement. Coenterol replied, shaking his head. The current Pope and the Curia agree that a public trial is called for, and we have even obtained the most competent and professional legal counsel available to conduct the ogre's defense, he told MacArthur. My days as God's own hitman are long past me, he said, smiling. Although I suspect it did do wonders for my career, he admitted, doubting he would have ended up as not only prefect of the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith but also a prince of the Church otherwise. After what had befallen Pope Clement XXVII and the Vatican itself, the Roman Catholic Church under Clement's immediate successor, John Paul V, had become rather hardline, and being the man that dealt with Hans Mikkelsen, another notorious war criminal lieutenant of Antilos Legos, had looked good on a resume. Pope John Paul V had died a few years ago, his own successor, the current Pope, being more moderate and liberal in outlook, which was not to say that the Roman Catholic Church was not still monumentally pissed off at Bernard Critchley. Christ may have preached forgiveness, but some people made following in the footsteps of the fishermen very, very hard. The average life expectancy on Terra being so long meant that there were still plenty of people around that had personally witnessed the atrocities perpetrated by the Greenhaven Gestapo, and some memories don't tend to fade much over time. For that matter, there were still quite a few people around that remembered just how bad Critchley used to smell, largely thanks to poor personal hygiene habits. During his time in custody on Neops he had been cured of this, however, mostly by the expedient of his guards telling him, it uses the shower or it gets the hose again if he didn't keep himself clean. Oberst, if you could take that down to the holding cell, Cardinal Coenterol requested, indicating Critchley. I will personally escort Colonel MacArthur and his officers to where Ambassador Jeffreys is waiting for them to join him, he said. I believe that the Holy Father intends on having the prisoner taken to the Sistine Chapel later to witness that his desecration of the fresco has been stripped away, and Michelangelo's vision fully restored to the glory of God, so you may wish to make security preparations for that, he advised. Helbing nodded. While I doubt the prisoner is in a fit state to make a run for it, if he does, may I suggest you instruct your men that while the word of our Lord is passed down to us in the Bible frowns upon killing, and that they should therefore refrain from shooting him in the back if possible, the book is somewhat fuzzier when it comes to the subject of kneecaps, the cardinal advised sagely. I'll let them know, your eminence, Helbing replied, trying not to laugh because it would bad in front of the men. Excellent, Cardinal Coenterol responded brightly, clapping his hands together. Shall we be off, Colonel? He asked MacArthur rhetorically, gently tossing the facial scanner to one of the Swiss guard who caught it before marching away, a distinct spring in the man's step. MacArthur leaned over towards Helbing. You really wanted this asshole, didn't you? He asked. It would be difficult to express in words just how much, Helbing replied earnestly, nodding as MacArthur quickly made to catch up with the Cardinal, Major Donovan, and Captain Carmichael in pursuit. Oberst Johann Helbing, commander of the Swiss Guard, looked down at the man sat in the wheelchair. Consider this as confirmation of the truth that God will not be mocked, and don't go thinking that repentance will save you from hell, because God's mercy may be limitless but that doesn't hold true for his representative on earth, he warned, having heard that the Pope intended on excommunicating the man personally. Critchley took a deep breath. Fuck you, Candy Striper, he replied. And fuck your Pope, he just about managed to gasp out afterwards. Candy Striper. Helbing repeated, looking down at his uniform. Good one, and 4 whole syllables too, you're not as dumb as I thought, he said. Let's get you down to the cell. Feldwebel Schallberger should be ready with the Iron Maiden by now, he spent half the night sharpening all the spikes inside. Bernard Critchley blanched, and Helbing was gratified that all of his men had remained stony-faced when he mentioned the Iron Maiden, that particular device of medieval torture supposedly favored by the Inquisition being very much a later fabrication. They did have some old thumbscrews in an archive somewhere apparently, but while John Paul V might have sanctioned their use, his successor was less wrath of God and more love of God as the Church got over the trauma of the Amorous era. Hauptmann Wetstein, please escort our SLDF guests to the barracks, make sure they feel welcome, Helbing instructed one of his officers, sticking to English rather than Italian or German so the soldiers of the SLDF could understand as well. Lieutenant Oakes, you and your men will remain here to guard the vehicles. Do so with the same zeal you would the papal apartments, he ordered, both officers recognizing their instructions with a nod. We are indebted to the Neops Association and the 295th Battle Mech Division for bringing us the Ogre, he reminded them. None of the SLDF infantry or the tank crew were actually from the 295th, despite what the insignia on their uniforms said. They were all from the 331st and had been born on Circe or Strinamecti, being assigned to this mission because they knew to keep their mouths shut about that. If asked, they were the children and grandchildren of the original soldiers of the 295th, which had officially arrived at Neops not long after failing to catch up with Kerensky's exodus. Most of the soldiers were also young enough to have been raised on Neops, and thought of it as their home by now, so when asked about where they came from by curious member of the Swiss Guard, they truthfully spoke of what it was like to live on Neops 7 way out in the periphery. After lunch, one the SLDF infantryman even performed the old rap about Galileo and his own encounter with the Vatican, which was about as convincingly Neopsian as you could get, even if the cultural anchor point was entirely lost on the rather perplexed soldiers of the Pontifical Swiss Guard. Apparently you could move faster in those robes than Robert MacArthur would have expected, because Cardinal Coentrell had set a brisk pace as he led the colonel and his 2 officers through the rooms and passageways of the Vatican towards where Gareth Jeffreys was waiting. On a normal day there would have been a lot more people around, not just clergy but also other guests and visitors, but for security reasons the number of people allowed inside the walls had been severely restricted. As they proceeded, Coentrell had bombarded MacArthur, Donovan, and Carmichael with questions, which they all supposed was part of his job description, and they were glad they had all rehearsed a consistent script that was mostly true but left out or obscured details that Neops did not want anybody from outside the association knowing. Fortunately he was more interested in talking about the capture of Critchla than he was about Neops, which made things easier, but the man was definitely fishing for information nonetheless. As they eventually reached a large set of doors, a pair of Swiss guards stood outside them. Coentrell knocked and entered, leading MacArthur and his companions inside. Gareth Jeffreys was waiting inside as expected. What MacArthur had not expected was that he would be sat at a table drinking coffee and eating pastries with the Supreme Pontiff of the Universal Church and the Vicar of Christ himself. You could have warned me, MacArthur thought to himself, directing a brief glare at Cardinal Coentrell, who noticed the colonel's expression and seemed amused. Your Holiness, may I present Colonel Robert MacArthur and Major Claire Donovan of the 295th Battle Mech Division of the Star League Defense Force, and Captain Jason Carmichael of the Neops Association Militia, he announced them grandly. The Pope put down his coffee cup and stood up off his chair, Jeffreys instantly following suit as befits protocol. Your Holiness, MacArthur spoke up, saluting then offering a shallow bow. He wasn't Catholic himself, but the Pope was a head of state holding a position deemed equivalent in the ranks of nobility to an emperor. Even the First Lords of the Star League had bowed to the Pope when they met. It would be uncouth not to, and besides which potentially disrespecting the untold billions of Roman Catholics in the galaxy was such poor politics that only Richard Cameron would have been stupid enough to do it. The Pope smiled and approached MacArthur. No need to kiss the papal ring, Colonel. A handshake will do, he said, reaching out his hand, which MacArthur took. He then subsequently shook hands with Donovan and Carmichael before fixing his attention back to MacArthur. I consider it a pity that General Romanoff could not be here herself. I would have liked to present her personally with the papal commendation I plan to issue to the men and women of the 295th Division, but I trust you will convey it back to her, Colonel, he said. Your valor in finally bringing the war criminals of the accursed Amorous to justice, after so many years of them avoiding their righteous punishment and continuing their vile ways, cannot be praised too highly, he continued. The 141st Amorous Dragoons were barely less irredeemable than the mercenary scum that followed Antilos Legos, murderous butchers all, and to see them brought low while they were commanded by an actual cousin of Stephen Amorous himself is almost poetical. Isn't it unusual for the Catholic Church to do something like that? MacArthur queried. We do not, as a rule, involve ourselves in international politics or temporal matters, it's true, at least not since the Papal States were dissolved anyway, the Pope replied, smiling. When it comes to opposing evil, however, we like to think ourselves as very much in the fight, he said. If Stephen Amorous, Antilos Legos, and Bernard Critchla were not tools of Satan himself, I'll eat my hat, and if you've ever seen it you'd know that the papal tiara is rather indigestible, he joked. I remarked to His Holiness that your son asked you to get his autograph, Major Donovan, Jeffreys spoke up, the woman having mentioned this during their long journey to Terra. Donovan looked appalled at having this mentioned, but the Pope smiled again. I think I can manage that, although I believe I'll send you back to Neops with something more consequential as well, he said. Ambassador Jeffreys informed me that you were the mech warrior who defeated Bernard Critchla in battle. He asked her. I was, sir. Almost to be honest, I had no idea at the time who was sat in the cockpit of the rampage I was shooting at, Claire Donovan replied, trying not to sound too nervous given who it actually was she was talking to. Nonetheless, Major, you faced a mortal foe of the Roman Catholic Church in battle and defeated him, something that merits reward, the Pope told her. As such, I am naming you to the Order of the Golden Militia, what some call the Order of the Golden Spur, an honor that has been bestowed upon those who have contributed to the glory of the Church by feat of arms since the 14th century. A papal knighthood. Donovan stared at him. I'm not Catholic, she managed to reply. Strangely enough, it's not actually a requirement that you are, the Pope replied. It has even been awarded to non-Christians in the past, although I assume you are one. He asked. Episcopalian, Donovan replied. Ah, one of our Anglican brethren, the Pope responded. I will make sure to mention you to the Archbishop of Canterbury the next time we meet, lovely woman, and we agree on so many matters of religion as long as the subject of King Henry VIII of England and his daughter Elizabeth aren't raised, he added with a chuckle. Forgive me for not saying so earlier, Captain Carmichael, but naturally the NEOPS Association militia would also be receiving a papal commendation for their part in the Battle of Algenib. I'm told you fought there. I did, Carmichael confirmed. A company of the militia had helped the SLDF against the Blood Rain, earning Carmichael himself the Combat Mech Warriors badge, something that not very in the NOM could boast of. I look forward to seeing the presentation on the battle Colonel MacArthur intends to give to the press later. It sounds like the Amherst Dragoons put up quite the fight, although nobody ever accused them of being cowardly, I suppose, just malevolent beyond measure, he said before turning to Cardinal Coenterol. Ambassador Jeffries has informed me that the NEOPS Association intends to provide the entire inner sphere with the blueprints to both the Jamerson-Ulikoff water purifier and the Eligus medical diagnoser, once restricted Terran hegemony technologies, and to do so for free as an act of Christian charity, he told him. I will converse with the Curia about the Church assisting in the distribution of these technologies if we can. They could save many lives and alleviate much suffering. Coenterol raised his eyebrows. It is very generous of them to do so without recompense, not something we see very often in these dark days, he replied. I suppose that the rumors are true that NEOPS has maintained the ability to produce many devices that are Listec elsewhere and not just hyperpulse generators. Ironically, the new dark age that has befallen the galaxy elsewhere never reached the worlds orbiting an unusually dim star far from the light of Terra, Jeffries said poetically. The Pope nodded. Yes, the new dark age, the one in which Comstar sees itself as being akin to taking the role our Church did in late antiquity, keeping the wisdom of the ancients safe after the Roman Empire fell, he observed. The current Primus most certainly seems to believe in that creed, Coenterol agreed. His spies within Comstar indicated that Raymond Karpov intended to push his organization even closer towards cosplaying the medieval Roman Catholic Church, what with the chanting, and the robes and the pseudo-monastic orders. Still, they did say that imitation was the sincerest form of flattery. Makes one wonder if he realizes that in this scenario that the NEOPS Association and its growing hegemony are the part of the Roman Empire that did not fall, which also retained the knowledge of the ancient Romans and Greeks and still boasted the legions to defend it, the Pope asked rhetorically. I must say I never thought I'd meet the Byzantine Empire reborn, but here we are, he said, waving his hand towards Jeffries. Byzantine. Carmichael repeated the word quizzically. The Eastern Roman Empire, the part that didn't collapse when Rome did in the West and kept going for another 1,000 years, Jeffries explained. They actually still called themselves Roman, or rather Romau in Greek, the language they mostly used, rather than the Byzantines, because as far as they were concerned they still were. Which would make us the anti-Spinewards Terran hegemony, I guess, MacArthur said. Jeffries smiled. I guess all we need now is to elect ourselves our own Justinian as High Associator and find ourselves a Belisarius, he said, grinning, wondering how many reporters at the press conference later would get the references if he made them in jest. Watching that press conference live from his quarters at Hilton Head on the other side of the Atlantic, Raymond Karpov, Primus of Comstar, was already incensed enough when the diplomat from NEOPS gave the announcement about releasing the blueprints for Listec to the galaxy, but he practically had a stroke when Jeffries mentioned the Byzantines, and Belisarius. Having the successes of Operation Holy Shroud possibly gutted by these upstarts had been bad enough, but now he faced a far greater problem. The Eastern Roman Empire hadn't just survived the fall of Rome itself, at one point they had very nearly managed to reconquer the western part too, and had retaken large parts of it including Italy. General Belisarius, the greatest military commander of his age, in the service of the Emperor Justinian, had once again raised the standards of the Roman army over Rome itself, earning himself the later sobriquet as the last of the Romans. The worst part of it all from Karpov's personal perspective being that one of the first things Belisarius had done after taking Rome was throwing the then Supreme Pontiff, Pope Silverius, out on his ass because the Eastern Roman Empire considered him a stooge of the barbarian tribes who had earlier destroyed the Western Empire, and they were still pretty sore about the whole thing. Still watching is this Colonel MacArthur, apparently the son of the commanding officer of the 295th before the current one, told the press about the Battle of Algenib where the SLDF had taken on and defeated the Amherst Dragoons, thus winning the last battle of the Amherst War. In his words, something else suddenly dawned on Karpov. Romanov, their general is called Romanov, he exclaimed. Of course they're the damn Byzantines, he realized, dropping his face into his hands as he envisioned the anti-Spinewards Terran hegemony, as Jeffries had called it, thundering out of the periphery one day to once again raise their standards over Terra. Note from the author. Okay, so the preceding 250,000 words or so may have left the readership with the impression that because Johann Sebastian O'Reilly was not the man that discovered the tens of billions of C-bills worth of germanium on Alphard, that this story was not about the Roman Empire being recreated in space. I apologize for the confusion. This story is about the Roman Empire being recreated in space, it's just not the Roman Empire you were expecting. If Comstar is the Roman Catholic Church of the Dark Ages, then the NEOPS hegemony is the Eastern Roman Empire, the part that kept going long after Rome itself fell to the barbarians. Military sci-fi just isn't the same without a reference to Belisarius, is it? Hans Mikkelsen of the Greenhaven Gestapo being caught by the SLDF and then handed over to a representative of the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith, the Roman Inquisition, who promptly excommunicated him on the order of the Pope and then shot him in the head, comes from the sourcebook Historical Liberation of Terra. Turns out if you murder the Pope and the Curia, slaughter hundreds of unarmed monks, loot the Vatican and paint over the fresco on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, you will make the Catholic Church very, very mad at you. Who would have thought? The pontifical Swiss Guard may look like toy soldiers in their late medieval style dress uniforms and carrying halberds, but both in the Battletech universe and in real life they are not. Finally, the Order of the Golden Militia, aka the Order of the Golden Spur, as awarded here to Major Claire Donovan, is a real thing. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part L. If you wanted to know when the Neops Association reached the public consciousness, well, you could certainly guess worse than when the newspaper cartoon, St. George and the Dragoon, depicting a crusader knight with a red Cameron star on his shield fighting a dragon, the dragon sporting a long mustache to resemble Stephen Amaris, was printed in newspapers from one side of the inner sphere to the other. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800-2900, Neops Press, 2915. Pisa Galileo System 2841. Major Samuel Tyson wondered if Pisa might be the smallest city in the inner sphere to have its own HPG station as he settled down in his quarters after a long day to relax and watch the holovid. The Encomnet building in the center of town didn't just send and receive hyperpulse transmissions, it also transmitted a UHF signal for the colony's barebones television station, one that broadcast local and interstellar news along with a few kids' shows, some old Terran soap operas and a lot of documentaries. Tyson would have preferred more action movies and police procedurals on TV, although the documentary about the Byzantine Empire yesterday had helpfully filled in a few blanks in his historical knowledge, but you had to admit that living in the boonies in Neops territory was definitely a cut above what it was like in most of the periphery. Hell, the medical clinic in town was better funded and equipped than it would have been in much of the inner sphere, while the school actually had note pewters for all the kids, holo projectors, and a science lab. That schoolteacher from Francas who taught his niece was pretty hot too in Tyson's opinion, hence his habit of offering to walk his sister's kid to school when he wasn't on duty. Most of the buildings in Pisa were mostly just drab concrete put up in a hurry, including the school, but they kept the rain out, the heat in, had mains water and power, not to mention a connection to a proper sewerage system. If you were averse to catching cholera, properly constructed sewers were an underappreciated must, not that everyone in the periphery seemed to have gotten the memo on that one, unfortunately. Despite the amenities, describing the largest settlement on Galileo as a city was still a hell of a stretch though, even if the place had grown dramatically in size in the couple of years since Tyson's troublemakers had taken up their contract with the Neops. On arrival, the mercenaries had been granted their own district on what was then the edge of town, one large enough for hangars to hold their mechs plus a barracks and a few other prefabricated buildings around a parade ground, but if the town kept expanding in size and population at the current rate, the troublemakers would soon find themselves completely surrounded on all sides by urban sprawl. It was already getting to the stage where simply shipping in enough food, mostly from Stafford although good quality meat made it all the way from Francas, was starting to become a problem, and more farms were starting to spring up. There were miners with money to invest and a dream of owning some land. Land on Galileo was still pretty cheap anyway, and although the local soil wasn't ideal for arable farming, there were various genetically engineered crops which could cope with it well enough. The troublemakers owned and operated a pair of dropships which were parked up at the spaceport several clicks outside of town but were occasionally hired out to move people and cargo. Their employer had even managed to scrounge up some spare parts for the troublemakers' old dictator, which was getting on in years, and handed them over for a song. Of course, Neops had considerably more modern military dropships than the dictator practically coming out of their ears, thanks to having a full division's worth of starlift capacity, so it wasn't like they were being super generous. The parts were probably just taking up space in a warehouse gathering dust. According to the news, Neops was even about to start producing a super fancy new military cargo dropship soon, the Cargo Masta, alongside its civilian version the Cargo King, and Tyson was hoping he might get the chance to bid on a soon-to-be surplus SLDF-owned mule when they did. Effective mercenary regiments didn't ignore logistics, and adding a cargo carrier to the troublemakers' TONE would make them look a little less ragged. Also, a mule would potentially bring in a lot more money when offered out for short-term hire. It could easily carry 4 times as much cargo as the troublemakers' intruder and dictator could combined, and there was usually someone trying to get something heavy and / or bulky from A to B in boom times like now. Getting used to the idea of living in a place where the economy was surging ahead, and people weren't loath to invest in building new factories and other infrastructure for fear of some assholes turning up and nuking them, had taken Tyson a while. The weird sense of optimism that everything wasn't spiraling towards total collapse, and that your children and grandchildren would be better off than you are, was just so far removed from the reality of life for most people since the Star League collapsed that it took some serious mental adjustment. Astonishingly, the tiny Neops Association had managed to found more new colonies in the last few years than all the successor states combined, and the only thing that seemed to be restricting their territorial growth was a lack of people to actually come live on them. The mines on Galileo itself were being successful enough in attracting labor though, doing better at that than the new colony on Bakalu was certainly, hence Pisa's sharply rising population. The mining company paid high wages and offered good employee benefits, including the option to buy shares in the business, and the taxes they paid funded infrastructure projects and covered the wages of sufficient law enforcement officers to stop Pisa degenerating into your typical frontier mining town. Unlike on Alphard, the men and women working in the mines on Galileo weren't digging for germanium or coltan and the rare earth metals usually found with it like niobium and tantalum, they were digging for diamonds and fire opals. The large majority of the diamonds being pulled out of the ground were industrial. The hardest known naturally occurring substance had plenty of uses including in mining equipment, though there were plenty of gemstone quality examples being found as well. The fire opals meanwhile were mostly heading for the hedonistic magistracy of Canopus, where both men and women were very fond of their bling and the demand for the stones seemed insatiable. They were pretty, Tyson had to admit. He had been given a cut and polished example of a fire opal mounted on a tie pin by one of the mine owners as a gift, and there was a fairly large one cut into the shape of a Cameron star in a presentation cabinet in the town hall. It might have been in danger of being stolen if not for the fact that everyone knew that if you tried to pull off that kind of heist on Galileo you would have to deal with the mercenaries hired to stop anyone stealing the gemstones that were the planet's primary export. Tyson's troublemakers weren't toy soldiers, or part-time militia, they were professionals who took their job very seriously. At first most of the miners on Galileo had been men and women from Comstock and Francas, old Star League colonies that had signed up to join the new Neops Association hegemony being put together out here in the periphery, but increasing numbers of contract workers from the Illyrian Palatinate had been turning up recently and you were almost just as likely to hear Scandinavian accents around town as hegemony English ones these days. Neops wasn't running Galileo as a loss by any means, but they clearly didn't treat their colonies as a cash cow and were plowing a lot of the money they made from mining back into local infrastructure such as roads, and wages in the mines were high. In the long term they wanted the economy on the planet to diversify away from just resource extraction, as was already happening on Alphard, but for now pulling precious stones out the ground was bringing in more than enough C-bills to keep the bean counters content. As long as Galileo was turning a profit, Neops was happy to keep the troublemakers on the payroll too, which was just great as far as Sam Tyson was concerned. He had buried enough of his friends and comrades already, all of them lost fighting in the seemingly endless succession wars, with many of the battles they had fallen in being fought for objectively no good reason whatsoever. Sometimes it seemed like the great houses were just comparing dick sizes with each other, or even worse, destroying something just to stop the other guy getting it, which only screwed everyone in the long term. Sam Tyson's mother, the original commander of the troublemakers, had chosen not to follow Kerensky into the void, the SLDF's 23rd Heavy Assault Regiment under her command signing as mercenaries for the Federated Sons instead. You couldn't really accuse House Davian of being particularly malevolent. Compared to the Draconis Combine and the Capellan Confederation they were usually fighting, the Federated Sons was objectively the lesser evil by a long way, but they still treated their mercenaries as being more expendable than their own troops, which had led to the troublemakers being effectively rendered hors de combat by the end of the First Succession War. Now lacking their own jump ship, and a far cry from the 23rd Heavy Assault of old, which had stomped Amoris's lackeys into the dirt and could throw 3 full-strength battalions of heavy and assault mechs at the enemy, the remnants of the troublemakers had been scrabbling desperately for work that wouldn't get what few of them remained killed when they heard about Neops. Sending General Romanoff that HPG offering their services had been a Hail Mary play that worked out. There wasn't much demand for mercenaries that weren't happy to throw themselves headlong into the meat grinder for a few bucks anymore. If you didn't know about the wealth of precious stones to be found on Galileo, you might wonder why anyone would want an admittedly understrength but still formidable mercenary unit to garrison it. The fact was, all those shiny rocks would attract pirate raiders like horseshit attracts flies if word reached them about it, and the unusually heavy average tonnage of the troublemakers' battle mechs made for good bug repellent. A couple of lances of Wasp, Locust, or Stinger light mechs might make your average pirate band out in the periphery the cock of the walk, able to raid most whoever they liked with impunity, but Major Sam Tyson had a stable of heavy and assault mechs, some of which massed as much than a whole lance of lights on their own. Moreover, he had mech warriors inside his machines that had cut their teeth against Sword of Light regiments, not against poor dirt farmers with rifles that dates from the reunification war, and who would love the chance to stomp pirate scum into the dirt. On the subject of pirate scum, Tyson noted that the Holovid was repeating the news conference from the Vatican on Terra, the one he had first watched in the bar last week along with several other off-duty troublemakers. How the Neops people had managed to keep the almighty whooping they had inflicted on the blood rain under their hats all these years he couldn't imagine. They were certainly on point when it came to stopping intel leaking out, but damn wasn't it good to hear that the fist of justice in the form of the Star League Defense Force had smashed the last of the Amoris Dragoons but good, and even managed to finally capture that evil prick Critchley into the bargain. It had turned out that Major Marcelo Gao, the current commander of the small contingent of infantry belonging to the 295th on Galileo, technically its official garrison even if the troublemakers provided most of the actual firepower, had himself fought in the Battle of Algenib. This had resulted in him being bought so many drinks at the bar by not only troublemakers, but also miners born on Comstock and Francas when he let that slip that he had to be carried back to his barracks. Grabbing the remote control, Tyson turned up the volume on the holovid and dropped into a chair to watch the press conference again just as Colonel MacArthur and the others were answering questions. The holovid projected a 3D image of an unusually well-furnished and ornate press room situated in the Vatican on Terra, some 500 light-years away from where Tyson was sitting, but if not for a slight shimmer to the image he might have even been there in person. Colonel MacArthur's presentation on the Battle of Algenib and the capture of Bernard Critchley had already been shown, along with part of the press conference which followed, but some of the best parts were still to come and were well worth seeing again. Emily Angaran, Federated News Services, the female journalist given the chance to ask the next question, introduced herself on the holovid, her French accent typical of many in the Federated Sons. If you've had Critchley and the others in custody since 2829, why has it taken until now for you to hand him over to the Holy See? She asked reasonably. Because we wanted to get as much useful intelligence as possible out of them first, and also because much of that intel might have been useless if it became public knowledge, MacArthur replied. To give one example, it was via interrogation of the commanding officer of the Blood Rain that we learned the true origins of the mercenary regiment known as Raymond's Redcoats, establishing them to be the 38th Amherst Fusiliers, he said. I mean, we always knew they weren't really the 295th Battle Mech Division as they purported to be, because we were, but it was certainly nice to find out exactly who was going around pretending to be us. But you publicly revealed the true identity of the Redcoats years ago, the journalist persisted. We did, MacArthur confirmed, though I note that the Lyran Commonwealth continues to employ them despite that, he said disapprovingly, but they were not the only Rimworld's remnants we learned of from the Blood Rain, and if we had gone public with the news of their defeat and capture a decade ago, it might have wrecked our chances of dealing with some of the others before they panicked and went to ground. Are you saying that the Battle of Algenib was not the only occasion when the Neops Association has gone up against former units of the Rimworld's Republic? The journalist asked in surprise. While I am not at liberty to disclose everything we've been up to in the last few years, I have been authorized to announce that if anyone ever finds an old Rimworld's Republic outpost or two a few jumps from the Magistracy of Canopus and the Taurian Concordat, outposts which somebody has smashed from orbit with naval autocannon, that they shouldn't be surprised to find a sign saying Neops was here sticking out of one of the craters, MacArthur replied drily. One of them was the base the 141st Amherst Dragoons initially fled to after they made their escape from Terra via Spica in the Capellan Confederation in 2778. Wouldn't that make those military operations the last battle of the Amherst War, rather the one on Algenib? The journalist, Garin, queried. The outposts in question were no longer in operation. They were smashed to stop them ever being so again by other Amherst Empire remnants who also knew their location, MacArthur replied. A battle is when there are two sides shooting at each other, those weren't battles, those were pest control. Just prior to this press conference, the Neops Association has also revealed to the Lyran Commonwealth the existence of two more such facilities in the deep periphery anti-spinewards of their territory, these being Rimworld's Republic outposts 25 and 27, along with our best guess as to their location. Gareth Jeffries, sat next to MacArthur, added. For what it's worth, I still think before we did that we should have made them promise not to offer any pro-Amherst holdouts, they might find their job first, MacArthur interjected sardonically, the various journalists laughing in response, except of course for the one from the Lyran-based Donegal Broadcasting Company, but our civilian government back home isn't as personally aggrieved about the 38th Amherst Fusiliers, or Cameron's Curse, or Raymond's Redcoats, or whatever the hell it is. They're calling themselves this week, as I am. Tyson didn't know what was funnier, the SLDF officer's sarcasm or the look of mild dismay on the face of civilian diplomat beside him when he said it. Either way, it was surprisingly entertaining television for a press conference. He was pretty sure that his dearly departed mom would have had a few issues with that bunch of former Amherst soldiers turned buccaneer too. Calling themselves Cameron's Curse for a while certainly didn't make them sound all that repentant, with switching from piracy to mercenary work under a false identity probably just being a savvy career move rather than a complete change of heart. There were quite a few other Rimworld's Republic units turned mercenary about, Tyson knew, even a few regiments that contained both former RWR and former SLDF troops, but those Rim jobs hadn't turned pirate first after losing the war. The rep of the 38th Amherst Fusiliers wasn't actually as bad as that of the 141st Amherst Dragoons had been, but in some ways that was just damning them with faint praise. The SLDF had still very much wanted a piece of them after winning the war for their actions on Castor, which had included the use of tactical nuclear weapons in civilian areas, which was why of course they had fled to the periphery in a hurry to take up piracy. There was a school of thought that it had been the reopening of the nuclear genie by Amherst that had led to their far more widespread and devastating use by all sides during the First Succession War. While the Star League had officially put aside the Ares Conventions when it had launched the Reunification War back in the 26th century, use of WMD, particularly on civilians, was still very much frowned upon, which was why the casualties of that war paled beside those incurred in later conflicts. Wars were rarely ever clean, but the Amherst Civil War had heralded an era where they had become dirty beyond imagination. Stefanos Rallis, Irian Media Interstellar, another journalist, introduced themselves before asking a question. Your choice of transportation when conveying Bernard Critchley to Terra certainly raised a few eyebrows. Warships, particularly ones that large, are scarce these days. According to the records I've seen, the SLS James Sever was lost during the Amherst War. How did it end up very much intact and flying the NEOPS flag? Looks like somebody did the research. Well done, MacArthur replied. The records you've seen may have indicated she was lost, but she wasn't actually destroyed, just disabled with internal and external damage severe enough that she wasn't able to be repaired by the Star League Navy at the time. We recovered her a while back from a system near Finnmark where she had been floating as a derelict and after a lot of work eventually put her back into service. Does that mean you have a naval shipyard? Rallis asked as a follow-up, this question causing something of a stir with the other journalists. No, if we had we could have built a brand new Congress from scratch in less than a third of the time it took us to get the James Sever running again, MacArthur told him. Quite a lot of her systems were actually salvaged from another Congress-class frigate we located that had been hit even harder than she had. Effectively between the two wrecked ships we had just about enough parts for one working frigate that we spent years putting back together. Wishing that he had grabbed a sandwich from the canteen before heading home, Tyson momentarily considered going to get one but decided to watch the rest of the broadcast first. He wasn't that hungry but he was already pretty comfortable in the chair in his quarters. It had originally come from an old drop shuttle and was nicely padded to cope with high G acceleration. Jane Moore, The Times of London, another reporter interrupted. Has the NEOPS Association salvaged any other warships? She asked. MacArthur and Jeffries looked at each other. Well, of course we have, Jeffries replied after a pause. So far we've managed to get 40 McKenna and Texas-class battleships back running again, not to mention a half-dozen Enterprise-class supercarriers, he deadpanned. The High Associator is only days away from signing an executive order that will send our whole fleet on a mission to reconquer the Terran hegemony. Our plan is to appoint Duke Ian Cameron Windsor as the new First Lord of the Star League. Could you do us a favor and pop into Buckingham Palace when you get home to let him know? This time everyone in the room laughed, except for Robert MacArthur, who was looking at Jeffries disapprovingly. They never got the Enterprise-class ships to work, he said, shaking his head. Really? Damn, do you think they might have bought it otherwise? Jeffries asked, looking like he was trying to keep a straight face and almost, but not quite, succeeding. Probably not, MacArthur had replied. The exchange between them being so funny Tyson couldn't help but suspect it had been rehearsed. You could get away with a lot of obfuscation if you turned everything into a joke. The mercenary honestly wouldn't have been too surprised at this point if NEOPS had a few other smaller warships they had recovered squirreled away. Joking about having a fleet of battleships was a smooth way to avoid answering questions about corvettes or the like. It would certainly help explain why the hell NEOPS and the 295th had been so quiet during the First Succession War, Tyson reasoned. As well as stockpiling nukes so the Merricks didn't do to them what they did to New Dallas, they were also surreptitiously salvaging every warship they could and emptying every Star League cache they knew of. Re-establishing HPG contact with the inner sphere had waited until NEOPS was in a position where if the great houses tried to lean on them the response would be the flat, "Come at me bro," which had always worked for the Taurian Concordat. You could conquer the Taurian Concordat, hell the Terran hegemony wearing their Star League hat had actually done it during the reunification war, but it just wasn't worth the cost in blood and treasure to do it. In all seriousness, Jeffries continued on the holovid, while we wouldn't tell you if we had salvaged any other warships, any serious naval analyst can provide you with an estimate of just how large a fleet a polity our size could realistically crew and maintain, he sagely advised the journalist from the Times. I will say that the vast majority of our salvage operations over the years was just us collecting spare parts from old hulks that we needed to keep the ships we have running. That said, however, I am prepared to reveal that we successfully captured a Royalty-class armed jump ship of RimWorld's manufacture from the Blood Rain, effectively their flagship. Unfortunately, in that engagement our own flagship, the James Sever, had to riddle her so full of holes before she lowered her colors that we're still in the process of trying to get it fully operational again. It's like trying to get hold of parts for an old car. The Terran hegemony built over 200 Congress-class frigates, and we know where most of them were lost, so finding spares for one isn't as difficult as it is for some limited edition custom jalopy built and operated by someone else, like a Royalty for example, MacArthur added for himself. The journalist from Irian Media Interstellar nodded. Presumably it's also a little easier for you to keep your Lola 3 class destroyer running than your Essex 2 for the same reason? He asked. MacArthur nodded, though Jeffries looked at the journalist amused. Okay, you know far too much about this stuff, the diplomat observed. Did you used to make little plastic models of warships as a kid by any chance? Jeffries queried wryly. Being someone that did that as a hobby himself as a boy, although in his case it was battle mechs not warships, Tyson felt somewhat personally aggrieved, but judging by their expression the reporter took it in good humor. Rebecca McTavish, Donegal Broadcasting Company, a reporter from the Lyran Commonwealth, now spoke up. Can you tell us anything more about the Blood Rain and how Bernard Critchlow came to join them? Not much more to tell beyond what Colonel MacArthur already said in his presentation on the Battle of Algenib earlier, Jeffries replied. The 141st Dragoons fled Terra before the noose closed around them, and it appears Critchlow bribed them to take him along. Given that they were also a bunch of wanted war criminals with a price on their head, he probably thought it was safer to stick with them afterwards than risk associating with less disreputable folks that might turn him in. When the original commander of the Blood Rain retired from piracy, Stephanie Marcus took over. Her being an actual cousin of Stefan Amaris himself, and named for him no less, apparently gave her the edge in the election. She liked to call herself Colonel Marcus, or even the Pirate Queen of the Blood Rain, though we mostly just call her inmate these days as you'd expect. Election? McTavish repeated quizzically. Yes, the Blood Rain held an election to choose their new commander. We're given to understand that Critchley also stood himself but received hardly any votes, Jeffries replied. Even other scum think he's scum. Everyone has standards, I guess. And she's really a cousin of Stefan Amaris? The Lyran journalist asked. Yes, DNA test confirmed it, Jeffries replied, nodding. She did tell us that despite her not liking Critchley personally, that she freely admits he was her most effective company commander when raiding. Unsurprisingly, being a murderous, bloodthirsty pirate suited him down to the ground. Find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life, MacArthur said wryly. James Clark, Interstellar News Network, given the claim of the Neops Association to be a de facto, and de jure, continuation of the Terran hegemony, some might be wondering why you didn't come to the aid of the rest of the hegemony during the dark days of the First Succession War, the reporter for Comstar's own news organization asked. We didn't wade into the fray with our single battle mech division for presumably the same reason Jerome Blake didn't with the 8 SLDF divisions at his disposal, that being because we're neither stupid nor insane, Jeffries replied coldly. If you think that the Terran hegemony citizens of Neops, Comstock, Francas, and Frobisher are indifferent to what has befallen their brothers and sisters in the core worlds of the hegemony, then you are very much mistaken. We were simply in no position to intervene on their behalf. I see, and how do you respond to allegations that Neops proved itself merely a puppet of the Free Worlds League by its supply of weaponry to that star nation that it then used against its other neighbors? The reporter from inquired. We only made payment in arms for purchases made by us from the Free Worlds League during the Comstar interdiction because we were unable to do so with sea bills. We certainly weren't engaging in barter by choice. It's a pain in the ass, Jeffries replied evenly. Comstar also effectively froze our bank account, one denominated in germanium bars, which was deposited with them at Hednesford, which didn't help matters either, but I guess that's all in the past now. The Neops Association no longer sells or barters weaponry to the Free Worlds League, and we certainly don't give them away either. Your germanium reserves do seem quite extensive, care to comment on that? Captured war criminals and pirates swinging pickaxes in germanium mines can be surprisingly productive, MacArthur replied. The secret is motivation. They know we're motivated to find an excuse to hang them, so they don't give us one. Next question please. Tyson laughed. Deal with Neops long enough and you soon learned they had a very technocratic, generally rational way of doing things. Imposing capital punishment on the worst of the worst might be cathartic, but being sentenced to 25 to life of economically productive hard labor instead of being executed still monumentally sucked for the person concerned and was better for the taxpayer. Philippe Lefort, L.E. Figaro. The 295th Division was not a royal formation, but despite that you seem to have a lot of royal-grade military equipment in your inventory. Was this merely recovered from Star League caches, or are the rumors true that the Neops Association manufactures such extremely advanced weaponry itself? Both, MacArthur replied. By which I mean we reverse-engineered royal equipment that we recovered and put it into low-level production to replace less capable equipment as it wore out. We don't have issues with so-called Lestec on Neops, though occasionally we do have to figure out something that the Terran hegemony didn't deem to provide a mere astronomical research colony the blueprints for, Jeffries interjected. I can give you a less warlike example of our scientists and engineers reverse-engineering some tech we never had ourselves too. The magistracy of Canopus has asked for our assistance in maintaining their Terran-supplied stasis tube technology, and we have a team taking one apart right now to see how it ticks. Interesting. Will you be disseminating that technology for free as you are the JU water purification system and the medical diagnostic equipment? The reporter from the French newspaper asked curiously. That's really a question for the magistracy, it's still their intellectual property after all, but I doubt my own government would be averse to doing so. It's a non-military medical technology that could potentially save a lot of lives, Jeffries replied. I'll try and reach the magistracy for comment then. On a wider point, I'm sure that many people will be wondering why a self-described minor power in the periphery is simply giving away advanced technology it could readily demand and obtain payment for. Because there are people throughout the inner sphere who are starving because they can't irrigate their crops, and they're dying from diseases that our great-great-grandparents thought they had eradicated forever, Jeffries replied. We're doing it for the same reason we smash pirates and hunt down war criminals, because it's the right thing to do and somebody damn well should. Jeffries shook his head and sighed. The Star League used to do these things. It's gone and everyone else is too busy slaughtering each other over where a dotted line on a star map is drawn to worry about the little guy, or even see the big picture. The reason why every hospital doesn't have a Elegus medical diagnoser anymore is because they were made on Sappho, and the Federated Suns and Draconis combine wrecked the place fighting over it. The reason why all the colonies that depended on Jamerson-Ulikov water purifiers are falling off the map is because the Free Worlds League devastated the planet where they were made with nuclear weapons just to make sure the Capellan Confederation didn't end up controlling the supply. If you're going to claim you're the rightful heir to the Star League, you might want to try acting like the Star League and remember that despite commanding the most powerful military in history, it still built more often than it destroyed. MacArthur nodded. Somebody needs to step up and attempt to reverse the decline, not just sit back and wait for it to happen, so the NEOPS Association is stepping up. Maybe we'll fail miserably, let's face it, we probably will, but at least we're out there trying. Okay, so we're maybe a little naive, utopian even, but we're also technologically advanced and heavily armed, so hopefully we'll get away with it, Jeffries added, grinning. Don't worry, we'll head back home soon, returning all you cynics to your regularly scheduled entropic decline into a new dystopian dark age. We'll be role-playing the Eastern Roman Empire out in the hinterland, he joked as a callback to something he had said earlier about history not really repeating itself but rhyming on occasion. Tyson didn't think that the analogy fitted perfectly by any means, but Terra being Rome, the Terran hegemony being the Western Roman Empire, Comstar being the Catholic Church during the Dark Ages, and the NEOPS hegemony being the Eastern Roman Empire lined up just well enough to make the historical illusion work. The successor states might not be best pleased at being equated to the Goths, Vandals, Alans, Visigoths, and whatever, but they had sacked, pillaged, and burned enough worlds that Tyson himself thought that if the shoe fits, wear it. Resolving to go get that sandwich after all, Sam Tyson turned off the holovid and was already starting to climb out of his chair when his thoughts of pastrami on rye were interrupted by a knock on the door. Enter, Tyson said loudly, standing up. The company clerk opened the door and stepped inside holding a letter. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but the mailman just dropped off an HPG that's come for you, he said, holding it out. Tyson took the letter and dismissed the clerk, who hurried back to their work, closing the door behind them. Because only a small minority of people on Galileo as yet had a noteputer that could be connected to their data grid, Encomnet operated a postal service in town to deliver printed out HPGs by hand, which was a little low-tech for NEOPS, but this was the frontier after all. The mercenary commander opened the letter assuming it must be from NEOPS, but as he started to read he realized it had come from a lot further away from that, being routed into Encomnet from Comstar's own separate network. Raising his eyebrows when he saw who it was from, Tyson read it through twice before stuffing it into his pocket and going to fetch that sandwich while he thought about how he was going to reply. It wasn't like Tyson's troublemakers were exactly tight with Bolton's Rangers, whose commander had sent the HPG. The two mercenary units had actually fought on different sides during the First Succession War, with the Rangers signing a contract with the Draconis Combine while the troublemakers did so with the Federated Sons, although they hadn't ever actually come to blows in the field. They were both former SLDF though, and the SLDF turned mercenary units liked to keep track of each other, partially because they rated each other as dangerous potential foes, generally superior to house regiments, and partially because it bothered them somewhat shooting at each other. Ever choosing to work for the Drax wasn't a good look for the Rangers in Tyson's opinion, although just as you'd expect from them, the Combine had screwed Bolton's Rangers over with their company store policy and a few other things, leading to the Rangers leaving their employ for that of the Duchy of Orient a few years back. Their timing to go work for one of the big three member states of the Free Worlds League just before the Comstar interdiction hadn't been great though, especially given that the Duchy directly bordered the Capellan Confederation. Just making their way across the Free Worlds League during the interdiction in order to take up their contract with NEOPS had been a major pain in the ass for Tyson's troublemakers. Meanwhile, Bolton's Rangers had to help deal with a full-scale invasion by angry Capellans looking to exploit the chaotic situation. There was one thing that most every former SLDF unit knew about Bolton's Rangers, mostly because it was something they went out of their way to tell you. Back when they had been the 208th Hussar Regiment, they had fought beside Alexander Kerensky right at the end of the Amorous War, literally right beside him. Unlike most units saying the same, they could actually prove it too. They had video footage taken by one of their mechs at the time which showed Kerensky's Orion kicking down the gates of the presidential palace on Terra where Amorous was holed up. It was a good thing that Tyson did know the story, because if he hadn't, the part of the HPG letter then said turned out we didn't fight in the last battle of the Amorous War after all. Kinda annoying, but when we heard we raised a glass to the 295th anyway would have made less sense. The part of the letter where Colonel Bolton asked what it was like working for the NEOPS Association, did Tyson know if they were hiring, and, if so, could he put in a good word, was fairly self-explanatory. Major Sam Tyson knew something else about Bolton's Rangers, something that almost made up for them working for the Drax at one time. They still painted their mechs up in SLDF colors, and they always wore the Cameron Star next to the insignia of whoever they were working for. From a personal perspective, being effectively asked for a letter of recommendation by a unit that boasted one of commendation personally signed by Alexander Kerensky made Tyson feel pretty pleased with himself too, even though he knew it was basically just because he commanded the only mercenary unit NEOPS currently had under contract. For most of the inner sphere, the NEOPS Association was still an unknown quantity, if one that had just managed to drastically raise its interstellar profile in a very dramatic fashion. Just finding out that the NEOPS Association hegemony already controlled multiple star systems and was continuing to expand territorially likely surprised a lot of people almost as much as learning that their navy was even more powerful than thought did. Getting in on the ground floor before everyone else tried to sign up was probably a fortuitous decision, Sam Tyson thought to himself with satisfaction. The troublemakers weren't nearly as large a mercenary command as Bolton's Rangers, for example, but when negotiating a future contract with NEOPS they could always point to the fact they had offered their services to the people still flying the Cameron Star first and cash in on that. As to whether or not NEOPS might be interested in hiring on any more mercenaries or not at the moment, Tyson wasn't sure. They certainly weren't at war with anyone right now, although for a while it had looked like they might be about to go and give the Cercinus Federation a hammering, but conversely they were still planting their flag in new places, and those places would potentially need a garrison to both keep pirates away and stop that flag being pulled back up by someone else. Deciding to go and see Major Gao before replying to the HPG Sam, Tyson made sure to remember to grab his wallet on the way out as well as get that sandwich. Gao's truly epic hangover from last week must have faded by now and he might accept being bought a drink again. Note from the author. In case you've forgotten, Galileo is what the planet Pompey is called in this story. Instead of the Marian hegemony naming everything after famous Romans, we have NEOPS naming everything after famous astronomers. Pompey was known for exporting diamonds and fire opals, and while the name is different the geology is the same. Galileo Galilei was born in Pisa in Italy, hence the capital of the planet being named that. Bit of trivia: the UHF transmission tower on top of the Encomnet station on Galileo has a noticeable lean. This is deliberate. Like Tyson's troublemakers, Bolton's Rangers was a former SLDF unit that stayed behind during Kerensky's exodus and became a mercenary regiment. In the latter's case they were originally the 208th Hussar Regiment of the SLDF. The Rangers initially worked for the Draconis Combine but got screwed over. The Combine's rigorously implemented company store policy seems very much intended to do just that, and so they went to work for the Duchy of Orient instead, part of the Free Worlds League. In canon, Bolton's Rangers signed up with the Duchy permanently in 2845, becoming the 5th Fusiliers of Orient Regiment, but that hasn't happened yet, and won't. The Eridani Light Horse and the Crater Cobras might be the most famous former SLDF units turned merc that still express some loyalty to the Star League, but they are by no means the only ones. Bolton's Rangers were extremely proud of having been with Alexander Kerensky when he put an end to Amaris and retained SLDF color schemes on their mechs even when they signed up with the Duke of Orient as house troops. Incidentally, we're now at chapter 50 and well over 280,000 words, roughly 3 novels worth of text. Nice to see plenty of people still reading at this point. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Partly. The NEOPS Association is the riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma of the inner sphere. We're probably the people that Comstar have conspiracy theories about. We should pick 3 diametrically opposed or mutually exclusive ones and drop hints to the Maskarov that the first one of them is true, the ISF the second and safe the third, not just to obfuscate things but because it'll send ROM completely nuts when they read their mail. General Franklin Hallis has fun messing with intelligence agencies. 2843 CE. Robert H. Goddard Spaceport, NEOPS 7, NEOPS Association 2842. I peeked into your office on the way to the meeting room. Love the new desk, Franklin Hallis told Admiral Bremen as he took his own seat at the conference table. As usual, the building was warm enough, but Navy headquarters had been built in a hurry with everything botched together, including the hollow projector somewhat crudely bolted to the table. General Romanov was focused on examining the large projection currently floating above said table. A colony star map zoomed in on the border between the Free Worlds League and the Lyran Commonwealth, and as the others chatted she was considering the strategic situation. If Irian there fell to the Steiner offensive, it wouldn't just rob Merrick of one of their most important industrial worlds, it could also lead to the eventual loss of every system the League owned from there to Terra, she determined, frowning. It was no wonder why Gerald Merrick was throwing just about all the reserves he still had at Irian, even at the expense of other systems. Marcus Steiner, his opponent, being less overstretched however, was also able to find forces to send other places, hence his recent conquest of Denise, which put pressure on the border elsewhere. All things considered, the current situation still majorly sucked for the Free Worlds League. Romanov decided while pressing a button on her noteputer to center the star map back on NEOPS instead. The Comstar interdiction might have only lasted a couple of years, but a truce might well take a couple of decades to fully recover from its consequences, even if they were able to keep Marcus Steiner's boot firmly off their neck for now, which in itself wasn't looking entirely certain. If it hadn't been Gerald Merrick that had arranged his father's brain aneurysm, he might be wishing that whoever actually was responsible hadn't made their move earlier. Frankly, he had inherited an absolute clusterfuck, and the only bright spot in his strategic situation was that the Capellan Confederation was too busy dealing with a major push into their own territory by the Federated Sons to maintain their offensive towards Orient. Bremen looked at Hallis askance. You really had to mention the desk? He asked rhetorically as Brigadier Nellis at the other end of the table tried to hide his grin behind a donut. You just couldn't resist. You can't still be sore about losing the last one, Jake, surely? Hallis asked sweetly. I will hold a grudge about that until the day I die. That desk was an antique, came all the way from Terra back in 2741, Bremen complained. If it was that good, then why did Olsen have a new one made? Because he wanted a bigger, more imposing one, Bremen explained. That desk was the only thing in Navy headquarters nicer than the furniture in Craig's office. Don't drag me into this, it's not my fault that the furniture and decor in my building isn't mass-produced, soulless utilitarian junk, Nellis replied. The Star League had spared no expense when they originally established the colony, although this was of course an organization which had a budget that allowed for things like ordering 2 McKenna-class battleships to be built annually for nearly a century and a half at a cost of 30 billion C-bills each. By rights the High Administrator's old desk should have come to me anyway as ranking officer, but you didn't hear me whining about it, General Romanoff interjected, sipping at her coffee. Somehow Bremen was still managing to get his hands on higher quality coffee beans than she was too. If she didn't know better she'd think he'd been getting it smuggled all the way from Jamaica on Terra all these years, right under the nose of Comstar. She was definitely going to have the James Sever searched from stem to stern when it finally got back in a couple of weeks, mostly to check if the Navy had sneaked a few hundred tons of contraband aboard. Apart from high-grade Terran coffee, genuine Scotch and Irish whiskey were worth a fortune way out here, and it was a lot easier to get your hands on it in Italy than on Neops. The ever-dependable Colonel MacArthur was hopefully bringing her back a few kilos of first-flush Darjeeling tea from India with express orders to keep quiet about it, of course. Please pass on my congratulations to your troops who participated in the latest training exercise on Jane's Island, Craig, she requested of Brigadier Nellis. I hear Colonel Benedict wasn't too happy about the outcome. Hallis chuckled. Jax Benedict practically had steam coming out of his ears after one of his battalions fell headlong into a Nom ambush and got themselves virtually annihilated, he said. He's not the most placid of men at the best of times. Let's face it, my guys and gals were due another win, they don't happen that often. We've been regularly getting whooped by the SLDF for a decade now, Nellis pointed out. It's a good thing you learn more from failure than you do success. No need for false modesty, for what it's worth I doubt there's many regiments of house regulars out there these days that one of yours wouldn't maul, let alone militia. It's not just the better gear, it's the training and doctrine, Hallis told him. Just don't expect to be able to pull that particular trick on any of my people again. You're right about learning more from failure. Just so long as Benedict doesn't demand a trial of grievance for showing him up, Nellis joked. I was never really that good a mech warrior to begin with, he said before becoming more serious. High Associator Murray told me that he's still in two minds about offering a contract to Bolton's Rangers. So am I, but not for the same reason, I'll bet, Hallis added for himself. If they had quit working for the Combine after the Kent Aries massacre like the Eridani Light Horse did, it would have been a better look for them, but they didn't. We did raise the issue and they say they thought it was all exaggerated until they left Drac territory and got to see the evidence Comstar and the Federated Sons had collected, Romanoff replied. Could be true, it's not like the Combine is well known for having a free press, or for allowing you to express officially unsanctioned opinions as well as keep your head on your shoulders. If you only got to read their accounts of the war, they'd probably seem just as honorable as they always claim to be. Maybe, Hallis replied, still not entirely convinced. I suppose they were just lucky that they didn't end up like those poor bastards from the Paul Bunyan Regiment when they finally realized that the Combine actually were the assholes the Steiners and the Davians always said they were. Murray's issue is more financial. If we hire them to take over protecting Comstock and Francas as proposed, we'll have to cut back government spending somewhere else, and the easiest place to do that is scale back on his pet project to place orbital telescopes around every world where we've placed an HPG before he leaves office. Those actually have a defense application. Why not just scrap that gigantic radio astronomy array he wants to build a couple of jumps out from McKeeves Folly because it's so quiet out there? Hallis asked. Oh no, he won't be doing that, Nellis replied, rolling his eyes. If it came to it, he'd delay construction of the shipyard again first. Unfortunately for him, Admiral Bremen had been taking a drink from his cup of coffee at that precise moment, and he practically drowned as he made a strangled sound of horror and it went down the wrong tube. No. He eventually managed to protest through the coughing. Relax, Jake. You're getting your damn shipyard, Romanoff assured the Admiral before he had some kind of seizure. Objectively, he did have a point that the Navy had been sidelined when it came to investment and procurement over the years, and he was also probably correct that it was their warships which deterred foreign aggression far more than their advanced battle mechs. If that had been in any doubt before then, the press reaction to the James Sever being deployed to Cercinus and then all the way to Terra had confirmed it. Despite not being deployed nearly as much now as they used to be, warships were still the ultimate symbol of the power of an interstellar nation. There was a reason why Charles Merrick had used a couple of his to destroy the Comstar orbital facility over Orient in 2837, thus triggering the Comstar War and the interdiction, rather than just take it out with squadrons of aerospace fighters. Sending warships to do a job sent a message that you were serious. The Neops Association had warships, possibly more of them than they were letting on. That meant that despite them being a small periphery nation, they had to be taken seriously by the great houses. This was particularly true of their closest neighbor, the Free Worlds League, which was still trying to recover economically and territorially from Charles Merrick's ill-thought-out move against Comstar. If a truce tried to lean on Neops at the moment, then Neops would laugh in their face because Charles's successor, Gerald Merrick, just couldn't spare enough troops and ships from the front lines to invade the Illyrian Palatinate right now, let alone someone that could, at minimum, ram a frigate and a couple of destroyers up his ass. Good. It's bad enough that those orbital telescopes need electronics that would otherwise go into dropship production. They'll slow down the rate at which I can get cargo masters and cargo kings into service. Bremen succeeded in getting out once he stopped coughing. The new Alliance-class orbiting dropship yard could make most of the cargo king and cargo master, but the advanced computers that made the things so superior to other cargo carriers had to be produced by the electronics auto FAC salvaged from Camelot Command. That auto FAC's time was almost as precious as that of the project workshops. It could reproduce any circuit you fed the diagram for into it and even make custom electronic components not already in its inventory if it had to. The secrecy of Camelot Command had meant the station needed to be as self-sufficient as possible. The fewer SLDF ships traveling in and out of the dark nebula carrying supplies, the lower the chances that the Rim Worlds Republic would discover the naval base hidden in their midst. Franklin Hallis looked thoughtful. Maybe we're missing a trick here, he said, drumming his fingers on the table absent-mindedly. What if there's a way to get Bolton's Rangers to accept a contract that'll cost us a lot less money and enable us to hold onto them in the long term? He suggested. Such as? Romanoff queried. We were already looking to absorb Islington into the hegemony, its prime real estate, a future breadbasket system with only a small indigenous population that is amenable to further migration. We could offer Bolton's Rangers land grants there in lieu of some of their pay, explaining that they'll be worth a fortune as more people from the inner sphere come to settle in the hegemony. It's already been suggested by the Treasury, Romanoff replied. Offering them land grants, I mean, not necessarily on Islington. It has? Well, it's only part of my idea, Hallis replied. What we also need is to get them to agree to signing up for the NEOPS company store. Nellis blinked. You're kidding. They'll never do that. A good part of the reason they quit working for the Combine is because they were getting screwed by that kind of system. That was the Draconis Combine company store, not the NEOPS Association company store, Hallis responded. The one the Drax operate doesn't have ferrofibrous armor on the shelves because we're apparently the only people that can still make that stuff. Hell, before too long we'll be literally the only game in town for new double heat sinks, ERP-Cs, Guardian ECM systems, all sorts of gear. Gear that we're either currently in the process of replacing with even better equipment or have in mass production already, like the ferrofibrous for the Blackjack, Romanoff replied, nodding as she thought it through. Their cast-offs were worth their weight in gold to most anybody else, and for a lot of mercenary units signing a contract that lasted a few years just to get hold of them might be well worth doing even if the actual pay was better somewhere else. The Rangers probably have a few Phoenix Hawk mediums in their inventory. The NEOPS company store naturally has an offer on compatible XL engines if someone should want to soup up their old PXH1, Hallis said, doing his best impression of a used car salesman. Here's another idea. Bolton's Rangers were originally the 208th Hussars Regiment, right? We could even give them an HSR 200DB Hussar Light as a signing bonus. We already replaced them in SLDF service with the 250 model and now we've got the 260 in production. To anyone but us, handing over a Royal would seem ridiculously generous, extravagant even. It would certainly make it easier to get them to sign on the bottom line. All the 200 DBS were transferred to the militia when you got the 250s. If you plan to give any of my mechs away to mercenaries, I'd really hope you'd ask me first, Nellis responded drily. We'd replace them with either new build 260s or 250s upgraded to 260 standard, Romanoff told him. Great, so are there any other machines that belong to me you want to give away, because if I get better mechs as replacements I'm all for it. Nellis offered magnanimously, immediately scrapping his initial objection to the proposal. Admiral Bremen smiled. I've got visions of Bolton's Rangers in 10 years looking to go work for someone else but then realizing it'll be a bitch getting spare parts for all their fancy new equipment. If we wanted to keep them sweet in the long term we could say we're okay with them basing themselves in the NEOPS hegemony but taking contracts elsewhere, Hallis suggested. That was part of my thinking in giving them land on Islington. It's 5 jumps from here, halfway to Frobisher. If they rotated one battalion to stay at home for training, and to look after their dependents say, while the others deployed, we'd get a free garrison unit in a strategically useful location. Anything like that would have to be agreed by the civilian government. I don't think the politicians would be happy allowing a mercenary unit based here to work for just anyone, Nellis said. I mean, if they wanted to do work for the Palatinate or the magistracy while living inside our borders I don't think anyone would have an issue with it. For that matter the Merricks, Steiners, and Davians are assholes but they're not complete assholes, and they all seem to have at least a vague understanding that people have individual rights, but in the Draconis Combine and the Capellan Confederation it's tyranny o'clock 24/7. Allowing mercenaries living under our flag to work for governments I wouldn't piss on if they were on fire wouldn't be a good look. I doubt that Bolton's Rangers would agree to work for Kurita ever again but it's a fair point, Hallis responded, reaching for a donut. Widening the scope of this we might want to think about bringing our association with the troublemakers into this discussion. Their contract with us is open-ended but they're bound to want to get out there and bringing in more money eventually. I know Tyson himself is looking into expanding recruitment, get his regiment back to being an actual regiment again. Yeah, I don't know if everyone heard, but he inquired about maybe buying a blackjack lance from us a while back, Romanov noted. We had to turn him down, of course. What we've got under the hood on those things is secret for a good reason, but he seemed to accept that all our production capacity for the next few years is already earmarked for our planetary militias. I offered to put in a good word with Majesty Metals and Manufacturing if he ever thought about buying mechs from them instead. We're on their Christmas card list at the moment thanks to facilitating their arms contract with the Palatinate and the ongoing Saber negotiations. If we can fix those stasis tubes for the Magus tricks, our rep on Canopus will head into the stratosphere faster than a Saber on overthrust. That'll be the time to put in a good word for Tyson, Bremen observed. You're not kidding. The way I heard it, Michaela Centrella would probably offer to blow the High Associator if she thought it would help, Romanov joked. I'm glad you're the one that said that, ma'am, Nellis said, laughing. Geez, imagine what she'd do for the anti-agathic treatments, Bremen asked rhetorically, laughing himself. Something you can pay good money for, no questions asked, on most any planet in the magistracy most likely, Romanov replied. I'll bet you've got no shortage of volunteers for the cargo runs to Thraxa, do you, Admiral? No ma'am, it's a very popular assignment. I'm not sure it's just because of the cheap Tascan burgers and the mountain climbing either, Bremen replied. Getting shore leave on a magistracy planet was a lot of fun. Talking of Thraxa, if we do hire these new mercs, then we might want to think about planting the flag on Alfargani ahead of schedule. We'll have a few extra troops available for garrison duty, and placing an HPG relay there means we won't be as vulnerable to more random technical glitches in the Hednesford station, occasionally cutting off our communications with the rest of the inner sphere. I do hope you're not insinuating that Comster might be screwing with us. Hallis asked in mock horror. Nah, of course not. It's just that it would look a teeny bit suspicious if both the Hednesford and Thraxa stations went down at exactly the same time, more blatant than they might be comfortable with, Bremen replied, smiling. I'd like to be a fly on the wall inside their Thraxa HPG compound when the first transmission arrives there from Alfargani. Anybody want to make a bet how long it'll be before a jump ship appears to investigate what we're doing out there? Hallis suddenly smirked, looking distinctly evil. It's not like we'll likely ever actually settle Alfargani. There's no rocky planets in the Goldilocks zone, and terraforming the one moon around a gas giant that is on the outer edge of the zone would cost us a fortune, but if we wanted to mess with Comstar we could make it look like we're building a Castle Bryan there, he suggested. You know, signs of excavation, big piles of dirt visible from space, loads of landing pads and runways marked out on the ground a few clicks from the relay station. Nellis grinned. An automated warning buoy telling people to stay well clear or they run the risk of being targeted by surface batteries, he added for himself. All we'd need is a radar with enough wattage to make it convincing. I'd bet Comstar would make sure to mention it to the Free Worlds League and the Magistracy given where Alfargani is located, Bremen reasoned. Our cover story, which would actually be the truth, is that we've only got a presence there because it's within HPG range of both Comstock and Thraxa. Now, we're also officially there so we can set up an orbital telescope, Nellis added. Which will actually be true as well, but they'll all assume it's part of the Castle Bryan sensor grid rather than because the High Associator wants stellar observation data from as many systems as possible. Romanov sighed. If people knew how much time and effort we put into messing with the phone company, they'd think we were either very petty or that we thought Comstar was some kind of dark malevolent force slowly twisting its tendrils into the galaxy. Little of column A, little of column B, Bremen responded with a shrug. In other news, it looks like we're going to get approval from Atrus to begin relocating people from Sirignola and Melk. They've basically given up on both colonies, and if we want to offer the people there a new home, it just gets them out of Gerald Merrick's hair. Any conditions? Nellis asked. Only that we have to offer the refugees the option to be dropped off at Romita if they don't want to come live on Bakalu, Bremen replied. If it all goes smoothly, it's possible we'll get people migrating from Stettin, Izmir, Revel, Turof and New Galicia eventually too. They're becoming almost as rundown as Melk themselves, and they're not that far away from us either. That might depend on whether the Free Worlds League wants to plow in the money and resources needed to keep them viable or not though. Is it just a lack of fresh water for irrigation that's screwing all these worlds? Romanov queried. That and a lack of jump ships, Bremen told her. If the League wants to buy JU purifiers from us, or even make their own, that would help with the water situation, but they're still critically short of interstellar transport. Part of the reason they're willing to let us relocate their citizens without kicking up a fuss is because we're still helping them out hauling cargo between Westover, Lesnovo, and Hednesford. Having one of our big monolith jump ships doing that heavy lifting for them frees up 3 of their invaders that they really need hauling logistics up to the front lines. You know, when they find out about us moving cargo for the League, the Lyrans and the Capellans probably won't be happy, Hallis observed. Not that I really give a rat's ass about what Marcus Steiner or Lorelli Liao thinks of us, but it's still an issue. We're not moving any actual military units or equipment for Merrick, so we can still claim neutrality, and we are charging a fee to ferry their dropships around so we can claim it's just a commercial decision, Bremen replied. Having the Free Worlds League feeling antagonistic towards us would be a much bigger pain in the ass than having the other two feeling aggrieved, which is also why we've just agreed that Andurian Aerotech doesn't have to start handing over the next Stingray squadron they owe us until halfway through next year. The FWLM desperately need to replace some of their own losses first. I hope we kicked up a fuss about the delay, we paid for those things in PPCs nearly 3 years ago now, Nellis pointed out. Yes, of course, on principle, but it's not like the Skunk Works doesn't already have plenty of other work to do, so it's not like we've got people stood idle because they're not upgrading imported aerospace fighters up to our specs, Bremen told him. On that topic, I checked with the Skunk Works for an update yesterday and I was told they're confident that they can retool the line that made the 315XL engines for the Stag 2 to turn out 300XL engines they can cram into the Stingray instead. Having a little longer to sort out any teething problems could actually be useful though, it's not quite as simple as tweaking the engine being made for the Stag to power a Hussar, they say. Hallis chuckled. Understatement of the century may be given that aerospace fighters aren't mechs, he said. It's not just about generating electrical power on a fighter. I'm told they're basically just going to borrow some ideas from the engine in the Void Seeker. It was based on the Stingray after all, and the legal ownership of the design is murky enough that hopefully we won't get sued by someone about it in the future, Bremen said. The Terran Hegemony's Skunk Works operated in just as much of a legal grey area as ours does. If anyone asks, we'll tell them Neops had a license to produce Void Seeker engines and be deliberately vague about how we got it. Just something else to add to all the conspiracy theories about us that are starting to fly around out there, Hallis said, grinning evilly. My new personal favorite is the one running around the magistracy that says Alexander Kerensky deliberately left the 295th behind at Neops to keep an eye on Lauren Hayes and Jerome Blake because he didn't fully trust them. That's the real reason shipped PPCs to help the Free Worlds League during the Comstar War, and why we're eventually going to break their monopoly on HPGs. Our orders were to make sure the phone company with delusions of grandeur didn't ever become too influential and powerful. Bremen laughed. Well, we're actually here because of a different Kerensky, but, that said, it's still a policy I could get behind. The misdirection and obfuscation is actually pretty good for us, Hallis maintained. We might want to spread a counter-rumor ourselves that we were actually in league with Hermann Schweppes, the guy that was supposed to take over Comstar after Blake, and that our beef with Toyama and now Karpov is because they're not doing enough to restore the Terran hegemony, he continued. We know Toyama was telling the great houses that the reason he purged Schweppes and his supporters was because Schweppes wanted to leverage their SLDF divisions and control of the HPG network to that end, so it'll ring true in a few circles. Especially after we sent some people all the way to Terra and biggied up our hegemony credentials in public, he said before smirking. Even if Karpov wasn't paranoid about his own people before, I'd assume that rumor would tip the bastard over the edge. You've never managed to forget your time running an impromptu intelligence agency, have you, Franklin? Romanoff asked him rhetorically, wagging her finger in mock reproachment. Once a spook, always a spook. I'm sometimes surprised that the galaxy's most unnerving burger flipper never adopted him, Bremen remarked. Although if we're talking murky, secret squirrel stuff, I still think that Craig here is holding out on us after what we turned up in the old NOM database. Nellis held up his hands. As God is my witness, I have no freaking idea how the blueprints for Nighthawk power armor ended up on Neops, he insisted honestly, having been just as surprised as anyone else when a trawl though the old files in the archive looking for something else had recently turned them up. My only guess is that they're from back when the association was making spare parts for XXXIV Corps. They did have some royal troops on their roster. Maybe the 187th Royal Striker Regiment was going to be issued them as part of the next set of operational trials before the Periphery Uprising in 65 threw everything into chaos. He suggested. Oh, come on. Hallis replied, feigning suspicion because he did actually believe the guy. It would be bad enough if Neops only had the design for the Mark XXI, that was at least actually in service before the Star League fell, but the Mark XXII was only a prototype undergoing trials. If the 331st hadn't been a royal division, we wouldn't have even heard of the thing, and we didn't even have the actual plans for them, just a few photographs. I was even more surprised than you were, Brigadier Nellis insisted. If I'd had any idea we had the plans for those things, then you'd have found us already using them when you people first arrived here, he told the SLDF officers earnestly. Project workshop time wasn't fully booked 15 years ahead back then. We could have found some capacity to make a few platoons worth of the things if we'd known we had the blueprints. Tell the truth. NOM is just a front for a SOG sleeper cell, just admit it. Romanoff joined in, enjoying the banter. The special operations groups of the SLDF, the special forces teams that performed Black Ops missions, had been equipped with Nighthawk Mark XXI power armor suits because the integrated stealth and ECM systems made them very difficult to detect. Making an infantryman wearing a heavily armored suit weighing 400 kilos that had a jetpack attached actually sneaky had been quite the accomplishment, but Special Forces Command had managed to pull it off. The Mark XXII version was essentially just a Mark XXI that swapped out the ECM for an automatic grenade launcher. It had been intended for large-scale production, and if not for the Amorous War, the infantry units of the hegemony-born royal divisions would have started being issued them in quantity. Like a lot of royal equipment, the Mark XXII was intended to make sure that the Terran hegemony remained very much first among equals in the Star League, and it genuinely was a mystery how the plans for such a highly classified piece of kit not yet fully in service ended up in a database of a scientific research colony situated in the back of Beyond. It's true. NAM is actually an SAS unit in disguise. We've only been pretending not to be the elite of the elite all these years, and until now we've just been letting your people win whenever we conduct exercises together, Brigadier Nellis replied deadpan. And because that information is need to know, I'll have to kill you all now, he declared, holding up his hands in a kung fu stance. Can I finish my donut first? Hallis asked. Sure, go ahead, Nellis replied, reaching for his coffee, while trying not to laugh. Before Craig breaks our necks and quietly disposes of the bodies, I'd like your thoughts on Kepler, Romanoff said, wondering to herself whether it was worth having another donut given that she would have to spend another 30 minutes on the damn treadmill if she did. Kepler? Well, it's hard to get started when reading his Epitome Astronomia Copernicani, but once you get going it's a lot easier, Nellis replied, feeling pleased with himself until he realized that nobody else in the room seemed to get the reference. It's an inertia joke, he explained, realizing that people not born and raised on Neops wouldn't have necessarily have even heard of that book, much less know what was in it. I'll take your word for it, Romanoff replied flatly. Assuming that you mean the Kepler system, not the astronomer, I guess you're asking if we think we should go ahead and place a garrison there as well. Bremen surmised. If so, I'd have to say yes. If anyone else ever finds out about all the oil and natural gas hidden under those sand dunes, they'll plant a flag there, even if it's just to stop us doing it. The oil down the desert way has been shaken to the top, Hallis sang a line from an old song. He liked various types of classical music, although dubstep of course remained his go-to favorite genre, much to the annoyance of his family he inflicted it on. We'll have plenty of JU water purifiers coming out of the factory on Alphard soon, which will make sustaining a small garrison in the drier parts of Kepler a lot easier logistically. It's not exactly going to be a popular posting, and not just because it's almost Alphard-level arid, Romanoff pointed out. Our survey teams had a few less than encouraging things to say about the local fauna and flora. Those Kepler magna lizards can chew right through an armored environmental protection suit for a start. When they caught one to bring it back for the zoo, it ate its way out of the cage they stuck it in on the dropship. They ended up flushing the damn thing into space because they were worried it might start gnawing on the hull. Why the crap would anything need teeth and a jaw pressure like that? Nellis asked reasonably. Even animals that could effortlessly crush bones with their bite couldn't chew through a dropship hull. Supposedly they mostly subsist on a type of vine that's more like a steel cable than it is a normal plant, Romanoff told him. The Corps of Engineers has this notion that with a little genetic tweaking they can grow tow lines for tanks and suspension cables for bridges using it. Someone claiming a sense of humor even suggested making leashes for Thunderbirds out of it. Leashes? What about a lasso? I'd pay good money to see an assault mech rope and hogtie a 35-ton chicken with a bad temper, Bremen told them with completely sincerity. Hallis blinked. Okay, so I was going to suggest we enter a mech in the tournament on Illyria next year as part of our attempts to raise our profile in the inner sphere, but Thunderbird wrangling sounds like something that would really bring in the ratings, he opined. Of course we'd also need an Atlas-sized Stetson hat, something to add to the backlog of jobs for the project workshops. Sounds more like something we'd have to assign to the Skunk Works. They've got more of a sense of humor over there, Bremen decided. Children, I work with children, Romanoff complained, rolling her eyes as she was once again reminded that men never grew up. Galileo is the only system we already have a presence upon that's within a single jump of Kepler, so we might want to consider rotating the SLDF garrisons between those two systems every few months for the sake of morale. Building sandcastles and trying not to get eaten by lizards on Kepler is going to get old fast. Knowing that it won't be too long until you rotate back to Galileo and can visit a bar and send an HPG home is going to make it much more bearable, she suggested. It could be years before Neops actually colonized Kepler, hydrocarbon deposits or not, and the garrison couldn't even look forward to seeing some action because no pirate was going to raid the place to steal sand. Any news on trying to get a license to produce the crab, Mom? Nellis asked. I mean ma'am, he corrected himself, earning a glare. Not yet. I'm still trying to get the High Associator to grasp that it's worth doing right now, despite the fact it'll be 10 years or more before we can actually get around to building a factory for them, Romanoff replied, wishing not for the first time that Brigadier Nellis was in her chain of command because Hallis and Bremen who wouldn't have made that joke. I guess you explained that the only reason we want to try and get it now is because the Federated Suns took Northwind and with it the only part of Kosara weaponry's not under the thumb of Comstar. Hallis checked. Yes. And I also explained that the reason we never thought about getting a license before was that with Northwind under Capellan rule we'd have been giving money to a tyrannical police state, which just wasn't morally acceptable, Romanoff confirmed. We already did deals with New Avalon to get licenses for the Blackjack and the Cargo Masta, so we know they're open to approving them, and since the Kosara plant on Northwind is supposed to be a wreck they might not make us pay through the nose either. It's not like we'd be competing on sales, they aren't actually making the things, just servicing them. If we can get them we'll have one hell of a good, reliable trooper mech on our hands, especially with our new ER lasers, the next generation double heatsinks and the improved ferrofibrous and endo steel we'll have before we're actually in a position to make any of them, Hallis observed before chuckling. Maybe we'll even get that weird new engine that Farnstrom came up with by then too, he added in jest. I'll believe that thing works when I see it, and by works I mean consistently without periodic containment breaches that'll turn the cockpit into a blast furnace, Nellis responded dubiously. He had been dealing with that lunatic a lot longer than they had, and certified genius or not, Farnstrom was still a confirmed whack job. Just the idea of having to rely on what was effectively a force field to protect you from the particles being thrown off by the high-energy plasma inside the fusion reactor sounded way too sci-fi for his tastes. Just because it looked like it would work on paper didn't mean it would work in practice, and given that it would have to work reliably in the field on the move with people shooting at it, not just under ideal laboratory conditions, Nellis wasn't alone in being cautious. They were about to start discussing the next item on the agenda when they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Enter, Bremen called out. He knew his people well enough to know they wouldn't interrupt a meeting of the Joint Chiefs for something unimportant. A young naval lieutenant opened the door and entered, smiling sheepishly. Feels like déjà vu, she said quietly, looking at the Admiral and the three generals with him. Sorry to interrupt, but we just received an HPG addressed to General Romanoff and Brigadier General Nellis from a mercenary unit looking for work. Bolton's Rangers are persistent, I'll give them that, Hallis remarked. It's not from them, that's why I thought I should interrupt, the lieutenant replied. It's from the Blackhearts. They used to be the 77th Special Operations Group, you know, Special Armed Services, she said, moving to hand a piece of paper to Romanoff and then an identical one to Nellis. They were like SLDF Black Ops, right? She asked. The blackest, Hallis replied, looking pointedly at Nellis. I was just joking earlier. Joking? Nellis insisted, holding up his hands. They must have addressed it to me as well as General Romanoff because Captain Carmichael mentioned I was his commanding officer when he was interviewed by the press on Terra. Okay, but I've had people waterboard. I've been less suspicious of than I am of you right now, Craig, Hallis told him. Just keep that in mind, Nighthawk boy, he said as Romanoff ignored them and read the HPG message. Anybody got any ideas what we could find an elite special forces unit with possibly flexible morals to actually do at the moment? Romanoff asked rhetorically after finishing reading the message. They'd be wasted guarding sand dunes on Kepler, she said wryly, folding it up. Note from the author. The political and strategic situation in the inner sphere of the early 2840s was very much dynamic. The Free Worlds League was still trying to recover from the Comstar interdiction with Marcus Steiner at their throat pushing hard at Irian. The Capellan Confederation had to deal with Paul Davian taking Northwind off them, and Comstar's Operation Holy Shroud was messing with everyone. Interesting times indeed. With Northwind now in the hands of the Federated Sons, not the Capellan Confederation, trying to obtain a license to produce the Crab battle mech from Kosara weaponries because more politically viable. The SLDF had intended on making the Crab its standard medium mech, but events conspired otherwise. Kepler, Horatius, was known for its hydrocarbon reserves and some interesting local fauna and flora, including the Pharaoh-vine and the Magna lizard. It's nowhere near as readily habitable as other worlds in the region such as Islington, a breadbasket world of the Marian hegemony in canon, but was still colonized because the spice oil must flow. Sirignola and Melk in the Free Worlds League both dropped off the map around this time, with many other systems to do so over the next few years. The League was unable to support all its worlds for economic and logistical reasons, not enough jump ships to go around, and isn't going to object too much if someone else offers the inhabitants of worlds it's given up on a new home. In canon, the Neops Association began production of Nighthawk power armor in the 3070s in response to the deteriorating strategic situation in their corner of space. Quite how a scientific research colony had the plans for the highly classified MK. XXI and MK. XXII Nighthawk in their database is one of those mysteries that leads people to think that there's more to Neops than meets the eye. The MK. XXII in particular was only in trials when Neops became isolated at the start of the Amorous Civil War. The MK. XXI Nighthawk was used by the SLDF Special Armed Services, SAS, branch, which included the 77th Special Operations Group, aka the Blackhearts, who stayed behind and became a mercenary regiment that operated in the periphery during the First and Second Succession War. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part 3. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Quotation from a flyer distributed by the Neops Association Hegemony in the Inner Sphere, 2842 CE. Torin City Spaceport Copernicus System 2842. Growing up, Vaslav Tefnek had never really thought he would get to travel, much less leave Sirignola for good, but now as he led his young family down the ramp of the dropship to set foot on another world for the first time in their lives, he was pretty sure that this wasn't even going to be their final destination. Tefnek had been a farmer back home and wanted to remain one. He just wanted to farm land actually worth farming, and fortunately his wife and Jolly had agreed. There was clearly no future for them back home, and when the opportunity to start a new one dropped into their laps, they had seized it with both hands. The NEOPS Association was looking for people to settle their new colonies out in the periphery, and they were the ones currently offering that better future Vaslav and Anjali wanted for their 3 children. The fact that someone actually was establishing new colonies was weird enough in this day and age, but if you took their offer to emigrate, NEOPS would even transport you there for free and maybe even give you land for a farm if you convinced them you would work hard. The big attraction of moving to NEOPS-controlled space, however, was that they weren't at war with anyone. As a result, interstellar commerce there wasn't in its death throes, the economy was booming, not contracting. People were willing to take risks on investments, and companies were building capital, constructing new factories because people weren't randomly dropping WMD on them. In an era where weather forecasts across much of the inner sphere could be summarized all too often as light breeze with a chance of nerve gas or 12,000 degrees, very cloudy, even those people who did still had money were understandably somewhat loath to risk their savings on anything that might attract orbital bombardment. Nobody had directly attacked Sirignola, of course. It was so poor they didn't even have to deal with pirates all that often, let alone assaults by house militaries or mercenary raids, but the wars raging elsewhere still impacted them hard. Like many, it had relied upon imports to maintain its economy, and among those imports were the water purifiers needed to sustain viable agriculture on a marginally habitable world. The destruction of the factories on Brownsville that had made the Jamerson-Ulikov purifiers had not hit the Free Worlds League as badly as it did everyone else, at least not right away. The less efficient but still functional tri-fill system made by Curtis Hydroponics in the Paradise system had allowed many Merrick-administered worlds which were dependent upon cheap water purification to soldier on for decades longer. Now, however, with the Free Worlds League lacking the jump ships needed to keep the civilian economy running and transport things like water filters to everywhere that needed them, less important worlds like Sirignola were drying up. It wasn't just systems like Sirignola that were suffering though. Right across the Free Worlds League, much like the rest of the inner sphere, everything was spiraling towards collapse. Even before the First Succession War had really got going, you could go 6 months between visits by jump ships in many systems, and as the wars between the great houses ground on that interval grew longer and longer until it was measured in years. Lacking an HPG, the population of Sirignola didn't even find out about the Comstar interdiction on the Free Worlds League until it was already over, and the only effect it really had on them was to learn from the crew of the merchant-class jump ship which had appeared in their midst one day was to learn that from now on they should probably expect to see visitors even less frequently than they had before. There was clearly no future on Sirignola, maybe not even for the Free Worlds League itself, which was being assailed from all sides and losing systems to both the wretched Capellans and the insidious Lyrans. That was why when the ship from Neops arrived one day offering the people there a chance at a new home, saying it would be back again in a few months to collect anyone who was interested, Vaslav Tefnek and most of his neighbors had decided to take that chance. The government back on Atrus didn't kick up a fuss about it all. Judging from their non-reaction, they might have even been secretly pleased to have the problem the people on Sirignola and other worlds in similar positions represented off their hands. As such, while a few of the people who decided to leave Sirignola on the Neops-owned jump ship decided to disembark early on Romita and remain living in the League, most chose to stick with the ship and continue their journey towards a new home in the periphery. For Tefnek's 3 kids it was all a big adventure, of course. Fortunately, and unlike some of their friends, they didn't discover during the first jump of their lives that they suffered from transit disorientation syndrome, which made some people extremely nauseous or disorientated during interstellar travel. The Monolith-class jump ship which had come to collect them from Sirignola was massive, able to carry 9 dropships at once, each one huge, and with tens of thousands of people loaded aboard, along with a surprisingly generous allowance of luggage and personal items. It had jumped from Sirignola to Izmir, then on to Romita, its last stop in Merrick-controlled territory, before finally jumping to Neops itself one jump further out in the so-called near periphery. While nobody would call their parent star particularly impressive, when the monolith had maneuvered alongside a massive space station floating there to fast recharge its jump core for the next leg of the journey, it certainly confirmed that Neops was not your typical periphery world. While they waited at the Neops zenith point for a few days recharging the drive for the next leg of the trip, they even got to see an actual warship off in the distance, the crew loaning out a handheld telescope to anyone wanting a better look through the portholes at what they said was the destroyer currently operating as the Neops guardship. Those among the Sirignola migrants who knew more about military matters than most weren't actually as impressed, or surprised by the warship as they were the aerospace fighter that flew past their ship not long after they arrived, the fighter close enough to see the Red Cameron stars on its wings and tailplane as it buzzed the monolith. "That's a goddamn Void Seeker drone," someone Tefnek knew in passing had exclaimed in obvious shock. Tefnek didn't know them very well, they were from a couple of valleys over from where he had lived, but if he remembered right, their grandfather had served in the Free World's Navy. "What's that then?" Tefnek had asked curiously, wondering what the fuss was about. "You know, a Void Seeker, a robot fighter, they used to use them as part of an SDS system along with Casper AI warships," the man answered his query. "I've seen pictures of them in old books. Don't be too impressed, we didn't make them, we just salvaged some of them from an old SLDF base," one of the jumpsuit dropship crew interjected, floating past them in microgravity presumably on the way somewhere. "It'll be a few more years before we can make things like that on Neops, but we'll get there eventually," she said confidently. You might see one again when we make the jump to AJC, we use them to defend space stations. They don't get bored doing guard duty or flying repetitive patrols like human fighter pilots do, so they're always alert and ready to throw down if someone tries to shoot up the station. Has that ever happened? Someone attacking your space stations, I mean? The man who had recognized the drone asked. The woman in the jumpsuit shook her head, the movement in microgravity causing her longish hair to tumble around. Nat, after word spread about our warships, and that pirates who wander into our corner of space inexplicably vanish, it's been really quiet in Neop's territory, she replied. If we weren't always concerned about the succession wars spilling out of the inner sphere into our laps, we'd probably mothball the battle fleet, but as it is, we're all worshipped up and no one to blow. She said, to bits, she added after a brief pause, grinning. Inexplicably vanish. Tefnek repeated her phrase, quizzically. Sounds more shadowy and dramatic than get immediately blasted and end up dead or doing 25 years hard labor, don't you think? The crewwoman joked. We like to maintain our air of mystery in the Neops Association. Gives the conspiracy theorists out there something to talk about. Talking of which, quick warning, if you ever meet someone in the hegemony calling themselves Kerensky, they're just yanking your chain, she told them. But what if they call themselves Cameron? Tefnek replied, smiling. Oh, that might be a real Cameron, we've got loads of them running around. I know plenty of people out there already know that Amanda Cameron wasn't an only child, saying that her parents secretly had twins, but that's misdirection, the woman announced, trying to sound sincere. They actually had octuplets, and since then they've all gone on to have at least half a dozen kids of their own too. It's gotten bad, you can barely walk down the street without tripping over a Cameron on Neops these days, honestly they're starting to become a pest, she said sadly. So you're saying that Comstar doesn't have the Cameron air hidden on Mars? One of the other migrants asked, playing along. Only the fake one we planted on them, the Cameron they have is just a doppelganger. The Primus is going to be really mad when he finds out he's only got a McKenna with some plastic surgery. I knew it. Someone else exclaimed, resulting in considerable laughter from all sides as the Void Seeker made another final pass and then headed back towards the station. It was also while waiting at the Neops Zenith point that Tefnek got to try out a couple of unfamiliar foods for the first time, part of the resupply that was ferried over from the space station. The finial bread from Alphard and some kind of meat from an animal called a moa was different to what he was used to eating, but they weren't bad by any means. The moa was supposedly a recreated Terran species, not the completely alien one he had assumed, a flightless bird from New Zealand that had originally gone extinct more 1,000 years ago and was now being raised for its meat on Neops 7. Judging by the size of the drumstick he saw, Tefnek concluded that the bird it came from must be as tall as a man at least, and out of curiosity he asked the ship's cook how big they actually got. Being told in response that one species is the size of a battle mech, Tefnek naturally assumed that the man he had asked about it was just yanking his chain. People from Neops seemed to enjoy doing that to people from elsewhere. He had laughed and thought no more about it. Nobody not actually from Neops was allowed to land on one of the planets in that system, and there wasn't even a planet to land on in the oddly named Annie Jump Cannon, the next stop on their long journey, so it wasn't until they reached Copernicus that Vaslav Tefnek and the other migrants got to actually set foot on one of the worlds belonging to their new homeland. His initial impressions on arrival were that the local climate seemed better than it did on Sirignola, and as they headed down from orbit he had seen that the region around the spaceport and the town nearby called Torin was studded with seemingly well-organized and productive farms. But Tefnek knew that if he agreed to settle on a more recently colonized world than this one he would be granted more land, so he wasn't planning to stay on Copernicus very long, even if some of the other families were. There was a good future to be made on Copernicus for anyone that decided to make a home there, although it would likely be as an employee of someone else, not as your own boss. Thanks to its central location, the system had been designated as the future commercial, trade, and transport hub of the Neops hegemony going forward. From there the large majority of worlds with a Red Cameron Star currently flying over them could be reached in 1 or 2 jumps, and because of that it was supposedly next on the list to get its own recharge station after Alphard did. Unfortunately for those like Tefnek that had been farmers on Sirignola, and still wanted to be, most of the good land on Copernicus had already been claimed by people from Comstock and Francas. Those worlds were both former Terran hegemony colonies like Neops itself, so Tefnek assumed the people from there were getting preferential treatment over non-Terrans. But if you were willing to travel further afield then there was still plenty of free acreage available for budding farmers on Bakalu and Balalaba, apparently, wherever the hell they were. The buses waiting at the starport ferried the immigrants from Sirignola in batches to one of a trio of large transit camps nearby, each camp a collection of large tents and prefabricated buildings where they were able to shower and get something to eat in a large canteen before the bureaucracy got to work. People in uniforms hurried around answering questions as best they could and assigning everyone temporary quarters in the camp, families sharing dorm rooms together. A few refugees from the inner sphere had been trickling into the Neops Association for a few years now, and while they had initially all been directed towards Alphard, more recently the government had been settling them on Copernicus, building the transit camps to help smooth out the process. Having tens of thousands of people all arriving at once was new, but the people running the camp seemed to have been prepared for it and the process of dealing with them all appeared to be going smoothly as far as Tefnek could tell. After some paperwork was completed, a full medical screening came next, starting with the taking of DNA samples and then an eye exam performed by some kind of computer-controlled machine you sat in front of before the main event. Tefnek had expected to be prodded and probed by doctors for the main battery of tests, but instead everyone was directed to a large room consisting of a number of cubicles, each one holding a disconcertingly coffin-like machine that you had to climb inside one at a time after partially undressing. It was a medical scanner, some kind of Terran technology that NEOPS could still produce but was less tech most everywhere else. The thing didn't just perform CAT, MRI, GRT, and Velray scans upon you, do an ECG, monitor your blood pressure and analyze the chemicals in your breath. It also painlessly took a blood sample, all while playing soothing music. If you were scared of such procedures, or machines generally, it would also surreptitiously tranq you with a mild anesthetic if it noticed your heart rate climbing too fast, though only after it determined you weren't allergic to the drug being used. Anybody that refused to be scanned was told that the only alternatives were to be put back on a ship heading for the Free Worlds League or to be examined by human doctors instead. Nobody chose to go back to the League, while those who chose to be medically examined by a human instead soon learned that the third-generation Eligus medical diagnoser likely had a much better bedside manner than the grumpy military doctor concerned. For one thing, her own blood samples were not drawn painlessly and there were no happy drugs involved. While it was medical technicians who actually operated the machines, the results of the tests were sent to other doctors for review, that part of the entire operation taking rather longer, so it was a couple of hours later when Vasilov Tefnek and his wife Anjali were summoned to an office to discuss the findings while their kids played. Sat at a desk looking at a computer screen, a doctor in a pristine lab coat stood up when they entered. "MR and MRS Stepanek?" he asked, butchering the pronunciation. "Yes. Please take a seat," the doctor said, sitting back down himself as they did on the chairs provided. "I've gone through the results of your tests and can confirm that both of you are perfectly healthy, as are your two eldest children, but I'm afraid that I have to inform you that your youngest daughter, Dia, has a serious medical condition related to her kidneys and unfortunately it has progressed too far at this point to reverse or mitigate it effectively with drug treatment," he said in a manner that appeared far too relaxed given the gravity of what he was telling them. "How serious a condition?" Tefnek asked as his wife stared at the doctor in horror. The doctor leaned forward in his chair. "Potentially life-threatening if we don't do something about it," he replied. "If it had been caught earlier we could have probably fixed it with gene therapy, but at this stage she'll certainly need a transplant. As yet she's still asymptomatic, but that won't last, and when her health starts to deteriorate it'll do so fast." Tefnek blinked as his wife gasped. "If she needs a kidney transplant you can take one of mine," he told the doctor immediately. "Or mine if he's not compatible and I am," his wife Anjali added quickly. The doctor looked from one of them to the other then inexplicably chuckled. "This isn't the Dark Ages," he responded. "At least not here anyway. We'll clone her 2 brand new kidneys from her own cells, transplant one when it's ready, and if everything goes smoothly transplant the second a few months later once she's recovered from the first operation," he told them. "I read on your file that you were planning on going on to Bakalu or Balalaba to start a farm, but I'm afraid she'll have to stay on Copernicus for this particular treatment. The medical services on the newer colonies aren't up to full hegemony standard yet. It hasn't been all that long since we even got them here, to be honest. As late as last year we had to send patients with the most serious conditions to Alfard or Comstock for treatment." Tefnek stared at the man nonplussed. "So, you're saying she'll be okay and we don't even have to donate a kidney ourselves?" he asked. "Your daughter will be perfectly fine," the doctor reassured him. "By cloning her own organs for the replacements the chances of tissue rejection are practically zero," he told the couple. "I'd even go so far as to call it a routine procedure, except for the fact that, like I said before, we would normally deal with this particular problem using gene therapy well before it got to this stage," he continued before frowning. "Routine medical screening really should have caught this before now. I'm assuming that your doctor back home never said anything." "We didn't really have routine medical screening back on Sirignola, certainly no fancy new machines like you have here," Tefnek replied. "Those fancy new machines were invented about 200 years ago, but okay," the doctor replied, shaking his head sadly. "We've sent out the blueprints for them to everyone so they can make their own too if they want, but being cynical about it they might be too busy making devices to kill each other with instead," he said wryly. That was probably all too true, Tefnek decided. The forever war between the great houses had been raging since his grandfather was a boy. "How much will this cost?" he asked seriously. "I have some money saved, we can sell some things and I guess I can borrow some as well." The doctor smiled. "It'll cost you about a third of your income for the rest of your life," he replied, clearly amused by the question. "Healthcare here is provided by the state, paid for via taxation. That is of course assuming that you plan to take up hegemony citizenship, if not then you will have to pay, I'm sorry to tell you. Guest workers and their dependents are only entitled to emergency care, not cloned organ replacement or elective surgical procedures. It stops health tourism by people coming here trying to get a new heart, for example, without paying for it and then heading straight back to the magistracy or wherever afterwards. I already intended to become a citizen, Tefnek told the doctor truthfully. Admittedly that was because he had been told by a crewman on the dropship that only hegemony citizens were allowed to own land there, but now he had a really good reason to do so. That kind of high-tech medical care must cost a fortune. Good for you, the doctor replied, smiling once again. I'll refer your daughter's case to my colleagues at the hospital in town, they'll get in contact and arrange everything. In the meantime I'll also notify the administration team that you'll need to stay here on Copernicus until after your girl completes her course of treatment. That'll stop them shoving you all on the next dropship to Bakalu to get rid of you before the jump ship from Melk brings in the next batch of immigrants. We won't have to stay here at the camp until she's treated, will we? Tefnek asked. It wasn't a bad place to be for a few days, or maybe a couple of weeks, but you wouldn't want to be there for much longer. For one thing, he and his wife had to share a room with the kids. The doctor shook his head. Nah, they'll find you a place in town and maybe help find you a job too, plenty of work around. You might find yourself helping to dig sewers or build roads for the government though if you're not planning to settle on Copernicus permanently. Most employers on Copernicus these days want their workers to sign a contract saying they stick around at least a couple of years. There was a problem with people not turning up for their shifts because they'd suddenly decided to go join the Galileo Gemstone Rush. Gemstone Rush? Anjali queried. Diamonds and fire opals, the doctor explained. Fool's errand really, the mining companies have already claimed all the best potential places to dig, he told them. Most people heading to Galileo and buying some land to try and make their fortune would be better off planting crops there than digging for shiny rocks on it. Tefnek nodded. Hard work is more reliable than pinning your hopes on being lucky, he agreed. The doctor pursed his lips. Here's a piece of advice since you plan on getting some land for a farm, he said. At the moment anyone not wanting to settle on Copernicus or Alphard is being directed towards Bakalu or Balalaba. Now don't get me wrong, neither of them are bad places to live, they're almost certainly nicer than where you came from at least, but in about 6 months or so there's going to be opportunities for people to emigrate to Islington instead, and if I wanted to be a farmer that's where I'd go. From what I've heard it's a future breadbasket world, great climate, rich soil, and the people already living there are happier to allow large-scale immigration than they are on Stafford. Someone on the jump ship mentioned Stafford being very nice and Jolly remarked. It is, all green and verdant with a pleasant climate, the doctor confirmed. I actually spent a little time there myself working with the Flying Doctors Service. We visited patients in remote towns that couldn't make it to the capital for treatment, basically tearing around the sky in a big VTOL with an operating stuck theater in the back, he continued, grinning. Their planetary government recently passed a law restricting how much land anyone not born on Stafford could own, and since that's a domestic political decision Neops isn't complaining about it. It's not like we let people from Stafford come to live on Neops, so it would be hypocritical of us to try and get them to be a little more accepting of immigrants than they currently are, he said. Regarding your daughter, I can give her the bad news myself, or if you prefer you can do so. The hospital will be able to explain to her exactly what it is they'll be doing when the time comes using age-appropriate terms and language. We'll tell her, Anjali replied. Just to be absolutely clear, she's not in any danger. She checked. Well, there's a risk involved in any medical procedure, but honestly her journey getting here in the first place would have likely been statistically more dangerous than the transplants will be, the doctor replied. To not have the surgery would be orders of magnitude riskier, he continued before looking at the screen on his computer. Now if you'll excuse me, it looks like I need to talk to an elderly gentleman that needs a new liver. That's always fun. I love threatening people that if they don't cut down on the booze we won't clone them a new liver. You know what they say, cirrhosis is the Almighty's way of telling you to quit drinking. What do you do when people don't take the hint? First replacement liver is free, after that you're on your own. God helps those that helps themselves, and so does the Neops Hegemony Health Service, the doctor replied. Nice to have met you both, though I wish it could have been under better circumstances without the bad news, he said, standing up, Tefnek and his wife doing likewise. The news could have been much worse, Tefnek replied, shaking the doctor's hand before heading towards the door to leave. Oh, and while your eyesight isn't too bad at the moment you both might need laser eye surgery in a few years. It's not a big deal, but it will mean getting a replacement identity card and have your government file updated at that time because the retina scan won't exactly match afterwards. Identity card. You'll see, we've all got one, make sure not to lose it. In a few years it'll be difficult to do anything without one. At the moment you just need one to vote, obtain healthcare, access government buildings and such, but, if the bureaucracy has its way, you'll eventually need one to buy bread, the doctor joked. Technocratic government at its finest. Coming from the Free Worlds League you might find our way of doing things a little more organized than you're used to. Given that the government structure of the Free Worlds League had been described as chaos, disagreement and bickering moderated by assassination, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, Tefnek decided. There was a vast gulf to be found between the way things were done back home and an outright police state like the Capellan Confederation, something which became clear the next day when they started citizenship lessons with a lecture on how things were done in the Neops hegemony. Predictably the Neops Association hegemony modeled itself on the Terran hegemony, which was certainly a better decision than copying the old Terran alliance would have been. Neops itself took the role of Terra in this arrangement, clearly first among equals but within a federal structure where the other member worlds largely controlled their own domestic affairs. Defense and interstellar trade policy was controlled from Neops. They were after all the ones supplying the jump ships and the military might, as well as the technological wizardry, so that seemed reasonable enough, but as long as the local governments of the member worlds didn't implement laws Neops deemed entirely unacceptable on moral or security grounds, they largely ruled themselves. Neops expected the colonies within the hegemony to follow Star League legal precedents and cultural norms regarding things like universal suffrage. They were for it, equality of the sexes, also for it, freedom of and from religion, again for it, freedom of the press, ditto, and slavery/serfdom, being very much against it. They expected town mayors and planetary governments to be voted in via free and fair elections, and they insisted on observers from other member worlds being present during those elections to make sure they weren't being rigged. Fortunately for the immigrants from Sirignola, the Free Worlds League wasn't a totalitarian police state ruled imperiously from on high like the Capellan Confederation, so this all didn't seem particularly outlandish a notion to them. Whatever criticisms you might make of the government on a truce, it was at least still partially accountable to the people via parliament, and a certain amount of power had always been devolved downwards to regional or planetary governments. If Stafford, for example, wanted to restrict the number of people going there and buying up land, that was their choice. They had elected a government which ran on that platform, and Neops wasn't going to try and force them to absorb a bunch of refugees against their wishes. Try and introduce something like the servitor system with restricted citizenship such as existed in the Capellan Confederation, however, and Neops would go berserk. If you lived in the hegemony a while, you found that it was generally held as a truism among the colonial populations that the technocratic nerds running the Neops Association from their closed hermit republic were culturally more than a little weird. Just mention astrology in front of them and you'd see firsthand, but they were generally nice and well-meaning nonetheless. Just don't make them angry. You wouldn't like Neops when it was angry. They were also very security conscious. The restrictions on who could work in a factory making defense-related materials or join the local militia was pretty extreme. If both your parents and at least 3 of 4 grandparents weren't born on a hegemony world, you weren't ever going to be allowed to do certain jobs or enter certain locations, and your identity card made sure of it. Your identity card didn't just have your name and photograph on there. It also had your retina scan encoded upon it, along with your fingerprints and a unique section of your DNA code, any of which might be needed to get into a certain building. While Tefnek was still living on Copernicus with his family waiting for his daughter's operation, the local authorities caught someone from SAFE trying to access a militia base there, which made the news when he was deported. The woman from Comstar's ROM that was apprehended on Alphard not long after he moved to Islington was a bigger story though. People didn't rate SAFE highly enough to think catching one of them was all that impressive. The land Vaslav Tefnek and his family were given on Islington to farm was all he could have hoped for and more. Good fertile land with rich dark soil that could support most any crop, and the warm, wet temperate climate of Islington meant you didn't even need any of those fancy water purifiers to feed irrigation systems. Not that people he knew from back on Sirignola were doing badly on Bakalu or Balalaba. Thanks to Encomnet he could stay in touch with them and Dia stayed HPG pals with a girl she had met while on Copernicus. That ROM spy had deserved to get caught. Comstar had clearly been overcharging people for sending HPG messages for years, Tefnek had decided, watching the news on the family's new holovid projector imported straight from the factory on Alphard. He had to borrow some money to pay for it, but the interest rate the bank charged wasn't too high and the kids had missed the shows they used to watch on Copernicus. Anjali liked the documentary channel, particularly the nature shows, which was why one was playing when her husband came downstairs after taking a shower. Plowing fields all day was hot work even with the new tractor. Tefnek stared at the image. "What the hell is that?" he asked. "It's called a Thunderbird, they're native to a planet called Folly out near Frobisher," Anjali replied. "Is that a battle mech wearing a park ranger hat?" "Yeah, I think they just made one that size for fun," Anjali replied. "Thunderbirds are 10 meters tall, they heard them using assault battle mechs." "For real?" Tefnek asked his wife seriously. "Yeah. What's wrong with you?" Vaslav Tefnek frowned. "I'm wondering if the Cameron octuplets weren't just a joke," he said confusingly, his mental state not being helped by the fact that the documentary was now showing footage of feathery pink mammoths performing a mating dance. "Please don't go crazy on me, Vaslav. Dia's new kidneys were one thing, but I don't think they can grow you a replacement brain," Anjali Tefnek told her husband, wondering if he had been outside in fields too long without a hat to keep off the sun. Note from the author. In canon, very large numbers of people fled the inner sphere to come live in the Marian hegemony because of the succession wars, this despite the knowledge that many of them would end up joining the plebeian class, or even potentially ending up slaves. Given that the Neops hegemony is both freer and has better prospects, they should have little trouble attracting people to go live there, although some of the member worlds might still want local restrictions. The Free Worlds League is a melting pot of cultures. Vaslav Tefnek is of Czech descent, his wife Anjali Indian. They lived on Sirignola, which was about to fall off the maps and is only a couple of jumps from Neops. Suetonius, here called Copernicus, had the second highest population of any world in the Marian hegemony, so it must be quite habitable. The Roman cosplayers didn't have any fancy terraforming gear, and it was a trade hub with some industry based there. Islington, like Stafford, was a breadbasket world of the Marian hegemony. I'm running with the notion that worlds with non-Roman names had a reasonable number of people already living on them when Imperator Johann O'Reilly turned up with his mercenaries and a whole heap of germanium in the 2930s. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part III. The mark of a first-rate great power isn't always raw military strength but rather power projection capabilities, the ability to bring that military strength to bear upon a distant foe. There are several regional players in and around the inner sphere that are undeniably strong in their own backyard but can't readily make their presence felt, or impose their will on someone 500 or more light years away. From the mid-2840s Neops proved to be the regional power that unusually could, and would do that if they thought you deserving of their wrath, and within 20 years Neops flagged merchant jump ships could roam freely across much of the inner sphere unmolested by pirates, largely because of the fear that if you attacked one Neops was just insane enough to dispatch an entire naval task force after you. The concept of forgive and forget was apparently an entirely alien concept to them. They held onto a grudge like a cranky Taurian and would reputedly chase you to the ends of the galaxy if needs be to make an example of you, regardless of how long it would take or much it would cost them. To quote one renowned buccaneer captain hailing from Star's End, Neops be crazy, yo. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800 to 2900, Neops Press, 2915. Capital City Neops Association, Neops 7, 2842. Listening to the conversation that was already well underway when he arrived late for the meeting being held at the council offices building, the diplomat having entered as quietly as he could and sitting down in the only free chair at the conference table while trying not to disturb anyone, Gareth Jeffries gradually started to wonder if he had stumbled into some kind of parallel universe. The person from the diplomatic corps who was supposed to be attending and had been sent the notes and itinerary had called in sick that morning, and because Jeffries was only doing some paperwork he got sent instead. As a result he had gone in blind, a situation not helped by the fact he had only found out about the meeting shortly before it was due to start and had to dash there with zero preparation. In common with the tendency of Neops to practice government by committee, there were representatives of every government department present in the room along with the military, with General Romanoff apparently chairing by default because the High Associator had opted not to attend himself, as was his habit. James Murray much preferred to be simply presented some options prepared by others, with a written summary of each included, and then to choose which one he wanted to be implemented. He didn't actually like to be as involved in the day-to-day running of government in the way that his predecessor Giles Olson had. Behind his back the civil service joked that Murray was elected to read, not lead. This was not to say that he was lazy, and he certainly wasn't stupid, he just wasn't that inspirational, and he certainly wasn't exactly passionate about the business of government. Unless that business intersected with one of the issues he was ardent in supporting, of course, in which case he was very passionate indeed. Getting James Murray to care about the minutiae of fiscal policy was hard, getting him to shut up about orbital telescopes even harder. I'm sorry, Jeffries spoke up eventually after listening to everyone for a while, increasingly perplexed and dismayed by what he was hearing. Have I gone insane, or are you really all discussing the overthrow of a foreign government and putting their planet under military occupation? He asked in bewilderment, looking around at the military officers and civilian officials sat around the large conference table. Yes, General Romanoff confirmed, looking confused as to why he was confused. We can't do things like that. Jeffries exclaimed. Our international reputation would be in tatters. It would completely undermine all the efforts we've been making aimed at garnering a reputation for being better than the great houses, he declared, standing up so he could make his objection to this deranged course of action as strident as possible. It would throw away everything we gained in terms of diplomatic goodwill from handing over Critchley and releasing the blueprints of non-military technologies to the masses. Romanoff stared at him in mystification. Since when was hammering scum into the ground unpopular? She asked. Just because we know they're scum doesn't mean they haven't been successful in fooling other people into thinking they're a legitimate state, Jeffries replied. I mean, they've practically got Comstar running a PR campaign for them. Comstar? What the hell has Comstar got to do with? Someone from the Department of Trade and Industry started to say before she stopped mid-sentence. Wait. Did you think we were discussing invading Cercinus? She asked, that possibility seeming to dawn on her suddenly. Yes, Jeffries responded, noting that when he did so most everyone in the room either looked at him like he was an idiot or rolled his eyes. We're discussing a proposal for a military operation against von Strang's world, the woman told him flatly. Von Strang's world? Jeffries repeatedly awkwardly. Yes, General Romanoff confirmed with a sigh. Wishing the ground would open up beneath him and feeling like a complete idiot, Jeffries grimaced. Oh, he said, feeling all the eyes upon him. Yeah, screw those guys, he gave his personal endorsement to such a plan. Sorry, but everyone was saying Bandit Kingdom this and pirate raiding that, so I just sort of assumed. He continued awkwardly, trailing off. Why are we discussing attacking the barony of von Strang though? He asked. This was literally the first he had heard of it being proposed. Someone put a note in the High Associator's suggestion box while you were still on your way back from Terra. He asked for a committee to be formed to look into it, General Romanov explained. I guess you were out of the loop. The woman from Trade and Industry nodded. There was a general feeling that we got a lot of good press from ridding the galaxy of one bunch of Amorous Empire remnants, so why not build on that? She asked rhetorically. It's not like it's going to be hard work demonizing a group that named their planet after Gunther von Strang of all people. That was true enough, Jeffries considered. Modern historians still argued whether he or Antilo's Legos were the worst of the worst when it came to ranking the various war criminals commanding regiments for Stefan Amorous. Legos got style points for personally executing Pope Clement XXVII, but von Strang's rape, loot and pillage of much of North America gave him a higher body count. Romanov fixed Jeffries with a look. So, just to be sure. In your professional opinion, would it be accurate to say that you don't think us kicking the ever-loving shit out of Karl von Strang and his goons would be a diplomatic faux pas? She asked sardonically. No, I mean yes, I mean most if not all of the inner sphere and the near periphery would consider the galaxy a better place without von Strang's world in it. Jeffries answered the question. If we did anything to Cercinus, Comstar could spin the story to make us look bad, but they're going to find it difficult to convince the general public that giving the von Strang family a whopping is a bad thing. His predecessor literally renamed the planet after a mass-murdering war criminal, he noted, trying to remember what else he might know about von Strang's world. The planet was originally called Erin if his memory served him correctly, although what its capital city was called before Nico von Strang, the father of the current ruler, had renamed it Amorous City escaped him. Choosing to rename a world in honor of the infamous Gunther von Strang, and its capital after Stefan Amorous, was certainly a bold move in the mid-2780s, so soon after the Amorous War, although not nearly so bold as it would have been if Gunther's heir Nico had done so before Alexander Kerensky led the SLDF exodus away from the inner sphere. The veterans of the Star League Defense Force that had defeated Amorous would have come crashing down on Nico von Strang and his followers like the Chicxulub asteroid. Romanov nodded. Yes, we were operating on that assumption, she observed drily. Perhaps you could make sure to arrive on time in future so that you don't go off half-cocked again, the old soldier suggested in a manner that made Jeffries feel like he was being told off by his grandmother. Point taken, Jeffries replied sheepishly. Jenna Romanov resisted the urge to wag her finger at him reprovingly. Also, just so you know, on time should be read as meaning getting there early, she added. Just because you're famous from one side of the inner sphere to the other these days doesn't mean you get to swan in 5 minutes late to meetings. I can only hope you showed up on time for your audience with the Pope, she chided. Gareth Jeffries knew that sometimes it was better just to suck it up and take your being told off publicly with good grace, so he didn't attempt to defend his tardiness, nor indeed his jumping to conclusions any more than he had already. Instead, it would be better to contribute something useful to the discussion. My only caveat to what I said before as to the diplomatic reaction would be to us taking action against von Strang's world would be that it's situated way on the other side of the Lyran Commonwealth, and that kind of power projection so far from Neops might potentially ruffle a few feathers, particularly on their cat, he said. They're not going to vociferously object in public per se, but they'll likely not be too happy at seeing us operating in their backyard, and some of them might view it as us deliberately making them look bad by doing a job of cleaning house they should have won themselves, he continued. After the digs we've already made at House Steiner for continuing to keep Raymond's redcoats on the payroll, they're likely to be sensitive to perceived criticism coming from our direction. We might want to consider offering them an olive branch as part of any such plan to smooth things over. They're primarily a business-orientated society, so opening up new trade links might be the best approach. Romanov thought about that a while. It's not like they're remotely the worst of the great houses, she responded eventually. If we were going to do something that might potentially antagonize the murderous tyrants running Luthien or Xi'an, I personally wouldn't care if they were feeling a little butthurt about us playing in their sandbox without being invited, and I doubt many other people on Neops would either, but you make a good point. We should probably take Lyran's sensibilities into account here when finalizing our proposal, she concurred. It's still only a proposal at this stage then. Jeffries checked. We're not planning to launch an invasion of von Strang's worlds next week, or rather in about 6 months when our ships would actually get there if we set out now. Even if the High Associator gave the go-ahead, it's unlikely we'd be doing anything other than make preparations before the end of the year, Romanov replied, shaking her head. For one thing, we're still not sure when the linchpin of the whole operation will actually get here, and when they do, if they'll actually be willing to do the job, she said. That's out of our hands at the moment, so we should just plow on for now with what we do have control over. You were saying, Colonel Benedict, she addressed the other army officer present who had been just starting to speak when Jeffries interrupted proceedings. Jax Benedict directed a look of personal annoyance at Jeffries for interrupting him earlier before clearing his throat. Thank you, ma'am, he replied, glancing down at his notes for a brief moment to see how far he had gotten. As I was saying, even our higher-end estimates for the planetary population of von Strang's world places it at below 25,000. Therefore, in the event that local infrastructure is damaged in the fighting to the point it can't support them, we could simply evacuate them all and relocate them elsewhere after a successful mission, he suggested. It's likely that a good proportion of that population are feudal serfs, or perhaps even outright slaves, and far from happy about their current circumstances, so they may not even want to stay there anyway and will desire relocation regardless, he said. Getting them all the way back here would be a severe logistical stretch. Just getting our own forces there and back is no simple undertaking, but there are multiple populated systems within a jump or two of von Strang's world that could readily absorb a few thousand refugees. Peyron perhaps? Romanov suggested. They had a major food surplus the last time we were in that part of space, and with the SLS Pioneer to keep the riffraff out, it's probably the safest place in the region, she reasoned. The old warship and its crew of former Expeditionary Brigade members were not something any corsair in his right mind would mess with. According to intelligence, even the so-called Void Nation pirates that preyed on much of the former Rim World's Republic, the large well-armed and well-organized band usually dismissive of any opposition they encountered, had poked their noses into Peyron precisely once and had promptly crapped themselves when they found themselves looking down the gun barrels of an Avatar-class heavy cruiser. There were plenty of other systems to plunder elsewhere that wouldn't shove a battery of heavy naval particle projector cannon up your ass if you messed with them, so the Void Nation's pirate fleet had metaphorically taken one look at Peyron and the SLS Pioneer and had then slowly backed away, grimacing while saying sorry. Wrong room. What are our best estimates as to the estimated military strength of von Strang's world? Romanov queried. Our sources indicate perhaps a battalion's worth of battle mechs, likely with tank and infantry support, Benedict replied, Romanov assuming that was accurate. One of the senior regimental commanders of the 331st Benedict had been assigned the task of formulating a plan to deal with von Strang, and he was nothing if not professional, diligent, and thorough. Some considered Jack's Benedict borderline anal as regards his attention to detail, in fact, those tending to be the ones that also regarded him as something of a martinet in his command style, but even those people that disliked him personally would never accuse him of doing anything in a slapdash or sloppy manner. It was widely known that he thought he should have been appointed SA Con instead of Trish Eben, and had even wanted to fight a trial of grievance over the matter at one point, which provided him with some notoriety in military circles, but despite still visibly glaring at her whenever they were in the same room, Benedict had accepted the status quo. Despite routinely using contractions in his speech these days, he was still a little more clanner in outlook than most of his contemporaries, though. He publicly advocated introducing Romanov and MacArthur blood names to Wolverine Society so as to help bring the 295th into the fold, not entirely grasping why Jenna Romanoff and Robert MacArthur just weren't wildly enthused about the notion. If not for Jennifer McKeevedy remarking that she thought it was a good idea too, the whole proposal would have died a death some time ago, but her name, and her practically clone-like resemblance to the great Con Sarah, had breathed new life into the rather niche campaign. Benedict had even recently suggested adding a Donovan blood name as well. Claire Donovan bringing down Bernard Critchley and being appointed a Knight of the Roman Catholic Church by the Pope himself as a result was something that would make for a couple of good lines in the Wolverine remembrance. In terms of aerospace assets, von Strang operates at least one jump ship and multiple dropships, a couple of them armed military types, which they use both to conduct trade and to occasionally raid other periphery worlds they've taken a dislike to, Benedict said. They also strike at the Lyran Commonwealth when they can, or rather the systems annexed by the Lyrans that used to belong to the Rim World's Republic, generally ones that the Steiners don't care much about, likely for fear of making their CAD angry enough to divert forces away from fighting the Combine, he continued. They also possess a non-trivial number of aerospace fighters, perhaps a fair proportion of these being the ubiquitous Vulcan Heavy. Romanov nodded. The Rim jobs always did love the Vulcan, she observed. Perhaps you might explain to our civilian compatriots why that's particularly noteworthy here, she requested of the colonel. The Vulcan is a heavy fighter, albeit only an 80-tonner, so it's on the lighter end of that scale, but being a heavy with a decent wedge of firepower and armor, it's a viable threat to dropships and thus a deterrent to them being raided, Benedict told the room. There's something you ideally need to remove from the board before trying to risk a landing, and even if they don't come out to play when you're on your way in, they're also a very effective ground attack platform when utilized in that role. I'll never forget the first time I was strafed by them, Romanov recalled, the memory clearly not a pleasant one judging by her expression. Damn things came in at treetop level going like a bat out of hell, and they just flew straight through all the flak our riflemen air defense mechs were throwing up in front of them, she said. A light fighter would have been shredded, but those big pointy bastards just shrugged it off and kept going, shot up half the unit before they hit overthrust and disappeared over the horizon before our own fighter support could get there. We were only lucky they weren't carrying goddamn inferno bombs that day, they usually did, it was practically their trademark. The Vulcan was always a mainstay of the Rim World's Republic, the Blood Rain built their fighter force around them too, so it would be wise to assume that the amorous holdouts who rallied to Nico von Strang brought along more than a handful of the things with them, Benedict said. Von Strang's world, then known as Erin, was a naval base for the Rim World's Republic, and while the orbital shipyards are no longer functional ground-based military installations, including those needed to operate and maintain aerospace fighters, were not blasted down to the bedrock there by the SLDF like they were in other places. We're not talking Castle Bryan-like fortresses, are we? Someone asked. No, but we are talking about an old Rimworld's army bunker complex that is known to exist and may have been expanded in the last few years. It's also possible that von Strang may have repurposed some of the diamond mines the planet is known for into additional strongpoints and shelters, Benedict replied. We know that they're still digging up the shiny rocks because von Strang uses them to trade with his neighbors, at least the ones that are willing to stomach him. While we were scouting the region during our spell at Camelot Command, we heard rumors that one of the city-states in the Fred Otto system supplied Nico von Strang with machine tools and infantry weapons in return for diamonds. Some of his people had contacts there from where they were stationed on the planet. Romanov nodded. The RWA maintained training facilities on Fred Otto, so a lot of regiments cycled through there, she recalled. It was one of the places we expected to have to take by storm, but in the event Amaris moved so many of his troops to Terra he couldn't properly garrison his own worlds, she said. Mind going back to fighting in a campaign which had happened before anybody else in the room had even been born. It's likely that part of Karl von Strang's so-called guard division are actually mercenaries from Fred Otto as well, Benedict added. We know that at least one of the major factions in their ongoing civil wars were originally formed from Amaris loyalists that fought the SLDF, then Lucien Dormax and his supporters in the RRA, and then the Lyrans, so they would be a convenient source of experienced and ideologically aligned military personnel. More reputable mercenary units from other places would likely balk at association with the von Strang name, but there are going to be plenty of guns for hire on Fred Otto who just don't view history through the same lens we do. How well equipped is this guards division? We're assuming that most of von Strang's battle mechs and tanks are common Rimworlds types, gear that was left over after the war that had plenty of spare parts available to keep them running, Jax Benedict said. Best case scenario, lots of older model Phoenix mediums that haven't been upgraded since the reunification war. Worst case scenario, rampage assaults with Star League supplied weaponry, he said. We do know that von Strang himself pilots a Battlemaster. He's boasted about it, and it's also known that his raiding forces use a number of Wasplights and at least a couple of Hunchback mediums, but the latter may not be representative of his actual fighting force. They've got hands, useful for smash and grab operations, Romanov explained for the benefit of the civilians. Benedict nodded. That was my thinking on the matter anyway, he said. We know the Rimworlds Republic produced their own version of the Orion Heavy, so we might expect to encounter those on von Strang's world too. But despite being a good reliable fighting machine, if you need something picked up they're just not the tool for the job because they don't have hands. Back in my day the joke was any mech can fuck you up, but only some of them can give your corpse the finger afterwards, Romanov said with a chuckle, a few of the civilians amused by her coarse language. That said, fighting in close quarters I'd rather turn a corner and find myself nose to nose with an enemy Orion than a Hunchback anyway. Those things will end all your hopes and dreams in an instant. Given their home field advantage, and that they'll be playing defense, that particular scenario with the Hunchback sounds all too likely, Benedict stated flatly. That's why we plan to mitigate the possibility via unconventional warfare tactics rather than charging down the gun seeking glory like good little clanners would, he added with some disdain for how he was actually encouraged to do things as a young mech warrior on Strana Mechti. As regards tanks, there are indications that they operate the Burke, Ignis and possibly also the Merkava, all of which were manufactured in the Rimworlds Republic. A dug-in Burke is bad news. That's a lot of hardware for a world with such a small population, isn't it? Someone observed quizzically. A number of surviving Rimworlds Republic army units rallied to the banner of Nico von Strang after the war, Benedict explained. Thanks to their diamond mines and particularly the stripping of other nearby worlds of resources, they've been able to support a disproportionately large military for such a minor periphery power. After the Republic-Commonwealth War, the whole region was such a power vacuum that Nico von Strang had a free hand to asset strip several systems that had fallen into anarchy. They've been largely living off that bounty ever since. Given how far away we are, we seem to know quite a lot about them, Jeffries observed. It's mostly open-source intelligence gathered from when we were living in the Dark Nebula, Benedict explained. Much of what we know comes from poking our noses into Star's End. Pirates gossip like teenage girls apparently, he continued disparagingly. We learned more during our dealings with the Expeditionary Brigade Remnant at Peyron, who were happy to talk to us after we handed them a load of naval autocannon ammunition and spare parts, and who were understandably wary of having a von Strang 2 jumps away and kept tabs on him, and, believe it or not, the newspaper archive in the public library on Irit filled in an awful lot of blanks. Jeffries frowned. So you're saying much of your intel dates from 15 years ago? Yes, which is why we would want to properly reconnoiter before actually go ahead with the operation, just to make sure the current situation on von Strang's world isn't radically different now, Benedict replied. Some news from way out there does reach this far, but not much unfortunately. Von Strang's supporters are all hardliners, no doubt? The type that think Amaris did nothing wrong. Someone Jeffries didn't recognize asked. He thought they might be an advisor to the High Associator. Given that they actually named their capital Amaris City, that seems a fairly safe assumption, Benedict replied drily. Even by the standards of the Amaris Empire, Gunter von Strang was a complete monster, and it doesn't seem that the apple fell far from the tree as regards his heirs, he said. That said, there are quite a few people elsewhere in the former Rimworlds Republic that think somewhat fondly of the von Strangs. Why? Because they never kowtowed to the Star League or the Lyran Commonwealth, right? Jeffries interjected. They're still out there flying the flag of the Rim World's Republic and proudly proclaiming their ongoing loyalty to House Amaris despite everyone in that house being dead and them being just a tiny single-system holdout of what was once a vast interstellar nation, he continued. They venerate their former wartime leaders and wax lyrical about restoring the Republic and taking back the worlds they lost to grasping inner sphere barbarians, he said, then paused to effect. They're basically Neops. I mean, they're us if we were complete assholes. I can't say I like the comparison much, Gareth Romanoff replied, using his first name so that he once again felt like he was being told off by Grandma. They'd probably object to being called the Neops of the old Rim World's Republic too, Jeffries replied, sticking to his metaphorical guns. Could be worse though. Imagine the galaxy if a couple of Stefan Amaris-class battleships and several regiments of RWA regulars who had been hiding out in the periphery for decades had turned up on the doorstep of von Strang's world in 2827, pledging allegiance to the last remnant of the Amaris Empire. Jenna Romanoff stared at him for a while, looking somewhat perturbed as she considered that scenario. Well, that would have sucked, but it's got the makings of a good alternate history novel, she said eventually. What do you think about von Strang's world with capital warships and several regiments worth of Amaris dragoons, Colonel? She asked. Jax Benedict considered the scenario himself, his mouth forming into a feral grin. Finally a worthy opponent, he said enthusiastically. Our battle would be legendary. I guess you can take the boy out of the clans, but you can't take the clans out of the boy, Romanoff observed. Seriously though, as regards other Amaris holdouts hiding out in the periphery, those aren't just speculative fiction, unfortunately, she reminded everyone. According to Marcus, our prisoner from the Blood Rain, rumor was Rim World's Outpost 25 was built to host a full division, and it's not been heard of since the war, while huge numbers of diehard refugees headed to an Outpost 27 even further out after the Lyrans carved up the Republic like a cake, she continued before leaning forward in her chair. Other than the battleships, it's not completely implausible that we could face an invasion by Amaris holdouts at some point, she added seriously. They might potentially even be spying on the inner sphere right now, waiting for the great houses to wreck each other enough that they can come back. Kinda hilarious if they came back the same time as the clans did, and for much the same reason, the representative from the Science Ministry remarked. It'll be all the successor states are weak, this is our opportunity, and then they run right into each other. Good point. We might need to invest in a strategic popcorn reserve for when we just sit back and watch, the woman from the Department of Trade and Industry agreed, laughing. Just as long as paying for it doesn't come off my budget for establishing Brian caches, Romanoff said, playing along. They had already dug a few reserve bunkers on Neops 6 to hold surplus mechs, mainly Mercury 2, Stag and Pulverizer types that they couldn't use off-world, following the precedent from the Kerensky cluster when the SLDF had demobilized much of its fighting strength. The oceans and the bad weather on Neops 6 caused by it being tidally locked made it a good place to hide things. Cloud cover and rain in some places was constant, and the frequent electrical storms played hell with sensors. Here's a piece of disconcerting trivia some of you may not know, or may not have given due consideration to. If you did, Romanoff said. It's actually possible that more of Amaris's people fled anti-spineward to Outpost 27 than SLDF personnel followed Alexander Kerensky Corps ward, she told the room. Not necessarily relevant to the current discussion, but it's something I like to remind people when they discuss mothballing more of the military, she said, smiling. It's potentially not just the clans and the successor states out there, the galaxy is even more dangerous than you think. That in itself of course was likely part of the reason why the military would want to advocate sending off a force to beat up on Karl von Strang, Jeffries considered. It helped justify their existence and also gave them an opportunity to blood their younger mech warriors. For Jax Benedict and the former clanners in the SLDF there might be another motivation too. Most of them had either served in the 331st Royal Battle Mech Division themselves, or their parents or grandparents had. The 331st was known as the North American Division, and had always primarily recruited from that region, while Gunther von Strang and his 18th Amaris Chasseurs had laid waste to several large urban centers in the northeast of that continent. That made it a little more personal for the 331st than it might be for the 295th, it had been some of their childhood friends and kinfolk who had von Strang's boot on their necks, and they weren't going to let that slide very easily. Just settling scores wasn't as easy to justify to the civilian government as a potential propaganda coup though, something else to raise the profile of Neops in the public imagination of the inner sphere, and in particular give the population of the old Terran hegemony and Terra in particular something to cheer about. Beating up on a single system polity, albeit at a distant one, was also an achievable goal, Jeffries considered. Dispatching an armada right across the inner sphere to go put an end to the Tortuga Dominion would actually benefit far more people if you were looking for someone unpleasant to go beat up on, but that would be really expensive and tie up far too much of the military. Von Strang's world had a notoriety that far eclipsed its actual impact on the galaxy. The more Jeffries thought about it, the more he came to realize they were just a great choice if you were out looking for a whipping boy. Just strong enough that attacking them wasn't akin to kicking puppies, and with truly terrible connotations regarding their name recognition among the masses. As a student of history, Gareth Jeffries idly imagined what would have happened to a small country on Terra in the late 20th or early 21st century that was taken over by a relative of Oscar Durrell Wonger, said relative, then subsequently renaming the country after his infamous forebear and then announcing its new capital to be Adolf Hitler City. After due consideration, Jeffries concluded it would not have likely ended well for them. People were slow to forgive and forget certain things. Can we actually spare the forces to accomplish this though? Jeffries queried. We couldn't before, but after Bolton's Rangers have run out their remaining contract and made it here, it'll free up some units we've currently got deployed as garrison troops, Benedict told him. Even so, we don't have the full brigade available we'd need for a quick, decisive, overwhelming victory with minimal friendly casualties, so this entire operation is predicated on whether or not the Blackhearts come aboard and are willing to travel quite that far to help us knock Karl von Strang off his pedestal. Jeffries raised his eyebrows. The Blackhearts. Dirty deeds done cheap deep in the periphery is kinda their thing, Benedict told him. If they go in quietly ahead of the main attack to disrupt von Strang's defenses and sow a little chaos, it'll make things much easier for our own combined arms regiment that'll be following up as the primary assault force. I was thinking we might want to see if Bolton's Rangers wanted to send a token company along too, Romanov interjected. Give them the opportunity to say that they were there at the last battle of the Amorous War again. The last battle of the Amorous War so far, ma'am, Benedict responded. Still, those Rimworld's outposts out there somewhere that might need to be taught one day that there's still a few SLDF units watching over the inner sphere and keeping faith with the Star League. Jeffries fought back the urge to laugh at just so completely earnest the expressions were on both his face and Romanov's when he said it. I assume part of this plan involves renaming von Strang's world and Amorous City again. The diplomat asked instead. It'll be fun sending an HPG to Comstar telling them that the star maps need to be changed to say Erin again, but as for the capital, I think Cameron City would be apt, Jenna Romanov opined. Anybody think otherwise? She asked the room in a tone that led everyone to assume she would not be best pleased at dissent, not that it wasn't a great choice. Incidentally, General Romanov, given your seniority, I'm slightly surprised you're here and not General Hallis instead. This doesn't seem like the sort of meeting the head of the Joint Chiefs would usually go to, Jeffries queried. General Hallis has his own pet project, something he knows more about because it's somewhat more akin to fighting a clan trial than it is planning a planetary invasion, Romanov replied. The High Associator signed off on us entering the Mech Warrior Games on Illyria next year. We've tasked the Skunk Works with coming up with something special for the occasion. We're entering the games. Jeffries responded in surprise. It's not exactly Solaris, but it's something else to help raise our profile, Romanov replied. You really do need to get back up to speed on this stuff, Gareth, she told him. You can't ride on your fame and name recognition forever, she joked, half the room laughing. I think you're probably the most famous person that lives on Neops, General, Jeffries replied. It wasn't a photograph of me stood next to the Pope when he visited Critchley in his cell that made it onto the front page of most of the newspapers in the inner sphere, Romanov replied. Tell the truth, what did God's representative on Terra say to the prick after excommunicating him anyway? He called him something very rude in Latin, Jeffries replied. You understand Latin? Jeffries nodded. Well enough that I had to try hard not to wince, he replied. Think we could get the Pope to sign off on a crusade against von Strang's world? Probably not. That's a pity. We could have easily painted a few lances of Crusader heavies white and put a St. George's cross on them, Romanov said regretfully, though far from seriously. Von Strang's world isn't exactly the Holy Land, Jeffries noted. You're right, it's not so much a crusade as it is an exorcism. We'd be casting out the last stronghold of Amorous, Romanov decided. The firepower of the SLDF compels you. Jeffries laughed. If you don't mind me asking, if we captured Karl von Strang alive, what exactly do we plan to actually do with him? He asked. Good point. Let's open that to the floor. The High Associator will want to have a list of options he can choose from, Romanov replied, looking around the room for suggestions. For a start, I'm thinking germanium mine, or maybe just throw the bastard out of an airlock. Any other ideas? Note from the author. Von Strang's world, originally known as Erin, in the Apollo province of the former Rimworld's Republic, is a somewhat notorious place. Smarting after losing the Amorous Civil War and the Republic-Commonwealth War, and after Operation Exodus removed Alexander Kerensky and the SLDF from the picture, Nico von Strang and his supporters took over Erin, establishing the barony of Strang in honor of his relative Gunthar von Strang. Given that Gunthar von Strang was an infamous war criminal that commanded the equally infamous 18th Amorous Chasseurs during the war, rape, loot and pillage was very much their modus operandi. This would have ruffled enough feathers already, but then Nico decided to name his capital Amorous City after, you guessed it, Stefan Amorous. Karl von Strang is what I've chosen to name Nico's son. It's a long way from Neops, about 33 jumps, on the other side of the Lyran Commonwealth, but if you were a Star League/Terran hegemony colony with the SLDF presence looking for someone to beat up on for various reasons, von Strang's world is a prime candidate. Noteworthy systems not too far from von Strang's world include Peyron and Fred Otto. While everyone talks about the millions of SLDF personnel that went on the Exodus with Kerensky, the millions of pro-Amorous people that fled to RWR Outpost 27, the future Core Ward Confederacy, after the war gets understandably less attention, they didn't come back later like the clans did to try and conquer the inner sphere, although they might have under different circumstances. Their own civil war being more catastrophic than the one on the Pentagon worlds. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part live. We who are about to die salute you. Many a mech warrior with a sense of history to the crowd, while competing on Solaris 7. Illyria 3 Illyrian Palatinate 2843. All I'm saying is the last time I came to this planet I ended up on life support and missing my liver, my spleen, and one of my kidneys fighting to defend it, Jacqueline Roski was muttered. And I just feel that should have entitled me to a free corn dog, she complained, biting through the batter coating the sausage on a stick she was holding. She had just got back to the dropship being used as the headquarters of Team Neops after going to watch a light mech match while off duty, finding her cousin Kristen sat on a box at the bottom of the loading ramp reading from her noteputer. The Illyrians had been more than accommodating to requests from the Neops Association as to how they wanted to go about getting involved in the games for the first time, partially because of continued gratitude for the way Neops had intervened during the raid by the Black Warriors a few years earlier, but mainly because they saw it as a great opportunity to draw in bigger crowds and higher profile competitors and as a consequence a lot more money. Being permitted to set their cargo masta dropship down so close to where the games were being held just outside Dalmatia, the capital city, had been convenient, although it had also necessitated some security precautions. A squad of SLDF Marines prevented anyone unauthorized getting close to the dropship, and a number of short-range electronic jammers including white noise generators had been planted in a ring around the craft to prevent surveillance. The Marines took their job seriously too. Despite Jackie being in uniform, and the fact they recognized her, they had still checked her ID card before letting her pass the cordon. Being relentlessly spied upon by the agents of Jason Courage and Nicholas Kerensky back in the clan homeworlds had left the Wolverines security conscious to the point of paranoia ever since, something that subsequently stood them in good stead while dealing with Comstar. It was probably overkill when dealing with SAFE, who were considered the intelligence agency most likely to have agents embedded on Illyria, but if you let standards slide it was hard to get them back to PAR. If I was you I'd be more concerned that hot dog you're eating might have the internal organs you left behind in it, Jackie, her cousin Kirsten Roski was said, looking up from her noteputer and smirking. While Jacqueline had been assigned to this mission because she had gone back to working at the Skunk Works after her misadventure the last time she was on Illyria, Kirsten meanwhile had developed some contacts within the Illyrian government as part of the delegation from Neops which had attended the conference of Cercinus. If you weren't a higher rank than I was I'd tell you to bite me, ma'am, the younger and lower ranked of the two Roski was replied. Their grandfather had served in the 331st under General Frederick Hallis, both his sons, their respective fathers, joining the same unit and going on to serve under James McKeevety against Amaris, staying on with him during Kerensky's exodus. If I wanted to take a bite out of you I'd just eat one of those corn dogs, Kirsten responded, clearly amused by her own wit. Better not, at your age you need to watch your cholesterol intake, Jackie advised sweetly. I'm not that much older than you, Jackie, Kirsten defended herself. Now it was Jackie Mrozkiewicz' turn to smirk. Then why did that guy at the clothes store earlier assume you were my mom? She asked. On a whim they had decided to go buy a couple of souvenir t-shirts in town, Jackie wanting one, saying, I went to the Illyria games and all I got was this lousy shrapnel wound from a stray LRM, but the owner thinking her cousin was her mother was way funnier than the t-shirt. Kirsten scowled. You promised you wouldn't mention that again ever, she protested. People meeting them had assumed for years they were sisters, they certainly resembled each other enough in terms of looks, both taking after their grandma Oloia, but somebody thinking she was Jackie's mom had been pretty horrifying. I lied, it's too good not to throw in your face at every opportunity, Mom, Jackie replied. I warned you that you were spending too much time under a UV lamp and it would age your skin. The idea is to get enough to stop you getting depressed, or rickets, not a tan, she reminded her cousin. That was one problem with living on Neops 7, a cold planet under a red dwarf star was not a home conducive to getting enough vitamin D. Kirsten responded unenthusiastically. Just because being a bit paler than normal in complexion was the Neops norm for those like her of Caucasian descent didn't mean she had to conform with the pasty masses. Jackie took another bite out of her corn dog, chewing then swallowing. Meat's not very high grade, she said. Seriously, they should start importing it from Franca's, the junk food is much better quality back home. If it's a crappy corn dog then why are you still eating it? Kirsten asked reasonably. Hey, it might not be the Solaris games but with a corn dog to eat, and maybe some popcorn too later, I can pretend it is while I watch the fights, Jackie replied. If I wasn't on duty later I'd grab one of those oversized beers too. My replacement liver's 30 years younger than the rest of me, if I don't put the extra mileage on it it'll live on after I die and be lonely. That is not remotely how biology works, Jackie, Kirsten Roski told her cousin flatly. Says you, Jackie replied dismissively, taking another bite from her corn dog. Also, your new liver is closer to 35 years younger than you than it is 30, Kirsten added. Her younger cousin wasn't that young. Jackie grinned. Hey, if you don't mind someone thinking you look old enough to have a daughter in her late 30s then you be you, she replied. Kirsten Roski was winced. Okay, so that was just unnecessary and downright mean, she responded after a few moments' consideration of the implication there. You deserve it for saddling me with this, Jackie replied, pointing to the name tag on her duty uniform, the one that gave her name as Brzeziczykiewicz. J. Kirsten Roskiewicz, aka Christine Brzeziczykiewicz, shrugged. It's a good Polish name, and on the plus side you finally get to have guys stare at your chest. Maybe the real reason that guy thought I was your mom is that you're still wearing a training bra, so he thought you were closer to 13 than 30. She suggested. Okay, so that was pretty bitchy and verging on juvenile, she inwardly chided herself, but Jackie had repeatedly crossed the line earlier with the mom thing, so it wasn't an entirely unwarranted escalation. I'd be offended, but mine aren't going to need to be in free fall not to hang down to my knees in a few years unless someone invents bras with endo steel support, Jackie retorted. Jesus Christ. Can't you two just settle this in a circle of equals? One of the dropship crew interjected, appearing at the top of the ramp. It would be a lot more civilized, he opined, grinning. Mind your own business and get back to work, swabby, Jackie curtly replied to the Navy crewman who kept grinning as he disappeared from view into the ship again. You know, we probably could borrow a couple of mechs in an arena and then charge admission, Kirsten suggested, finding it all too funny not to laugh. It was amazing how the two of them could so easily regress back to how they were with each other as kids. Kirsten could still remember Jackie's reaction to being told that because Nicholas Kerensky had appointed the older of the two cousins as one of the 40 warriors belonging to Clan Wolverine, Roski was now becoming a clan blood name, that she could no longer use her own surname until she effectively won back the right to do so in a trial. Jackie, then still basically a kid, had not been pleased. So how are the games anyway? Kirsten asked. I haven't had the chance to watch any matches yet. Mostly it's just junkers with rookies at the helm fighting it out to try and win spare parts or some fleeting glory, Jackie replied. Of course that was just the light division, once you get into the heavy and assault categories you'd likely get to see some better matches, she said. I caught a repeat of a fight earlier between a Crusader and an Orion being shown up on one of the big screens while I was queuing for the corn dog. That one looked pretty exciting. All seems like a bad waste of good matches to me, but I guess if it wasn't drawing the competitors and the spectators here the Palatinate wouldn't keep holding the games, Kirsten observed. The annual Mech Warrior Games on Illyria brought in a lot of money and tourism to a relatively poor and underpopulated periphery nation, one that a lot of people in the inner sphere had only even heard of because of the games. Like Jackie said, it wasn't exactly Solaris, but just because the gladiatorial games held in the amphitheater at Capua weren't as impressive as the ones in the Colosseum in Rome, that didn't mean they didn't still attract large crowds baying for blood. Being financially savvy and frugal, the Palatinate didn't waste money building gigantic stadiums for all the games. They didn't need to. Disused open cast mines more than sufficed and were actually considerably larger than most of the arenas on Solaris itself. Spectators watched the action down below from seating set up for them on the rim edge of the old mines, and because of the scale, long-range weaponry like LRMs and ERPCs were actually useful at the start of a match before the opposing mechs closed on each other. A couple of the huge open cast mines turned amphitheaters were even replete with old mining equipment as features and obstacles to fight around, gigantic mechanical diggers dwarfing even 100-ton assault battle mechs. Some connoisseurs of the fights maintained that the action there was as good, if not better, than that to be seen in the scrapyard arena in Solaris City because combat tended to be more varied, less turning a corner and suddenly being blasted at close range. It wasn't nearly as safe being a spectator at the games on Illyria as it was on Solaris, of course. Even the Steiner Stadium in Solaris City, which did allow people to come and watch the fights live, protected them from stray fire through the use of advanced technology, including the famous blue shield that somehow absorbed PPC fire. On Illyria you just had to rely upon the competitors being careful about where their guns were pointing and be grateful that they were shooting at each other down in a deep pit with the audience not being in the line of fire to start with. The hint of personal danger and peril for the audience did always make it a tad more exciting to go watch the games on Illyria than Solaris, though, some argued, even if was generally regarded as very much Reno, or even prim, to Solaris's Las Vegas. The prize money to be won at the Illyria Games was only a fraction of that you could potentially earn on Solaris too, of course, and the salvage to be had nowhere near as valuable either, so it never usually attracted any of the famous big-name competitive mech warriors or the advertising revenue and press coverage that went along with them. That was different this year. The NEOPS Association was running an exhibition match at the games, with the prize for beating the association's own champion being several million C-bills worth of rare or entirely Listec equipment, including an assault mech's weight in both double heatsinks and ferrofibrous armor. Double heatsinks were getting expensive these days. They were only still made in a handful of places, and with the second succession war raging, what stockpiles that still existed were being used up faster than they could be replaced. Ferrofibrous armor meanwhile was literally Listec, the last plant able to produce it having been destroyed all the way back in 2810, and even the extremely well-funded elite mech warrior stables on Solaris had largely run out of the stuff decades ago. The revelation that the NEOPS Association could still make it though had caused a few ripples, though understandably not nearly as much as their warships had. According to rumors flying around the inner sphere, they had upgraded all their mechs and tanks with indigenously produced ferrofibrous some time ago, which along with their fancy Terran hegemony weaponry was the reason why they were increasingly perceived as being a power that could punch far above their weight class in galactic affairs. Some of the wiser, better informed pundits had observed that it was actually their electronic warfare gear which was the real force multiplier, however, not their fancy armor plate or ERPCs. In the inner sphere battlefields of the sensor blind, the man that still had a working Beagle active probe was king. The fog of war killed a lot more mech warriors than particle projector cannon ever did after all. All that super tech was no substitute for battlefield experience though, naysayers maintained when ranking where to place Neops in the order of which Star Nation was the most formidable. Beating the snot out of pirates, even ones as vaunted and feared as the Blood Rain, was one thing, but the mech warriors of the successor states had honed their skills against each other, and the combat veterans of the 295th were old. Case in point, as Kirsten and Jackie Mrozkiewicz got into another argument about whether or not they should go watch a medium mech match later, or a couple of slow heavies duking it out, up on the dropship's command deck, nonagenarian Major Claire Donovan was bemoaning the fact that her fame had landed her with this gig so soon after getting back from Terra. All you have to do is smile for the cameras, answer a few questions, and maybe shake some hands while spouting a few meaningless platitudes, Major Colonel Falstaff told her. Just standard public relations crap. Nothing you couldn't do standing on your head in low G. If it's so easy, then why don't you do it then? Donovan replied. Sir, she added after a pause. She was old enough to be his mother, maybe even his grandmother at a stretch, something that occasionally still caused a little friction between the younger clanner types of the 331st and the veteran soldiers of the 295th when the kids often outranked the oldsters. At least Rory Falstaff himself was middle-aged. It wasn't as bad as when you had some captain still in their early 20s pulling rank on a 90-year-old lieutenant. The truly irritating thing, of course, was that a lot of those kids weren't just better mech warriors than the 295th were now, they were objectively better than most of the 295th had ever been. That genetic engineering had definitely worked for them, even if some of them were cursed to having to stay teetotal for their entire lives as a result. Because I'm not the one that's famous, Colonel Falstaff replied. And it wouldn't be a good idea for my photograph to be sent whizzing around the inner sphere in case the clans see it. The beard and the colored contacts aren't exactly a perfect disguise, he added, scratching the unaccustomed facial hair he had grown out for this mission. Donovan sighed. Okay, but I'm missing my son growing up, she said sadly. One of mine is about the same age and you have my sympathy, but at least this deployment isn't going to last remotely as long as your mission to Terra did, Falstaff noted. You'll be back on Neops in less than 2 months. Just think about all those poor bastards on Operation Shamrock. They left Neops before we did and we'll all be home before they even get to where they're going, he pointed out. That was true enough, Donovan knew. It said a lot that they actually had enough volunteers for that mission that nobody had to be voluntold like she had been for the Illyrian deployment. You got deployed to the Folly twice, didn't you? How did your family take it? She asked curiously. McKeevedy's Folly was a 10-jump journey from Neops and she knew it wasn't a quick easy job at the other end. There was a lot of valuable slow dome tech to salvage there and the local wildlife was not to be taken lightly. My wife was understanding, but not understanding enough that I'm not pretty certain that if I was to do something stupid like accept an assignment to command the Frobisher garrison for a year or two I'd be getting a divorce, Colonel Falstaff replied honestly before grinning. Not that I expect that the governor of Frobisher would accept me. I tried, but I just couldn't keep a straight face when we delivered their garrison's new aerospace fighters on our way to the Folly the first time and he saw they were all Trident lights. Claire laughed. Yeah, it could be a while before they really see the funny side, if ever, she agreed. The SLDF only ever had a small number of the Trident ASF in the inventory, just enough for a single garrison, and upgraded to royal standards with an extra light engine, double heat sinks, and pulse lasers they were actually pretty formidable, but the people on Frobisher weren't nearly stupid enough to buy the official reasons why they got them all. So, are you okay with subjecting yourself to the PR bullshit later? Falstaff asked. He certainly didn't want to have to order her to do it, she reminded him a little of his mom. I'll plaster on a fake smile for the photographers and answer a few dumb questions, but please don't read that as me being happy about it, sir, Claire replied before something occurred to her. I might be a little more enthusiastic if I didn't have to wear that stupid, gaudy medal in front of the press, she suggested hopefully. You know, if I had the Order of the Golden Militia I'd never want to take it off, Falstaff responded. I'd wear it in the shower. No, you wouldn't, Claire Donovan replied flatly. You're right, I wouldn't, too ostentatious for me, but you're still wearing it in front of the press, Major, because it's all part of our PR offensive, Falstaff told her. You can consider that a command from on high, by which I don't mean the Pope, I mean General Romanov. Claire groaned. Why couldn't I get the fun job and fight in the arena? She asked rhetorically. Because we want to win and, annoying though it is, and as annoying as he is, Samson represents our best chance of doing that, Falstaff replied. Which reminds me, I've got to go remind Billy the Kid again that just because he can kick all our asses in a mech fight, that being the biggest fish in a small pond doesn't make him a Thraxa devourer in the wider ocean. He's up against one of the demonstrably best tournament mech warriors alive, and we're not allowed to use all of our tricks. Frankly, getting his own ass kicked for once would probably be good for him, if not us, Claire suggested. You know, he was in the same lands as my husband during the fight on Algenib, Douglas said afterwards. He was one of the best he'd ever seen, maybe the best, although he also said that it was really annoying that the cocky little jerkoff actually could back up his bullshit. Yeah, Falstaff reluctantly agreed. Despite the nickname, Samson was no longer a kid by any means, but any hopes anyone had that the more abrasive elements of his personality would mellow with age were dashed years ago. Even the genetically enhanced kits from Clan Wolverine's warrior breeding program had been unable to match Samson's scores in the gunslinger program, which only boosted his already oversized ego and made him even more brash. He was inordinately smug too, especially after he was asked to contribute his genes to the clan's genetic repositories so they could be used in future generations of super soldiers. Given that he had been taken as a bondsman by Clan Wolverine, originally being a mech warrior of the Rasmussen elite on Cersei, and had started out his life in the clan as a lowly member of the laborer caste, Wilhelm Samson's smugness was perhaps a little justified. Objectively, Samson's eyesight, reaction times, hand-eye coordination and ability to stay calm under pressure were all right at the top of the human scale, so on that basis his DNA was well worth preserving. Naturally, nobody in the lab told him that any genes relating to his personality would be ruthlessly weeded out. One of him was more than enough. With Major Donovan properly squared away and with her head back in the game for the press interviews later, Colonel Rory Falstaff then sought out mech warrior Wilhelm Samson, assuming he would find him in the custom mech bay which had been specially installed in the dropship for this mission by some engineers and technicians from the Skunk Works. Arriving on Illyria in the first production cargo masta to come out of the dropship yard on Neops was itself actually part of the public relations campaign. The unusual looks of the craft made it stand out from the crowd, prompting questions from anyone that saw it and giving Neops the chance to flex their technical sophistication a little more. Standing upright 175 meters tall on its thrusters and landing gear, the cargo masta towered over even a mule, let alone the smaller cargo dropships like the Denais, which were more typically seen in the periphery, and with a distinctive profile that meant you couldn't mistake it for anything else. The big dropship, painted SLDF olive green and with the Red Cameron Star emblazoned on the side, looked suitably imposing. As the military version of the Cargo King, if history had gone slightly differently, the cargo masta would have been the standard cargo hauler of the Star League Defense Force by now, with thousands of the things flying around the inner sphere. The fall of the Star League had prevented that, of course, and the advanced designs were too expensive for the war-torn successor states to put it into production themselves, but thanks to its high-tech manufacturing base and getting the blueprints and a license to produce both versions from Federated Boeing Interstellar cheap, the Neops Association was now gradually starting to field the new dropship types, although production rates were admittedly very low. The gawkers who had come to see the cargo masta when it first arrived were treated to the sight of the ramps coming down, and after the Marines secured a perimeter, the dropship started to unload some ammunition boxes onto an open bed truck that had rolled up at the bottom of the ramp. Literally, the dropship itself unloaded the cargo, not a bunch of guys with forklifts. Robot arms and a conveyor belt unfolded themselves from inside the cargo masta and started automatically stacking crates on the back of the truck, while one of the Marines chatted with the very surprised driver who was there to pick up a load of JU water filters the Palatinate had ordered. Apparently there wasn't even some technician operating the machinery from inside the dropship. A computer did all the work, with the only human intervention being that someone had to press a button to confirm that it was unloading the right boxes onto the right truck before it started. Having one of the robot arms give the driver a thumbs up when the truck had finished being loaded was a nice touch. The technician responsible had also given it the ability to give anyone in the vicinity that complained about losing their job as a cargo handler to creeping automation the middle finger, but that particular action was something else that required human intervention to initiate. The cargo computer wasn't quite smart enough to get defensive when accused of being scab labor by union agitators. Whoever it was that had programmed one of the arms to high-five the single assault battle mech the dropship was currently carrying when it had been loaded aboard the vessel back at Neops V was still refusing to fess up, but Colonel Falstaff had his suspicions. As expected, Rory Falstaff found Wilhelm Samson in the mech bay along with one of the guys from the Skunk Works who had accompanied them to Illyria, the best mech warrior on Neops, looking up at the Night Star assault he would be piloting in the arena. What Samson was wearing caught Falstaff a little by surprise though. "What the hell have you got on?" he asked, staring at the all-white, form-fitting, and slightly shiny outfit. "It's one of our prototypes of the next general cooling suit," the technician from the Skunk Works said happily. "Samson here just agreed to try it out." "You look like a pimp from a Canopian pleasure circus," Falstaff opined disparagingly. "Yeah, bitchin' ain't it?" Samson replied, holding out his arms and spinning around to give the colonel a better look. Given Samson's dubious personal tastes in music, him actually liking the suit seemed oddly par for the course, Falstaff considered. "I'm glad you like it," the technician responded brightly. "Jackie Mrozki was didn't much like the other suit we got her to test. Probably because if it was as tight it would have made her look like she was working for the pimp in the Canopian pleasure circus," Falstaff suggested. She did say it was a little snug in the rear, the technician admitted. Probably less so in the front, Samson thought to himself, visualizing her wearing the suit. The other Mrozkiewicz girl would have had the opposite problem, of course. Jackie was very helpful to the team when we were putting the machine together. It's useful having a mech warrior's input into these things, the technician said, smiling. If you have any last-minute piloting questions regarding the Nightstar, just ask her, he suggested to Samson. That's partially why we asked her to tag along with the team. Samson made a non-committal sound that probably meant there was zero chance of him doing so. He probably thought that asking for anybody else's advice like that would ruin his image, Colonel Falstaff rightly surmised. The other reason why Jackie Mrozkiewicz was assigned to the mission was her having been badly wounded fighting to defend Illyria from the Black Warriors the last time she was there. It made for good press locally. The technician was smiling as he looked up at the machine he had helped build. Because the Nightstar runs cooler than a lot of mechs, we've slightly reduced coolant flow in this particular prototype in favor of weaving in some more ballistic fibers, he noted. In conjunction with the additional ton of armor we've placed around the cockpit, pilot survivability should be markedly higher than on a regular NSR-9J with the mech warrior wearing a standard suit. Our attempt to meet General Romanov's design requirement that we don't get a man killed for a stupid PR stunt. Falstaff frowned. Related to that, are you absolutely certain that the additional cockpit armor doesn't interfere with the ejector seat? He asked. We are, the technician confirmed. And the fancy new case does what it's supposed to. Falstaff checked. Tested to destruction, literally. We exploded charges inside test units fitted with the stuff, and the armor and blowout panels worked just as well as the old model case system, despite being lighter and less bulky, the technician confirmed. It may have taken us a while to perfect the second-generation ferrofibrous armor that made it possible, but we're pleased with the result. And it's been added to the capacitor bank of the Gauss rifles in the arms too, because if those get hit when they're holding a full charge, they go up like an arrow for warhead. Falstaff cautioned. He had once seen the Gauss rifle on a Highlander explode after being hit by an ERP-C, and the sudden release of stored energy had blown the mech's whole arm off. Naturally, the technician replied, smiling. That was actually easier than adding the blowout panels to the torso where we put the armored ammunition bins for the autocannon. The Nightstar wasn't designed to ever have that kind of stowage there, so it took quite some work to modify the internal structure. I would have preferred to just swap out the original Star League ERP-C for one of the new ones rather than an LB-10X, Samson said regretfully. Yeah, I know that we can't go showing off an IEERPPC or even an old EERPPC in front of the rubes, he added before Falstaff could say it. Falstaff nodded. Just remember to switch from regular heap to cluster rounds once you've stripped off his armor, or you might as well have just kept the original ERP-C, he advised. I'm frankly insulted that you felt the need to say that to me, sir, Samson replied. Insulted? Like I care, Falstaff responded, unmoved. Samson was a notorious pain in the ass and was so deliberately, relishing every opportunity that presented itself to annoy his superiors. And while I'm stating the obvious, don't fire your medium pulse lasers until he's inside range for the ones they know exist. The chances anyone notices that our new ones hit slightly harder are slim enough to risk using the things, but they'll definitely notice if you open up with them twice as far out as anything they've seen before. That was the trick, of course. Use as much advanced technology as possible to give Samson an edge, but without the audience ever finding out. The mech's internal metal endoskeleton was the easiest part of that to achieve, as it was hidden from view, although the upgrade had necessitated taking the Nightstar completely to pieces and then reassembling it around a brand new one made of superior materials. The latest alloy being used didn't require quite as much beryllium as the one which the Bull Shark had been built around, but it was still very expensive and therefore not yet economically viable for mass production, but for this one-off upgrade package it got the job done very well. Similarly, the second-generation ferrofibrous armor plate worked, but the manufacturing process needed refinement to get the cost per ton down to acceptable levels. That annoyed a few people in authority, as the stuff had been at the prototype stage over 20 years ago and the materials science were still working on it, but at least it was available, if again too expensive for widespread use. Using both overpriced endosteel and ferrofibrous made the custom Nightstar a prime example of overpriced bleeding-edge technology in some ways, although weirdly the replacement power plant meant the thing was no more expensive as a whole than it had been as built. The mech's original Star League era XL fusion engine had been swapped out for a much cheaper Pitman 285 SFE pulled from an old Puma tank in storage, an engine that was heavier than what it replaced but was also considerably less fragile. They wanted a mech that could take a licking and keep on ticking, and thanks to the new endoskeleton, improved Gauss rifles and a prototype LBX autocannon all being lighter than Star League models, there was enough spare tonnage to use a standard fusion engine without skimping on firepower. There was even some weight available for a couple of extra surprises for Samson's opponent on top of that, which everyone involved hoped would be enough to get him the win. If he was facing a less formidable opponent, they would be more certain, but the man Samson would be up against was a legend, albeit one who had been resting on his laurels for a few years. Son, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you've not arrogant enough not to have watched all those recordings we scraped together of Grig competing in Solaris, Falstaff addressed Samson seriously. I hope you've got a game plan beyond hoping he'll mess up because he's not been competing in the big leagues for the last decade or so. I watched his matches, he's pretty good, Samson replied. Pretty good? Falstaff repeated, rolling his eyes. Peter Grigg was the grand champion on Solaris 2 years in a row. Yeah, but that was 14 years ago. Man's middle-aged now, he won't be quite as quick as he used to be, Samson replied confidently. Now, if I was up against, say, Oliver Two Horse, I'd want to swap out this white cooling suit for a brown one, but I'm not, he joked. Got to admit, I'm surprised to hear you admit that about anybody, which is weirdly encouraging because it means you're not completely delusional, but I really hope you're not thinking that just because he's got a few years on you that Grigg isn't still one of the best mech warriors in the inner sphere. Oh hell, he'd still beat most anyone else back home without breaking a sweat, and he might still be better than I am now, but that custom Atlas he rides isn't custom enough to beat me in this thing, Samson replied, pointing up at the Nightstar. Not in that big arena anyway. If I had to take him on at knife fight ranges it would be a different matter entirely, but I should be able to soften him up before he gets close enough to bring that big autocannon he's packing to bear. You'd better, because all the newfangled ferrofibrous in the inner sphere isn't going to stand up to an AC/20 putting bursts of 155mm heap into you for very long, Falstaff cautioned. Once it's stripped away you're only a single shell from being deader than disco. Samson narrowed his eyes, looking aggrieved. Mark my words, sir. Tomorrow night in the arena you're going to get to watch my Nightstar there rip Grigg's Atlas a new one, he vowed. I've bet $2,000 of my own money on it. And your life, Colonel, Falstaff reminded him. Samson had volunteered for the mission, of course, his ego wouldn't have allowed him to do otherwise, but it was only right to remind him what the stakes were here to him personally. Out of interest, what odds did you get? Falstaff asked curiously. Really good ones, Samson replied. The bookies have all heard of Peter Grigg, but who the hell is Henry McCarty? He asked rhetorically, grinning as he tapped the fake name stenciled on his cooling suit. Hopefully a lot more will know after Saturday night, and not just because he got turned into a smear in a battle mech cockpit by an AC/20 in front of a large crowd, Rory Falstaff replied flatly, wondering whether or not to put a few bucks on the kid himself. The following evening, sat as a spectator on the rim of the old open-cast mine being used as an arena for the special exhibition fight, Falstaff fought back the urge to go get some popcorn from the vendor nearby and hoped that Samson, aka Henry McCarty, was actually going to listen to Jackie Mrazkiewicz, aka Jackie Brtschizachikiewicz, who would be coaching him via radio once the match started. Jackie's cousin was sat behind him on the stadium bench seating provided, herself eating a corn dog, muttering confusingly that it tasted like it might actually be related to her, as they waited for the announcer to start the event. Tens of thousands of spectators were sat in rows right along the edge of the pit, a fair percentage of the planet's entire population usually attending the games, as well as tourists from elsewhere. Large screens of bulletproof glass set up in front of the seating offered the crowd of spectators some protection from stray shrapnel, though it wouldn't stop anything more than that, so you had to trust the mech warriors that would be fighting down below were careful with their aim, and a number of massive video screens were currently displaying images of the two mechs that were about to enter the arena from opposite ends to fight each other along, with pictures taken of their pilots just before they climbed aboard their machines. Kirsten put down her corn dog. Did I tell you the cocky little bastard asked me and Jackie if there was any chance of a threesome as a special reward if he won? She asked as an image of Samson wearing his cooling suit appeared up on the screens. Falstaff groaned. Going to put him up on a charge? He asked. Both cousins outranked him, nobody was ever going to even promote Samson to lieutenant, let alone any higher. Nah, I just advised he stick to banging high school girls and college freshmen that were dumb and inexperienced enough to be impressed by him because actual women weren't, Kirsten replied. You realize he'll just take that as a challenge, right? Falstaff checked. Yeah, Kirsten replied with a sigh. The worst of it is, much as I hate that man right now, you've gotta love that cooling suit, she said, looking up at the image. Concluding that Kirsten Mrazkiewicz had no taste in fashion, and hoping that she didn't pass on that defect to the multitudes of future Mrazkiewiczs that would emerge from the iron wombs in coming years, Rory Falstaff wisely opted not to pass comment. They flipped a coin to see which one would enter the arena first, he said as searchlights started to play through the air indicating the match was about to start. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to a special, one-night-only exhibition match here at the Grand Arena on Illyria. A booming voice emerged from loudspeakers, their local Scandinavian accent a little softer than most. It's the weekend, Illyrian Games fans, and this is Dagfinn Fjellner bringing you the play-by-play. It should be an exciting match tonight, but before we begin let me thank our sponsor for this evening, Encomnet, the Neops Hegemony Communication Network. The announcer continued. Encomnet, he said grandly. Interstellar communication without kooky superstition. Both Falstaff and Mrazkiewicz burst out laughing. And with that some poor Comstar Prekenter somewhere just suffered a stroke, Falstaff said grinning. Our first competitor tonight needs no introduction, the announcer continued, though he immediately went on to introduce him anyway, presumably because that was what they paid him for, competing for the first time ever at the Illyria Games. The man, the mech warrior, the legend. Two-time, back-to-back Solaris Grand Champion Peter Griggs. The announcer practically thundered the name for emphasis as near-deafening music began to play from the speakers, causing a few of the spectators to cover their ears, though that may have been as much because they didn't like Griggs' choice of music to herald his entrance into the arena than just the excessive volume. Rasselhog death metal was not to everyone's tastes, although it did have something of a following in the Illyrian Palatinate, so that might have been why Griggs chose it. As the 100-ton Atlas assault battle mech he was piloting stomped into the arena accompanied by fireworks, its custom paint job certainly suited the bombastic, thrashing music, black and red highlights accentuating the machine's already imposing appearance. The skull-like head of the mech made it look suitably monstrous to start with, sheer intimidation being one of the design specifications Alexander Kerensky had given for the thing when ordering the thing to be created, so making the 12-meter-tall machine look even more terrifying to behold was something a lot of Atlas pilots went for. Upon reaching his start position for the match, Peter Grigg halted his battle mech and ran through the game plan in his head one more time. He knew his opponent was riding a Nightstar, an advanced machine undoubtedly tricked out with Neopslus tech, and one he had also rarely encountered before because both the factories that had made them had been destroyed during the First Succession War. The Nightstar was a long-range sniper, even if the one he was facing had apparently swapped its original ERP-C for an LB-10X autocannon, which meant he would want to close the distance as fast as possible because otherwise his Atlas would just get battered to pieces by Gauss rifle slugs. Close up, however, his Atlas would eat the thing alive. The Nightstar used a high-tech XL engine, which meant it couldn't absorb the punishment his own machine could, and having the ammo for that autocannon in there alongside the lightweight engine was a really bad idea. Chances were that Neops had installed case on the ammo bins. They still had all the fancy SLDF gear that was gradually becoming extinct in the inner sphere, but case only limited the damage caused by an internal ammunition explosion, it didn't eliminate it entirely. A few good AC/20 hits into the torso of the Nightstar and not only would its XL engine be destroyed, crippling the mech, the ammo might even go up, sending pieces of assault mech hurtling up into the stratosphere. You could kill a mech with a single headshot from an AC/20, but that wasn't easy to do. Aiming center mass was more reliable, the torso was much larger than the head, and with both an XL engine and ammo in there, the Nightstar would go down almost as fast from putting rounds into its gut as it would from a lucky strike on its cockpit. Griggs smiled. This wasn't exactly Solaris, but it was nice to get back into the game, he thought to himself as music ended and announcer started speaking again. Our challenger tonight, hailing from the Neops Association, graduate of their gunslinger program, the pride of the SLDF, Henry McCarty. The announcer roared as very different music began to play and more fireworks reached for the skies. What started out seeming like easy listening elevator music played softly with a funky beat. A falsetto male voice began to sing as the Nightstar stomped into the arena. Listen to the ground. There is movement all around. There is something going down. And I can feel it. On the waves of the air. There is dancing out there. It's something we can't share. We can't steal it. In the cockpit of his machine, Wilhelm Sampson grinned. Saturday Night Star Fever baby, he said, knowing Jackie Mrozki was listening in on a secured channel as the 95-ton assault mech strutted into the beat of the music. As yet nobody else in the SLDF had figured out how he managed to get a battle mech to walk quite like that, although many others had tried, and failed, to emulate the weird bouncy stride. Apparently it had something to timing the electrical triggering of the mimers in the leg and foot exactly at the right moment, and also having good rhythm, Sampson maintained. That sweet city woman. She moved through the light. Controlling my mind and my soul. When you reach out for me, yeah. And the feelin' is right. Then I get night fever, night fever. We know how to do it. Gimme that night fever, night fever. We know how to show it. As the music faded away, Sampson reached his start point facing his opponent, a couple of 100 meters short of Gauss rifle range as he switched on his targeting system. The Nightstar was a late Star League design with very advanced computer-assisted aiming, and he switched it over to long-range mode as he selected the Atlas over yonder for the computer's attention. All the bulky mining equipment in the open cast mine-turned-mech warrior arena would give both mechs the opportunity to use cover, but Sampson knew if he chose his path carefully, maximizing line-of-sight contact with his opponent, it would give him the best chance of getting in a few good hits before Griggs and the Atlas could properly retaliate. Can I get a round of applause for both these brave gladiators out here to entertain us tonight? The announcer requested over the tannoy system. The crowd doing so and cheering as well. Okay, mech warriors. Let's get ready to rumble. The announcer exclaimed. 3, 2, 1, game on. Sampson started to move forward, as did Griggs, although the former only wanted to get into Gauss rifle range as soon as possible, and once he did so planned to try and keep his distance as long as possible, while the man at the controls of the Atlas would be trying to close down the range as quickly as he could. Reaching effective range for his twin Gauss rifles, Sampson opened fire with the first shots of the match, and the audience started to cheer once again as the crack of large-bore steel slugs accelerated to ludicrous velocities echoed off the walls of the mine. In the Atlas, Peter Griggs knew his machine wasn't the sniper that the Nightstar was. Those first two shots barely missed him, but that didn't mean he was incapable of firing back as one of the second salvo of Gauss rifle slugs whizzed past his machine close enough to leave a mark on the paint. Battle mechs used for the tournaments on Solaris were often better equipped than those used by the great houses, customized machines with weaponry that was less-tech in many places, and the LRM-20 missile launcher installed on Grig's Atlas was fitted with an Artemis 4 fire control system. This gave the missiles considerably better accuracy, and as Griggs got into range he locked onto the Nightstar in preparation for unleashing a barrage. Or rather, he tried to lock onto the Nightstar, but as soon as the Artemis 4 attempted to do so, the Nightstar instantly broke the lock. "Damn it, he's got a Guardian ECM system fitted," Griggs said aloud so his pit crew listening in could hear him. "Probably swapped out some Gauss rifle rounds to find the tonnage," he reasoned. As designed, the Nightstar NSR-9J typically carried a whopping 7 tons worth of Gauss rifle slugs into action, which was frankly excessive for a battle, let alone a one-on-one tournament, so losing some to fit an ECM unit wasn't the worst choice. You could still fire the launcher without an Artemis 4 lock, so Griggs did so, knowing that he wouldn't get as many hits as he would have wanted, but it was better than just letting the asshole in the Nightstar plink away at him without response. The volley of 20 LRMs launched by the Atlas sailed in an arc through the air, putting on a good show for the spectators as they left a smoke trail behind them. The audience got an even more exciting show just as the first missiles in the volley neared the Nightstar, because a concealed hatch on the thing snapped open and a tiny computer-controlled turret with its own targeting system popped out and began shooting at the inbound LRMs, those that we hit exploding. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing in action is an anti-missile system," the announcer eventually commented in obvious surprise as the small-caliber multi-barreled machine gun shot down a proportion of the LRMs before they struck the Nightstar, minimizing the damage the barrage could inflict. "Neops Lestek not seen in the battlefields of the inner sphere for nearly a decade," he added. The loud clang of a Gauss rifle slug making contact with the Atlas indicated that the Nightstar had made its first hit on the Atlas, that single impact stripping away nearly 3 times the armor off it than its handful of LRMs which got through the AMS fire had inflicted on its opponent. Cackling maniacally at the control of his Nightstar as the Atlas continued to bear down on him, Samson keyed up his LB-10X, which was now in effective range, selecting standard heap rounds for his first burst of autocannon fire. Both Gauss rifles mounted in his arms fired, their slugs along with the autocannon rounds hurtled through the space between the mechs, the faster magnetically propelled slugs reaching the target first, one making contact with another loud clang just before the heap rounds exploded on impact near to where the slug had hit, tearing off more armor. Griggs was getting annoyed now, at least the Nightstar couldn't run away. It was no faster than the Atlas and they were penned in by the walls of the mine anyway. Fortunately the Atlas could soak up punishment like almost no other machine, and once he got close he could dish it out a lot harder than the damn Nightstar could. Managing to get in a couple more good hits with his own longer range guns before the Atlas got close enough to shoot back with its gigantic AC-20, Samson was satisfied with how things were going so far. The Atlas had continued to throw LRMs at him all this time, and enough had gotten through the AMS fire that his Nightstar was far from pristine, but the Atlas looked a lot worse. Finally close enough for his AC-20, SRM launcher and his 2 medium lasers, Griggs' custom Atlas also had a pair of medium pulse lasers that he would have to be even closer to use. The former Solaris Grand Champion opened up with nearly everything he had, causing the crowd to start cheering again. Unable to deal with quite so many inbound missiles, the Atlas was just the range where both LRMs and SRMs were effective and was firing both its launchers. The AMS on the Nightstar, already running red hot and running out of ammunition, struggled to cope with such a target-rich environment, only stopping some of them from getting through. Inside the Nightstar, Samson could feel his machine taking an absolute battering, but he ignored it as he continued to put round after round into the torso of the Atlas. Just as an AC-20 burst tore a big chunk of armor off the Nightstar, a Gauss rifle slug from the Nightstar itself did likewise to the slightly heavier machine, an already damaged section of its torso now stripped bare of ablative armor plate revealing the internals behind. Samson switched his LBX autocannon over from standard shells to cluster rounds, essentially making it into a huge shotgun, giving it a better chance of hitting something important as the Atlas continued to close to medium pulse laser range for the endgame. At least this close-up the Atlas couldn't use its LRM launcher as well, Samson considered, although that was scant comfort as the AMS ran dry, barrels glowing red after taking out its last few SRM targets. Adding his arm-mounted medium pulse lasers to the fire he was pouring into the Atlas trying to shred its internals, Samson noted that the Atlas had a couple of those too, which wasn't good at this range even though his own were better. Eventually one of those big AC-20 shells was bound to get lucky and one triggered an ammunition explosion in the Nightstar, what was left of the rounds for the LBX autocannon going up in a rippling explosion that rocked the 95-ton machine to the side and would have destroyed it entirely if not for the case protection system, blowout panels directing much of the explosion away from vital systems. The Nightstar appeared to stumble, arms dropping as it stopped firing, a puppet with the strings cut. Peter Griggs yelled in triumph. That explosion right next to the mech's fragile XL engine would have crippled it, fancy case protection or not. Griggs brought his Atlas around to face the cheering crowd, raising the arms of his mech in triumph. When the cheering abruptly stopped and with his pit crew screaming in his ear, Griggs realized the enormous magnitude of his mistake. The Nightstar had smoothly straightened back up and was aiming its Gauss rifles and medium pulse lasers at him where the Atlas had no armor left, one arm aimed just above the magazine for the AC/20, the other centered on his gyro. I can't believe I got suckered like that, Griggs muttered to himself, deciding that he didn't want to risk dying on this goddamn rock in the periphery and hitting eject just as the Night Star fired. Samson whooped in triumph as the Atlas exploded and collapsed to the ground. Switching on the external speakers on the Night Star and cranking the volume up as far as it would go, he collected himself again before speaking. Disco is not dead, he declared to the crowd, voice booming around the arena. Disco is life. Kirsten Ross-Kiewis and Rory Falstaff, officers of the SLDF and blood-named warriors of Clan Wolverine, looked at each other. If he wants to try and find a nightclub later, don't let him wear the cooling suit, Ross-Kiewis said eventually. Note from the author. The only reason why most people in the inner sphere might have even heard of the Illyrian Palatinate is the annual Mech Warrior Games held there. It's not exactly the Solaris Games, but they have enough of a following to attract competitors from pretty far away, all hoping for a chance to earn money, salvage and maybe even a little fleeting fame and glory. Illyria using big open cast mines as makeshift arenas just seems like something they would do. Their economy is based on mining after all. You wouldn't usually expect to see a competitor of the likes of Peter Grigg on Illyria, but dangle enough money, or Lestek, in front of him and you can get him to travel. Wilhelm Sampson, aka Billy the Kid, aka Henry McCarty, Cookie if you get the reference, is using a customized Night Star that uses an standard fusion engine and an LB-10X autocannon instead of a Star League era XL engine and an ERP-C. Grigg has a somewhat less customized Atlas. The Night Star also has case protection, AMS, and a Guardian ECM suite. It's Lestek fever baby. And yes, the all-white prototype cooling suit is indeed a direct reference to a certain movie. Laughing face, I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LV. No, the Blackjack's autocannons aren't going to explode when you fire them. That's just an unfounded rumor. Battle Mech Training Instructor to a Mech Warrior Recruit with the Copernicus Militia, 2850 CE. Illyria 3 Illyrian Palatinate 2843. People hailing from Neops were well known for wearing sunglasses a lot when visiting other places. The dim red dwarf star they lived beneath made them sensitive to the much brighter daylight to be seen on most colony worlds, but they didn't usually wear them inside, and the fact that Wilhelm Sampson, aka Henry McCarty, was only made him look like even more of a douche. This was of course by design. Leaning back in his chair at the front of the press room facing the various journalists and camera crews, hands cupped behind his head, fingers meshed to cradle it, and with a smug expression on his face, he very much looked the part of the underhanded asshole the crowd had booed out of the arena. In some ways Sampson's entire life up to now had been a rehearsal for this performance, the Stanislavski acting method taken to its ultimate level. If you want to look like a real jerkus, then actually being one helped a lot. Sat beside him, looking suitably bitter and annoyed, two-time Solaris Grand Champion Peter Grigg would have happily swapped his prized gilded laurel wreath, the one that he had been handed 20 years ago as the trophy from his first ever championship victory, for the chance to go back in time a few hours and double-tap the Sinopha when he had faked his mech being crippled. Behind them on the wall a large VID screen was displaying the match earlier in looping repeat, several points in the action being shown in slow motion, including when Sampson had faked being disabled and Grigg fell for it. Mr. McCarty, are you aware that tricks such as the one you pulled are heavily frowned upon in arena competition? A sports journalist asked, not bothering to disguise his own feelings on the matter, judging by his expression of distaste. Yeah, that's why I thought it would work, Sampson replied, smirking. Then perhaps you are unaware of why it's frowned upon. The journalist persisted. Nah, it's to try and keep down the number of schmucks that get killed to a minimum, Sampson replied. It stops guys in crippled mechs getting finished off with an unnecessary coup de grace. The journalist now visibly glared at him, so much for giving the benefit of the doubt. So, despite knowing that you still went ahead with such a ruse? He asked rhetorically, tone dripping with contempt. Right, because it's not technically against the rules, more like just a suggestion or guideline, Sampson replied, leaning even further back in his chair, causing Grigg to offer a silent prayer he would topple back and hurt himself. Once I realized what he was trying to do from his shot placement, worked out that his game plan was to try and take out my engine, keep hitting my mech in the left torso where my autocannon was to try and set off the ammunition there to make it a slam dunk. I just let him think he'd done it. Sampson explained his thought process. Because he wanted his plan to work, he naturally assumed that it had when I made my mech look like it had powered down. Basic human psychology. Griggs narrowed his eyes. He was a consistent, cerebral mech warrior, the kind that one matches as much in their head as they did with their marksmanship, reflexes, and piloting skill. That was how he had managed to win the Grand Championship at Solaris 2 years running. He didn't just rely on luck and raw skill. He liked to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent compared to his own, and if you've got an AC/20 and the other guy is using long-ranger weaponry and has a mech with a fragile XL engine, the smart move is get close as fast as you can and keep smacking rounds into that torso until you've totaled that engine. That was especially true if there's ammunition stored in the same location that'll give you a sweet secondary explosion when you hit it. It frankly annoyed the crap out of Grig that the bastard had used his logical approach against him. And what would you have done if your opponent had decided to finish you off, instead of showing mercy? The journalist wanted to know. Not let him, Samson replied. Even with the autocannon knocked out, I still had 2 working Gauss rifles and my pulse lasers. At that range I had a more than decent chance of making a headshot. The only reason I didn't is because I wasn't trying to kill the guy, just win the match, but if he just tried to kill me then the rules would have changed. Griggs rolled his eyes. Man seriously overestimates his skills, he observed. Faking being crippled was the best piece of piloting I saw you make all match, he told Samson. Can't argue with the last part, Samson responded, not that the match up until that point had really given him a chance to show what he could do. He had been following a script, of sorts, which severely impinged on his style. That said, and although you'd never get him to admit it out loud, Wilhelm Samson himself now judged that Grig was probably better than he was by some margin. That this was the case even now with Grig a decade past his prime certainly surprised him and indicated just how good the top Solaris jocks actually were. Having had the chance to watch the match in slow motion from several camera angles, it was clear that Grig's maneuvering, use of cover and particularly his shot placement, was truly outstanding given he was piloting a lumbering Atlas. If many more of the LRMs or SRMs had gotten through, if those pulse lasers the Atlas was packing instead of its regular armament had seared off more armor, then Samson knew would have had to take it all very seriously to win despite his tech advantage, giving up on the little piece of chicanery he had planned to employ if the opportunity arose. Not that the chicanery hadn't come good in the end, if not in the way almost everybody thought it had, not being cognizant of all the relevant facts for a very good reason. You should have made a lot more hits, what with that fancy targeting system in that Nightstar doing a lot of the work for you. Grig belittled the other mech warrior's skills. If Samson had been doing his best he would have made more hits, and would have used cover and terrain better as well to limit how much damage he took in return too, but he wasn't really competing so much as acting, so the accusation of ineptitude didn't have too much sting to it. As it was, he just shrugged in response to Grig's criticism. I won, didn't I? He replied conceitedly. Even if I hadn't pulled the trick, you were only 1 or 2 Gauss rifle slugs away from losing by the time my ammo exploded, and if I'd been luckier with the cluster rounds you'd have lost before then. Rory Falstaff's ham-fisted attempt to motivating Samson into handling his mech in a certain way at a level below his actual abilities with the challenge, well, if you don't think you're good enough to convincingly fake it, hadn't worked quite as well as the Colonel still thought it had. Samson had let him think it did, but in reality his main to playing along with the ruse de guerre was something else. Wilhelm Samson was actually more of a team player than he let on, though if you ever accused him of not being an entirely egocentric, self-absorbed jerk he would vociferously deny it to his dying breath. His entire persona was built around being a rebel, the mech warrior savant captured by Clan Wolverine when they defeated the Rasmussen elite, the prisoner who railed against being turned into a bondsman then being forced to join the clan's laborer caste, only to be put back into a cockpit a couple of years later when Conhalis found himself with more battle mechs on his hands than skilled and experienced mech warriors to pilot them. As a teenage wunderkind with the Rasmussen elite, Samson had been a thug in a thug. His comrades there had been violent assholes that ruled their territory like the bandit kingdom it was, with Gustav Kron as their king and the warriors like Samson living the high life on the backs of the serfs that did all the work. After that, subsequently finding himself one of the people at the bottom of the ladder doing unskilled manual work had been quite the come down, and his reaction to that was the genesis of the laborer caste hero shtick he still played to on occasion. Even once he was back doing what he was best at, piloting a battle mech, Samson liked to push the boundaries. Seeing how far he could go in annoying his superiors without risking getting court-martialed, kicked out of the army and made to get a real job, while all the time feigning to not really give a crap about why his new home on Neops maintained such a large, well-funded and well-equipped military for its size so long as he got to be a part of it. Samson knew full well, of course, after all he had been one of the people that decent people needed to be protected from. It hadn't been Colonel Falstaff's appeal to his ego that got him to go along with the misdirection, it had been the logic and aim of the plan itself and the fact that deep down Samson knew that his people, and they were his people now, were the good guys. Or at the very worst they were objectively the least bad of the bad guys by a decent margin. Comstar and the successor states were watching Neops closely now, which made obfuscation ever more important. More concerningly, Nicholas Kerensky was himself undoubtedly looking out for signs of Wolverine influence, and at some point Neops would tip its hat that they had weapons technology more advanced than the Star League had, which would trigger alarm bells amongst the clans as to where Franklin Hallis and his people had ended up. Misdirection was called for, or as General Hallis had put it, the waters needed to be muddied a little, so when the information inevitably leaked out that there was something just a little screwy about the battle mechs the Neops Association was producing, it wouldn't immediately bring the great houses down on them like a ton of bricks, or worse, the clans. That all made sense, and as long as it was made clear to everyone back home that mattered that Billy the Kid had not been doing his best, Samson was willing to take one for the team. Just don't ask him to make a habit of it, he had a reputation to maintain after all. Try me again without all the Lestec weaponry. Griggs defended his own reputation in front of the press, regarding Samson with an expression that made it look like the other mech warrior was something nasty he had stepped in. A bad workman always blames his tools, Samson responded, smirking again. Nothing worse than a bad loser, he opined, wondering if he was going to get punched in the face for that one and knowing full well he would deserve it if he was. Peter Griggs momentarily considered slugging the arrogant prick but decided to keep the moral high ground in front of the media instead. Anyway, he could always beat the tar out of him later without being photographed doing it after all. Even with case protection, the only way you could have survived that ammunition explosion is if you weren't using an XL engine, he stated with conviction. Annoyingly enough, if he'd known less about the Night Star before the fight, he might have actually been better off. If I'd realized, it would have all gone very differently, chuckles, he said with justified certainty. For that matter, SFE or no, it was still practically a miracle that ammo going up hadn't blown the machine's arm off at the same time. Those kind of internal detonations were almost always catastrophic. We did say it was a custom Night Star, we just didn't explain in detail how we customized it, Samson replied. Maybe you should have considered the possibility that I was rocking a standard fusion engine instead of the one the thing came out of the factory with. How could I? I still don't know how the hell you fitted an LB-10X, an AMS, and a Guardian ECM in that thing without an XL engine, Griggs replied suspiciously. It really shouldn't have been possible, that's why he hadn't expected the bastard was faking. Samson grinned. Neops super science, he replied. Are you saying that the Neops Association has advanced beyond the Star League in weapons development? A reporter asked in shock, the others looking equally astonished. Yes, Samson confirmed truthfully. But I'm lying, he lied about lying. Cards on the table, our engineers did mount a lightweight autocannon on the Night Star, but it's not a new technology. Care to explain? The same reporter queried, looking suitably confused. It's really not difficult, anybody could do it, they just don't, Samson replied. Neops had been keeping this particular cover story ready for years, and this had been deemed a good time to roll it out where it would be guaranteed to reach a wide audience. The vast majority of the weight in an autocannon is in the barrel and the breech. You can easily shave off a couple of tons or more just by using less material. So, you've developed a better alloy. No, we just used less of it, Samson replied as if that was no big deal. Given that this was a big deal, Griggs just stared at him. Are you insane? He asked reasonably after taking a few seconds to let it sink in. The breech is the only thing keeping the propellant explosion inside the gun when you fire it, they're not made that thick and heavy for the fucking aesthetics. He exclaimed. For that matter, have you seen what it looks like when a barrel bursts? He asked incredulously. It's like a gigantic pipe bomb. Our guys tested the lightened autocannon to destruction. It wasn't going to fail in a match that only lasted maybe 10 minutes, Samson dismissed the argument. Not under ideal test conditions, but I was shooting at you, you goddamn maniac. Griggs pointed out. There's a reason why nobody does that kind of crap even on Solaris. You might think saving a couple of tons of weight off the gun you can exchange for an extra couple of heat sinks is a good idea, but even if the gun doesn't explode on you when you pull the trigger, you'd still have to replace the entire breech and the barrel after every match. That's got to cost a couple of $100,000 at least for an LB-10X, he assumed. The LBX autocannon was effectively less tech in the inner sphere, but not just because nobody knew how to make them anymore. The lightweight alloys required for the weapon had to be made in a freefall environment, making them very expensive after so many orbital manufacturing facilities had been destroyed during the war. In order to make back all the weight savings lost by swapping an XL engine for a standard one, Neops must have used a endo-steel structure too, presumably, Griggs surmised. Given that it was known they had built their own Olympus recharge stations, everyone already assumed they had plenty of orbital manufacturing capability though, so that wasn't remotely as surprising as the crazy bastards shaving down an autocannon to save weight was. Meh, isn't me paying for the thing, Samson responded flippantly. Griggs was calculating in his head. I guessed you saved some weight by not bothering to haul anything like a full load of Gauss rifle slugs, but even if you shaved some weight off the autocannon, I'm still coming up short. Think outside the box, dude, Samson replied condescendingly. Peter Griggs really wanted to hit that guy now. Even if you went with the minimum amount of Gauss rifle rounds, the only way you could have possibly made up that much tonnage is if you... He began to say before trailing off. Oh, for the love of God, he suddenly started speaking again. You only armored the front of the mech, that's why you didn't maneuver properly. You had to face me straight on, he concluded. Samson grinned. I neither confirm nor deny that particular statement, he replied. But I will say we did save a little weight by only partially filling the ammo hoppers for the autocannon. If I wasn't going to be maneuvering to keep my distance, I wasn't going to be missing a crapload of shots at max range anyway, so I didn't need a whole ton of regular heap and another ton of cluster rounds. That is just about the stupidest, most reckless goddamn game plan I have ever heard, Griggs exclaimed. The armor thing was clearly how they did it, and that was insane. On the other hand, the partially filled ammo hoppers did help explain why the explosion when they went up wasn't as dramatic as it should have been though, even with case. Samson shrugged. Worked, didn't it? He asked rhetorically. If it's stupid but it works, it's still stupid, Griggs retorted. Being lucky doesn't make it any the less dumb, he added, feeling almost personally affronted by the sheer amateurish idiocy of the whole thing, which was presumably done just so Neops could show off some more of their listech. If you'd stumbled, or if you'd just guessed wrong where I was heading, I could have gotten a shot into your side or rear, and without any armor at that location it would have been good night Vienna, he said flatly. I wouldn't have even needed my AC-20 to core you, the lasers or missiles would have turned that big, expensive Nightstar to goddamn scrap. You're just pissed you never thought of it yourself, Samson suggested, inwardly agreeing with every word. If you're open-minded there's all sorts of ways to do things differently, he maintained. Can you provide us with any more examples? One of the other members of the press asked, intrigued. Okay, so here's an easy one, Samson responded, nodding. Neither of us were using a PPC, so why not strip out the surge protectors and the Faraday cages around the electronics to save a little more? McCarty, shut the hell up right now. A voice bellowed from the back of the room. Oh yeah right, sorry sir, Samson responded sheepishly as if he had gone a little further than he had been authorized to do when explaining. Guess we can't pull that one again now, he added with an awkward grimace. What was that about surge protectors? What are they and what do they do? Another journalist less familiar with the inner workings than most of his colleagues in the room asked quickly. The electrical charge caused by firing a particle projector cannon, or getting hit by one, plays merry hell with electronics, Griggs explained himself professionally. After the PPC was invented, battle mechs had to be modified to protect their circuitry from the side effects of either firing one yourself or having one fired at you, he said. It's still not completely effective, that's why they have a minimum range below which the safeties in the field inhibitor won't allow you to fire the thing. There's potentially feedback effects at 90 meters or less. Imagine an electrical arc between the mech firing the PPC and the one getting hit by it, and just how much that would suck. So I'm assuming that removing these surge protectors is considered inadvisable. The journalist who had asked the question surmised. If you're carrying a PPC, or if there's any chance whatsoever of being hit with PPC fire yourself, then yes. It's really inadvisable, which is why nobody sane ever does it, Griggs replied, looking to Samson then shaking his head sadly. You'd have to practically dismantle the entire machine to take out or put back the cages and surge protectors just for the sake of a fraction of a ton of weight and a little more internal volume, and if it turned out that you were wrong about what you were up against and the other guy did have a PPC, then you would be more screwed than a 5C Bill Solaris whore. Yeah, but you didn't, Samson muttered to himself just loud enough for Griggs to hear. A little weight saved here, a little there, and pretty soon you've got a whole extra ton to play with, he said, making the Solaris champion wonder what other ill-advised modifications these munchkins had come up with. Were they crazy enough to skimp on the endoskeleton frame as well? Maybe use more aluminium and less titanium or something like that. It could be done, people just didn't because it was nuts. Any mass or volume you saved wasn't worth the risk of having limbs that were just a little less durable than they should be. An awful lot of math, engineering, and materials science had determined how strong a mech's internal skeleton had to be in order to do its job. When you ignored that math, your mech was always one unlucky hit away from getting a limb blown off and you burned through your assigned quotient of luck fast in combat. Neops was well known to be a scientific research colony, and Griggs was starting to conclude that their scientists had spent too long thinking about whether they could do something and not enough time on whether they should. At the back of the room, Colonel Rory Falstaff, currently operating under the false identity of John Oldcastle, fought back the urge to smile with satisfaction instead of looking deeply annoyed about Henry McCarty's big mouth. At some point somebody was going to notice that there was something hinky about some of the war machines Neops was producing, the militia blackjack with AC/5 autocannons instead of AC/2S being considered the most likely to get noticed first. This might naturally lead to questions being asked as to how some of this gear was getting crammed into machines that they really shouldn't be able to carry. Better for people out there to think that Neops was crazy enough to do things like light an autocannon in unsafe ways, or reduce armor coverage, or whatever merely to gain a marginal increase in performance than it was for them to know the actual truth. There was plenty of other misdirection schemes in the pipeline being kept back for future use. Fake laser insulators, for example, to explain why Neops battle mechs didn't overheat as quickly as they should, but for now just leading everyone wildly astray on the autocannon front was the primary goal. Winning the match in a dishonorable manner if the opportunity to do so arose was pretty inspired too. Falstaff had to give Billy the Kid that, although he had admittedly been a tad dubious of the suggestion when it was first made. Even though Clan Wolverine had often played fast and loose with clan codes of conduct regarding how you were supposed to fight an actual war, Sarah McKeevy had nonetheless always followed the rules when it came to formal clan trials. Neops being more than a little underhanded in an equivalent situation would hopefully help put Nicholas Kerensky off the scent if the clans got to wondering about where Franklin Hallis had ended up. Samson being cunning enough to come up with the ploy was surprising, him being confident enough in his own abilities to convincingly pull it off rather less so, of course. Obfuscation was the watchword of the day, and it looked like it was going swimmingly so far, Falstaff decided as everyone in the room started animatedly discussing ill-advised battle mech modifications. As Peter Grigg launched into a heartfelt diatribe about idiotic decisions made by other tournament mech warriors in the past, including the morons who went into the arena packing inferno rounds for their missile launchers thinking it would give them a huge advantage but who ended up incinerated by their own ammunition when their ammo hoppers were hit instead. Falstaff was interrupted in his thoughts by Major Mrozkiewicz, who suddenly appeared at his side and handed him a folded piece of paper. Falstaff opened the note and read it, raising his eyebrows as he did so. "Excuse me for interrupting proceedings," someone else said loudly, entering the room. They were wearing one of the jackets worn by the Palatinate officials overseeing the games, and a few of the local journalists seemed to recognize them as being in some position of authority judging by the way they stood up when he entered. That sort of deference tended to indicate the man hailed from one of the ruling merchant families that dominated Illyrian politics, as well as business in the Palatinate, and his expensive imported clothing supported that assumption. Given all the hubbub and hullabaloo from the fans and officials about the outcome of the match between Peter Griggs and Henry McCarty, the committee overseeing the games has just issued a ruling after being asked by several people to adjudicate the new arrival announced. "They're overturning the result?" someone asked, sounding pleased but surprised nonetheless. "No, the result of the match stands because no actual rules were broken, merely a code of conduct traditionally followed by tournament mech warriors," the official replied, sounding apologetic about it. However, given the circumstances, the Illyrian Palatinate understands why so many people are angry about what has happened and proposes a rematch under certain conditions. "What conditions?" Griggs wanted to know. "Assuming they agree, both mech warriors will be loaned a WSP-1A Wasp light mech by the Illyrian militia, both machines identically armed and equipped, and they will face each other again tomorrow night in the same arena they met in before," the official announced. "After some high-priority HPG communication we've had with them regarding the matter, during which the Illyrian Palatinate made its feelings clear that we were not happy at all, the Neops Association has agreed to pay for any repairs needed to the two machines after the rematch, and, after some negotiations, they also agreed, eventually, that if Peter Grigg is victorious he will be awarded the prize of Lestek he competed for in the original match." Griggs laughed. "I don't think I've competed in a stock wasp in over 25 years, but I'm game," he said, a few people in the room cheering and giving him some applause. "Karma comes around fast this year," he thought to himself happily. "I'll have to ask my CO," Samson said for himself, looking across the room to Falstaff. "Yeah, I'll bet you're hoping like hell he says no, because that big mouth of yours has written checks your ass can't cash," Griggs taunted him. "No Lestek, and no tricks means no chance you win. Up for the challenge, McCarty?" "HPG I just got from home says it's your choice whether you do it or not, McCarty," Falstaff told him, speaking up to be heard from the back. If Peter Grigg had expected his opponent to be a blowhard that would back out of a fair fight, he was alas mistaken. Samson took off his sunglasses but remaining seated turned to look Grigg right in the eyes. "I'm your Huckleberry," he replied to Grigg placidly. Since very few people had spent quite as many hours watching very old westerns as Wilhelm Samson had over the years, nobody present got the reference. They assumed the Huckleberry thing was just another example of weird Neops phrasing and slang such as, "Dude went berserk like a well-oiled gamma, it's all about the Newtons," or "smells fishier than a Frobisher fishing scum to me," but they rightly assumed nonetheless that it meant he was accepting the challenge. Unlike the previous time he entered the arena, no music played when Wilhelm Samson stepped out into the arena the following evening, which he assumed was so that it didn't drown out all the boos and jeers from the audience as the aging Wasp light mech he was piloting strode towards its start position. It was quite the audience too, even larger than before and a great deal more animated and invested in the result. "People sure do love watching the villain of the piece get his comeuppance," Samson thought to himself, grinning as he decided to play up to the role. Live video cameras projecting the image onto the large VID screen set up for the crowds, and being recorded both for posterity and so it could be broadcast around the inner sphere, Samson raised the left arm of his mech, the one not equipped with a laser cannon, and he gave the audience the finger. Given the man's previous dealings with the press back home, Rory Falstaff only sighed. It still wasn't as bad as the time Samson had jokingly credited his coming first in the gunslinger rankings to taking drugs and having dropped out of school. The Department of Education and the Neops Parent Teachers Association had gone ballistic. "Great mech warrior, awful role model. Son of a bitch has more fun than the rest of us combined though," Falstaff concluded, watching with a mixture of jealousy and dismay as Samson seemed to revel in the massive new wave of boos and jeers his rude gesture had provoked, now using his left hand to beckon the crowd to continue to berate him. The booing stopped abruptly as Peter Grigg's own Wasp entered the arena, and now the audience erupted into cheering as the former Solaris Grand Champion, a man that had always played it clean and had won all his matches fairly, stomped into view. They greeted him with fireworks too, something that had not been accorded to the low-down sneak Henry McCarty, who was clearly undeserving of such a warm welcome. Reveling in his role as the man you love to hate versus the White Knight in this performance, Wilhelm Samson decided he should demand a percentage from the ticket sales next time, assuming there was a next time and Grigg wasn't going to kill him before the night was out, that being a distinct possibility because the man was pissed. Peter Grigg being very angry wouldn't have been quite as big an issue if he wasn't also very good at his job, but Samson knew he had gotten himself into this situation and it behoved him now to metaphorically roll with the punches. Being punched by the fists of the 20-ton battle mech he was facing actually being a distinct possibility in reality as well, although Wasp pilots often preferred to kick instead if they found themselves in melee range. Sat in the cockpit of his own borrowed machine, identical to the one McCarty was using down to its Illyrian militia insignia and paint scheme, Peter Grigg paid little attention to the audience. As a younger man starting out as a tournament mech warrior, basking in the adulation of the crowd had been a major motivation, but at that moment he was laser focused on just winning the bout, wiping that smug smirk off that little asshole's face. Perhaps it would be better to say laser cannon focused, singular, because the WSP-1, a model of the Wasp, only mounted one directed energy weapon along with a single SRM-2 missile launcher, making it a far cry from the Atlas he had taken out last time in raw firepower terms. It was a great deal smaller and faster too, warranting a very different approach to how he wanted to play the same arena. Hulks of rusting mining machinery littering the disused open-cast mine that weren't nearly big enough to be used as cover or concealment by a 13-meter-tall, 100-ton assault mech like the Atlas became a lot more viable in a 20-ton Wasp, and he also had jump jets now too that could leap over some obstacles rather than forcing you to move around them. The medium laser mounted to his mech's right arm couldn't deliver a massive knockout blow like an AC-20 or a Gauss rifle could. Heck, it did barely half the damage of a PPC and had only about half the effective range, but it was reliable and heat efficient. Anyhow, given that a Wasp only carried 3 tons of armor, it wouldn't require him to make too many hits to strip his opponent's mech right down to its endoskeleton. The bane of many a WSP-1A operator's existence, the poor placement of its SRM-2 launcher on the machine, wasn't so much of a factor if the other guy was also in the same machine with the same problem. However, as Grigg took stock of the height of the obstacles, and weighed up undulations in the terrain left behind by mechanical diggers years before, he was far from the first mech warrior to consider finding the grave of the long-dead designer of the Wasp and asking his ghost why in the name of Cameron he put the launcher down in the left leg instead of in the upper torso so you could use cover and fire SRMs at the same time. For that matter, if the launcher had been in the torso where some of the heatsinks were, you could move those very same heatsinks into the now vacant space in the leg and cool off really fast when you had to by standing waist deep in a river or deep pond. Overheating wasn't an issue in an intact Wasp, of course, but after you lost a few heatsinks to battle damage it might be, and lightly armored light mechs were certainly prone to getting shot to pieces. As the countdown to the match began, Grigg determined where he wanted to go first. That oversized bulldozer over there with all the holes shot through it looked like a good place to stop and take stock of his opponent's initial moves, he decided. 3, 2, 1, game on. The announcer bellowed into his microphone, loudspeakers set up all around the arena thundering out his words. Lacking any long-range armament, there wouldn't be any shooting until they closed in, and Grigg utilized the calm before the storm to analyze his opponent as best he could as he steered his Wasp through the arena. Yet, it's amateur hour, Grigg thought to himself with satisfaction as McCarty used his jump jets to leap over a section of rusty conveyor belt once used to carry away rocks rather than go around it. Every time you used your jump jets there was a risk of landing badly and damaging your machine, so it wasn't something a professional did unless he had to. It might look spectacular and impressive, but it was foolhardy. Inside his own Wasp, Samson grinned, thinking that his showboating with the jump jets should help cement in Grigg's mind that the jerkus he was up against wasn't half as good as his big mouth purported him to be. If he was going to win this, he not only needed to give it 110%, he would also need Grigg to mess up or badly underestimate him, given that any of the usual tricks and fake-outs weren't likely to work. The former Solaris champion wasn't likely to get suckered again easily. For that matter, he might well double-tap this time if he thought his foe was just trying to pull another fast one, so Samson hoped like hell the ejector seat on this old bucket worked. Produced in greater numbers than any other battle mech, mostly because it was cheap and the design was nearly 400 years old, the Wasp was one of those machines that almost everybody could recognize and knew something about. Spare parts were relatively inexpensive and widely available, to the point that even underfunded periphery militias might have a few aging WSP-1As in their inventories that they could keep in working order, and Samson guessed that the one he was in dated from before the reunification war, judging by how worn it looked. Fortunately, Neops had reconditioned a fair few machines for the Illyrian Palatinate, including this one, so while it looked a touch decrepit, it was mechanically sound and its legs weren't going to buckle under it from a hard landing, which was why Samson used the jump jets again to quickly close into weapon range. They wanted a show, so he was going to give them a show. One of the problems with fights between mechs armed only with lasers was that they didn't look nearly as spectacular as autocannon tracer or missiles whizzing around, or PPC bolts flashing across an arena. So in order to liven things up for the audience, nozzles on some of the obstacles connected to buried piping started to vent clouds of dry ice into the arena just as the two battle mechs got into effective range for their medium lasers. Samson fired first, aiming deliberately wide, hoping that Grigg might underestimate his skills some more and get sloppy, while Grigg's return fire was aimed much better and barely missed. Starting to maneuver at high speed, weaving in and out of the old cargo loaders, bulldozers, and rock crushers that littered the arena, Samson and Grigg exchanged laser fire, occasionally sending a couple of SRMs their opponent's way when the opportunity presented itself. Able to reach 95 km an hour and also agile, scoring a hit on a wildly maneuvering Wasp was a lot harder than doing so on a lumbering assault mech, especially if you were also in a Wasp pulling the same move. There was certainly a hell of a lot more missing going on than there was scoring hits as the two light mechs dueled each other at relative close range, the clouds of dry ice rendering the bright green beams of light being fired between them easily visible to the audience. Just barely avoiding a pair of SRMs fired by Grigg that impacted with a rusty bulldozer 50 or so meters behind him with an expensive double explosion. Samson scored the first hit of the match with his medium laser, his sense of triumph short-lived because Grigg quickly made a hit of his own and then quickly followed it up with a second. Gotta give the old guy credit, Samson muttered to himself. Man really knows how to shoot. He observed with growing irritation that Grigg was also being extremely methodical and not taking risks. There was an old military dictum that when you're in a bad situation the riskiest moves are often the best choice, because playing safe wasn't going to get you out of it, so Samson pulled something unorthodox and waiting until Grigg was between cover he used his jits to vault an obstacle, firing his SRM launcher as he went. The accuracy was for absolute crap, but the missile streaking his way did cause Grigg to try to dodge out of reflex and correctly predicting which way he would go to try and avoid the missile. Samson scored another good solid hit with his laser. The problem was that Grigg was making his shots more consistently, effectively nickel-and-diming Samson to death with repeated laser hits, and that damage was starting to build up. Armor stripped from the left torso of his Wasp, Samson lost a heatsink to the next shot, not a catastrophe by any means but no doubt a taste of things to come. Fortunately for his bank balance, Wilhelm Samson had decided not to wager his substantial winnings from the first match on him winning this one as well, so it could have been a lot worse. It wasn't like he had secretly bet on Grigg instead though, his ego wasn't that under control even if that particular bet wouldn't have been grossly illegal and likely to lead to accusations of match fixing. Over the next couple of minutes Grigg continued to wear Samson down, even managing to score a couple of hits with his missiles when he correctly predicted the younger mech warrior's next move and clobbered him with SRM's en route, momentarily staggering his machine before it recovered. There was one more move Samson could pull that might win him the match, even if was risky he knew. The old jump kick beloved by Wasp drivers that hoped to grow up to ride a Highlander one day and jump on people to finish them off. Feigning to go one way and then quickly going in the other instead, the move successfully throwing off Grigg's aim, Samson rapidly closed the distance and swerving to avoid a broken down earth mover towards the end of his high-speed run. Samson triggered his jump jets just at the opportune moment. The 20-ton machine arced through the air towards Grigg, intending to kick the other Wasp right in the head like a demented martial artist clad in medieval full-plate armor. Two-time Solaris Grand Champion Peter Grigg sidestepped, having seen it coming long before it had thanks to decades of experience, and with perfect timing smacked the airborne light mech going past him hard to mess up its trajectory and cause it to land again awkwardly and therefore stumble to the ground. Peter Grigg was just as surprised as his opponent must have been in missing the kick so badly that the other mech didn't stumble when it landed, McCarty's Wasp remaining upright and stable as it tried to turn around to start fighting again. Fair's fair, you really know how to drive, kid, Griggs had to admit out loud as he fired his laser and SRMs into McCarty's back and then side, having turned faster than his foe had and already having brought his own weapons to bear on target. Warning lights flashing on the cockpit controls and alarms ringing in his ears, Samson hit eject because he wasn't getting out of this one alive if he stayed in the cockpit and he knew it. You're still an asshole though, Griggs said to himself with a sense of satisfaction, watching the ejector seat rocket upwards before deploying a parachute. Peter Grigg originally had no intention of ever visiting Illyria again after this, although the offer with all the zeros on it to come back next year for the decider of the grudge match between him and McCarty certainly made him reconsider. The egotistical prick insisting on top billing before he would sign up himself wasn't in itself a deal breaker, even if Peter Grigg judged he probably wouldn't even make the top 25 in the Solaris rankings on a good day, although Grigg did say he would only agree to that if there was also a clause in the contract saying he could punch McCarty in the face. Other than McCarty himself, nobody on the NEOPS side of the negotiations objected to the clause in principle, although they said they would have to check with the lawyers back home before they could sign off on it first. For her part, Major Brzezichikio's only comment on the matter when pressed for her opinion was a shrug followed by the honest admission, "Yeah, we've all wanted to slug him once or twice too." Note from the author. Given that at some point it was going to be noticed that NEOPS seemed to have battle mechs, aerospace fighters and tanks packing more firepower than they should, a little misdirection was deemed in order. Potential opponents, successor states and/or clans, underrating NEOPS machines because they think they've skimped on armor, or shaved off weight on weapons in an unsafe manner, in order to mount heavier guns or to use less tech equipment where regular gear obfuscates the situation nicely. Billy the Kid wasn't throwing the match in the last part by not operating the Nightstar to its full potential, he was disguising that full potential. For the record, if it's not clear, they didn't really remove a few tons of material from the barrel and breech of the LB-10X on Samson's Nightstar, and it was in fact fully armored, they just asked him to drive the thing like it wasn't. Battle mechs do need their electronics protected from firing PPCs, or having them fired at you incidentally, but it's certainly not somewhere you'd usually look to in order to save weight. The WSP-1A Wasp is a far cry from the assault mechs we saw in the last part. Without the Listec weaponry, and the underhanded trick, Wilhelm Samson, aka Billy the Kid, aka Henry McCarty, isn't as good as Peter Grigg, though he's still much better than you'd think if the only time you'd seen him in action was in the Nightstar/Atlas match. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LVI. Remember, officially we went around the Lyran Commonwealth to get to von Strang's world, not through it. The Steiners aren't stupid enough to actually believe we took the scenic route, but diplomatic niceties are important and they won't kick up a fuss if we don't rub it in their faces. They don't like Nico von Strang any more than anyone else does, probably less, so they likely aren't going to bitch about the precise circumstances that led to his ousting from power unless they have to for the sake of their reputation and officially upholding their sovereignty. Brigadier General Henry Hal Franklin, 2843 CE. Hegel System Lyran Commonwealth 2843. If there had been anyone there paying attention to such things, the arrival of a pair of Star-Lord-class jump ships in the Hegel system would have raised some eyebrows in itself, but the vessel that made up the final member of the trio would have really set alarm bells ringing. As it was, with the system effectively dead, stricken from the star maps for a quarter-century now, the only people at all intrigued by the presence of the royalty-class armed jump ship floating there beside them was the crew of the Blackheart's own jump ship, the Fairbairn Sykes, who were still trying to get used to the idea of running with the thing even after traveling with her all the way from Neop's territory. The royalty was a reminder of what many might think of as a dark time in history, although arguably the Amorous Empire was practically a golden age compared to what followed afterwards. Even though it wasn't actually a warship as such, the royalty was still very heavily armed for a civilian jump ship, sometimes seen as an example of a so-called Jolly Roger vessel ideal for commerce raiding, privateering, or outright piracy. That was certainly what the Rim Worlds Republic had built them for originally, something to disrupt enemy shipping and transport routes, not a vessel to place in the battle line. Given she also carried 2 squadrons of aerospace fighters along with her internally, as well as a respectable number of guns, the jump ship NAS Dragoon's loss, as Neops had renamed their prize, did make for a very nice escort on their way to von Strang's world. Hopefully she would also provide them with a way to not only get some boots on the ground but to do so in a way that would have them potentially welcomed with open arms. Colonel Mitch Johnson of the Blackhearts had not been entirely surprised to find out that Neops had been a teeny bit economical with the truth when they had informed the press on Terra that the royalty they had captured from the Blood Rain back in 2829 was still not been fully repaired and restored to service. Nonetheless, he figured that what with von Strang's world being so damn far away from Neops, it shouldn't matter. It wasn't like Nico von Strang was going to automatically assume that the 295th had hauled their asses right across the inner sphere just to give him a whooping when a vessel hailing from the former Rim Worlds Republic Navy showed up on his doorstep. Even if he was paranoid as hell, his reaction was more likely to be one of joy when another group of RWR holdouts appeared in his midst professing to want to re-establish links between them. Frankly, the only ship that would have screamed Amorous Empire more than a royalty was a Stefan Amorous-class battleship, and it wasn't like Neops had one of those it could use as a Trojan horse. "If only Dad could see us now," a broadly grinning Mitch Johnson observed from his chair on the bridge of the Fairbairn Sykes, thinking about all the stories his father had told him while growing up about fighting Amorous. Having left all their dependents and a quarter of their fighting strength back in the Neops hegemony, the government there having ceded the Blackhearts some territory on Stafford not far from the capital city, the bulk of the regiment was currently loaded aboard a pair each of Overlord and Intruder-class dropships, which along with an old jumbo cargo hauler and a single Fortress class for fire support filled the Jumphip's docking collars. The NAS Jonathan Cameron, the other Star-Lord jump ship in the small flotilla which was just visible to the naked eye in the far distance, was itself carrying 3 Overlord battalion transports, one of the better armed Lee class plus a pair of brand new Cargo King freighters. One of the military dropships over there actually belonged to Bolton's Rangers, not Neops itself, and as well as their own people they were carrying a single lance of mechs from Tyson's troublemakers who had jumped at the chance of tagging along. Aware that his 4 mechs were really just a token gesture compared to what Neops and the other larger mercenary regiments were bringing to the party, Major Samuel Tyson did at least make sure that all 4 were heavily armed and armored assault battle mechs, as befitted the former 23rd Heavy Assault Regiment, and he had his 3 best mech warriors with him. If the rest of them were going off to go hammer some Amorous scum, there was no way in hell that Sam Tyson was being left behind, even if his depleted unit didn't have many soldiers to spare from their garrison duty on Galileo. Johnson remembered grinning when Tyson had earnestly declared back at the Neops recharge station, while they all discussed the operation, that his mother would surely rise from the grave and beat the absolute crap out of him if he wasn't there with a few troublemakers when that fucking statue of Stefan Amorous that the von Strangs had erected in their capital city was torn down. If anything, Colonel Daniel Bolton and his Rangers had been even more enthusiastic about the mission than Tyson, and would have happily sent more than a single battalion along if not for Neops wanting them to keep the majority of forces back in the hegemony to garrison Comstock and Francas. As General Romanoff had explained, she wanted the majority of the deployed forces to be from the Neops Association itself, additionally noting that the only reason she could free up the manpower needed for such a lengthy deployment in the first place was because with Bolton's Rangers holding the fort on a couple of the new hegemony's more important colonies, it freed up some of her troops from garrison duty. More pragmatic than either Tyson or Bolton, some might say cynical and worn down by life, Mitch Johnson of the Blackhearts was himself more motivated by the handsome paycheck being offered, and the opportunity to get his hands on some fancy Listec, than he was chanced to beat up on Amorous loyalists. Having mostly worked out in the periphery rather on the front lines of the inner sphere, the Blackhearts hadn't been quite as badly mauled during the last few decades as some unfortunate mercenary regiments, but resupply and recruitment had still been an ongoing struggle over the years. When he took over command of the regiment from his father back in 2821, the Blackhearts had been down to barely a fifth of their official strength, this after years of attrition and getting themselves involved in some very nasty and bloody counterinsurgency work. Fortunately, it was always easier to recruit and then extensively train new soldiers to replace your infantry losses than it was to replace battle mechs, and the Blackhearts had never been a line unit that primarily relied upon lots of heavy metal looking the enemy right in the eye across a battlefield. The Blackhearts were really more of a behind-the-lines unit, one that much preferred quietly stabbing the enemy in the back because their origins were as a special forces command and, in any case, fair fights were for suckers. The unfortunate downside to operating in the periphery as a former SLDF unit had been that many of the people living out there openly hated the Star League's guts. Even after literally decades of residence in the Taurian Concordat, the Blackhearts had been largely basing themselves on Starapi ever since Alexander Kerensky departed the inner sphere. Many locals there still regarded them as foreign oppressors and were very vocal about it. After a while, the accusations of being somehow in league with the infamous General Amos Furlow, despite the man being dead for 200 years, got really old, and it had been after yet another bar fight between the Blackhearts and the Pleiades Hussars, a Taurian regiment also stationed on Starapi, that Mitch Johnson decided to seek an alternate employer. It wasn't that the Blackhearts had ever actually lost any of the brawls with the Pleiades Hussars, you understand, it just stopped being fun after a while. Understandably, having no interest in getting killed in one of the senseless, bloody campaigns being waged constantly by the successor states, this being an era where one of the mercenary regiments in your employ being slaughtered to the last man had a big upside as you wouldn't have to pay them, working for NEOPS just looked like a much more attractive prospect, so Mitch Johnson had dispatched an HPG their way to feel them out on the matter. Naturally, nobody had mentioned von Strang's world until after the Blackhearts reached NEOPS. External bulkheads might not have ears in the vacuum of space, but if you thought Comstar wasn't reading your mail, then you were an idiot. Compared to being potentially thrown at Hesperus, Orient, or Irian by a different employer, however, it was still very much the case that giving Nico von Strang and his ragtag forces a spanking wasn't really so bad when you thought about it, even if the journey to get there was going to be an absolute bitch. It had been a hell of a trip in itself so far, just getting to the Hegel system from NEOPS, some 17 jumps in fact, and despite that they were still only halfway to their final destination, Colonel Johnson realized gloomily. He only hoped that the mysterious ship that was supposed to meet them here to resupply the flotilla was actually going to turn up, NEOPS having claimed to have sent it on ahead while being notably fuzzy on the details. Most systems which had fallen off the maps during the First Succession War were either near the front lines or on the outer fringes of the successor state they were a part of, but in Hegel's case it was located practically slap bang in the middle of the Lyran Commonwealth, barely more than one jump away from the capital system of their CAD itself. It hadn't been an inability to maintain vital water purification systems needed for agriculture that had spelled doom for Hegel and its people, nor had it been the orbital bombardments that had depopulated so many other worlds at about the same time. The reason why the system was no longer worth including on the maps was the terrible plague that broke out there in the early 2810s and which hit Hegel harder than the Black Death had done 14th century Europe. In better times, Heffel might have expected relief to come in the form of shipments of medicines and aid from elsewhere in the Commonwealth, but with the bloodiest conflict in human history raging, and every available transport jump ship Haus Steiner could get its hands on allocated to the war effort, Hegel was effectively left to its own devices. Feeling abandoned and being one of the few noble rulers that genuinely gave a crap about the people they ruled, Richard Perkins, the Landgrave of Hegel, had snapped, leading to him trying to assassinate Lyran Archon Richard Steiner in the throne room on their CAD, doing so right under the noses of the Royal Guard. Given that the Lyran throne was flanked on both sides by a 55-ton Griffin medium battle mech, the machines just as imposing a sight in the chamber as you would expect, this was certainly a ballsy move by Perkins, and he had likely expected to get stomped the instant Richard Steiner hit the floor with a hole blown through him. In the event Richard Steiner had not been assassinated that day, and neither was Richard Perkins blasted or stepped on by a Griffin. What actually happened was that an extremely quick-thinking and alert mech warrior in one of the machines spotted Perkins about to fire, and he slammed his mech's massive hand down between the would-be assassin and the Archon to shield the latter from the laser pistol in Perkins's hand. Other Royal Guards, these ones not in mechs, immediately tackled the Landgrave of Hegel before he could fire again, and Richard Steiner was quickly bustled out of the throne room to safety. Hauptmann David Bateman, the perceptive Griffin pilot with the good reaction times, never had to buy his own drinks at the bar for the rest of his life, and the perennial question was finally answered as to whether the undoubtedly very bored guys stuck in the cockpit of the mechs in the throne room for hours on end were actually awake in there or not. According to the official story, Perkins had later revealed under interrogation that he had been pushed towards his course of action by agents of the Free Worlds League, the now former Landgrave of Hegel giving up their names to the authorities. The conspiracy nuts regarded that as utter nonsense, of course, the sort of thing that only gullible sheeple would accept as the truth. After all, the attempt on the Archon's life had very nearly succeeded, and would have done if the mech warrior had been less sharp, or the room more crowded, preventing them seeing Perkins' weapon before it was fired. Honestly, did that really sound like something masterminded by intelligence operatives from the Free Worlds League to anyone, since when was safe that effective? Famed Lyran movie director, and combat veteran of the First Succession War, Olivia Rock certainly didn't buy the official story. Her award-winning fictionalized account of the events as shown in the movie Rs contended that it was actually all just the work of a lone wolf gunman, with Perkins acting entirely alone. Regardless of the truth of it, after Richard Perkins was sentenced to death by the courts for attempted regicide, Archon Richard Steiner had personally commuted the man's sentence to life imprisonment, recognizing that his would-be assassin had only been driven to such anger and resentment because the people he saw as his responsibility were suffering horribly and he was looking for someone, anyone, to blame. What the Lyran Commonwealth did not do, however, was divert the massive amount of resources away from the war effort that would have been needed to actually save Hegel, which was of course why the system had eventually fallen off the maps. It was a sad story really, one of so many sad stories that could be told about the First Succession War, although it did mean that Hegel was a now convenient place for a stopover situated right in the center of the Lion Commonwealth that nobody ever visited anymore, Colonel Mitch Johnson thought to himself as he pondered the history of where he had ended up that day. We're not sure how long we're going to be here, hopefully not much longer than it takes to recharge the jump drive, but I want to make certain that everyone is doing their required hour of daily exercise on the grav deck and I'll be checking that they do, Johnson announced to his officers and bridge crew. And I don't want to damn well hear any more whining about only getting a couple of minutes in the shower afterwards. It's not like we're hauling a damn comet with us, he added. Water recycling worked for long-distance space travel, if not flawlessly, but it didn't mean you could be profligate with your supplies. There were pharmaceuticals you could take that reduced the bone and muscle loss which resulted from long periods of living in a zero-G environment, but if you planned to do anything more than sit on your ass at the other end of the trip you needed to exercise daily. Exercise bikes and weight training machines helped a lot, every dropship had a few of them aboard for its passengers and crew to use, but there was no real substitute for gravity itself, which was why personnel traveling aboard the dropships took turns on the gravity deck of the jump ship carrying them. A Star-Lord was large enough to have a reasonably sized rotating grav deck giving it a decent amount of floor space, some of which was devoted to a gym as well as the long corridor right around the circumference of the deck making decent running track, if you were okay with the whole inverted hamster wheel thing anyway. Some people found running around a grav deck make them feel a little odd at first, even queasy sometimes because the nature of artificial gravity generated by centrifugal force meant the effective gravity at your head and feet weren't the same, which was more noticeable when moving, but after a while most people got used to it, much as sailors of an earlier age got their sea legs after a few days or weeks aboard. That big damn grav deck on the Olympus station at Neops had been a treat after the Blackheart's initial journey from where they had been living in the Taurian Concordat to there, although not as much as the few weeks they spent on Stafford before embarking on the even longer trip to von Strang's world. Stafford was a really nice planet, lush and green with a great climate, and the locals had appeared friendly and welcoming enough to Johnson, even though he had heard they were putting restrictions on further immigration from the inner sphere. That had been kind of interesting information to learn in itself. Although the Neops Association had a definite first among equals vibe going on, and they had obviously named the new hegemony after themselves as a result, the member worlds like Stafford enjoyed a great deal of domestic autonomy, and if the elected government of Stafford had not agreed to let the Blackhearts settle there then they would have had to be ceded land somewhere else, maybe Copernicus. The Stafford government had likely considered having a mercenary regiment with the reputation of the Blackhearts based just outside their capital was a good thing, given it would help to keep pirates and other ne'er-do-wells away. Accepting refugees from the succession wars, however, ones that would likely want land of their own, might not necessarily fit in with the existing society and could possibly resist integration, was a different matter. Given that they lived on a garden world, an agricultural breadbasket, one that was nicer than 95% of colonies in the inner sphere, it was easy to see why the people of Stafford feared being swamped by people seeking paradise. Not that Copernicus, Bacalu, or wherever were supposed to be unpleasant, harsh places to live by any means, they just weren't like Terra, but even better as Stafford could justifiably claim to be. Bolton's Rangers meanwhile had been ceded land on Islington, another breadbasket world affiliated to the hegemony, although their contract actually required them to defend Comstock and Francas, so most of their fighting strength was now deployed there instead. Islington was apparently unique among NA hegemony worlds in that it had an established nobility, the ruling family being House Humphreys of Islington, a cadet branch of the famous House Humphreys who ruled as Duke of Andurian in the Free Worlds League. Given that Star League law, nor the Terran hegemony legal system Neops inherited, actually prohibited a member world having a functioning aristocracy, the current Baron Humphreys of Islington remained the official, de jure head of state there. As per the Neops Association's insistence upon democratic rule, however, they were really more of a figurehead to an elected parliament these days, making Islington effectively a constitutional monarchy with the role of governor of Islington within the hegemony structure subsumed into the position of Baron of Islington. When it came right down to it, the only difference between the paperwork Mitch Johnson had received ceding land on Stafford to the Blackhearts, and the document Daniel Bolton was given granting his Rangers territory on Islington, was that the latter was a great deal more ornate and affixed with a wax seal. Samuel Tyson of Tyson's Troublemakers might have kicked up a fuss about his own mercenary regiment not being given valuable land on a breadbasket world too if it wasn't for the fact he had been quietly buying up shares in a mining company on Galileo, one he knew had just discovered a rich new deposit of fire opals. It wasn't technically insider trading, but he thought it best to stay under the radar anyway. All 3 mercenary regiments had signed up to the new NEOPS company store policy, even Bolton's Rangers despite having been badly burned before by the similar system the Draconis Combine operated. Although understandably reluctant to repeat a prior mistake in signing an agreement that might bite him on the ass later again, Mitch Johnson had been swayed by having access to Lestec-like Beagle active probes, ferrofibrous armor and LB-10X autocannon dangled under his nose. For Mitch Johnson of the Blackhearts it had been a little easier to get him to sign up, mostly consisting of him jokingly asking if they could fix a null signature system or a chameleon light polarization shield and being told sure, as long as he could give them one to take apart anyway. They also asked if the Blackhearts had any Mark XXI Nighthawk power armor in a state of disrepair by any chance, being weirdly confident they could fix those things too, though vociferously denying they had any of their own already. The NEOPS representatives explained that as well as robots they used a number of Lestec tunnel rat-powered mining suits in their unsurprisingly high-tech mining operations, which was why they didn't think the Nighthawk was completely beyond them mechanically. They did admit that the compact ECM fitted to the Mark XXI was an unknown quantity however, so whether they could fix one of those would depend on what they found when they took one apart. Jenna Romanoff had probably been senior enough in the SLDF to be better informed that most people as regards the sort of thing the Blackhearts and other special forces got up to and the fancy gear they possessed, but this still raised a few more suspicions more in Colonel Johnson's mind as to what exactly the NEOPS Association might be keeping under their hat. Although the 77th Special Operations Group itself had never had any dealings with them back in the Star League era, Johnson could not help but wonder if any other Black Ops types might have utilized the place as a convenient base situated out in the periphery back in the day, one that was loyal to the Terran hegemony and unusually blessed with cutting-edge manufacturing capabilities. That would in itself explain why SLDF High Command on Terra had never kicked up a fuss about XXXIV Corps supposedly trading with NEOPS for supplies at some point, something that the association had mentioned publicly when they emerged from hiding. Maybe those SLDF ties were a lot deeper, and not as unauthorized and unofficial, as they made out. It certainly didn't help matters as regards Mitch Johnson's regard for the forthrightness of the NEOPS Association when the identity of the ship which jumped in for the rendezvous at Hagel a couple of days after they arrived was revealed. Okay, so it was technically a cargo transport that jumped in to join them, but that description left out some very salient details. "You didn't tell us we were meeting a goddamn warship," Mitch Johnson signaled Brigadier General Henry Call Me Hal Franklin, the ranking officer from NEOPS and overall commander of the operation over on the NAS Jonathan Cameron when the ship broadcasting its identity as the NAS São Gabriel appeared in their midst. "You're mistaken," Colonel Johnson Franklin had signaled back. "We would never operate a warship in Lyran Commonwealth territory without asking permission. The São Gabriel is merely a cargo carrier," he said, Johnson readily able to visualize the other officer's tongue-in-cheek expression as he said it. "It's a Carrack-class military cargo carrier, sir," Johnson replied flatly. "Those things packed naval-grade weaponry that could crack anything short of an actual line warship like an egg, and for that matter the Free Worlds League had converted their own examples into strike carriers able to bring a full wing of aerospace fighters to bear, which further blurred the line. Well, I'm not claiming that it's an unarmed cargo carrier. It's a dangerous galaxy after all," Brigadier Franklin replied, now sounding very much like he was holding back laughter on the other end of the line. Mitch Johnson rolled his eyes. "I swear, if these people had a fleet of freaking battleships squirreled away somewhere I wouldn't be completely surprised," he muttered to himself just loud enough for the bridge crew of the Fairbairn Sykes to hear, the navigation officer and a couple of the others chuckling at the hyperbole. "I thought we were supposed to be the ones with all the murky little secrets operating in the shadows," he continued to complain, this time the ship's captain joining in the mirth as he started laughing. "We're receiving another signal, this one from the São Gabriel requesting permission to approach," the comms officer reported. "She's hauling an aqueduct with full water tanks and a mammoth with a couple of 100 tons of fresh rations aboard with our name on them. She says that with Brigadier Franklin's compliments she'll top off our water tanks and replenish our stores first before moving on to the Jonathan Cameron and then the Argane." This time Johnson smiled, mostly because that meant everyone could take longer showers for a while, including himself, but also as he still found the nickname NEOPS used for the jump ship pretty funny. The NAS Dragoon's loss being routinely referred to as Argane just struck him as amusing every time he heard it being used aloud in official comms traffic. It was just so damn appropriate for a prize vessel. "Fresh rations?" he queried. "Well, they say it's frozen food, meat and vegetables, but that's better than dry rations," the comms officer explained. "We're also being asked by São Gabriel to send over a list of replacement parts we need. They've just come from stripping an old SLDF cache and they recovered a mix of spares for different dropships and mechs." Okay, so that suddenly made a lot of sense, Johnson realized. The reason why NEOPS had an armed cargo vessel operating out here alone so far from home was probably because they had the thing flying around salvaging anything useful Kerensky left behind. They likely started out by hoovering up anything in Free World's territory and then expanded their search pattern outward, looking for anything valuable that hadn't been run across yet by anyone else. That kind of operation was, after all, how they claimed to have laid their hands on that frigate they used as a flagship, right? Maybe that's how they got hold of the Carrack too. Now he came to think about it, the naval assets assigned to the 295th included a couple of destroyers as escorts already, and a Carrack typically operated independently as a rule. The SLDF had wanted transports that could look after themselves in dangerous territory, a role the Carrack performed admirably. The problem was they were so damn expensive they never had enough of them, a shortcoming that eventually led to the Tramp-class jumpship being adopted too later. The Tramp was no match for a Carrack in a fight, but like the Royalty it still outgunned most anything that wasn't an actual purpose-built warship, which made it good enough. There were rumors that NEOPS operated at least a couple of Tramp-class vessels too, supposedly with LF batteries fitted, and that was certainly plausible enough. They might not have even had to salvage the things. Better equipped SLDF divisions would often have such ships attached to them so they could rapidly deploy a battalion or two ahead of the main force, using them as either a scouting force or the spearhead of an advance. Although not technically a royal formation, the 295th were still a Terran hegemony unit, and those received the fancy toys non-Terran SLDF divisions often didn't, because the Star League was, at its core, a way for Terra to once again place itself firmly on top and therefore restore it to its rightful position as the one calling the shots and pulling the strings. Having lived in the Taurian Concordat all his life, Mitch Johnson's views on the Terran hegemony were a little different than those his hegemony-born father had held. The Taurians tended to think of the Terran hegemony as just being the Terran alliance with the rough edges polished off and much better PR people, but even the Taurians grudgingly admitted these days, at least behind closed doors, that the inner sphere had become an utter shit show without them. Not that the Terrans didn't deserve their fall from grace, you understand, they were almost as bad if not worse than Fed rats from the Taurian perspective. It was just hard to argue with the simple math that the power vacuum left behind when the Terran hegemony collapsed had resulted in a death toll of unimaginable scale, and only a sociopath wouldn't be at least somewhat bothered by that. The Taurian leadership certainly pointed at the inner sphere a lot these days as justification for why they should have as little to do with them as possible, although their moves to try and bolster periphery solidarity had come badly unstuck when they fought a border war with the magistracy of Canopus back in 2813, mostly because everyone pinned the blame for it on the infamously gruff Taurians, not the famously laid-back magistracy. The other major periphery nation, the Outworlds alliance with their pacifistic leanings, was certainly unimpressed, and it put back Taurian Outworlds relations for years, with even Semyon Calderon resignation as protector of the realm not helping much. Fortunately, the Blackhearts' involvement in the Taurian Canopian War had been minimal, mostly because it was over before they got there, which Johnson was grateful for. He didn't much like the idea of being squarely aligned with the bad guys in a conflict, and his employer Semyon Calderon had been acting like a total dick. That wasn't just Johnson's opinion either. Semyon was basically forced to resign as head of state not long afterwards because of just how pissed off a large section of the Taurian population really was about his little misadventure. Most Taurians had no beef with Canopus. The magistracy was just another periphery state that had been repeatedly shafted by spheroids, just like the Concordat, so why the hell was the Protector picking a fight with them instead of looking for ways to get back the worlds lost to Davian? Despite the hideously long journey involved to get there, at least beating up on Nico von Strang and his goons put the Blackhearts firmly on the side of right in Johnson's opinion, because von Strang's world was a nest of vipers. Even his mostly Taurian-born personnel, who weren't the starry-eyed Star League loyalists their parents and grandparents had been, weren't any of them anti-Terran enough to think that Stefan Amaris and his second-favorite psychopathic regimental commander Gunthar von Strang had been good people. The Blackhearts had raised a glass to the 295th when they heard they had brought Bernard Critchley, the rabid attack dog of Stefan Amaris's favorite psychopathic regiment commander Antilos Legos, to justice. Nobody living in the periphery had liked the blood rain either, of course. Those murderous assholes had made most regular pirate bands look positively sweet and fluffy by comparison, and learning that the blood rain's mysterious disappearance was down to the Neops Association almost made up for the fact that Neops was a loyalist Star League colony in Taurian eyes, almost. A grudging acceptance that, for once, the SLDF had done right wasn't about to make people in the Concordat forget about those killed during the New Vandenberg Uprising, or the myriad war crimes committed by Amos Furlow and his troops centuries before. 4 days later, Brigadier General Franklin summoned the senior officers over to a meeting to take place on the Dragoons' loss, the shuttlecraft ferrying Johnson over, with his craft arriving after the one Franklin, Bolton, and Tyson took there from the Jonathan Cameron, but ahead of the shuttle from the São Gabriel. As his small craft approached the Royalty-class jumpship, Johnson took note of the fact that maintenance crews in EVA suits were buzzing around the Triumph and the old Dictator dropships it was carrying, scrubbing off the Neops and SLDF insignias. It certainly wouldn't be a good idea for the ship to arrive at von Strang's world advertising its true owners, so that was smart enough, but so far at least the Mule and the Titan the jumpship carried on its third and fourth docking collars remained in SLDF colors. After his shuttlecraft docked with the jumpship, Johnson was directed towards where the meeting was taking place, escorted there by an older naval crewman in Star League Navy fatigues that had clearly spent a great deal of time in freefall over the years, judging by their agility and physical build. "I guess you people didn't like the original decor," Johnson remarked, noting that everything inside had been repainted in SLDF-approved colors. Getting rid of the foul stench of amorous the former owners left behind was the first priority, the crewman replied. Which is kinda why we're out here now when you think about it, they added, smiling. I guess you've been in the service a few years? Johnson asked. Son, I've been in the Navy long enough that I was in orbit over Terra when we got the news Gunther von Strang had been taken out. That's why I wouldn't take no for an answer when I volunteered for this mission, the old crewman replied. Wouldn't feel right retiring with a goddamn von Strang still out there somewhere, he declared with considerable feeling. One amorous groupie in the galaxy is one too many. Perhaps he shouldn't have been surprised at just how old some of the Neops people were. They were Terran hegemony born after all, but it did help offer some perspective as to why General Romanoff and her people were so hell-bent on undertaking this operation. The amorous war wasn't just history to them, dealing with von Strang's heir was unfinished personal business. Passing along a corridor, Johnson reached a junction and nearly crashed into someone he thought he recognized going the other way but actually hadn't met before. Brigadier Franklin? He queried, looking at the young man in confusion. It's Lieutenant Franklin, the young man corrected him, grinning. You wouldn't be the first person that mistook me for my father, though it's usually from further away. You are the absolute spitting image of him, Johnson stated in mild wonderment. He had spent a number of hours with the man, more than long enough to know his features pretty well. Not quite, if you see us side by side I'm taller, I've got my mother's eyes not his, and he's a lot grayer these days, the young man replied, smiling. The eyes never stopped him making jokes about me being a cloned lab experiment when I was a kid though. Johnson laughed. At least he could always be 100% certain you were his. Yeah, no cuckoo in the nest, that's for sure, the naval crewman agreed. Always did wonder about my younger brother's boy, just not dumb and ugly enough to be really his, he joked. We should get moving, Colonel, he advised Johnson. Very true, Johnson replied, no military worthy of the name appreciated tardiness. Nice to have met you, Lieutenant. You too, Sir Frederick Hallis replied. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to run around the corner, change rank insignia, put in some colored contact lenses and dye my hair gray before you see me again in a few minutes, he deadpanned. Yeah, that's what I thought, Johnson played along. You Neops people are crafty and inscrutable to a fault. You should see the tricks we can pull with smoke and orbital mirrors, the crewman told him. That Carrack out there, it's just an optical illusion, he told Johnson solemnly. If the São Gabriel hadn't recently pumped several hundred tons of fresh water onto the Fairbairn-Sykes, Mitch Johnson might well have believed him. Note from the author. It is a very, very long way from Neops to von Strang's world, so an interlude on the way seemed appropriate. Fortunately, the Hegel system in the Lyran Commonwealth can be found at around the halfway point in the journey, and has quite an interesting history. The depth of canon in Battletech really is impressive once you start poking into it. Archon Richard Steiner being saved from being assassinated by Richard Perkins of Hegel by the actions of Hauptmann David Bateman of the Royal Guard and his Griffin is canon. The stuff about director Olivia Rock and the movie Ours is a joke, in case you weren't sure. The mercenary regiment the Blackhearts, formerly the 77th Special Operations Group of the SLDF, were based out of Stara in the Taurian Concordat for decades after the Star League fell, more than long enough for them to have absorbed plenty of Taurian culture as well as recruits. The Taurians don't like the Terran hegemony, or the Star League, or their neighbors in the Federated Suns, or spheroids generally, but that doesn't mean they're going to be actually celebrating the deaths of tens of billions of civilians in the inner sphere during the early succession wars. They want to be left alone, that doesn't mean they want everyone else dead. The Star Lord belonging to Colonel Johnson and the Blackhearts mercenary regiment being called the Fairbairn-Sykes is fanon to this story, but it fits them pretty well, don't you think? The Carrack-class ship São Gabriel is the former Dobrev, the Royalty-class Dragoon's loss is the one captured from the Blood Rain. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LVII. We didn't technically invade von Strang's world, we were invited in. Okay, so we were bad guests, we overstayed our welcome and we brought along some friends without permission, but vampires of all people should know to be careful about invitations. Colonel Mitch Johnson, 2845 CE. Guard Division Headquarters, von Strang's World 2844. One of the many problems inherent with an untrammeled autocracy like the barony of Strang was that there was nobody in a position to tell the person in charge the drawbacks of the bright idea they just had, at least not without risking summary execution. In an example of this, Karl von Strang deciding one day that the rank structure being used in his guard division was far too Terran with the stench of the SLDF about it, and that they should therefore revert to the system used by the Rim World's Republic before the reunification war 2.5 centuries ago, had been obeyed without question, regardless of all the confusion it caused and all the documentation and uniforms which had to be changed. Formerly a lieutenant reporting to a captain, Mark Spiller was now a tetrarch reporting to a Lokagos, although the interesting new title did not come with an interesting new job. He was still one of the unfortunate schmucks that had the thankless, and ceaseless, task of monitoring the jump points for incoming vessels because the von Strang family believed that the galaxy was out to get them. It was, to be fair, an objective fact that of the people in the inner sphere that had ever actually heard of the von Strangs in the first place, this being in actually a minority of them, the overwhelming proportion would have considered the galaxy a better place without any von Strangs in it. It wasn't therefore a completely delusional position to posit that they were hated, but that didn't mean that anyone was actually bothered enough by them to do anything about it. The only star nation that might care enough to dispatch a military expedition to their door one day was the Lyran Commonwealth, although they were currently far too busy fending off a rapacious Draconis Combine, while simultaneously trying to take systems off a weakened Free Worlds League, to bother with von Strang's world anytime soon. For all of Karl von Strang's oft-expressed bluster that he was the thorn in the side of the Steiners in the bombastic speeches to the masses, presenting himself as the hero continuing to fly the flag of the Rim Worlds Republic and refusing to bow down to Lyran tyranny while other, lesser men had faltered in their duty, in reality the von Strangs were a minor irritant to their cat at best. For obvious reasons nobody on von Strang's world who was cognizant of that reality would dare to speak such a truth aloud. However, people had been put to death on a whim for saying things that were considerably less unpalatable for the man in charge to hear. Not that Tetrarch Mark Spiller didn't honestly, fervently believe that Karl von Strang was on the side of right. The loathsome Star League might have been cast into the dustbin of history where it belonged, but the craven and thrice accursed Lyrans who had driven a sword into the belly of the Rim Worlds Republic at its weakest point, too cowardly to attack before then, still remained and continued to occupy systems that rightfully belonged to the Republic. Stripped of its military strength by Kerensky's bootlickers, who did at least make some effort to minimize civilian casualties while doing so, the Rim Worlds Republic was in no fit state to fight off the Lyran invasion of 2773. The rapacious Steiners had carved many of the most valuable systems and then abandoned the others to their fates, that fate often being a fall into chaos, anarchy, economic collapse, and starvation. There was a reason why raiders operating from von Strang's world preyed upon Lyran border worlds and shipping in preference to any other targets of opportunity. The Lyrans deserved no mercy or consideration, and any blow struck in retaliation for the Republic Commonwealth War was a righteous one. Naturally they also considered themselves privateers, not pirates, since they were operating under a letter of marque signed by the Baron of Strang, the lawful authority in this sector of the Rim Worlds Republic. Trying to find anybody on von Strang's world who considered Apollo as anything other than the capital of the Republic under foreign occupation would be an exercise in futility, not unless they were brought there in chains anyway, and they certainly wouldn't say it aloud for fear of a beating. Even the serf class, who certainly didn't benefit from the way the society was structured, considered their labor as contributing towards the cause of remaining free of the Lyran yoke. When it came down to it they much preferred the yoke of someone that might have a Germanic-sounding surname but didn't have a German accent. Tetrarch Mark Spiller himself was no peasant, of course. His grandfather had been an officer in the 10th Amoris Lancers who had answered Nico von Strang's call to establish a loyalist foothold on Erin in the name of Stefan Amoris, Gunthar von Strang and the Rim Worlds Republic. Unfortunately Mark's older brother had inherited the family rampage, relegating Mark himself to merely the command of a Berk tank, at least when he wasn't stuck in a control room staring at a computer screen anyway, but he hoped that if ever given a chance to prove himself the Baron might gift him a battle mech of his very own. It wasn't likely at all that Karl von Strang would ever see fit to place an assault mech in Mark's hands, or even a heavy for that matter. They were too scarce, but there were still a small number of Phoenix mediums that the Baron had yet to assign ownership of, and one of those would do Mark very nicely. It was, after all, an indigenous Rim Worlds design, one then manufactured on either Votan or even Apollo itself, and that gave the Phoenix a kudos on von Strang's world that nominally superior machines of inner sphere lineage lacked. Noble enough to be trusted with a position of authority, but not high enough in rank to avoid the more boring and routine duties assigned to junior officers, Mark Spiller actually preferred dull, repetitive jobs such as boresighting the PPCs or performing track tension maintenance on his Berk to manning the monitoring station in the control room. At least you were busy when performing those kind of tasks. Ships unexpectantly jumping into the von Strang system were such a rarity that you might not detect a single one during the entire time you were assigned to this duty, and it was considered so tedious that you were permitted to sit there and read a book while on duty because that was considered better than you falling asleep in your chair. Like much of the equipment in the complex, the monitoring station dated from when von Strang's world had still been known as Erin, and the faded insignia painted on the wall behind the display screens was that of the Rim World's Navy, not the Barony of Strang. The Erin system had once hosted a naval shipyard where the Republic had serviced and maintained part of its fleet of warships. During the war, Alexander Kerensky had attempted to seize control of the orbital facilities, but sabotage by the defenders had destroyed enough of them to render them largely unusable by the SLDF, and thanks to demolition charges large sections of the old yards had ended up falling into the atmosphere and crashing to the ground, with pieces still scattered right across the planet to this day. Having achieved their objective of denying the shipyard to Kerensky, the Erin garrison had then capitulated, avoiding the orbital bombardment that might have occurred otherwise. Thanks to this, and to the SLDF being too busy at the time to requisition everything not bolted down, much of the ground base facilities had remained intact through the war, which was partially why of course Nico von Strang had decided to claim the world a few years later. With a breathable atmosphere, a reasonable climate and decent soil, Erin 4, later von Strang's world, was able to sustain a population readily enough without rare or expensive terraforming technology, which made it viable as an independent world. Even if the remaining military facilities, bunkers, and technology on the planet had not been the icing on the cake, the rich diamond deposits known to be present certainly were, but taken all together it was fairly obvious why, among all the others free for the taking at the time, this particular planet had caught the eye of Gunther von Strang's heir. Quite a lot of the infrastructure had needed repair of course, and the satellites which used to monitor the jump points and which the Star League Navy had destroyed had to be replaced when Nico and his people took over, but all things considered it really had not taken long to have the newly renamed von Strang's world operating as a going concern. Not long afterwards the first in a long line of very bored junior officers had taken their place sat in front of the monitoring station waiting for an inbound jump ship to be detected, or for their seemingly endless shift to end, and as the latest in that line, after decades of inactivity for the detection grid, Tetrarch Mark Spiller flipped to the next page of the novel he was reading and wished he hadn't already finished off his packet of salted peanuts. Being stuck with the graveyard shift at this duty station sucked even more than being there during daytime. At least when the sun was up there were a lot more people around, and if you were lucky a friend might drop in bringing a sandwich or a soda. While the distinct electromagnetic signature of the emergence wave caused by a ship actually arriving could be detected a very long way away, up to 15 astronomical units if you had sensitive enough equipment, or nearly as far as from Terra's sun Sol to Uranus, the infrared which preceded it was nowhere near as strong. Even the best equipment available couldn't pick it up much beyond 50,000 km, so if you wanted prior warning of an inbound vessel you needed sensors close to the jump points. When the warning alarm on the control panel went off soon after midnight, Spiller was so engrossed in his book, a rather spicy romance novel pretending to be a detective story, that his startled reaction almost had him fall off his chair. Pitching his book to one side, Spiller stared at the viewscreen and the information now cascading across it. One of the pair of satellites keeping watch on the Nader jump point, Nico von Strang had insisted upon redundancy, had been alerted by the infrared signature that heralded the arrival of an inbound jump ship. Thanks to a quirk of the physics that made a Carnif Wichita drive work, the detectable infrared radiation at the destination lasted about twice as long as the jump itself, and given that the length of time a jump took was directly proportional to the distance being jumped, and was also affected by the number of docking collars the ship carried, you could actually make a decent guess on what exactly was arriving before it got there. The causality implications of the fact that the infrared signature at the destination would actually start to appear before the ship had even triggered its KF drive was best ignored. The fact it was demonstrably true did not make it any less unnerving. For truly colossal vessels with very large numbers of docking collars like a Potemkin, the people at the other end of the journey might already know you were coming while you yourself were still strapping yourself into your chair and double-checking your jump calculations. That weirdness did of course help motivate people to properly maintain their KF drives. The things were quite disturbing enough even when in good repair. When they got glitchy they were frankly terrifying. If you were going to bother to place early warning satellites at your zenith and nadir jump points, then you might as well fit them with an optical telescope as well, so you could take a good look at the inbound ship when it arrived too. And as the computer started to spit out some very odd numbers, Spiller tasked the satellites with directing their telescopes at the interloper. Thanks to star systems being very large, and the speed of light not being quite up to the task of allowing real-time monitoring of extremely distant objects, the jump ship would have actually arrived long before Spiller became aware it was even on the way. Regardless of that, you worked the best you could with the information available to you, and as the outdated telemetry from the satellites at the nadir point flowed into the computer, it had already become apparent that whatever this jump ship was, it was definitely unusual, he determined. Nearly half of all jump ships operating in and around the inner sphere consisted of Invader-class vessels, a 152,000-ton civilian transport that could haul 3 dropships along with it. After that, the fairly common, if not quite as ubiquitous, 120,000-ton merchant with its 2 docking collars made up much of what was left. According to the numbers, the inbound craft was highly unlikely to be either of those types, Tetrarch Spiller realized with a grimace. It might be an older Liberty class. There were still a few of those old buckets around, particularly in the periphery where not everyone could afford to replace an old jump ship just because it dated from the age of war, but depending on how far away it was jumping from, it might be a Star-Lord, and that possibility was concerning to say the least. Only wealthy corporations and the military tended to operate Star-Lord class jump ships these days, and if it was one of those vessels, the most likely explanation was that the Lyran Commonwealth had finally had enough of Karl von Strangs and had dispatched an expeditionary force to teach him a lesson. Even when the monitoring station reported detecting the jump ship's emergence wave, thus indicating that the jump ship had actually arrived in the system, the computer was still not certain of the type of vessel. As a result, Spiller had to wait a few more minutes for images taken by the satellites at the nadir point to be transmitted back to him before he could determine what it was, and then, based on that knowledge, decide what to do next. If it wasn't the middle of the night, Tetrarch Spiller might have already been considering pushing the alarm button that would notify his superiors, but if he woke up Major, or rather Tagmatarchis Berkenya, and then the ship turned out to be a merchant trader in a beat-up Liberty, his chances of getting his hands on that Phoenix one day would plummet. It wasn't like they would really be in any rush to prepare the defenses, even if it was a Star-Lord full of angry Lyrans. Von Strang's world orbited a hot, bright F-class star that was luminous enough that both the standard jump points and the Goldilocks zone where a habitable planet could be found was further out from the star than normal. The fourth planet out, it took nearly 15 days for a dropship at standard acceleration to travel from the nadir or zenith points to reach von Strang's world, which provided plenty of time to fully mobilize, distribute ammunition, and dig in. Again, if the jump ship had arrived much closer to the planet, at one of the Lagrange points for example, Spiller might have hit the panic button already, but it hadn't, so he just continued staring at the display until he knew what it was he was looking at. When the images taken by the satellites appeared at the screen, Tetrarch Spiller initially stared at them confused, wondering what it was he was looking at. When the computer identified the thing by comparing it with an electronic copy of Jane's Fighting Starships 2750 edition and notified him it was a royalty-class armed transport built by Roe Weapon Systems, he stared at the screen wide-eyed for a few seconds before reaching for the telephone. The duty officer downstairs, Captain, or rather Locagos Williams, was not happy to have his nap interrupted by his telephone ringing, and he was even less happy when Spiller told him they needed to call in Major Burke Enya. After berating Spiller on the telephone for saying Major instead of Tagmatarches, and being understandably unwilling to just take Spiller's word for it about what the computer was saying, a couple of minutes later Williams burst into the room where the monitoring station was situated to see for himself. After staring at the screen for a while, occasionally remembering to blink, Williams decided that not waking up Burke Enya would see him in more hot water than if he didn't, and so he grabbed the telephone and began a chain of events that would see increasingly senior people roused from their beds. Normally waking up Karl von Strang from a deep, restful sleep was the sort of thing that could potentially get you killed, but under the circumstances not doing so could have resulted in a similar outcome. So when the news finally arrived at his palace, his household servants had quickly notified their master. In the event only one of the servants ended up being punished for doing so, and then it was only in the form of a rather mild flogging for not bringing him coffee quickly enough. The current head of the von Strang dynasty wasn't a complete monster after all, and neither was he an idiot, because that was the sort of news he would indeed want to be woken up for. His wife was pretty annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of the night, however, cranky to the point that Karl decided that if he somehow managed to get back to bed before morning, then he would go to his room of his mistress situated down the hall instead. Being the daughter of a serf, Karl's mistress was inordinately more docile than his noble-born wife. Moreover, she tended to fidget a lot less in bed, which made falling asleep next to her a lot easier anyway. Arriving at guard headquarters, coffee in hand and wishing that they had pastries as well as cookies in the briefing room, because he would have killed for a Danish or a Franzbraten right at that moment, quite literally killed for one, Karl von Strang dropped into his chair at the head of the table and looked out at his bleary-eyed senior staff. The young Locagos also present, who must have been the duty officer because unlike the others he seemed fully awake and alert, looked nervous as well, which was just how Karl wanted his officers to be in his presence, so that was gratifying. "So, what do we know?" Karl von Strang asked, sipping at his coffee. "It's definitely a royalty-class armed jump ship, my lord the Locagos, his name Atag," said Williams, replied quickly. "According to her transponder codes she's the Durant Star and is broadcasting identification codes appropriate for both the Rim Worlds Republic and the Finnmark Free Republic. Genuine codes." Von Strang checked, frowning. "Our code books are just as out of date as anyone else's would be, unfortunately," the Locagos replied apologetically. "All I can really tell you is that it's an older code, but it checks out." Karl von Strang nodded. "Do we have anything on record about the Durant Star?" "We do," the Locagos confirmed, nodding. "According to our database she was built at the Roe Weapon System shipyard at Finnmark back in the 2710s, served in the Rim World's navy right through the Kerensky War, and was last officially recorded as being seen in action fighting against the accursed Steiners when they invaded us in 2773. "Very well, do we have any actual information indicating that the Durant Star may have survived the war?" Von Strang checked. "No, however there were rumors that after the Finnmark Free Republic managed to get their shipyard operational again it was used to service and repair several vessels, with warships being mentioned as involved," the Locagos replied. "Unfortunately, whatever records the yard itself held would have been lost when Finnmark destroyed it rather than let it fall into Lyran hands, and the subsequent orbital bombardment of the planet was so thorough we'll never know the truth of it." "Steiner scum," Karl von Strang hissed with distaste. "An entire world burned to ash because they refused to knuckle under and submit to Lyran tyranny," he declared, naturally holding to the version of the story taught to children on von Strang's world, the one that didn't mention Finnmark committing perfidy by feigning surrender then detonating a nuclear device to destroy the shipyard and several Lyran ships that were approaching it at the time. The Lyran naval commander during the battle, Gustav Scherer, had not been best pleased by the blatant war crime, which was then followed by Finnmark destroying 2 more Lyran warships with nuclear weapons. His scorching of the entire planet with thermonuclear fire in retaliation, however, killing hundreds of millions in a bombardment that lasted a full day, was considered an overreaction by most commentators. Commodore Scherer of the Lyran Navy had justified maintaining the orbital bombardment for so long, continuing even when Finnmark below had begged for mercy, offering unconditional surrender, by saying that if you fake capitulation once, don't expect a later attempt to surrender to be accepted as honest. The bombardment did have one lasting effect beyond all the radioactive fallout that still made Finnmark an inadvisable place to visit to that day. It made people seriously think twice about pretending to surrender to the Lyran Commonwealth, because apparently they really took exception to people trying to pull that crap on them. As per standing orders, we hailed the vessel claiming to be the Durant Star, asking them to confirm their identity and explain the purpose of their visit. An aging Syntagmaticus, or colonel, that had served Karl's father before him spoke up. Listening to the voice transmissions from the ship's captain, he certainly sounded like he was from Finnmark, or at least his family was. They claimed to simply be introducing themselves, but they asked several questions related to the state of the old Aran shipyards that led us to believe they had other motivations for coming here. Hostile intentions? Von Strang queried. No, we think they need repairs and were hoping that we had restored the old shipyards to an operational state. They were just a little cagey about asking directly, the Syntagmaticus replied. Their information as to the current political situation appears to be decades out of date. For example, they were seemingly unaware that the First Succession War had ended, and that the Second was underway. We therefore suspect that they've been plying the deep periphery for decades, perhaps since the collapse of the Finnmark Free Republic itself even, and this is the first time they have ventured this close to the inner sphere in a generation. Our belief that they were seeking out a working shipyard is supported by them asking, in what they thought was a nonchalant manner, if the yard at Star's End is still operational. Locagos Williams spoke up again. They may have a problem with their ship they can't just get fixed out in the back of Beyond, which is why they've only returned now. Their jump drive still works, clearly, Karl von Strang observed, his grasp of the blindingly obvious always praiseworthy, at least as far as he was concerned. Yes, it might be some other mechanical issue entirely, or perhaps it might be that their Carney Fuida drive has just become increasingly unstable over time and needs a full service, the Syntagmaticus suggested. Either way, the ship's captain seemed disappointed to learn we couldn't be of help, though they did seem pleased to have it confirmed that the Lyrans have yet to expand this far and that we continue to fly the flag of the Rim World's Republic. They had been concerned about receiving a more hostile welcome than the one they received. Are the pirates at Star's End even capable of servicing such a craft? Someone queried doubtfully. Strangely enough, they may well be, Locagos Williams responded. From what I've read, the Royalty class was designed to use as many off-the-shelf components as possible to keep maintenance costs down. Her jump drive is based on that of the Invader and uses compatible parts, and her station-keeping drive is very similar to that of a Star Lord. Indeed, that might be why the crew of the Durant Star managed to keep her running for so long. It's not like they faced the problems getting spares that the rabble from the Expeditionary Brigade did, leading to them being stranded at Payran, he suggested. One day that blasted warship is going to fail completely and then we'll see to that, scum. Karl von Strang practically spat. It irked him to no end that there was literally an SLDF remnant with a heavy cruiser situated only a couple of jumps away. We should make sure to warn the Durant Star about the Pioneer. Assuming they are who they purport to be, and have not visited this region of space in decades, they are likely unaware of her existence. Very wise, my lord, Williams concurred. A royalty is far, far from a match for an avatar. Indeed, and by warning our guests from Finnmark it should stand us in good stead as regards constructive, and mutually beneficial relations, von Strang reasoned. I feel I should point out that if they are originally from Finnmark then they weren't as loyal to the eternal cause of Amaris and the Rim World's Republic as we are, an officer at the other end of the table muttered disparagingly. They sought to create a new nation, not to resurrect the one they should have stayed true to. Perhaps, although I suspect that having Finnmark last likely robbed them of any delusions they might have had about living alongside the Commonwealth in peace, von Strang suggested wryly. They broadcast Rim World's Republic transponder codes as well as Finnmark Free Republic ones, you said. He verified with Locagos Williams. Yes, Baron Williams confirmed. That may have been simply to try and ensure an amicable first contact rather than an indication of where their loyalties lie, of course. Karl von Strang nodded. My grandfather Nico once reached out to Finnmark seeking an alliance against the Steiners but was rebuffed, he said. They thought concluding such an alliance would only provoke their cad, little did they know that the avaricious Lyrans needed no such excuse to attack them, he continued with a sigh, shaking his head sadly. Still, at least they did not buckle under to Steiner threats, choosing in the end to fight rather than submit to tyranny. We must credit the people of Finnmark with possessing courage as well as naivety. With their backs to the wall they came out fighting, proving at the end that the blood of the Rim World's Republic still flowed through their veins. With those words the officers sat at the table, thumped their fists upon it repeatedly. Like his forebears, the current Baron liked to make these little stirring speeches, and it behoved them to demonstrate their support for his words. Have we entertained the possibility that this is a ruse, however? Karl von Strang cautioned. An enemy might consider using a royalty rather than another type of vessel in order to have us lower our guard, he suggested. It cannot be completely discounted, my lord, one of the officers replied. Although actually laying your hands on one these days would be difficult in the extreme. The lead ship of the class, the Amaris Star, vanished without trace somewhere near the Dark Nebula during the Kerensky War and conceivably might have been discovered and salvaged by the Lyrans, and we recently received intelligence that another of the class was captured from the Blood Rain pirate band, the former 141st Amaris Dragoons, by the Star League remnant at Neops, but they are the only possibilities we know of. Given that Neops is nearly 1,000 light-years from here, I think we can safely rule them out for a start, Locagos Williams said, smiling. I checked the star charts just before the meeting, not really knowing where Neops exactly was beforehand. He explained his knowing that In any case, even if not for the sheer distance involved, it seems that the Blood Rain vessel put up a fight and was shredded by return fire from a Neops warship. Karl von Strang nodded. I would never expect a regiment of the Amorous Dragoons to go quietly, he said, pursing his lips. It is indeed a shame that poor Bernard Critchley was captured. He was likely slandered nearly as much by SLDF propaganda as my own illustrious forebear Gunthar was. Painting us as the villains to justify the wholesale butchery of House Amorous by Kerensky, men, women, and children, all, he said with feigned dismay. It wasn't like Stefan Amorous hadn't previously done the same to everyone belonging to House Cameron with a decent claim to the throne. It was still a little surprising that Alexander Kerensky had the stones to do it though, Karl idly thought to himself. Although it wasn't something he would admit out loud, he knew that for the most part the SLDF under Kerensky had behaved itself much better under his command during the Amorous Civil War than their predecessors had under Amos Furlow during the Reunification War. While it very much suited the von Strang family to pretend that their side, and Gunthar in particular, had been clean as the driven snow, Karl was not nearly stupid enough to believe his own propaganda. Have they requested to land? Karl asked. No, Baron. In fact, once they learned we lacked the facilities that would be needed to service their vessel, they informed us they would be departing as soon as their jump drive was recharged, Locagos Williams replied. Even when we tentatively indicated they would receive a warm welcome and enjoy the great generosity that von Strang's world is known for, at least to those deserving of it, they appeared less than enthused. Karl von Strang frowned. Did they say why? This seems to be one of those occasions where the nature of our star system makes visiting our world unappealing, Williams responded. While it will only take a week to recharge their drive, just traveling here from the Nadir Point and back would cost them a whole month, nearly as long as their continuing journey all the way to Star's End. If they leave, we may never see them again, Karl von Strang noted glumly. Have they given any hints as to what they've been up to all these years? He asked curiously. The Syntagmatarchus chuckled. When we asked as smoothly as we could if they were of a, let's say, piratical nature, a fair question given their ship's armament, they seemed very offended, he replied. They did however claim to be operating under a letter of marque from the Finnmark Free Republic, so the distinction may be somewhat moot. Ah, so they're privateers, von Strang concluded. An armed jump ship with fighter support would be wasted just hauling cargo, of course. Or at least they would be if the Finnmark Free Republic still actually existed. The royalty class was very much designed for that purpose, Locagos Williams noted. No match for an actual warship, but able to easily outgun any civilian jump ship, even the tramp which the Star League Navy liked to use to haul cargo in riskier parts of space, he said. In addition to the ship's guns, a royalty has internal hangars that can easily carry over a dozen aerospace fighters as well as shuttlecraft for boarding actions, plus it has 4 docking collars for dropships. Think of what we could do if we had one of those ourselves, von Strang thought aloud wistfully. Unfortunately, I don't think they came here intending on swearing allegiance to the barony of Strang, my lord, the Syntagmatarchus observed drily, senior enough in rank and of high enough birth that he didn't have to be completely differential to the baron. Nevertheless, I shall talk to them myself tomorrow after a few hours' rest, Karl von Strang replied. Perhaps I can persuade them to visit properly with us at least. If we can make a good impression, it might not be another generation before they return. Just knowing that there are still other remnants of the Rim World's Republic out there that did not bend the knee to Steiner will gladden the hearts of our people, I'm sure. They may be interested in trade too, perhaps, Locagos Williams suggested. True, and few men, and even fewer women are immune to the allure of diamonds if the possibility of obtaining some is dangled in front of them, von Strang agreed, smiling. What of our own jump ship at the Zenith Point? Her drive is fully charged, and we could jump her and her dropships to the Nadir Point at your order, though they would be no match for a royalty, of course, particular given that our telescopes indicate that the Durand Star is hauling a Triumph and a pair of Dictator-class military dropships, plus a jumbo-class cargo transport. That's a lot of firepower, especially if those dropships are carrying battle mechs or additional aerospace fighters, the Syntagmatarchus observed. Probably not enough to overwhelm the Guard Division, even if we didn't call up the reserves and weren't fighting a defensive action, but it would be foolish to allow them to all land regardless. I concur, Karl von Strang replied, standing up. After I've enjoyed a few more hours' sleep I'll return, by which time I expect you to have more information regarding our guests, ideally confirmation as to their identity, after which the Baron of Strang will personally contact the Durand Star and see if I can't be a little more persuasive than the rest of you in getting them to hold off on their journey to Star's End for now, he said. This represents a potential opportunity that we would be foolish not to grasp firmly with both hands, so long as we are reassured that it is not just some elaborate Lyran trick. Permission to speak freely, Sir, Locagos Williams requested. Go ahead, von Strang bade him. Given the diminished number of armed jump ships known to exist in the inner sphere, I have my doubts that if the Lyran Commonwealth did recover one that they would risk it in a ploy aimed at us, rather than keep it in reserve for use against the Draconis Combine, Williams suggested. Kurita is an existential threat to Steiner, we are not, he said. It may not be a warship, but it's the next best thing, and we're just not important enough in the big scheme of things to warrant this kind of effort. So, if you ask me my opinion, I'd say that this probably isn't a ruse. A number of the senior officers gasped while the rest glared at the mere Locagos for his temerity. Karl von Strang however burst out laughing. I cannot fault your argument, and you've certainly got some balls to say that in front of me, he responded. I'd rather take advice from a man that thinks, and would tell me an uncomfortable truth, than listen to idiocy spouted by a mewling sycophant any day, he said, wondering whether to have him flogged later for speaking above his station or promote him to tagmatarchies. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away on the bridge of the Durant Star, or rather the NAS Dragoons loss, Colonel Mitch Johnson of the Blackhearts was leaning back in his chair looking confident. You see, the trick is to make them think they've talked you into coming when you didn't initially want to, he said, smiling. Removes a whole lot of suspicion on their part, he continued, looking over to the ranking NEOPS officer aboard, a colonel named Mubrook. I'm just amazed you could pull off that accent on the comms, Jax Benedict, aka Johann Mubrook replied. The Finnmark accent had once been fairly accurately described as sounding like somebody with a Scandinavian accent, whose first language was Greek, speaking English. It's a gift, Johnson replied. Now, speaking Russian with a Capellan accent from Xi'an, now that's my real party piece, he said, still smiling. I hope those telescopes you people have are as good as you say they are. They are, we just need to be a lot further into the system to get full use out of them, Benedict replied. The resolution is more than good enough for us to check out the Lagrange points for any rocks big enough to cause a problem. You know, it'll take us a couple of weeks to get there, plenty of time to practice a fake accent of your own if you don't want to leave everything to my people, Johnson suggested. Yours are a lot better at this stuff, Benedict replied. Johnson grinned. Yeah, but it's polite to give you a chance to contribute, he replied. We contributed this damn ship, didn't we? Benedict asked rhetorically. Yeah, I guess so, Johnson conceded. It did help more than a little with the cover story, he had to admit, and it was some of the best bait for the hook that he had ever had to work with. Keeping up the accent for an extended period of time later that day while engaging in a long-distance conversation with Karl von Strang himself was hard on his throat though, and the time delays at this distance were an absolute pain in the ass. Note from the author. Von Strang's world, originally known as Erin, once hosted an orbital naval shipyard that was almost entirely destroyed during the Amorous Civil War. The Rim-Worlds Republic only ever operated a handful of such yards, another being not too far from Erin at Star's End, while perhaps the most important was at Finnmark, a former provisional capital and later itself the capital of the relatively short-lived Finnmark Free Republic, 2779 to 2802. The rank structure of the Rim-World's army, before it was changed to the more conventional system used by the Terran hegemony, was rather distinct. The barony of Strang reverting to it seems like something they might do. Between the Republic-Commonwealth War, and what the Lyran Commonwealth later did to Finnmark, it's perhaps understandable why a lot of people in the former RWR, including those on von Strang's world, really don't like the Lyrans. They think of the Steeners about the same as the people of the Taurian Concordat think of the Davians, which is not to say favorably whatsoever. To say that Karl von Strang would be willing to do a lot to lay his hands on a royalty-class jump ship is not exaggeration. Them being cautious however is a given, as although they wouldn't really expect to see Neops venture way that far, there was at least one royalty that went missing in what was now Lyran territory, the Amorous Star, and they're always wary of the Lyrans. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part3. Calculating the three-body problem isn't the problematic part of jumping into non-standard jump points. Computers given access to system charts can deal with that just fine and plenty fast enough for our purposes. The problem is that the most convenient non-standard jump points, like Lagrange points for example, have this nasty habit of collecting orbital debris over time, and it's that debris itself, not the negligible gravity the mass of that debris creates, which can easily kill you. In simple terms, potentially jumping face first into a big floating rock is bad and is best avoided whenever possible. Zen and the Art of Carney Fluida Drive Maintenance, New Earth Press, 2650 CE. Amorous City von Strang's World 2844. Baron Karl von Strang sipped from his glass of imported, and very expensive brandy before putting it aside. The Aquila Rift. He repeated, quizzically reaching for another cream-filled pastry from the large platter that sat between them on the small dining table. He had originally considered hosting a massive feast in the main hall of the baronial palace for his guest, but this cozier, more intimate meeting seemed more likely to sway the man he had eventually decided instead. Colonel Mitch Johnson, the name tag on his uniform naturally showing that of his fake identity as one Captain David Davy Jones instead, nodded. Brigadier General Franklin was of the opinion that going this far with the ruse was insane, actually landing on the planet and meeting von Strang himself, but agreed that if Johnson was crazy enough to try and pull it off he was welcome to try. Worst case scenario, mercenary gets caught and shot and the expedition has to conquer von Strang's world the hard way without detailed knowledge of the situation and layout inside the city. Fortunately the uniforms Neops had provided passed muster as genuine, mostly because they were genuine Rim-Worlds Republic uniforms, ones that the SLDF had picked up somewhere while searching for caches of equipment left over from the war. The patches and insignia for the Finnmark Free Republic sewed to them were fake of course, but they were well made and certainly looked the part. According to my father, when he opened his sealed orders as to what to do if the Steiners invaded, they basically just said, hide until they go away again, and he figured that a nebula larger than the entire Lyran Commonwealth should fit the bill. He responded, sipping at his own brandy, which was truly excellent. It's still basically uncharted for the most part, and the molecular cloud is so dense in places that it obscures the stars themselves, so Dad figured that even if Richard Steiner somehow knew we were out there, he wasn't exactly in a position to deploy half the Lyran Navy for a search that could last decades and still come up blank in the end, not with the Combine breathing down his neck anyway. Von Strang frowned. And how long did the Durant Star remain hiding in the rift? He queried. About 2 years the first time, Johnson replied. That seemed long enough for things to have quieted down, so they jumped back to Finnmark in late 2794, intending on reporting back and making contact with the authorities there once it was established that the Lyrans had left. He continued. Dad and his crew had no idea that the Lyrans had glassed most of the planet until they got back. They had always assumed they would just take out the shipyard and then fuck off back to their cat after putting the periphery barbarians in their place, but they found Finnmark a scorched wasteland with all the major cities destroyed and the planet just recovering from the nuclear winter caused by all the dust kicked up from the orbital strikes. That must have been heartbreaking to see. Carl von Strang empathized. Dad wasn't hit as badly as some, he was actually raised on Dijon, but the majority of his crew were Finnmark born, so you can imagine what they were feeling, Johnson told him, glad that he had put so much work into concocting a cover story and detailing a fake personal history. The Baron reached for his brandy again. Dijon, you say? I assume he wasn't happy to learn that the wretched Steiners had occupied his home world even if they didn't destroy it. He asked, sipping from this glass. He wasn't best pleased, no, Johnson replied wryly, understatement at its best. There were still a couple of other systems professing to be part of the Finnmark Free Republic back then, but without Finnmark itself it wasn't realistic to think it could last. My father allowed his crew to vote as to whether they should pledge allegiance to the government in exile that has established itself on Lushun, but they decided that if they did it might bring the wrath of Steiner down upon that planet as well, he continued before sighing. The Durant Star isn't technically a warship, but it's close enough, and they can't let the periphery have nice toys. We might get uppity, he added with a momentary look of anger on his face before he sipped on his brandy again. This is very good stuff, he opined, savoring the quality of the liquor. To my eternal shame it's Terran, von Strang admitted. The Antithesis Creed made preach that nothing good ever comes from the inner sphere, but this may be the exception that proves the rule. Antithesis Creed? Johnson queried, feigning ignorance. Carl von Strang smiled. I forget just how out of the loop you are, he responded. It likely only took off in earnest a few years after the Finnmark Free Republic followed the Rim World's Republic itself into late lamented history, he explained. Essentially it's a philosophy that holds that everything not stemming from the periphery itself is tainted, and its adherents rail against any inner sphere influence on our lives. If it wasn't for the unfortunate fact that most people ascribing to the creed were of an anarchist bent, they might make a powerful ally in my own crusade, but as it is they are merely the enemy of my enemy, not my friend. And you're hoping that my ship and crew can be actual friends, Johnson replied. Quite so, you've as much reason to hate the accursed Steiners as we do, perhaps even more so, and between us we can be more than just an irritant, we can be an actual threat to Lyran rule over systems that rightfully belong to those whose ancestors settled them like ourselves, von Strang replied, sounding like a man that really believed in what he was saying. If you had returned even a mere 10 years ago it would have been naught but a pipe dream. Their CAD would have dispatched warships to quash any hint of a revival by the Republic just as they did at Finnmark, but these days whatever meager naval strength they still possess has to be kept close to home for fear of Luthien striking at their own capital. During the initial remote discussions via radio in which he feigned ignorance of the current state of the inner sphere, Johnson had made out to be shocked that the successor states had so few warships these days, von Strang suggesting that at the start of the Second Succession War they likely had less than 100 between them, and notably fewer now after another decade and a half of war. Johnson had let slip that the reason the Durant Star had stayed so far away for so long was that after the orbital bombardment of Finnmark, during which a small fleet of Lyran warships had laid waste to the planet, discretion had been clearly the better part of valor. A royalty might be seen as a dangerously formidable combatant when measured against civilian jump ships that might boast an armament consisting of a couple of PPCs at best, but even a warship as small as a Lyran Mako-class corvette would pound the Durant Star to scrap in minutes. If the Lyrans didn't have all those warships anymore, however, certainly none to spare to effectively patrol their periphery border, then that changed everything surely, Carl von Strang had argued, desperately trying to land the catch of the lifetime. Johnson had feigned being talked into a meeting to discuss it all further in person. The mercenary was still feeling pretty pleased with himself for the way he had managed to finagle permission to land on von Strang's world while making Carl von Strang firmly believe that he had been the one to talk his guests into visiting, allaying any suspicions he might have had otherwise. It naturally helped that, like most absolute rulers, von Strang spent so much time getting his ass kissed by minions that he overestimated his intellect compared to others, but it still took talent on Johnson's behalf to play the man quite as well as he had. Getting von Strang to agree to jump his own jump ship from its previous station at the zenith point to the nadir alongside the Durant Star had been the real masterstroke in Johnson's opinion though. Johnson insisting that if he was going to risk becoming a potential hostage against his crew on the planet that he wanted something of equal value, well at least as far as he was concerned personally, under the guns of his ship as a guarantee of safe passage and conduct had been accepted after some argument. Von Strang's invader had made the jump when the jumbo arrived in orbit, though von Strang did at least have the good sense to insist upon a real-time conversation first to ensure that Johnson wasn't still on the royalty and it wasn't just a trick. It was a trick of course, just not the one Carl von Strang thought it might be. Johnson put down his glass of brandy and reached for a pastry of his own before von Strang ate them all. The man must exercise quite a lot to not be fat considering his evident love of the things, he decided. I know I've said it before but you seem very certain of your estimates for the amount of Lyran warships still in service, he observed doubtfully. Have you got anything to back up your numbers? If they still had more than a fraction of the fleet they did back during the First Succession War they would have deployed it against the Free World's Republic during the Comstar interdiction to deliver a swift knockout blow, von Strang stated with certainty. It was an opportunity too good to miss unless they were simply incapable of still putting together an expeditionary force of warships for deep strikes far inside the Merrick borders. Stripped of HPG communication, a truce was fighting blind. Even a handful of destroyers or corvettes could have utterly devastated the League, but it never happened. If you'd been Marcus Steiner, and had reserves, wouldn't you have committed them? He asked rhetorically. It was the best chance the Lyrans ever had to break one of their mortal foes and then be able to throw their full force at the Draconis Combine instead. Maybe Marcus Steiner is just an idiot, Johnson suggested. The history of the LCAF is hardly resplendent with military genius. He's not, von Strang replied flatly. As much as it hurts me to say it, Marcus, like his father, is quite competent strategically, even if many of his generals do continue the grand tradition of Lyran tactical ineptitude. It's not that he deployed a fleet and it failed to achieve its assigned objectives in a timely manner, despite the FWLM having to rely upon semaphore for communications, it's that there was no such fleet. So, you're concluding that what with warships being so scarce that they're worth their weight in germanium these days that the next best thing like my royalty is at least worth its weight in gold? Johnson suggested. Or rather diamonds. Von Strang laughed. At no point did I offer you your jump ship's weight in diamonds, he replied. I got you down here because I offered to pick up half the tab for the repairs to your ship if you heard me out and gave my ideas a fair hearing, he said. Diamonds are just the unit of exchange, he noted. After you get the Durant Star serviced and repaired at Star's End, come back here and I'll hand over a bucket of shiny rocks, plus another bucket as a signing bonus. I'm not going to lie and say that the idea of sticking it to the Steiners isn't appealing. I've spent my entire life looking for jump ships with Lyran registration so I can get in whatever modicum of revenge I can, but if you think I'm going to pledge allegiance to the barony of Strang you're sadly mistaken, Johnson told him. I appreciate the exemplary treatment I've received since I landed, you're one hell of a host, Baron, and it was good to learn out that we weren't the only people holding out, but if you're expecting me to kiss the ring like some inner sphere lickspit, I won't. I'm not making demands upon your and your vessel, Captain Jones, Carl von Strang replied, certainly not ones for fealty. I'm asking you to join me in a joint venture. One that will not only give us both the opportunity to hit back harder and more effectively than either of us could alone but will also make us fabulously wealthy as we strip the coffers of our joint foe. Johnson smiled. People with buckets of diamonds to spare are usually regarded as fabulously wealthy already, he observed with a chuckle. There's rich enough to possess a small private army, and there's rich enough to possess a large private army and an actual navy, von Strang replied, smiling back. I crave the latter, not in order to boost my ego but so that I can restore our people to greatness, he declared, sounding like he might actually mean it, which was frankly far more disturbing than mere greed or egocentric self-aggrandizement would have been. Incidentally, I've been meaning to ask. Why did you set down in that shuttle rather than in your dropship? He asked out of curiosity. Because my jump ship isn't the only thing that's many years past its recommended mechanical service date, Johnson lied. If the Nelly had made a landing here I wasn't entirely sure it would have been in a fit state to climb back out of the gravity well again afterwards, he lied, having very different reasons for arriving that way. Ah, I see, von Strang replied, thinking that he had the man at even more of a disadvantage when it came to negotiations than he had thought before. It sounded like the jumbo waiting up in orbit must be a near wreck and that could only strengthen his hand when it came to striking a bargain. I imagine that repair facilities for dropships are almost as uncommon out in the deep periphery as shipyards. If there's a yard corewards or anti-spinewards of here I've certainly never seen it, Johnson replied, one of the few truthful things he had said since arriving. Admittedly there are a few sectors we always steered clear of. Have you had many dealings with the Void Nation? Rarely, they don't usually range out this close to the inner sphere. We usually tried to keep out of their way, Johnson told him. Not that we didn't have any of their raiding parties outgunned, it's just that there's a lot of them and replacing losses is difficult. If it wasn't for stumbling across a few colonies in the rift that were amenable to the cause we couldn't have even recruited new personnel over the years. Amenable to the cause? Von Strang queried, that sounded intriguing. Mostly refugees from the Rim World's Republic, but there's even a world that was originally settled by Taurians after the Reunification War. They thought the Rift would be a good place to hide from the Star League, which I guess it was because they outlasted it without ever being found, Johnson told him. My father ended up marrying a woman from there. If you can hear a trace of Taurian in my accent, that's my mother's fault. Ah, that's what that is mixed in with the Finmark. I've got some crew whose Taurian accent is so strong you'd think their name was Calderon, Johnson joked. If you were proposing fighting the Davians instead of the Steiners, you'd have their vote at least. They're all the same, von Strang contended. Inner sphere scum that think they can take anything they want from the periphery, he said sadly. Foreign flags flying over worlds that rightfully belong to the Concordat, the Magistracy, and the Republic, worlds that our people settled and which were stolen from us. The succession wars are God's judgment upon them for their sins. He might be right about that last part, Johnson thought to himself, although if Karl von Strang thought he was an instrument of the Lord, he was very much mistaken. There was at least one higher power looking down upon them right now, but it was actually the dropship in orbit. As the Jumbo circled the world from above, it was taking absurdly high-resolution satellite photographs of the surface that would become very useful in short order. Prior to leaving the NEOPS system, a very large optical telescope of advanced design had been stuffed into one of its expansive cargo bays. The mirror size of the reflector and lens, and hence the potential resolution, had of course been limited by the size of the cargo bay door, but since the hatch was sized to allow a 10-meter-tall industrial mech access, it was still an absolute beast of a telescope as far as Johnson was concerned, even if the NEOPS people considered it to be a little on the small size. It wasn't just in there to take unnecessarily detailed reconnaissance photographs from orbit, of course. During the Jumbo's 2-week-long journey from the star's nadir point to the planet, the big telescope had been making long-distance observations of other places of interest. According to the crew of technicians operated the device, these being supervised by a professional astronomer along for the ride, the telescope was able to resolve an object a couple of millimeters across at a distance equivalent from Terra to its moon. Since leaving NEOPS, they had used the thing to make stellar observations at every stop along the way, making the astronomer very happy, and during the flight from the nadir point to von Strang's world they had used it to take a close look at the system's Lagrange points, which in turn made the military people very happy. Since Lagrange points are a lot closer to the planet you want to get to than the standard jump points are, people often wondered why they weren't used more. After all, the math involved to calculate where the Lagrange points were in a system isn't that complicated once you've mapped the orbits of the planets and moons. You could save yourself days, or even weeks of intrasystem travel time by jumping to one of them instead of the zenith or nadir points of the star, surely. This was of course true, but ignored one of the reasons why starship captains are usually very loath to do so. By their very nature, Lagrange points tend to be places where space dust and debris accumulates over eons, and while the emergence wave of a Carney Fluida drive can push dust and small rocks out of the way before the ship itself actually arrives, larger chunks of material have too much mass for that to occur. Jumping your ship through hyperspace directly into an asteroid is, to put it mildly, very bad for the ship and crew, and doesn't do the rock any favors either, not that they have any feelings on the matter as such. While pirates are often willing to take the chance for the tactical advantage, if they were risk-averse individuals they would have taken up a different line of work. After all, most people preferred a long boring dropship ride to a leap into the unknown and a potentially messy close encounter between a floating boulder and a starship. Since most people did not own a honking great portable telescope, one of the most advanced designs that the Star League could come up with at its height, inspecting Lagrange points from a truly colossal distance to determine the best spots to make your jump to, was not really an option. NEOPS meanwhile had some really good navigation charts for every inhabited, and many uninhabited, stellar system within several jumps of their home, and now von Strang's world too. Johnson had queried why more people didn't do this sort of thing themselves, or at least he did before he found out just how expensive the telescope the Jumbo was carrying actually was, and just how difficult it was to produce scientific equipment to the necessary tolerances. The mirror inside the telescope had taken months to painstakingly grind to the required precision, and that was using manufacturing equipment that nobody but them likely even had these days, with the possible exception of Comstar. That did at least help explain how NEOPS was able to make royal-grade SLDF military equipment. Compared to much of their civilian gadgetry, an ERP-C or Beagle active probe must look like it was designed and built by goddamn monkeys. The mirrors for the really big orbital telescopes, the dropship-sized ones that were literally made in the same yard as their new cargo masta and which they were in the process of placing in every system in the new hegemony, supposedly took a full year to produce, which was far longer than it took to make the entire rest of the satellite-mounted telescope it would be fitted to, and they could only make one at a time. Rather than have the yard stand idle, they would make an orbital telescope, put it to one side, then turn out a couple of dropships in the interim while they waited for the mirror to arrive for final fitting. The last part of the process was supposedly fitting a docking collar and KF boom to the telescope so that it could be carried by a jump ship to its final destination. They were just too big to move otherwise. After dinner, Karl von Strang insisted on giving Johnson a personal tour of the town, Johnson noting the considerable amount of bowing and scraping from lackeys as they strolled through public areas, and that von Strang was always accompanied by armed bodyguards. The slaves might appear submissive and deferential, but von Strang clearly feared that without his guards one of them might take the opportunity to slit his throat. The tour very much suited Johnson's purposes, and as he took mental notes on the surroundings, determining the weak and strong points of the defenses and weighing up the best direction to attack the city from, he assumed that his reconnaissance teams would soon be doing much the same from outside the capital. That was one other advantage to arriving in an Aerodyne shuttle instead of the dropship. The old Mark IV landing craft utilized for the trip had taken a deliberately long shallow re-entry path which was perfectly timed so that it would arrive at the city's spaceport just before the crack of dawn. About 40 clicks out from Amorous City, still cloaked in darkness, and just as the shuttle neared a thick bank of cloud for additional concealment, a company of Blackheart commandos wearing sneak suits and utilizing parafoils had performed a halo jump that would see them land before the sun rose and then go to ground until night fell once again. Only moving at night and making sure not to be seen, it would take them a few days on foot to reach their destination, but landing well outside the capital that way almost guaranteed they would not be discovered, as the planet's tiny population was concentrated around the capital. Heavily loaded down by food and ammunition, though at least they could rely on local water supplies, it would be quite the hike, but they lived for that kind of thing in Black Ops. This was the kind of operation that the Blackhearts excelled at, having boots on the ground reconnoitering the approaches to the city from ground level in conjunction with the satellite photographs and Johnson's own observations from inside the objective was the kind of target intel that could turn a hard fight into an easy one, or at the very least a less costly one. Passing the big statue of Stefan Amorous in the town square with his guest in tow, Carl von Strang began espousing his vision for a better future and how the Durant Star and its crew might fit into it, Johnson managing to look like he was hanging on every word while actually still surreptitiously mapping the area in his head. With the Durant Star, its own aerospace fighters and military dropships, supported by the battle mechs and aerospace fighters of Carl von Strang's Guard Division, they could conduct operations against the Lyran Commonwealth that were more than mere pinpricks, safe in the knowledge that these days Marcus Steiner couldn't simply send a warship to chase them off, von Strang contended. Simply disrupting Lyran trade near the periphery border would soon destabilize the region, loosen their grip on the worlds they had seized from the Republic. More than that, there were plenty of mercenaries available to hire on Fred Otto if von Strang needed more troops and had the ability to pay for them in loot. Hell, with the royalty and its fighters backing up the Guard Division, they might even have enough firepower to ensure the right faction on Fred Otto won the ongoing civil war there, which opened up all kinds of possibilities given that the world still maintained an industrial base. Like his predecessors as Baron of Strang, Carl von Strang had a vision of driving the Lyrans back to their original borders and restoring the Rim World's Republic to glory. Just dangle the vaguest chance of that dream coming true in front of a man like that and he would grab hold of it with both hands, which he had. It was, of course, an entirely unrealistic aim, Johnson knew. Even if the Draconis Combine enjoyed battlefield success beyond even their own wildest expectations and smashed the LCAF to the point of putting it into headlong retreat, the Lyran Commonwealth was unlikely to ever be weakened to the point that the shattered and destitute Rim World's Republic could possibly rally enough strength to take back Apollo and the other worlds conquered by the Steiners in the previous century. For one thing, if it ever looked like they might, their CAD would likely just break out the nuclear weapons again, as they had before, to put Finnmark back in its place. They might not have as many warships as they used to, but they still had plenty of armed dropships and even aerospace fighters you could sling a couple of 5-kiloton Alamo missiles underneath if it came to that. Not that it suited Johnson to burst Carl von Strang's bubble as the man enthused about a glorious future where the decent, hard-working, and patriotic people of the Rim World's Republic rose up, united, and removed the Steiner boot from their necks. Instead, he expressed his own supposed bitterness at what had befallen the homeland of his forefathers, and made sure to voice suitably derogatory comments about the Lyran Commonwealth. Von Strang clearly wasn't a complete idiot as such. In fact, some of his observations regarding the current state of the inner sphere were downright insightful, but like most men he was still very much prey to Caesar's dictum that men willingly believe what they wish. Weeks later, while discussing the man with Brigadier General Franklin, Colonel Mitch Johnson diplomatically refrained from drawing parallels between the utopian vision of a restored Star League or Terran hegemony that the Neops people occasionally waxed lyrical about, and von Strang's dream of a restored Rim World's Republic. Just because the Neops Association had a few ships that were even more formidable than a royalty, and a lot more mechs than von Strang could boast, didn't make their own tilting at windmills any more realistic. They were well-meaning though, Johnson had to give his latest employers that. Furthermore, the continued existence of a place like von Strang's world did rankle more than a little for those like himself who were still quietly pining for the golden age of the Star League, despite considering the possibility of its return a pipe dream. It wasn't that Johnson was a starry-eyed idealist like some of those that sought to whitewash the Star League era and spoke of it uncritically in gushing speeches or flowery prose, it was simply that the Succession Wars era was objectively far worse. Stefan Amorous and his minions like Gunther von Strang had ended what was effectively the golden age of humanity, ushering in a time of endless fire and ceaseless bloodshed. While Neops couldn't really bring back the Star League, they were certainly right that those that murdered it should not be fucking venerated like they were on this planet, Johnson decided as Carl von Strang suddenly decided that they should pose for a photograph together in front of the Amorous statue. If it wasn't for all the collateral damage and civilian deaths that would result, At that moment Johnson was sorely tempted just to tell Franklin that the city was completely impregnable so that he just leveled the place with an orbital bombardment. A naval autocannon round hurtling in from above the mesosphere impacting with the statue and scattering tiny pieces of Stefan Amaris from one side of the horizon to the other was very appealing to contemplate. After a few more hours of pretending to be slowly talked around by the rhetorical wizardry of Karl von Strang, that was how Baron von Strang judged his skills of persuasion anyway, Johnson agreed that not only would he return here after getting the Durant Star serviced at Star's End, he would take one of von Strang's dropships with him and leave one of his Dictator class and its crew behind as a guarantee. That was the kind of outcome from the meeting that Karl von Strang was overjoyed to hear, and he personally saw Johnson off from the spaceport when the landing craft lifted off to rejoin the Jumbo in orbit a few hours later. During the next 2 weeks as the Jumbo headed back to the nadir point to rejoin the Durant Star, Karl von Strang actually played a game of correspondence chess with Johnson by radio, the Baron fancying himself something of an expert and still feeling very pleased with himself for securing an actual armed jump ship to his cause. Annoyingly, Karl von Strang proved to be a better player than Johnson, who had intended to throw the match if needed, but in the event that proved unnecessary because the Baron won the game fair and square. It might have been a little petty, but when the Jumbo carrying Johnson finally reached the nadir point and docked with the Royalty-class jump ship once again, he sent a signal to the planet asking for a rematch. Sending another high-powered signal directed out towards the edge of the system where the rest of the fleet had been hiding beyond detection range, Johnson waited for the reply to come confirming the mission was a go before he had the Royalty switch its transponder codes over from reading as the Durant Star to identifying itself as the NAS Dragoon's loss instead. The crew of the Invader had just enough time to wonder what the hell was going on before the armed jump ship floating beside them opened up with its guns to disable them and ordered them to surrender or eat a nuclear warhead. They did get off a warning to Amaris City before they surrendered, but thanks to the lightspeed delay in the signal reaching there, the Dragoon's loss had already performed a jump before it did. Arriving at the L2 Lagrange point of von Strang's world before the warning from the Invader reached the planet, it was the arrival of the emergence wave from the jump that provided the first indication to the locals that something was up. Detecting several other emergence waves at the L2 Lagrange over the next few minutes, they realized that something was very up indeed. The radio warning from the nadir point arrived at von Strang's world just ahead of a one-word transmission broadcast by Mitch Johnson. Checkmate. It was very cute, most everyone agreed afterwards, although apparently Karl von Strang was initially far too busy losing his mind about the Carrack-class warship that had just jumped in with several companion vessels, seemingly heedless of the potential dangers of running into floating debris at the L2 point, to be much bothered by the obvious taunt at his expense. Note from the author. Standard jump points are used because they're generally safe, even though they are situated so far out from the plane of the elliptic and the Goldilocks zone that they're inconvenient as hell. Non-standard jump points such as a planet's Lagrange points are inordinately closer to where you want to be, but they come with considerably more hazards. The Jupiter Trojan asteroids are an example of the tendency of Lagrange points to hoover up rocks and keep hold of them. 1 or 2 weeks stuck on a dropship heading to and from a jump ship at the zenith or nadir point might be a pain in the ass, but unless you've got a really good map of where the floating rocks are in a system, it's worth putting up with it. NEOPS is just really good at mapping floating rocks from a distance. Many dropships like the Jumbo carry a small craft or two, unless they're carrying aerospace fighters in the bays instead. Leaving the dropship in orbit and heading down to the surface in a shuttle or landing craft gave them a chance to use that big telescope to play spy satellite. Dropping off Spec Ops paratroopers utilizing stealth gear such as sneak suits to scout a target is very much the sort of thing the Blackhearts excel at. They've pulled off this sort of thing against much better trained and equipped opposition than Baron von Strang can boast of. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part 3. That which is preserved in the genetic repository is never truly Kia, but is cloned again harder and stronger. Traditional Neops Ironborn saying. Space vicinity of von Strang's world 2844. While much attention tends to be paid to the armament carried by a Royalty-class jump ship, along with the multiple small craft and fighter bays which round out its ability to bring firepower to bear on an opponent, the thrust that can be generated by its engines compared to those of a regular civilian jump ship is a factor that shouldn't be ignored. Unlike an Invader, Merchant, or most other non-warships which can only produce about 0.1 grams worth of thrust from their station-keeping drives, enough to stop them falling into the gravity well of the nearest star or planet but not nearly enough to keep up with a dropship, a Royalty can manage a respectable 1 gram of acceleration. This meant that while the flotilla's other jump ships had to stay behind and wait at the jump point, the NAS Dragoon's loss joined the warship NAS São Gabriel and the assorted dropships when they left the Lagrange point and headed for the planet, her fighter squadrons available to help fend off enemy aerospace assets that might attempt to oppose the landings and then provide air support for the ground offensive. The Carrack São Gabriel led the way, not only because she was large and intimidating in a way that only a warship could be, but because unlike most SLDF-designed warships she was very well equipped to deal with enemy fighters herself. The 16ER large lasers and 32 large pulse lasers she carried to fend off attack runs by massed ASF formations would have been quite the deterrent in themselves, but when you factored in that her 16 long-range NL-35 naval lasers were themselves dual-purpose, anti-fighter as well as anti-ship, the São Gabriel's attitude towards aerospace fighter threats had once been irreverently described as "come at me bro." It helped of course that she also carried a staggering 40 anti-missile systems for swatting inbound warheads, so good luck getting through those with anything but the most spectacular of missile barrages. The typically reliable trump card of aerospace fighters having to go up against warships during the early succession wars, good old-fashioned nuclear-tipped missiles, just didn't cut it against a ship like the Carrack, which could no-sell multiple inbound warheads by putting a hailstorm of AMS projectiles between the missiles in itself. Her big guns, half a dozen Class 10 and a trio of Class 20 naval autocannon, were still a little on the wimpy side compared to what you might see on a battleship or cruiser, but in the land of the barely armed and basically unarmored civilian jump ship, the guy that does mount naval-grade weaponry of any kind is king. The NAS São Gabriel, formerly the Dobrev, was indisputably the ruler of all she surveyed, and if von Strang's forces down on the planet, who were undoubtedly tracking her by now, weren't utterly horrified by her approach, then they were idiots. Adding to the 2 squadrons of aerospace fighters fielded by the Dragoons' loss were the 3 loaded aboard the flotilla's carrier dropship escort, the Titan concerned itself being quite heavily armed as well. When you factored in all the additional fighters aboard other dropships that were available, each of the 5 Overlord class carrying another full squadron in their ASF base for example, they certainly didn't lack for fighter strength for this operation. Not all of the fighters were aerospace superiority specialist types however, and those belonging to the mercenary regiments weren't nearly as advanced as those bearing the Red Cameron Star of Neops on their wings, but it wasn't like Karl von Strang's pilots were riding souped-up SLDF Royals either. Con Franklin Hallis, currently operating under his usual fake identity of Brigadier General Henry Hal Franklin, was confident that he had more than enough military might at his disposal to smash whatever Karl von Strang could put up against him. In fact, if he had been a little more willing to utilize orbital bombardment to soften up the fortifications around Amaris City, he wouldn't have even needed the mercenary support, but this operation wasn't merely intended to achieve a military objective, it was also an opportunity to blood the kids and achieve a propaganda victory. Smashing that damn statue of Stefan Amaris with naval autocannon just wouldn't look as good in the press as pulling it down with ropes would. That was the kind of image that would play well across much of the inner sphere and beyond. So far everything was going to plan, Hallis considered with satisfaction, studying one of the satellite photos taken of the planet Johnson's mission had obtained before heading down to the mech bays of the Lee-class dropship he was aboard to join the rest of his command lance. The mercenary must be one hell of a skillful liar and had definitely earned himself a bonus, although it was a little annoying losing that wager to Jax Benedict. Hallis had been sure Johnson was going to get rumbled, put up against a wall and shot as a spy, but he reasoned the excellent humint the mercenary had gathered was worth having to hand over the $100. Situated to the north of the capital, the plain of the Rim World's Republic as the locals called it represented an ideal landing zone, so ideal that Hallis was concerned it might be heavily mined, and he had requested one of Colonel Johnson's reconnaissance teams quietly check it out to make sure while scouting the approaches to the city. If they didn't send an all-clear signal in response to a coded transmission, the dropships would utilize one of the alternate LZs further out instead, which would involve a much longer hike to reach the objective, but it was better than the alternative. Just looking at the satellite photos, it was obvious the whole city was ringed by bunkers, likely containing anti-tank guns as well as machine gun nests. Clearly the von Strangs had spent the last half-century digging in like a Carnwath tick, and Hallis could only begin to imagine just how deeply entrenched they would be after a few more generations of obsessively paranoid fortification. The city's innate geography favored defense too, steep valleys that created lots of potential choke points and narrow canyons that could be utilized for flanking counterattacks by locals that knew their own terrain better than any foreigner could, even one with much better overhead images of the area than anyone had a right to expect. The canyons were a particular bitch because they would limit the effectiveness of artillery and air support, and for that matter there were patches of forest mixed in with the farmland that could conceal even more hidden gun batteries. All things considered, Hallis would have much preferred being the man in charge of defending Amaris City than attacking it, or at least he would have if the place was blessed with a less offensive name. It was a jar of pickles that would require a considerable amount of effort to open, unless you were okay with just smashing the thing into pieces with a sledgehammer, or rather an orbital strike, but then if it was easy then it wouldn't have been quite as worthwhile hauling his sorry ass all the way here. If nothing else, this represented an excellent opportunity for mech warriors of the Zeta, Eta, and Iota generations, who made up the bulk of the ground forces deployed on this operation, to finally see the elephant, and for the Gammas like his son Frederick to command troops in battle, not just in an exercise. The old soldiers of the 295th were aging out fast, and it was just lucky that the clan's breeding program had been kicked into high gear in 2819, turning out plenty of warm bodies to stuff into battle mech and aerospace fighter cockpits 2 decades down the line. They were as well trained as they could be, unsurprising given just how young they had been when they began to be molded into soldiers, and thanks to not being old enough to be infected by old Nick's weird ideas of honorable single combat by the secession, they were consummate team players who operated as a cohesive unit and who were taught to concentrate their fire on a single target and who thought playing fair was for goddamn idiots. They should perform well, they were after all literally bred for war, and the scores in their performance evaluations bore out the faith Sarah McKeevty had placed in her genetic engineers, who were widely regarded as among the very best the clans had to offer, but until their baptism in fire that was all just theoretical. It wasn't so much that Hallis was concerned they would be cowardly or inept once the fight started, but like many others he still wasn't quite certain that without experienced, normal soldiers to keep them in line they might be a little too aggressive and insufficiently measured and cautious. Good soldiers know when not to fight and don't keep throwing themselves at positions just because they don't want to accept an uncomfortable truth that they aren't unbeatable. Deluding themselves they were unbeatable was certainly not something you could accuse the aerospace fighter pilots serving Baron Karl von Strang of when they outright refused his order to engage the inbound fleet before the warship could enter orbit. Fearing that the Carrack would simply bombard the capital into submission, von Strang ordered that his fighters head up to intercept the enemy before it was in a position to do so, only to be told flatly that he was asking them to commit suicide and that they would just be throwing their lives away pointlessly. They were perfectly willing to go up and try to intercept the enemy dropships once they separated from their warship escort in order to land, but that Carrack would have eaten their aerospace fighters alive even if it didn't have heavy fighter support of its own, which it did. Ensconced in the command center of his underground bunker, to von Strang's credit he didn't rant about disloyalty or throw a fit when his pilots refused the order, his military advisors arguing that they actually made a valid point about the pointless waste of good men and machines following the order would have meant. He did however make a mental note to consider purging his aerospace force later on, quietly hoping to himself that there was actually going to be a later, helpfully saving his reserves of ranting energy for his lengthy response to a demand for him to surrender that arrived shortly thereafter from the enemy commander. Rich in invective, clearly heartfelt, surprisingly cogent and in parts almost inspiring even, Karl von Strang's epic retort to Franklin Hallis over the radio became the stuff of legend, although partly that was due to the fact that about 7 minutes into his speech he was interrupted by Hallis asking him to repeat the last section because he had missed it while away from the radio visiting the ship's head. According to Hallis later, he had only been expecting a curt refusal, and if he'd known beforehand that von Strang was going to respond with a monologue worthy of a Shakespearean villain he would have taken a leak before issuing his ultimatum. That could however have just been an excuse. Anyone that had known Hallis for a while tended to pick up on his occasional tendency to troll, both to put his opponent off balance and for his personal amusement. Indeed, according to his best friend, S.A. Con Eben, the Con was known to cackle quietly to himself when he came up with a new idea on how to annoy one of the great houses or, even better, yank Comstar's chain. Karl von Strang's coherence dropped off considerably after the interruption. He was clearly incensed beyond the point that he could properly express himself in mere words. After the second interruption by Hallis, the one where he asked, "So just to be sure, you're saying you're not surrendering?" Karl von Strang told him to go fuck himself and then abruptly ended the transmission. As the small armada of dropships entered the atmosphere, leaving the São Gabriel and the Dragoons lost in orbit, Karl von Strang's military aerospace assets finally made their appearance, heading up to intercept the inbound spacecraft once the Carrack was no longer in line of sight and she couldn't support the dropships at long range with her naval lasers. The Vulcan heavy fighters, a mainstay of the Rim World's Republic, making up the bulk of von Strang's fighter strength, had been expected. The rest of the ASF scrambled in defense of the planet, being a mixed bag of Sparrowhawk and Saber Lights along with half a squadron of Lucifer mediums that were themselves enough of a potential threat to the dropships that they were singled out for special attention. They were all older types, and barely upgraded over the years if at all, but even an aging design that might itself be a couple of 100 years old could still kill you, so they were still treated with the respect they deserved, and a numerically superior force of more modern aerospace fighters were vectored to meet them before they could get in range of the dropships. One unexpected and somewhat unwelcome surprise was that von Strang's fighters were leading a pair of old Aquarius surface-to-orbit escort craft, effectively greatly oversized and heavily armored aerospace fighters that massed some 200 tons and carried commensurate firepower. Far too ungainly to dogfight against even the most lumbering of ASFs, and largely phased out of service well over a century ago as a result, they were nonetheless still a threat to dropships despite their advanced dotage. Singled out to be dealt with as a matter of priority before they could close, a full squadron of Rapier heavy fighters escorted by Tomahawk dogfighters was vectored in on them immediately as a massive furball of an aerial battle ensued. The Rapier had been a favorite of Clan Wolverine and a type they operated in such numbers that they had developed their own version back while still living in the Clan homeworlds, an upgrade of the already excellent RPR 100B Royal model. Although punchy, and well armored, the upgraded Rapier was not however the most agile of fighters, which was why it was being accompanied by the Tomahawk, itself also heavily upgraded to beyond SLDF Royal specs. And finally, and seeing action for the first time in NEOPS service, a squadron of Stingray medium fighters entered the fray, and the deeper into the atmosphere that the battle raged the more they got to strut their stuff as they weaved around engaging targets of opportunity. With its forward-swept wings and canards, the Stingray was already renowned for its superiority over other fighters in an atmospheric turning dogfight, being noticeably nimbler than you would typically expect from a 60-ton airframe. By yanking out the original 240 standard fusion engine for a more powerful 300 extra light one, the engineers at the Neops Skunk Works had given the fighter the extra thrust it needed to really get best use out of its inherent agility. However, and the new Stingray F-90N was regarded as a dream to fly by its enthusiastic pilots. With its speed and agility making it difficult to close on if it didn't want you to, and with an improved enhanced ERP-C in the nose and an ER large laser in each wing providing plenty of long-range firepower, during training exercises back in the skies of Neops 7 the F-90N had proven to be an absolute nightmare for anything its own mass or heavier to deal with. As they took on Vulcan and Lucifer asps for over von Strang's world, this proved to be the case in reality as well, even if the more numerous Tomahawk fighters ended up racking up the most kills between them. As the fighter pilots of the SLDF took on the outnumbered, outgunned, not to mention generally less skillful enemy pilots in their various machines, the dropships they were protected continued on. Heading towards their intended landing zone unmolested, they began broadcasting the now traditional battle anthem of the Neops Association on multiple frequencies and with plenty of wattage. Oh, we'll rally round the flag, boys, we'll rally once again. Shouting the battle cry of freedom. And we'll rally from the sphere, we'll gather from the rim. Shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Star League forever, hurrah! Boys, hurrah! Down with Emirus, up with the star. While we rally round the flag, boys, we rally once again. Shouting the battle cry of freedom. Below them down in his bunker in the capital, Karl von Strang listened to the singing coming from the speakers in his command center. I hope they can fight better than they can sing, because if not, this isn't going to be nearly as glorious a victory, he joked as the old popular tune from the Amorous War rang from the speakers, popular outside the Rim World's Republic anyway. Thinking that a little bravado on his part suited the current situation, and having shaken off his anger from having been mocked by his opponent, von Strang was trying to assert his authority. Assuming that this isn't Kerensky's people returning to finish the job, which seems unlikely at this point after so many years, I believe it behoves us to accept their declaration as to their identity, and that we should operate under the premise that we're being invaded by a mob of stargazing weirdos that think they're the Star League, he said in a calm, measured tone of voice that greatly belied his internal thoughts on the matter. It looks like they're landing on the plane of the Rim World's Republic, presumably intending on actually assaulting the city from the ground rather than trying to bombard us into submission from orbit. That's a fight we can win. The second in command of the Guard Division, a Taxiarchos or Brigadier General, suggested to the Baron optimistically. We've fully mobilized the reserves and manned the bunkers and pillboxes defending the approaches to the capital as best we can, but as you know, we've dug more holes and poured more concrete than we actually have soldiers to make proper use of them. Moreover, the fortifications aren't fully complete in certain sections, so there are potential weaknesses in our lines that we'll need to keep an eye on and be ready to react accordingly if they break, he advised professionally. We have a company of tanks in reserve we can use to plug the gap if needed. Employed correctly in the appropriate terrain, a Burk is not something even the heaviest of battle mechs wants to encounter. Von Strang nodded, contemplating the capital's defenses. A lack of available manpower for construction projects, one exacerbated by the need to release the bulk of the labor force twice each year for planting and harvest season, meant it could take several decades to finish some of the more extensive and ambitious fortifications originally planned for the capital. Fortunately, they don't know which fortifications are fully manned and which are not, which means they'll have to waste an awful lot of time, effort, and ammunition trying to blast their way into bunkers they could have just walked around, he replied, smiling as he put on a display of confidence. Get on the field telephones and make sure that the militia know that the crew of any anti-tank gun that brings down a mech will be richly rewarded, perhaps even raised to the landowner class of the lower aristocracy, he instructed his subordinates. Importing the tooling and machinery needed to domestically produce simple, relatively cheap but still far from ineffective anti-tank guns from Fred Otto had been one of his father's better ideas. They were truly primitive in operation, basic breech-loading rifled cannon that would not have seemed out of place during the world wars of 20th century Terra, but despite that they still threw a big enough projectile at a high enough velocity to represent a non-trivial threat to modern tanks and battle mechs. Getting smacked by a 120mm shell from an obsolescent field gun might be something an assault mech could shrug off, but most battle mechs were smaller than that, and it wouldn't just be one shell heading their way. The bunkers holding the anti-tank guns were positioned in such a way that they had overlapping fields of fire, and they were constructed well enough that they couldn't be easily knocked out. Typically the way to deal with pillboxes and the like if you couldn't crack them open at a distance was to send in something heavily armored mounting an AC-20 to blow it all to hell at point-blank range, something you were welcome to try on von Strang's world because the approaches to the gun positions were usually mined. Every year or so some peasant, probably drunk, wandered into one of the minefields and blew themselves up. This was considered an egregious waste of perfectly good landmines, and the peasant's family were naturally billed for the replacement, any protestations that the person concerned couldn't read and wouldn't have been able to read the warning signs telling them to keep away being ignored. Keeping the laborer class illiterate and ignorant was far too beneficial to the Baron generally for him to concern himself with the occasional prole who strolled into a minefield, got mangled by heavy machinery, or was poisoned because they couldn't read the label on something. Karl von Strang pursed his lips. Add to the directive regarding rewards being given to those that show valor that those cowards who abandon their posts instead will be put up against a wall and shot, he ordered after a few moments' contemplation of the matter. Though not before their sons are scourged and gelded in front of them, and their wives and daughters will be branded and sent to work in the brothels, he added. That should certainly motivate them to put in their maximum effort, the Taxiarchos replied appreciatively. He had served the previous baron as well, and the current head of the von Strang dynasty was very much a chip off the old block. Might I further suggest that any man who gets close enough to hit an enemy mech with a shoulder-launched SRM be awarded even more money or land, with that reward going to his surviving family if he is killed afterwards, he advised. Men in bunkers firing cannon at targets a kilometer or more away might expect to live to tell the tale. Men firing inferno rounds at a mech they can almost reach out and touch don't, so the reward conditions need to be adjusted on that basis to be effective. I agree, see to it that our infantry platoons are so informed. Von Strang concurred with the man's thinking on the matter. Even if they get through our outer defense lines, we'll turn this city into a charnel house for their men and machines, he said with more confidence than he felt. Urban warfare is the arena where mechs go to die, he declared. Make sure that the guard division is ready to launch a full-scale counterattack at the opportune time. If we hit them at the right moment, we can smash them utterly and send what's left of them back to Neops in pieces. Karl von Strang straightened up, striking a pose. Have my Battlemaster readied for combat, he now ordered imperiously. When the time comes, I will take the field personally against the pitiful remnants of the SLDF that purport to be the inheritors of the mantle of the Terran hegemony and the Star League, leading from the front as my illustrious forebear Gunthar did at the Battle of La Guardia. Diplomatically, nobody present saw fit to mention that Gunthar von Strang had in fact been killed in action leading his 18th Amorous Chasseurs at the Battle of La Guardia spaceport back in 2779. All his fanaticism and self-belief had proved no match for the superior numbers and better equipment of the 146th Royal Battle Mech Division he went up against that day. Not that the 146th had offered him any opportunity to do otherwise than die at the controls of his mech. After what Vampire von Strang had done, neither he nor his men were going to be given much of a chance to surrender. They also wisely didn't mention that the reason why Gunthar von Strang and his regiment were at La Guardia that day in the first place was that they were desperately trying to flee the planet, realizing that the war was lost and von Strang's loyalty to Stefan Amorous didn't extend to dying with him. Gunthar wasn't really craven so much as he wasn't nearly fanatical enough to fight to the last for a lost cause, and in that regard he would have very likely considered later generations of von Strangs to be somewhat touched in the head. As a child just before Kerensky's exodus, the then very young Franklin Hallis had personally seen some of the devastation wrought upon parts of North America by the 18th Amorous Chasseurs, though to be honest he barely remembered following his father through the streets of some of the towns then being rebuilt after Vampire von Strang looted and pillaged his way through the northeastern United States. He did recall somehow getting it into his head that von Strang had been an actual vampire, probably because of how often it was mentioned that the man was a bloodthirsty monster, and he had therefore assumed at the time that one of the 146th must have driven a wooden stake through his heart to kill him, because a PPC bolt just wouldn't have done it. Looking back now, it was a little embarrassing, even if he had just been a kid, but as he had climbed earlier into the cockpit of the Cyclops assault battle mech secured in one of the mech bays of the Lee, Hallis decided that the codename for the landing was certainly on point. This is Brigadier General Franklin to all units. Van Helsing is a go. I repeat, Van Helsing is a go, he announced as soon as the singing ended, glad to know they couldn't all see the grin plastered all over his face because of the codename for the operation. You all know your assigned tasks and objectives. We will secure the LZ and then prepare to begin our advance on the city, he said, flicking a series of switches to boot up the Tacticon B2000 battle computer, which was what made the Cyclops CP-10Z so special. As the holographic display in his cockpit powered up, the B2000 automatically networking with every system it could contact via secured encrypted signal. Hallis could only imagine how annoyed General Romanov must be that the first time they got to actually use this thing in anger, not merely in a training exercise on Rick Jane's island, it wasn't her sat in the cockpit. She had been the one pushing hard for the thing to be hand-built as a one-off at considerable expense, and it had taken a while to persuade the bean counters that it was well worth the money and resources. Commanding a brigade-sized unit from the cockpit of your battle mech, leading your troops into battle personally, might seem like some kind of romantic ideal for a fighting general, but in reality it was a nightmare in terms of maintaining proper C3I, command, control, communication, and intelligence. Merely keeping track of everything going on during a battle could quickly cause information overload even if you were only sat in a command vehicle at the rear, not in the cockpit of a mech which might itself be under fire. If you were in a Cyclops CP-10Z, however, then the very advanced, and naturally also very expensive, Tacticon B2000 battle computer handled a lot of the work for you. It automatically prioritized incoming data and analyzed the developing tactical situation to not only present it to you clearly and efficiently via the holographic display, but it also made sure it wouldn't swamp you with useless information at the same time. Previous battlefield management systems which were attempted had notoriously either bombarded the man or woman in the cockpit with unnecessary detail, or they had failed to inform them of critical tactical developments. The Tacticon B2000 had its origins in the research into artificial intelligence, which had also eventually led to the various drone fighters and warships of the Terran hegemony's SDS network. It wasn't actually self-aware as such, but it was nonetheless inarguably intelligent by certain frames of reference, and it could even learn to some extent. It wasn't just using complex algorithms to sort data and then present it to the wetware located in the skull of the human sat in the cockpit. It actually considered the tactical situation, and based upon that analysis it automatically flagged up things it decided the human needed to know. At the moment the computer was telling Hallis nothing that he didn't know already. However, the Lee was still a few minutes from landing. It would set down just ahead of the fortress belonging to the Blackhearts, and the other dropships should land shortly thereafter. The modified Lee and the smaller fortress carried the most armor and mounted the most firepower of all of the dropships, said armament including a pair of Arrow 4 missile launchers on the former and a hefty Long Tom artillery piece mounted on the latter. As such, the two craft that landed first could have likely secured the LZ all on their own, but once the 5 Overlord battalion transports set down nearby, followed by the Dictator, Triumph, and the pair of Intruder-class dropships, it would have taken a full brigade with appropriate levels of air support to even attempt to push them back off the planet. Karl von Strang not actually having said brigade to throw at the landing zone, it was safe to assume that the LZ now belonged firmly to the SLDF, and as battle mech started to pour out of the various ships to establish a perimeter, Franklin Hallis monitored the smoothness of the deployment with satisfaction. The holographic map being projected in front of him by the B-2000 showed where each lance was heading to, and he was happy to see that the kits had deployed from the dropships just as quickly and cleanly in a real OP as they did in training missions. As the dropships had descended through the atmosphere and decelerated for landing, they had begun launching their own aerospace fighters, some of them additional air superiority craft scrambled to reinforce those previously launched from the Royalty and the Titan above, which were still keeping the enemy fighters away, but the majority being ground attack or strike specialists that would be employed to try and break through the enemy lines. If the sneak-suited reconnaissance teams from the Blackhearts had achieved all their assigned mission objectives, they should have mapped the locations of enemy strongpoints and then spent the last couple of days, or rather nights, making their way right up close to the capital ready to mark priority targets. Just because the Neops people were loath to utilize orbital strikes, that didn't mean they weren't going to use all the other fancy tricks available in their repertoire to make this fight as unfair as possible, which had required loaning the Blackhearts some less deck. While the dropships were still unloading, getting all the tanks and self-propelled artillery off the Triumph was not a quick process by any means. The first aircraft in a squadron of Stuka heavy fighters bearing the Red Cameron Star of Neops, its big wings laden down with external ordnance making the 100-ton machines even more sluggish than usual, hurtled overhead at low altitude heading straight towards the city at high subsonic speed. Too busy dealing with their existing problem, that being all the SLDF pilots in air superiority fighters currently trying to kill them and succeeding all too often, von Strang's own aerospace pilots paid little heed to the Stuka as it carried out its strike mission. About 10 kilometers out from Amorous City, the Stuka sharply pitched up its nose and while climbing hard released one of the 1-ton bombs it was carrying on its external hardpoints, pitching the bomb forward like an underarm throw. Toss bombing was an age-old means for aircraft to deliver explosives from a safe, or at least safer distance than normal, one that the successor states still employed regularly themselves in an era where long-range rocket-powered guided missiles were either less tech or too expensive for regular use. It was also a notoriously inaccurate means of delivering ordnance at range because the great houses could no longer manufacture the tag systems to allow laser guidance for the bombs on their way back down either. Hiding in a bush a few hundred meters from an oversized pillbox with the muzzle of a large-caliber anti-tank gun sticking out of it, a sergeant from the Blackhearts, a woman that was badly in need of a hot meal and a hot shower by this point, aimed her bulky infantry tag designator at the bunker, and when her radio received a prearranged coded signal she pressed the trigger. Even disassembled into several pieces so her entire squad could carry it between them, humping the damn thing along with them had been a pain in the ass ever since they parachuted in weeks ago, and she really hoped it was going to be worth it. Battle mechs have electronic systems that tell them that they've just been hit by a tag and where from. Concrete bunkers constructed out in the periphery by a society that is even less technologically sophisticated than that of the great houses, themselves scientifically regressed from the heyday of the Star League, do not. Thus it was that the first thing the militia inside the bunker knew about the 1-ton laser-guided bomb arcing its way through the air towards them was when it landed right on top of them. The bomb itself was designed to penetrate a certain distance before exploding. This meant that the bomb casing was made of pretty thick steel, and along with the seeker head and guidance fins meant that only around half the mass of the bomb was actually explosive filler. Still, a half-ton of high explosives makes one hell of a bang, and the sergeant from the Blackhearts was glad she had remembered to put in her earplugs earlier as the bunker burst open in a deafening boom and pieces of concrete, steel, and gun crew were sent skyward in all directions. She was also glad her sneak suit was armored, the helmet especially so, when all that crap started raining back down again over a wide area shortly thereafter. It was now abundantly clear why she had been told not to try and show off and sneak up closer through the minefield that lay before the bunker before using the tag. Holy crap, she swore, looking at what was left of the smoking, shattered remains of the thing. She then started swearing more vociferously as a few pieces of falling debris landed in the minefield, triggering a few of the mines into a series of ragged additional explosions that left the ground covered in craters. Shaking it off once things calmed back down, the sergeant hefted up the tag designator and, keeping as low as she could, began crawling backwards away, using the terrain and plant cover as best she could. As she did so, the sound of another large explosion a couple of kilometers to the west indicated that one of the other two squads issued with one of the TAG units must have marked a second bunker for destruction. Since dropping a one-ton bomb on less well-protected targets was overkill, and laser-guided bombs were expensive, orders were to only designate targets that were actually worth it. Johnson had joked to his people before they para-dropped that anyone tagging small pillboxes with nothing but a machine gun or a SRM launcher in them for an airstrike would have the cost of the bomb deducted from their pay, so while the Blackhearts had successfully mapped the location of dozens of strongpoints situated in concentric rings around the capital, only a minority were going to receive the same treatment. Cheap tube artillery, direct fire weaponry, and if necessary flamers could deal with the rest. As the mixed brigade of SLDF and mercenary units continued to form up on the plain of the Rim World's Republic in preparation for their advance on Amorous City, the Stuka Squadron continued a rolling series of toss bombing runs, the Blackheart commandos marking the targets, hoping like hell the accuracy of the laser-guided bombs wasn't exaggerated because tag gear only let you be so far away from what you wanted blown to hell. High above, weaving vapor trails left behind by pilots fighting for their lives, an increasing number of those loyal to Karl von Strang failing in that objective, almost looked surreal, especially when the beams of directed energy weapons passing through them momentarily lit up the trails. Despite trying to stay focused on her job, and therefore attempting to wholly ignore the aerial battle raging far above, the wreckage of an Aquarius spiraling downwards, smoking and aflame with pieces shearing off, momentarily caught the eye of Jennifer McKeevty from within her battle mech cockpit as she made ready to lead a company into action for the first time. The first of Siko Gamut to be promoted to captain, and that was despite her name, not because of it, because everyone had such unfairly high expectations for her. Jennifer hoped like hell she wasn't going to screw this up, because if she did, then she was sure that Sarah's very angry ghost would appear and firmly shove her ethereal foot up her clone's ass. Jennifer shook it off and went back to checking on the kids under her command. The Iotas in particular still seemed like children to her despite being into their 20s by now, and the notion of getting any of them killed because she screwed up horrified her. Well, maybe not Anissa. If that little twerp called her mom instead of ma'am one more time, then the McKeevty blood name was going to be down one mech warrior, Jennifer decided, growling to herself as Conhalis ordered the advance to begin. Note from the author. Compared to a lot of the warships used by the Star League Navy, Akarik is very good at dealing with enemy fighters and inbound missiles. Even its naval lasers, which reach out a long way and hit a lot harder than the one carried by aerospace fighters or battle mechs, can be used to swat down aerospace fighters if required. Amorous City on von Strang's world isn't quite as well fortified as it was in canon when Clan Jade Falcon took it, with more difficulty than they expected. To their chagrin, they ended up having to use artillery to do so, in 3049, but even with 2 centuries less time to dig in, the city is still a tough nut to crack. The use of infantry portable tag gear to mark targets, including for laser-guided bombs, LGBs, dropped by aerospace fighters, was something common during the Star League era, but tag became Lastek in the inner sphere in 2835, so this kind of toss bombing with LGBs is a pretty fancy tactic for the era. The Cyclops CP-10Z assault mech with its advanced B-2000 battle computer is another piece of Lastek. It was mentioned way back in part 29, set in 2835, that General Romanov wanted to her hands on a few as a force multiplier, and though it took a while, the Neops SLDF now has their first in active service. Karl von Strang's Vulcan, Sabre, and Sparrowhawk aerospace fighters are no match for the heavily upgraded machines being thrown at them here, and while an Aquarius is nothing to be taken lightly, it's badly outdated. Remember, if you're offering your enemy fair fight, then you're doing it wrong. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LX. Epic Flail. Text painted on the side of a von Luckner tank exhibited in the Neops Museum of Military History, 2900 CE. Plane of the Rim World's Republic von Strang's World 2844. Wide open, lacking much in the way of vegetation until you neared Amorous City, stretching out before you to the horizon and flat as a pancake. This would be beautiful ground on which to fight the archetypal set-piece battle, Franklin thought to himself looking out of the cockpit of his Cyclops. It was just a crying shame that Karl von Strang wasn't nearly stupid enough to sally out from his capital to fight one, alas. Mitch Johnson's written report regarding his personal impressions of the Baron, along with his analysis of the sections of the capital and its defenses he had been able to examine firsthand, had made for interesting reading and had led to Hallis modifying his initial battle plan for storming the city. Von Strang was apparently not stupid, even if some of his grandiose plans to bring back the Republic did objectively cross the line into delusion given his demographic weakness, tiny industrial base and woefully inadequate logistical potential. Johnson's evaluation of the man included such descriptors as insightful, surprisingly well-educated and well-informed, and ruthless and despotic without being certifiably crazy or utterly blind to his own limitations, which placed Karl von Strang firmly among the upper echelon of contemporary tyrants ruling bandit kingdoms. True, given that the competition for the title of least deranged periphery autocrat included such notables as the bloodthirsty maniac currently going by the title Duke of Tortuga, or the various vicious warlords fighting over Antelos, simply not being completely out of his gourd meant that Karl von Strang was readily able to qualify as an above-average despot. Since it was usually better to overestimate your foe than to underestimate him, however, Hallus wisely opted to take a cautious approach to the situation and on that basis arranged his forces as if they were taking on the line regiments of a great house, not just some jumped-up pirates. Hallus placed 3 battalions of SLDF battle mechs in the center of the line as they advanced across the plain, with the single battalion from Bolton's Rangers on the right and the heavier of the 2 mech battalions from the Blackhearts on the left, the rest of the Blackhearts' battle mech strength, plus their fairly large complement of mechanist infantry, following them as a reserve. With the 4th Battle Mech Battalion hailing from Neops being a composite unit that included most of the SLDF's riflemen air defense and archer and longbow fire support mechs, along with a token company from the NOM, Hallus placed them in the center just behind the main line mixed in with the 2 companies of tanks and the infantry APCs that had been landed by the Triumph. Following on behind to the rear were the Thor self-propelled guns and the Vala missile carriers of the artillery along with their support vehicles, the Vala batteries pulling trailers of additional ammunition behind them because experience showed you could never have too many Arrow 4 missiles. As the brigade stomped or rolled its way across the plain, Hallus ordered his reconnaissance companies forward to scout the ground ahead of them. Training exercises back on Neops 7 had indicated that while the Guardian ECM and Beagle active probe-equipped Hussar HSR 250DN was truly exceptional at scouting, it worked best when deployed alongside other machines such as the Talon, which were able to quickly come to support it when necessary and had more punch. Somewhat annoyingly to those of the Clan Wolverine persuasion, the same exercises also clearly indicated that having a number of Mongoose lights mixed in also paid dividends because as a command mech it could coordinate the units more effectively. General Romanov told Hallus he needed to order his people to suck it up and use the things regardless of the name, which he did, thinking it was a very good thing it wasn't called a Widowmaker instead, because that would have been an absolute deal-breaker. Thanks to secure line-of-sight only tight beam communication utilizing heavy encryption, it wasn't considered necessary to maintain particularly strict radio silence, and unable not to comment on what he thought were all the HSR 200 DBS out there, Colonel Daniel Bolton signaled the Brigadier General about it. "I don't suppose you can tell me where the hell you found so many Royal Hussars, sir?" he queried on a private channel. He doubted they were actually making them themselves, so Neops finding a big cache of the thing seemed the most likely source. After all, if you could build a manufacturing line for Royal Battle Mechs, why would you go with the Hussar of all things? "We've been breeding them," Franklin replied. "The difficulty is working out which ones are male and which are female," he replied. "We tried it with the Atlas as well, but unfortunately those things are the giant panda bears of mechs," he continued deadpan. "The shame of it is the Jaeger mech breeds like rabbits, but who the hell wants one of those?" he asked rhetorically, audibly stifling laughter. Bolton rolled his eyes. It was becoming increasingly clear to him that Sam Tyson's observation after having worked for them for years that trying to get a straight answer out of Neops was an exercise in futility. It wasn't just the obfuscation that rankled, it was that most of them seemed to revel in doing so in a comedic or sarcastic fashion. The rumor was Comstar absolutely hated their guts, and given the utter seriousness and air of self-importance in the manner by which those weirdos conducted themselves, it was easy to see why. The Neops Association was arguably the most well-meaning, idealistic, and optimistic power of the modern era. They were also, however, clearly intent on attaining the title of the undisputed champion smartass of the known galaxy, and Bolton was not alone in suspecting that wasn't just because they wanted to keep their secrets with an epic disinformation campaign, they had clearly started to enjoy acting like this. From Brigadier General Franklin himself to the lowliest trainee assistant technician, they could all be relied upon to pick up the ball and run with it. The offhanded remarks in the Chow line about the vast fleets of Casper drones the association had squirreled away, or that the biotechnology company founded on Neops 6 by House Frankenstein-Morrow after relocating from Frobisher was close to success in their super soldier program, really started to grate after a while. All that said, Dan Bolton had to concede that taking up a contract with the Neops Association and this operation in particular was a dream come true for himself and most of his mercenary company. Deeply proud of their origins as a Star League regiment, the battle mechs of Bolton's Rangers still proudly bore the Cameron Star and the insignia of the 208th Hussars, and by retaining SLDF olive drab as their paint scheme, it was almost as if the regiment had come home as they marched alongside the battalions from the 295th who were painted up the same way. Bolton had grown up being told stories of serving the SLDF against Amaris by his parents and other veterans of the war. Unlike the messy politics of the succession wars, it had sounded like a fairy tale, good versus evil, with good triumphing at the end as the 208th fighting alongside Alexander Kerensky himself brought the usurper Stefan Amaris low. Much of what happened after Kerensky personally executed Amaris was a complete shit show, of course, there being a distinct absence of happily ever after at the end of the fairy tale. On the other hand, even if Snow White didn't get to marry the handsome prince at the end, the kingdom was still better off if the evil queen had nonetheless been deposed and executed, right? Not that Prince Charming had ever seemed much of a good catch as far as Dan Bolton was concerned. The guy's apparent thing for comatose chicks was more than a little disturbing, and made you wonder if his usual approach to picking up girls was to produce a slightly damp silk handkerchief and to politely ask them in a refined accent, "Does this smell like chloroform to you perchance, my lady?" Old fairy tales with somewhat dubious undertones notwithstanding, for Bolton's Rangers to be taking the field to help overthrow the heir to the loathsome Gunther von Strang, while storming a city literally, and shamelessly named after Stefan Amorous himself, was well worth how much of a pain in the ass the journey to get there had been. The pay itself wasn't fantastic, but the opportunity to make his predecessors in the regiment proud of him while simultaneously getting to lay his hands on some of all that fancy Listec hardware Neops boasted in excess more than made up for it. Since they had set down well beyond artillery range of the city, nobody wanted to be subjected to a barrage of high explosive while unloading a force that included lightly armored vehicles and ammunition trailers for obvious reasons. It was going to be a while before they had advanced far enough to see action. This had given Bolton some time to enviously look over at more of the machines Neops was bringing to the fight while they marched, and all those Gauss rifle and ERP-C-equipped mesh stripping with double heatsinks and ferrofibrous armor were giving him the warm fuzzies. The fact they hadn't used up their inventory of late Star League-era equipment during the bloody slog of the First Succession War showed in the way they put together units as well. Once the brigade got moving, Brigadier Franklin had dispatched a mixed company of medium mechs to each flank to act as a screening force. That wasn't in itself particularly noteworthy, but the lance of Flashman FLS-8K heavies he added to each company to beef up their firepower was. Despite the SLDF having fielded the FLS-8K in vast numbers, they were barely encountered in the inner sphere these days, partially because the factory where they were originally produced had been blown to hell decades ago, but mostly because if they broke down you just couldn't get the XL engines they needed anymore. The raison d'etre of the 8K model of the Flashman was that thanks to its 375XL engine it was fast for a heavy, able to conduct quick, rapid flanking maneuvers that other 75-tonners like the Marauder or Black Knight simply couldn't. It was also, unlike its peers, able to keep up with most medium mechs, which meant you could sprinkle a few in with your Griffin, Dervish, and Wolverine mechs without slowing them down and therefore hamstringing their tactical flexibility, which is exactly what Brigadier Franklin had done. The FLS-8K wasn't a machine that could go toe-to-toe in a slugging match with other heavies. That XL engine made it fast but also meant it couldn't soak up the punishment they could, but used properly in the manner the SLDF had intended it was a proven winner. Neops seemingly had a good number of them in service too, hardly that much of a surprise given that some SLDF divisions had ended up fielding entire battalions of the things once it was learned that 3 dozen speedy flashbulbs suddenly appearing on the opposition's flank, each one carrying a trio of large lasers and 5 mediums, tended to have a very detrimental influence on enemy morale. Breaking Bolton away from his thoughts, a lighting hover vehicle being driven at breakneck speed, randomly jinking and changing direction as it went, tore past his awesome and hurtling onwards started weaving across the plain. If it wasn't for all the aerials sticking out of the thing, and the distinctive radar array mounted on the back, Bolton would have assumed the driver was some kind of maniac, but it was clearly some kind of artillery support vehicle. To be precise, the Lightning was carting around a powerful counter-battery radar, a system that allowed it to detect incoming long-range artillery fire, calculate where it had been fired from, and then pass on those coordinates to friendly artillery so they could return the favor. The downside of being the people actually operating a counter-battery radar was that the extremely powerful radio emissions it put out could be detected by the other side, allowing them to potentially triangulate on your position and drop more shells right on top of you. Or at least they could if you were silly enough to stay still and let them, and the crew of the Lightning were clearly well aware that if you were screaming out, "I'm right here, kill me," into the electromagnetic ether, then not making yourself any more of an easy target than was necessary to do the job was just good policy. Inside the Lightning, sitting in the passenger seat in front of the radar display screen, Second Lieutenant Charlene Hamerick was glad she had remembered to put in her mouthguard, because if not she might have bitten off her tongue by now. Her driver seemed to have taken his orders to make sure the vehicle was as hard a target as it could possibly be, as an invitation to drive it like he was competing in an off-road rally championship while having some kind of seizure and simultaneously popping the go pills fighter pilots like to chew on. Usually riding in a hover vehicle meant a smooth ride compared to a wheeled vehicle going the same speed, but that wasn't really the case when you kept randomly accelerating and decelerating while swerving from side to side. Serving in the artillery was supposed to be a lot more chill than this, Hamerick thought to herself, recalling the stories the founder of her blood name told of fighting battles while leisurely eating sandwiches. Choosing to follow in the footsteps of Colonel Daniel Hamerick, her mentor and genetically at least the closest thing she had to a father, had led to her eschewing a career as a mech warrior or a fighter pilot that most of the other kids from Zeta Siko had joyfully embraced for the life of a gunner. It wasn't a job that came with all the kudos or the air of the romance that came with driving a big stompy robot or a sleek fighter did. Of course, they didn't make a lot of war movies where the protagonist spends a lot of time 10 kilometers behind the front lines covering their ears, but in reality artillery still ruled the battlefield, as it had for most of the last millennium and a half. Get a few drinks into him and Daniel Hamerick could always be depended upon to mention that while Il Konkarensky looked down upon artillery, that in the end it was the development of effective cannon that sounded the death knell of the horse archer armies of the Eurasian steppe Nikki K seemed to have such a weird fetish about. Born, or perhaps the correct term was decanted from an iron womb in 2819 as the clan's breeding program was put into full swing for the first time. Charlotte Hamerick was too young to really remember the clan home worlds, even if she had been born there. She remembered her time spent with the Switchback fleet somewhat more clearly, but Neops was very much the place she thought of as home, that being something that differentiated the Zeta generation onward from the Gamma kids. Just because she didn't really remember the clans, that didn't mean they didn't remember her, or rather her surname name. However, and like all the other blood-named warriors when away from Neops, she used the alias her father did, despite its downside in her particular case. Daniel Hamerick had probably thought it was cute to adopt the nom de guerre he did, but he wasn't the one that got landed with the name Charlie Martel as a result. It could have been a lot worse though, of course. The Ironborn carrying Kirsten Roskiwa's genes would never forgive her for the monstrosity of a polysyllabic Polish pseudonym she inflicted upon them. Originally the Lightning had 3 crew and a pair of SRM launchers. The launchers were removed to find weight for the radar and additional electronics, and the place where the third crewman used to sit was now filled by a very expensive ATOS, advanced trans-optical aiming system, and a slightly less exorbitantly priced inertial navigation system. Learning how to operate all that gear had taken Charlotte months, and learning how to actually use it to its full potential well over a year on top of that, and it irked her that the Stuka pilots were probably going to crow later about how good they were in delivering warheads to forwards with their toss bombing runs, when the tube artillery she was directing was still by far the most cost-effective and efficient means of dropping high explosives on people. The radar screen in front of her lit up and a warning sounded as the system detecting that enemy shells were inbound, arcing through the sky from various enemy batteries situated in and around the city. They were probably doing it the old-fashioned way with old-fashioned guns, Charlotte assumed, hitting the button that would automatically signal a warning of incoming artillery fire to friendly forces. As per standing orders issued by Conhalis, as Charlotte thought of him, in the event of the brigade receiving the unwelcome attention of enemy artillery, the various battalions on the move immediately widened their spacing and altered speed in order to make themselves more difficult targets, and then those battle mechs and vehicles so equipped launched smoke grenades to obscure themselves from enemy spotters. Obsolescent or not, towed field artillery and howitzers being assigned a fire mission by men with powerful binoculars and optical rangefinders who were likely positioned up on those hills ahead near the city could still ruin your day. They would also need to be dealt with ASAP, because even if their accuracy likely left something to be desired, they likely made up for that with sheer numbers of guns. As the first salvo of enemy shells arrived, either 152mm or 155mm caliber judging from the size of the explosions, Charlotte couldn't really say much for their accuracy, but they definitely had plenty of gun tubes over there. Hit the brakes, she ordered once the computer determined that the Lightning itself was not being specifically targeted as yet, despite broadcasting radar emissions like a red flag to a bull. Stopping was more tactically sound under the circumstances than it might first appear. The counter-battery radar worked while used on the move, but it gave considerably more accurate results if you were stationary than when you were tearing along at over 180 km per hour. As the hover vehicle metaphorically screeched to a halt, the ballistic computer looked at the data being fed into it by the phased array counter-battery radar and the inertial navigation system. It quickly calculated the arc the inbound shells were following in order to determine where they were fired from, and then provided those coordinates to the ATOS so it could crunch the numbers. With the radar indicating a second salvo inbound, more ragged than the first most likely because some crews weren't as fast and well trained as others, Charlotte requested a counter-battery fire mission via radio and pressed a button that told the ATOS to tell the batteries of Thor self-propelled guns following behind exactly where they should start shelling once they were set up and ready. As the second enemy salvo arrived, a few Inferno rounds mixed in with the high explosives this time, which would have been a bigger deal if any of them had landed anywhere near a friendly tank, APC, or mech. Charlotte was starting to get the impression that either a fair proportion of the enemy gun barrels were worn out or they hadn't been properly made in the first place, because they had an apparent sep larger than a goddamn football field, which offended her professional sensibilities. You didn't need a direct hit with a sufficiently large caliber shell to ruin a battle mecha's day. A near miss could cause enough damage to cripple a light mech or strip a good chunk of armor off a heavy, but if you couldn't even reliably land your rounds in the same postal code area, all you were doing was kicking up dirt or at best occasionally peppering them with shrapnel. Battletechs and tanks weren't dismounted infantry. The odd sandblasting by shrapnel was something they could ignore. What they couldn't ignore was that with multiple batteries thumping rounds downrange at them, dozens of guns, eventually they were going to either run out of shells or they were going to get lucky and start achieving hits. Given that the von Strang family had spent decades laying minefields and digging bunkers and fortification lines, it was probably a little too much to hope that they hadn't been stockpiling ammunition as well, so it was best not to count on the former happening first. You couldn't find shelter or hide on an open plain either. The smoke drifting over the ground made the brigade harder to see and accurately target by artillery spotters, but even the thickest of smoke screens was no help if the other side just decided to drop ordnance into it until they started seeing the secondary explosions that indicated success. No, the answer to von Strang's artillery was to put it out of action, or at least injure or traumatize their gun crews to the point where they weren't exactly at their best, hence Charlotte's counter-battery fire mission request earlier that was already been acted upon. The Thor SPG had been criticized often over the years. Some people complained that it was overpriced, others that the SLDF should have chosen a track design able to deal with a wider range of terrain, but nobody ever said it wasn't a fast and responsive artillery platform that didn't excel at putting shells downrange at short notice. Less than a minute after the fire mission from the Lightning arrived, and despite the fact they had still been on the move at the time, the Thor batteries were stationary and starting to fire at the coordinates they had been given. There were considerably fewer gun tubes on the SLDF side, but they were better, more accurate guns crewed by better, more proficient crews, who had been handed more accurately plotted stationary target coordinates. The Thor SPGs fired 2 rapid salvos and then quickly relocated to a new position a few hundred meters away, making themselves a harder target for any counter-battery fire that might potentially be heading their way in return. Von Strang didn't seem to be using counter-battery radar of his own, but he still had people on the high ground that could always do it the old-fashioned way, and better safe than sorry. On a hill overlooking the plain, a captain, or rather a Lokagos, who was sticking his head out of a concealed and camouflaged dugout, observed the fall of shot as best he could through binoculars. He was directing the heavy guns positioned to the rear via field telephone, correcting the fire, all while hoping that the junior tetrarch, or lieutenant, operating the coincidence optical ring Effinger from another dugout nearby wasn't quite as much of a drooling idiot as he seemed to be. The tetrarch did at least seem to know where on the gadget to look into, and how to turn the dials on the rangefinder, so he had at least read the manual, but that didn't mean that the numbers he was calling out were actually correct, as he sighted on battle mechs in the center of the enemy formation and called out his range estimates to his superior. Admittedly, the smokescreen down there wouldn't be helping matters, and for every shell that fell way short another landed long, so the failure of the artillery to hit anything so far could just be down to the gunners being crap, or the guns themselves, or maybe the quality control on the ammunition was poor, but regardless of the reason, the guns were yet to achieve anything except craters and the occasional messed up paint job. The person the Lokagos was talking to on the other end of the line was also a tetrarch, although as a glorified telephone operator it was a task that might well have been assigned to a corporal in other armies. Von Strang's military would have certainly been considered officer-heavy compared to many equivalent forces, the lack of a decent NCO corps requiring a multitude of junior officers to do the jobs that other ranks would typically do elsewhere. While keeping the masses ignorant, and uneducated to the point the majority were illiterate was an effective means of keeping them under control, you paid a price for it. One of the downsides being that you couldn't trust your average peasant conscript with complicated tasks that required them to read an instruction manual or be able to do math. Just because the sons and daughters of the ruling classes could read did not necessarily mean that they were all capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time, however. As with aristocracies elsewhere, there were more than a few with the intellectual capacity of a Scotha ape with learning difficulties, and because the cream of the crop tended to gravitate to assignments with more kudos, such as mech warrior or fighter pilot, the dimmest bulbs were often the ones who often wound up in the infantry. The Lokagos himself was in the infantry because he had once made the mistake of yawning during a speech being made by the previous Baron von Strang, rather than because he wasn't the sharpest bayonet in the armory. All it would have taken was a better night's sleep one evening a decade ago and he could have been sat in a mech cockpit right now, instead of standing in a hole, but destiny does like to play her tricks. Having a reputation that he had his head screwed on right had yet to earn him an overdue promotion to Tagmatarches, but it did mean he was considered reliable enough to be trusted with an important job, that job being to hold this hill which anchored the main defense line in front of the city. Given its tactical importance, the engineers had spent years fortifying it with dugouts, trenches and pillboxes placed all over the hill, although the latter weren't as well constructed as they could have been given a lack of manpower and heavy construction equipment. Despite sending informal complaints about the shoddiness of the pillboxes constructed on the hill in the past, the Lokagos had very recently rethought his position on the matter because the properly made ones elsewhere were currently in the process of being systemically blown to hell one after the other by the very accurate and very large airdropped munitions being thrown at them. While it was certainly not good for his own troops' morale to watch their compatriots in the fortification lines the hill overlooked getting bombed, at least it wasn't them getting systemically sledgehammered, at least not yet, and watching it happen had at least gotten them to keep their damn heads down. Until the explosions started happening, all too many of the less than professional levies manning the trenches had been treating the whole thing as an adventure. Now they weren't. Those laser-guided bombs hitting the strong points on the line holding anti-tank guns and other heavier weapons, given their precision they could only be LGBs, were the reason the Lokagos himself had chosen to vacate the pillbox that he would have usually utilized as a command post in favor of a nondescript foxhole. They might have enough bombs to start hitting the crappier, less important bunkers after knocking out the IT guns, but nobody was going to waste such an expensive munition on a hole in the ground, albeit one kitted out with a field telephone so it could be used as an alternate CP. Yelling and the sound of nearby explosions on the other end of the line indicated that the guns of the SLDF wannabes out there were conducting counter-battery missions, as was to be expected, the Lokagos thought to himself, holding the field telephone further away from his head. Radio communications could be jammed, but cheap copper wires buried underground could not, and the entire network of bunkers that surrounded the city were linked by secure landlines. Quite why the artillery seemed so surprised and panicked by being shelled back the Lokagos wasn't certain. They must have known it wasn't so much a possibility as a near certainty when up against an enemy more sophisticated and well-equipped than a few pirates, surely? Regardless of the reason, judging by what he could hear through the field telephone, and the slackening of the volume of fire landing on, or rather in the rough vicinity of, the enemy, it might well be a while before they regained their wits, found their balls and got their act back together. At least he had a few mortar batteries of his own to bring to bear once the enemy got closer, as well as a couple of concealed anti-tank guns and a decent, if not huge, stock of shoulder-launched Inferno missiles. The hill itself was steep enough that it couldn't be easily scaled, and the minefields on the lower slopes would bring any assault to a grinding halt while they tried to clear them, making them an easy target. With another company of men so he could man every firing position, not just some of them, a few more anti-tank guns and mortars, and ideally a lance of LRM carriers as support, the Lacagos was of the opinion he could have thrown back nearly any assault, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy in the process. As it was, with the men and equipment he did have, he was still confident that it wouldn't be his part of the line that collapsed first, and as long as his unit held this ground, the approaches to the city were secure. Just going around the hill, bypassing it on the way towards the city, wasn't tactically sound because the hill wasn't just an ideal position to direct artillery fire from. There also wasn't a mech warrior or tanker alive that wanted to risk getting shot in the ass. For all the enemy knew, there might be hidden batteries of field guns or worse dug in up here that were only holding their fire because they were waiting for just that kind of perfect target. The Tetrarch, using the rangefinder, yelled to catch his attention, and when the Lacagos turned to him to see what the fuss was, he could see him pointing and gesticulating at something. Using his own binoculars, the Lacagos took a look for himself, and noting that as the enemy units approached the first section of the static defense lines that stretched out from the bottom of the hill off into the distance, these being minefields and anti-tank ditches, that their tanks, which had previously been following behind the mechs, were moving forward to take the lead. As they moved up, the tanks started to take fire from a few small gun positions that watched over the minefields. Light recoilless cannon, mortars, and the occasional automatic grenade launcher opening up as the defenders showed they had no intention of giving up without a fight. You had to admire the spirit of the soldiers way down there, the Lacagos thought appreciatively for a few moments before dozens of black shapes streaking through the sky arrived above them, and suddenly the whole area turned into a massive rippling series of small explosions, like a sea of smoke fire that covered a huge area. That would be Arrow 4 cluster munitions then, the Lacagos realized with a grimace, the smoke trail left by the missiles as they tore through the air towards their target reminding him of LRMs, only much bigger. Lustek my ass, he swore to himself as another volley of the things arrived to add to the mayhem. Those submunitions might not have enough of a warhead to punch through a half-decently made pillbox, but the psychological effect of being underneath all that steel rain, hundreds or even thousands of grenade-sized charges exploding all around you, was bound to throw you off your game. The tanks rolled closer to the defense line, a number of battle mechs now moving up with them to provide additional fire support if needed, and as they got closer, the Lacagos was able to get a better look. Von Luckner heavy tanks, a 75-ton favorite of the SLDF, and you had to wonder if someone had maybe thought it would be funny to send von Luckner to fight von Strang, the Lacagos considered as he noticed something very funny about them. As they neared the minefields, some kind of mechanical contraption fitted to the front of each seemed to unfold, and then, once fully deployed, the tanks drove right into the minefields, preceded by a massive dust cloud being beaten up from the ground in front of them. You've got to love the classics, the Lacagos muttered to himself as he realized that the enemy had retrofitted mine flails to the von Luckner tanks so they could just brute force their way through rather than mess about with mine detectors and combat engineers. The flails would set off most of the mines they hit, and fling others clear out of the way. While being inside those tanks when those mines went off just ahead of them would be exciting to say the least, as long as those von Luckner crews could carry out their job without being shot at by anti-tank guns and artillery, it would only be a matter of time before the line was breached. More tanks were rolling up to follow now, as the battle mechs providing cover fire lit up any bunker that tried to do anything about it with barrages of autocannon rounds and LRMs, the explosive ammunition more likely to keep heads down than directed energy weapons. The newly arrived second group of tanks appeared to be the slightly smaller and less well-armored Manticore, and although they seemed to lack mine flails, they did look to be fitted with bulldozer blades instead. Pummel your way through the minefield, fill up the tank traps with dirt, and just keep on going. It wasn't exactly sophisticated, but if you had air supremacy and your artillery was stopping theirs from interfering, then why not? There was no way those tanks were making it up this hill though, the Lacagos thought to himself with relief. The slope was too steep. This wasn't therefore a disaster by any means, merely a setback. It wasn't like the minefields and ditches down there were the linchpin for the defense of Amorous City, just a means to slow the enemy down. For the enemy to proceed safely, they still needed to oust him from this position in order to be able to move forward with their flank and rear secure, and the terrain was not in their favor. Incoming! Someone yelled, and the Lacagos along with everyone else under his command ducked down as deep into their trenches and foxholes as they could. If watching somebody else get hit by Arrow 4 cluster had been disconcerting, the Lacagos quickly learned that being under it yourself was even worse, as it seemed like the whole side of the hill started exploding. Much larger explosions could be heard amidst the detonation of myriad submunitions, thumper shells, aerial bombs, regular Arrow 4 missiles perhaps. But it was the damn cluster raining down that was worse. It seemed to go on for an eternity, and when it finally ended, the Lacagos gingerly stuck his head back out of his hole to look around. Christ, he swore, looking at the cratered moonscape. Incoming! Another voice yelled, and the Lacagos dropped down into his foxhole again, gritting his teeth as another wave of Arrow 4 cluster plastered the hill for what seemed like hours but was likely not even a couple of minutes. After the submunitions finally stopped falling, it became apparent that at least one of the missiles had been filled with leaflets, not heat charges, and as they drifted down, one landed close enough for the Lacagos to reach out and snatch it up. If you lay down your arms, you will not be harmed. We guarantee that all those who surrender will receive all the rights and protections due to them as prisoners of war according to the terms of the Ares Conventions, it said on one side of the leaflet. Turning it over to the other side, however, the leaflet also said, if you don't surrender it'll be airburst shrapnel, inferno bombs, and fuel air explosives next. Would Karl von Strang die for you? It asked rhetorically, which wasn't quite as magnanimous in tone but might sway a few more opinions. Watching a few of his men also emerging from their trenches to pick up some of the leaflets, the Lokagos frowned. If those conscripts could read they'd be very upset, he correctly surmised. Note from the author. The Neops SLDF is a great believer in artillery, far more so than the clans generally, and they have little or no objection to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Thor SPG is well suited to counter battery work, it's accurate, can be aimed and brought into action quickly and can rapidly relocate. Converting a speedy Lightning to carry a counter-battery radar proved to be a winner during training exercises back on Neops 7. Charlene Ham-Eric, aka Charlie Martel, continues the traditions of her blood name by being a gunner. Choosing to serve in the artillery may end up leaving you deaf, but when the big guns speak everyone else listens. If they need to be told twice, you can always bring up the volley to repeat yourself with. The Arrow 4 system is Lastek in the inner sphere, by periphery standards it's Wrath of an Angry God level firepower. Adding a mine flail to a tank in order to deal with minefields doesn't seem to be done much, if at all, in Battletech, but it's a great low-tech solution to the problem, if your flail tanks aren't under heavy fire. Bulldozers, or tanks fitted with bulldozer blades, are effective against tank traps too. The coincidence rangefinders being used by von Strang's troops are also low-tech, but on the plus side they can't be jammed, or electronically detected in use, unlike laser rangefinders for example. Von Strang's guard division is going to have to come out and play because his static defenses aren't holding up as well as he thought they would. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LXI. It would not be far from the truth to call their drills bloodless battles, their battles bloody drills. Flavius Josephus, The Jewish War, 75 CE. Outskirts of Amorous City, von Strang's World 2844. If you were to ask a layman to suggest what the most humane weapon developed by mankind was, it was likely that very few would suggest the flamethrower, but ironically you could make a very good case for that being the case. Clearly setting people on fire was not a nice thing to do, and being the one actually set alight would monumentally suck, but if used in the correct manner, flamethrowers, or rather the threat of them, can win battles without the need to actually harm anyone at all. Harm them physically, that is, the long-term psychological damage that might still be incurred was another matter. It all came down to the flamethrower, or the modern flamer, being so pant-sweatingly terrifying that it could readily induce a soldier that was so brave that in other circumstances they would willingly take on a lance of assault mechs armed only with a sharp stick to immediately turn tail and run. Evolutionary psychologists would suggest that it was because fear of fire grabs you firmly by your distant furry ancestors, and when hundreds of millions of years of deeply embedded instinct come up against the higher functions of the human brain, those being the parts capable of reason and self-control that evolved far more recently, instinct puts reason in a chokehold and takes over. As early as the Second World War on Terra, it was discovered that you could easily get the occupants of an enemy dugout or pillbox to vacate it by rolling up to it in a tank carrying a flamethrower and sending out a massive jet of burning fuel, not directly at the position but right beside it, so those inside could not only see and hear the flame but actually feel the heat coming off it. Most people took the hint. It wasn't exactly a subtle threat after all, and what tended to happen immediately was the waving of a white flag or the sight of the bunker inhabitants fleeing out the back in a state of utter panic. If they were made of sterner stuff than most, or were dumb as rocks, they would stay in place and the next burst of flame would be played all over the bunker. Burning fuel would then enter through the gun slits and make them rethink their decision not to give up for the split second before they found themselves either on fire or gasping for oxygen. Either way, they would no longer be capable of objectively considering their life choices up until that valuable teaching moment, valuable for other people that is, not for them. It was a bit late at that point for them. The flamers carried by battle mechs didn't work in quite the same way as 20th century flamethrowers. Instead of burning petrochemicals, they projected a jet of superheated plasma, one which was hot enough to melt lead at close range, but they were equally as horrifying. If Mitch Johnson and his fellow mercenaries had been wondering till now why Franklin's people had brought along so many Hussar light mechs. Sure, they were great scouts, and were maybe okay for hit-and-run tactics using their speed and that large laser to dictate the engagement, but they weren't normally good for much else. It all made a lot more sense when he watched them moving up to clear bunkers and trenches. However, the Blackhearts having moved up to take advantage of the gap in the minefield the flail and dozer blade-equipped SLDF tanks had opened up. It looked like Neops had added flamers to all their Hussar lights for anti-infantry work and for clearing out entrenched positions and pillboxes. Striding along, sending out jets of flame as they stomped through the increasing shattered defense lines, the ungainly-looking hunched forward Hussar, with its funny little arm arrangement at the front, certainly looked a great deal more intimidating, and a lot less goofy, when they were breathing fire. Mixed in with Talon lights as support, fast, punchy little mechs mounting Erpsis, and with the occasional mongoose, the Hussar Mechs looked to be doing good work in getting von Strang's soldiers to reconsider their loyalty to their liege lord. Flamers will do that. Johnson was also gratified that the Neops people weren't the psychopathic type who didn't bother with warning blasts to induce surrender before immolating anyone. The Blackhearts were known to use flamers as well, most units did, but only an asshole used them nonchalantly like they would less horrific weapons. If some ground pounder son of a bitch had just fired an inferno missile at your mech, then you were free to incinerate the guy without a second thought. Of course, that was just them receiving their just desserts for playing with fire first. During the Amorous War, the Rim Worlds Republic had responded to criticism of their wholesale use of flamers and inferno missiles by saying the SLDF used them too. This was true, however it skipped over the way they were used. The likes of Gunthar von Strang and Antilos Legos seemingly reveled in the use of fire-starter mechs and Ignis tanks against civilians as well as military targets, and they certainly didn't use to bother much with warning shots. For that matter, the SLDF wasn't the one that came up with the WTH-0 model Whitworth medium mech, the so-called war crime Whitworth, developed expressly for the purpose of quickly and efficiently burning down cities. One of those could now be found in a museum on Neops 7 after being captured from the Blood Rain. Supposedly, it wasn't a machine that the Neops SLDF or militia had any desire to press into service themselves. Unlike captured Jackrabbit lights, for example, the very name of the WTH-0 was a curse. Presumably they had found the weight for the flamer by removing some armor. Johnson reasoned, watching as a squad of enemy infantry that had been manning a trench waved a white flag at a hussar looming over them. At least that was a non-totally insane option if you were lucky enough to operate the upgraded HSR 200DB Royal model with its 5.5 tons of ferrofibrous plate, rather than the distinctly fragile original 200D, but he might have gone another way himself. Inside the Hussar, Mitch Johnson was currently checking out from a distance. Mech warrior Craig Gow was wishing that they hadn't dismounted the pair of arm-mounted machine guns his HSR 250DN would usually mount for dealing with infantry in addition to the flamer. While it would raise fewer questions as to how Neops had managed to fit that much extra firepower into the machine, being able to rattle off a burst from an MG to keep the POWs honest would have come in handy right now. Hopefully merely the threat of the flamer would be enough until some friendly infantry arrived to take them off his hands. There was supposedly a APC full of grunts from the Blackhearts en route, but he prayed none of the prisoners were stupid enough to make a break for it, or worse, commit perfidy by throwing a concealed grenade at him or something, because he really didn't want to charbroil these poor bastards. According to intelligence, the better educated and more loyalist elements of the local military could all be found in the so-called Guard Division, which was nowhere near as large as its title made it out to be. In fact, even with the militia levies included, Karl von Strang could barely raise a brigade. The conscripted peasants that formed the bulk of the opposition were trained and drilled just enough to be able to perform relatively basic military skills such as load and fire a rifle, throw grenades, load a shell into the breech of a cannon, and maybe use a shoulder-launched SRM. They were perfectly capable of manning a trench or pillbox that was protected by mines and barbed wire, and some of them had proven surprisingly adept at using low-tech recoilless anti-tank guns and mortars to engage the lead elements of the brigade, attacking them as they got into range. What they were not, however, was disciplined, experienced or professional enough to handle it too well when their reward for managing to blow some of the armor off an approaching mech or tank was an absolute shitstorm of autocannon, LRM, directed energy weapon, and the occasional gauze rifle slug coming back the other way. Pundits less versed in military matters might assume that the swiftness of the collapse of the line of defense between the plain of the Rim Worlds Republic and Amorous City indicated that they were a half-assed sham of a well-designed system of fortifications manned by incompetent officers leading ill-trained rabble, but Mitch Johnson would contend otherwise. Quickly taking out the larger bunkers without laser-guided bombs would have been a task in itself for a less well-equipped force than Franklin had at his disposal. Moreover, the minefields and anti-tank ditches were well placed, and if the enemy artillery hadn't been suppressed by counter-battery fire, the holes plowed through them by the flail and bulldozer tanks would have been a choke point ripe to get shellacked by barrages of high-explosive shells as soon as any units tried to push through. As for the enemy troops, the fact that many of them were still putting up a fight indicated they weren't hopelessly inept, although they clearly lacked the numbers to fully man every position, and under other circumstances with artillery and air support, and without LGBs, copperheads, and whatever crashing down on their heavy weapon emplacements, then cracking their lines would have represented a very different problem. For one thing, with large caliber anti-tank guns acting as overwatch, you wouldn't be seeing thinly armored light mechs so casually strolling towards trenches full of infantry in order to scare the crap out of them with massive plumes of fire. Regarding the people on his own side, as well as noting with interest the flamers carried by the Hussar lights being used by the Neops people, Mitch Johnson would also have to give them 10 out of 10 for just how fast they reacted to new threats, how well they fired on the move, and their frankly nearly eerie ability to quickly and ruthlessly concentrate their fire in order to deal with the appearance of a sudden threat. Occasionally a hitherto ignored, or occasionally well camouflaged and until then unspotted, pillbox or gun pit would open up with whatever weaponry it housed, a burst from a heavy machine gun, a few rounds from an automatic grenade launcher, a shell from a recoilless cannon, or whatever being fired at the nearest SLDF unit. As soon as that happened, it seemed like every tank and mech with line of sight would immediately fire back, delivering a deluge of suppressive and/or destructive fire to silence the enemy position. A large caliber coup de grace delivered by an AC-20 just to make sure it stayed silent tended to follow, unless the occupants came out waving a white flag, that is, the whole brief episode likely dissuading the people in the next bunker trying their luck as well. All those command mechs that were sprinkled into the SLDF formations was certainly a factor in how smooth and coordinated they were, certainly a lot slicker than the Taurian regiments that Mitch Johnson had the most experience of watching in action. Even putting aside Brigadier General Franklin calling the shots from his Cyclops, not to mention the Mongoose Lights directing their scout companies, the NEOPS formations were practically awash with Wolverine mediums, Marauder and Black Knight heavies and Highlander assaults, all presumably leading their own associated units. It wasn't that the better comms systems and cockpit tactical displays to be found in those battle mechs intended to be used by unit commanders automatically turned the person sat in the cockpit into von Clausewitz or Sun Tzu. You still needed the individual in the chair to actually know their trade, but thinning out the fog of war a little and being able to issue orders and direct your troops more easily certainly helped. It was more than that though, Johnson decided, analyzing how they operated. It was if they had been relentlessly, even perhaps obsessively training to fight this way for years on end. The way they singled out a target for at least an entire lance to light up, ideally a whole company, swiftly dealt with it then moved on to the next almost made you think that they regarded any other method as heretical or something. It would be nigh impossible to know who actually did the most damage or dealt the killing blow if you did it that way, not something that a lot of mech warriors who were, all too often, fixated on running up a tally of personal kills they could paint on their machine would want. Asking Brigadier General Franklin later, mostly tongue-in-cheek, how the NEOPS SLDF had managed to near utterly purge their usual tendency towards being glory hounds from their mech warriors, the reply he got only raised more serious questions. Being told by Franklin that it takes about 10 to 15 years of rigid discipline and focused training depending on the individual, Johnson's query as to how exactly that worked given that most of the SLDF mech warriors on the mission were barely into their mid-20s, Franklin's rhetorical observation in response that, maybe the Boy Scouts aren't as hardcore where you come from as they are on NEOPS, largely failed to satisfy Johnson's curiosity. There was a definite air of NEOPS treating this as a live-fire exercise as well, one in which they wanted to try out a few tactics and weapons, give their people some battle experience and perhaps even experiment a little using various techniques. After the majority of the various enemy positions in the area that had been equipped with long-range anti-tank guns had been cleared out, a couple of relatively thin-skinned hover vehicles bearing NEOPS markings had shot forward to join the leading units of the advance, these being the TAG-equipped Zephyr. Johnson had expected them to start marking targets for more airdropped laser-guided bombs, or perhaps the homing versions of the Arrow 4 missile, but as the Zephyr crews started tagging a few specific strong points for destruction, the projectiles that fell from the sky right on top of the targets were clearly artillery shells. The volume of incoming enemy artillery fire had dropped off drastically almost as soon as the counter-battery duel began and was not so intermittent that Franklin must have felt it was safe to pull at least one battery of Thor SPGs off the task of keeping Karl von Strang's guns off their back. The shells the Thor SPGs, now working in conjunction with the Zephyr spotters, were firing were very expensive, very accurate ones, copperhead-guided munitions. Seriously, where do they get these wonderful toys? Mitch Johnson asked himself as NEOPS threw irreplaceable Lastek at primitive concrete pillboxes. Admittedly, a copperhead shell from a Thor wasn't quite as pricey as an Arrow 4 homing missile would have been, so using them to crack open small bunkers wasn't as profligate a tactic as Franklin could have chosen, but as a mercenary with an eye on the financial bottom line, it still made Mitch Johnson wince to see so much priceless ordnance being used that way. Given that this entire operation was likely NEOPS sending a message to both the inner sphere and near periphery that it had both the ability to project power a long way from home, and possessed sufficient stockpiles of advanced military hardware that it could afford to waste some of it on the likes of Karl von Strang, the reasoning to their spendthrift manner was likely calculated in a currency other than, well, currency. It helped that painting the von Strang dynasty as pantomime villains, one prime to be put to the sword by the noble hero, was an easy sell. The last remnant of the Star League dispatching troops from an SLDF division, one that was still serving loyally under the Cameron Star, having never lowered its colors, all the way to the other side of the inner sphere in order to put an end to the last self-professed amorous loyalists to be found anywhere, was pure propaganda gold. Barring divine intervention, or perhaps diabolic rather, there was no way that Karl von Strang was going to come out the other side ruling this world. If he did, however, there was at least one thing he could point to for his own propaganda efforts, that being that stubborn as hell captain up on that hill yonder, although he had of course referred to himself as Lakagos de Barak. After being told that if he didn't surrender the hill he was defending it would be obliterated with thermobarics and every other nasty munition the SLDF could throw at it bar tactical nukes, de Barak had gotten on the radio and announced he had ordered his men to withdraw from the position via the reverse slope, out of line of sight of the advancing NEOPS ground forces, but SLDF observers in the air could nevertheless easily confirm their departure. He himself, however, was going to stay on the hill and declared that he would continue to direct artillery fire from up there until he either was blown to hell by aviation or artillery, or else someone came up there personally to shoot it out with him. It was his hill on his planet, and he was damned if he was going to let some inner sphere bastard take it without a fight, even if he didn't want to get his men killed for nothing. Now he might have been thinking that the SLDF wasn't going to unleash massive amounts of very expensive ordnance just to kill one guy, especially given that it wasn't like his own artillery was being all that effective by that point anyway, but you just had to respect his balls. He was still up there now. Brigadier General Franklin had a couple of aerospace fighters strafe the hill, telling the stubborn enemy captain it was his final warning on the radio, to which Dubarak responded his desire that Franklin should kindly go attempt parthenogenesis, his exact words. Dubarak definitely had guts and was probably good at Scrabble too, Colonel Mitch Johnson decided, not that having an unusually large vocabulary on von Strang's world was nearly as impressive as it would be in other places where being able to read and write wasn't mostly the preserve of the wealthy and powerful few. Scrabble was big in parts of the Taurian Concordat, mainly because they liked to laud it over their supposedly more sophisticated inner-sphere neighbors that when it came to literacy rates they had the Capellan Confederation, and more importantly the Federated Sons, beat hollow. Not knowing how Franklin was planning on handling it from here, Johnson got on the command frequency and offered to send a few specialists up the hill to deal with the intractable Lockagos in a less destructive and financially extravagant fashion than carpet bombing. If it turned out there were more people still concealed up there, or if Dubarak's people currently abandoning the hill tried to return, the Black Heart Squad would call for assistance, otherwise the stubborn holdout would be removed from the hill in either plastic cuffs or a body bag. Franklin accepted the proposal and Johnson dispatched a team, requesting a few smoke shells to be thrown at the hill to obscure their approach. If the slopes and the approaches to the hill had still been covered by machine gun nests, ones likely manned by alert personnel, attempting to get anybody up there would have been unacceptably risky, but if he was really alone up there, then sneaking up on Dubarak and knocking the guy on the head was eminently doable for well-trained Spec Ops troops. As an aside, and for some reason Colonel Johnson was unaware of, but idly wondered about occasionally during the long journey back to Neops, Franklin's son in particular found the parthenogenesis line absolutely hysterical, still laughing uproariously about it months later whenever it was brought up. Methodically securing his flanks, and not wishing to leave any enemy formations still capable of taking the field behind him, Franklin had no intention of rushing his brigade forward to meet von Strang and his guard division. Opting against a rapid, and dramatic, thunder run of concentrated heavy metal into the capital at speed, instead he had his mech warriors and tankers roll up the defense lines in both directions to expand the breach, and while aerospace fighters established an unchallenged cap above, he prepared for a slow, careful advance. Even with the outer defenses broken, there were still scattered strongpoints between them and the city a few kilometers further on. The von Strangs had some grasp of the principle of defense in depth and hadn't created a system that would burst like a balloon once you punched a hole in the outside. Unfortunately for the defenders, it seemed like they just didn't have the modern weaponry or numbers of personnel to get the best value out of what was actually a well-designed system of fortifications. More importantly, perhaps they were also up against an attacking force that was awash with the sort of high-tech equipment needed to smash through it. A brigade from the Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces trying to do what Neops was would have been beating their head against a wall and would have likely incurred heavy casualties doing so. Indeed, at some point they would have likely either decided to give up and go home, or else they would break out the tactical nukes. Not that the LCAF was averse to absorbing losses of men and particularly materiel, they had an industrial depth the other successor states could only dream of. It would simply be a case of the rewards for victory being grossly outweighed by the cost and treasure required to achieve them. Thanks to spending some time talking to Karl von Strang during his extremely productive undercover mission, an undertaking Brigadier General Franklin had declared was worth every penny of the bonus payment he was awarding for its success, Mitch Johnson believed had a good handle on the Baron's thinking on the matters of maintaining his planet's independence, and more importantly his own position. Even with the diamond mines, conquering von Strang's world simply wasn't worth how much blood and treasure you would have to expend in order to conquer the place. From Nico von Strang onwards, the core strategic objective of the barony of Strang had been to balance how much of a pain in the ass they were to House Steiner against how much the Archon was willing to spend to remedy the situation. A bunch of heavily armed astronomy nerds with delusions of grandeur, access to high-tech weaponry and a credit card with no spending limit turning up instead and throwing priceless Lestec at them had never really been considered as a likely scenario. The return of the Star League Defense Force had been considered as a possibility by Nico von Strang and his successors, the real one under Alexander Kerensky, not these mere remnants knocking at the door now. But the firepower Kerensky could bring to bear was so overwhelming that it was deemed pointless to plan to resist. Maybe after another couple of hundred years of digging in, with the fortifications expanded in number and linked by underground tunnels, they could give even a divisional-sized combined arms force a bloody nose, but that was something for a future Baron to work on. Colonel Bolton advocated a more audacious blitzkrieg-like punch right through to von Strang's palace to finish this quickly, his rangers continuing to follow the fast-moving, hard-hitting, go straight for the throat, tactical doctrine of the SLDF Hussar regiment they descended from. But he wasn't in command and Franklin wanted to do this by the numbers. Mitch Johnson's own instincts sided largely with Bolton. The Black Hearts as a special forces-orientated regiment believed wholeheartedly in the value of sowing chaos and confusion amongst the enemy, and launched at the right time a rapid, balls-to-the-wall advance against a likely shaken enemy could easily lead to a cascading collapse in their morale and command cohesion. Since Franklin was the one signing off on the paychecks, however, he was the one that got to make the final call, so slow and steady it was. Given the nature of some of the terrain near the city, you could argue that a certain amount of prudence was warranted perhaps, even if you thought Franklin was being more cautious than the tactical situation would suggest was really required. As the flat plain gave way to rockier, more broken ground, much of it crisscrossed by steep-sided valleys ideal for ambushes, even the most gung-ho of commanders would be loath to simply charge ahead heedlessly. For one thing, bringing the sides of those valleys down with demolition charges to block certain routes, or even to bring thousands of tons of rock down right on top of the force attempting to push on through, was all too obvious a tactic. This was one of those situations where mechs equipped with jump jets really came into their own, so when the brigade got moving again, the various light scout mechs leading the way were reinforced by a company of Wolverine, Dervish, and Griffin mediums plus several platoons of jump infantry. Being able to leap small buildings in a single bound did not make jump infantry supermen, in fact, because they couldn't carry much in the way of ammunition for support weapons such as light mortars or shoulder-launched SRMs with them, they were even less of a threat to armored units than normal infantry was, but they were extremely mobile, and in terrain like this, or in urban warfare, they were a nice trick to have up your sleeve. Karl von Strang's own infantry lacked such fancy toys as jetpacks, and they certainly weren't carrying first-rate personal weaponry like the Mauser 960 assault system that NEOPS issued their grunts, but it was really the training as much as the equipment that told, as the SLDF gradually forced their way through a series of attempted ambuscades and booby traps. Having a platoon of jump infantry suddenly land behind your carefully laid ambush and start shooting you in the ass, while meanwhile a dervish jumped up to a high vantage point and starting flinging LRMs at you from an unexpected direction was bad for unit morale. As a result, more than a couple of platoons of illiterate peasant conscripts armed with inferno launchers who had been lying in wait for a mech to march around a blind corner into view threw down their arms almost immediately. With both air and long-range artillery support largely unavailable because of the local geography, the dervish in particular was proving a godsend to the advancing columns. Belaying its undeservingly poor reputation as merely the poor man's archer, it not only brought missile fire down on enemy positions but also lobbed LRMs equipped with smoke warheads to make life difficult for the men trying to hold the valleys against the SLDF advance. Lacking the various electronic sensors equipped on mechs, or even many of the infrared goggles used by well-equipped troops, von Strang's infantry were put at a serious disadvantage by the smoke, which only served to make their situation even more untenable. Some of them even mistook the billowing smoke clouds for poison gas, and despite having been issued respirators, use of chemical weapons was hardly unheard of during the mass slaughters of the early succession wars. After all, they lacked enough faith in the gas mask filters to risk it. Stories of nerve agents like mists formed of tiny droplets that only needed to touch your skin to kill you. You didn't even need to breathe the crap in, certainly didn't help matters. Nico von Strang, the first Baron, had stockpiled some basic chemical weapons decades before. Small stocks of mustard and phosgene gas shells for the artillery still in fact existed, but knowing that the Lyran Commonwealth and most everyone else had vast stocks of far superior poison gases in their inventories, as well nuclear weapons and some real nasties like genetically engineered plagues, the Barony of Strang had no intention of ever using WMD first. Their entire game plan was predicated on making taking the capital prohibitively costly for an aggressor, and Neuroxen, or good old-fashioned GB Sarin NVX, was cheaper than mechs. Not that the NEOPS forces currently marching against Karl von Strang and his regime would need to retaliate in kind, they could simply have their warship crater the whole area with an orbital bombardment that wouldn't even leave behind any nasty radiation or traces of poison gas behind, and von Strang knew it as he looked over a large map spread over a table displaying the current tactical situation. Small plastic models of tanks and battle mechs were being pushed around the map by a junior officer as updated reports flowed into headquarters. At least the telephone lines were still working, and it didn't look good to say the least. Why the hell they had hauled their accursed Terran hegemony loyalist asses all this way just to beat up on him was still an utter mystery to the ruling Baron. Didn't they have better things to do closer to home, he asked himself, trying to remain passive as more and more bad news arrived? The latest unwelcome intelligence was that proposed counterattack by a pair of tank companies utilizing a secret route through the hills would have to be cancelled because the enemy had begun protecting their flanks by scattering fields of artillery-delivered mines. I mean, Fiscam of all things, for God's sake. Who still used that anymore? If it had been the Lyrans hammering at his door, it would have at least made some sense. Irritating House Steiner as much as was practically possible, given available resources and the need not to push them too far, was almost as much of the core identity of the Barony of Strang, as was venerating the Rim World's Republic in the name of Stefan Amaris, but this was a ridiculous amount of effort for NEOPS to go to for an act of political symbolism. It wasn't like they could logistically support a colony, or even an independent vassal state this many jumps away from where they lived. What were they planning to do? Mount his head on a spike, raise some flags, get drunk at a victory celebration, and then just piss off back to NEOPS? In the end, it probably didn't matter why they were here. What mattered was that they were, and that they were beating 7 shades out of his militia. Since his peasant conscripts were only ever intended to wear down an invader by holding as long as they could, softening them up for a counterattack by the inordinately better trained and equipped professionals of the Guard Division, it wasn't like Karl von Strang was shocked that their line collapsed when enough pressure was exerted against it. It was how fast it had happened and the failure of his aerospace and artillery to cause meaningful damage to the enemy before the levee en masse broke that was the problem. Hopefully the somewhat better trained garrison troops that manned the ring of bunkers that surrounded the city itself would do better, von Strang considered. More like a full-time gendarmerie than fully fledged soldiers, they spent most of their time maintaining order and suppressing discontent, rather than training for war, but they were volunteers rather than conscripted rabble, and they were manning heavy weaponry that wouldn't have been considered obsolete before the age of war. While many of the anti-tank guns the enemy had encountered until now were primitive single-shot rifled cannon, field pieces of a design the Terran Alliance would have sneered at in its later years, all those defending the city itself were burst-fire autocannon types better suited to dealing with more modern ablative armor. Certainly the flak towers that dotted the city with their mix of dual AC/5 and quad AC/2 anti-aircraft mounts had seemingly done good work in keeping the invaders' air power away, and there was no reason to suppose the turrets that surrounded the capital meant to take on ground targets would fare much worse. Only a few years after the founding of the barony, its founder, Nico von Strang, had managed to obtain a surprisingly large number of gun turrets for Merkava Mk. 8 tanks from Vin, a system situated 2 jumps away where the Rim World's Republic had once manufactured armored vehicles. The people there had uncovered an old cache of partially assembled Merkava tanks not long after the SLDF followed Kerensky out into the void, and although they didn't have the hulls or fusion power plants to go with the turrets, making the find not nearly as valuable as it would have been otherwise, Nico von Strang was only too happy to take them off their hands regardless. Planted atop a sturdy plinth made of reinforced concrete, most of the structure being underground, each of the Merkava turrets ringing the city was armed with an AC/5 autocannon, a coaxial machine gun and 2 missile launchers, an LRM-15 and an SRM-6 respectively, that provided them with plenty of firepower. Thanks to being mounted atop a bunker, rather than a tank chassis, they also had a great deal more ammunition at their disposal than they would normally, and with orders to keep firing until the barrel of the autocannon started to melt. The crews operating them were planning to do just that, in part because they were loyal to the barony, in part because if they didn't the Baron might have them put up against a wall and shot, and finally because they thought that if they surrendered to these supposed SLDF people then they would summarily execute them instead. The conscripts might be able to argue they had no choice and be spared, but the volunteers manning the flak towers and Merkava turrets weren't quite as fortunate. For all they knew the enemy commanding officer might be more Amos Furlow than he was Alexander Kerensky, and even the latter had his moments such as when he had the entire Amaris bloodline eliminated. Pondering his current predicament, Karl von Strang was wondering if, in retrospect, a policy of less guns and more butter, with the majority of the population getting a bigger slice of the prosperity pie, might have paid dividends here. Other the propaganda being forced daily down their throats, and the threats to their families if they didn't, the bulk of his cadre of infantry had little motivation to defend the status quo. Although uneducated, many of them had likely realized that the people at the top were probably far too busy at the moment to devote time and effort towards identifying traitors and then punishing their wives and children for their crime of not throwing away their lives for the glorious barony of Strang. If they had more of a stake in society, perhaps they might have shown more grit and determination, Karl von Strang considered, then again maybe not. Perhaps the deluge of laser-guided bombs and cluster munitions weakening their morale, followed the unpleasant prospect of being incinerated by flamers, had been a little more daunting than the conscripts could cope with. Sitting in a pillbox just waiting until it was your turn to eat an LGB or Arrow 4 missile you could do absolutely nothing about was hardly conducive to maintaining a positive attitude. Things would have likely gone differently if the epically grandiose plans to turn the whole of Amaris City into a Castle Bryan-esque fortress, one with all the bunkers and gun turrets linked by underground tunnels sealed with airtight doors where the men could find shelter from enemy bombardment and then re-emerge to fight afterwards, had been realized. That was just a flight of fancy, of course, von Strang knew. It would take a society with the population and GDP of the barony at least another 2 centuries to entrench itself deeply, but as he prepared to go join his guard division for the counterattack, it was pleasant to dream of what might have been if these leftover dregs of the Star League had come calling in the mid-31st century, not the 29th. As the SLDF spearhead broke through into the plateau upon which Amaris City stood, Brigadier General Franklin ordered the town to be surrounded and effectively placed under siege, dispatching his medium mechs on ahead, once again supported by the fast Flashman heavies, to close the circle as quickly as possible. Assigning parts of the perimeter to Bolton's Rangers and the Blackhearts, and with Hussar lights cautiously sweeping just ahead looking for any more minefields or concealed anti-tank traps, Franklin then ordered his heaviest units forward to punch a hole through into the town itself. With a tiny population, even the capital city of Neops 7 was practically a metropolis by comparison. Amaris City was hardly an example of urban sprawl, and it wasn't like they were trying to fight their way into Beijing on Terra, but Franklin still insisted on doing this by the numbers with caution as the watchword of the day. As the Hussar scouts started taking fire from the first of the Merkava turreted bunkers, they pulled back out of range and the methodical process of taking out the turrets began. A 20th century general named George S. Patton once declared that, "Fixed fortifications are a monument to the stupidity of man," a statement that he might have revised if he had ever been forced by circumstances to force his way into a Castle Bryan, but there were certainly an inherent problems with fixed fortifications, the most glaring, and obvious, being that they are, by nature, immobile. If the Merkava turrets had been mounted on top of Merkava hulls, not concrete bunkers, then the way the SLDF dealt with them would have been less simple. The AC-5 autocannon on the Merkava was considerably outranged by ERP-6 and Gauss rifles that equipped a fair proportion of the mechs the SLDF had at their disposal, so dozens of Marauder, Black Knight, Thug, Highlander, and Pillager heavies and assaults just stomped up and started blasting at them from extreme range, picking out a few at a time and putting multiple lances to work against each turret. The LRM launchers on the turrets did have the range to shoot back, but even if they weren't having to try and engage multiple opponents at once, which they were, NEOPS once again played the Lastek card, revealing that they had mounted anti-missile systems on many of their machines, which were now merrily shooting down a proportion of the LRMs before they could hit back. Unable to retreat for obvious reasons, and with other turrets unable to come help, for the same obvious reason, the ring of Merkava turrets, the city's last line of defense, were systematically knocked out. That didn't mean that the SLDF could now just walk in and raise a flag. As the advance began once more, they suddenly started taking fire from the flak towers, the leading thug in the formation getting sandblasted by a quad AC-2 mounting with enough gun depression to shoot down on it from the tower. After the battle, the SLDF later maintained that the wretched towers were the biggest obstacle they had to deal with during the whole operation. They were built to take pretty much anything shot of a tactical nuke right to the face. Because of their height, they commanded the approaches to their location, and those damn AC-2s just kept on firing. Eventually, hours later, under a massive bombardment of very expensive Arrow 4 missiles, along with several hits from the remaining stocks of laser-guided bombs, and even a battery of Thor SPGs being brought up to fire their guns in direct fire mode, the flak towers were silenced, but by that time the decisive battle of the campaign had already taken place. Whatever else you might say about the man, Karl von Strang was no coward, and when the guard division of the barony of Strang sallied out to meet the invader, he was with them, sat in the cockpit of his family Battlemaster. He was also smart enough not to charge at the mass of advanced Lastek-rich SLDF heavies and assaults bearing the Red Cameron Star with his own generally lighter weight machines. Noticing that there seemed to be an enemy unit out there closer to his own in terms of average tonnage and weapon loadout, he led his men against that group, which turned out to be Bolton's Rangers. Finding himself with dozens of battle mechs painted up in RimWorld's Republic colors bearing down on him, all bearing the Death's Head insignia that Gunther von Strang's 18th Amorous Chasseurs had used during the Amorous War, Colonel Bolton was so giddy with excitement his voice seemed to go up in pitch when he ordered his battle mechs to meet the Amorous scum head-on. Being told that reinforcements were on the way by Brigadier Franklin was almost unwelcome news, because this was the fight Dan Bolton had always dreamed of, and as the Rangers started exchanging autocannon, laser, missile, and PPC fire with Karl von Strang's elite, he suddenly felt the need to repeatedly bellow, "Advance the Cameron Star and onward the 208th Hussars," to his troops, as he realized that this was his moment in the regiment's history. Amidst the chaos, the single lance of Tyson's troublemakers attached to the Rangers were waiting in as only the largest of assault mechs could. The troublemakers had once been the 23rd Heavy Assault Regiment of the SLDF, and Major Sam Tyson at the controls of an Atlas was leading 3 other assaults against the heaviest enemy lands in the immediate vicinity, singling out an Awesome for his personal attention. Those 3 PPCs on the Awesome would hurt, but if he could close down the range and put his AC-20 to work, he could take the bastard, Tyson thought with determination. The other token participant in this operation, a company of the NEOPS Association Militia under the command of Captain Carmichael, hadn't really expected to end up in the thick of it, but they found themselves pulled into the fight because they were the next closest formation. Fortunately, what they mostly lacked in experience, Carmichael himself was the only one who had actually fought in a battle before. They made up for in firepower thanks to the NOM always having favored the Highlander and the Black Knight, types that had benefited from the advanced Clan Wolverine technology the SLDF had brought to NEOPS. Thanks to stripping out the original Gauss rifle and LRM-20 for the lighter improved versions, the Highlander with Carmichael at the controls was better armored than the original. It was also blessed with case to stop an internal ammunition or capacitor explosion from blowing him to pieces, and finally he had an Artemis 4 FCS to improve the accuracy of his missiles. Confident in his machine, and pretty sure that his troops would put up a decent fight, Carmichael noticed that there was a mixed force of enemy tanks slowly closing in to reinforce von Strang's mechs, and he ordered his company to move to intercept. Inside one of the tanks, Tetrarch Mark Spiller would have happily traded his left kidney right now for a faster machine, as the lumbering Burke he was commanding slowly ambled towards the fight. With a top speed of not much more than 30 km per hour, the only thing blitzkrieg about the Burke was that the trio of PPCs spewed man-made lighting, and Spiller had assumed that if he ever got into a battle in the thing, it would be the enemy coming to him. The oft-told in the Guard division was that the Burke was the only combat vehicle in their inventory which could lose a race to one of the stationary Merkava turrets, and it seemed even less funny now than normally as a force of enemy mechs suddenly arrived and started firing at him. All those times he yearned for action while suffering through tedious duty shifts of manning the monitoring station at Guard HQ looking out for inbound jump ships had clearly bitten him on the ass, Spiller decided glumly, looking back with fondness at when that ass was just occupying a chair in front of a VID screen while he read a book. Despite being usually considered a long-range weapon by contemporary standards, the regular PPC used by the Burke simply didn't have the reach of the ERP-C, and bolts from those, along with Gauss rifle slugs, started heading Spiller's way in large numbers. Although he could fling a few LRMs back at them in retaliation, that only resulted in a larger number of more accurate missiles heading in the opposite direction, which was no improvement to his situation. Spiller couldn't even close the distance so he could bring his undeniably powerful battery of PPCs to bear. Even a plodding 90-ton behemoth like the Highlander could easily outpace a Burke, and the opposition clearly weren't stupid enough to cooperate and make it a fair fight by remaining still. Putting Gauss rifle slugs downrange, hoping to blast a nice chunk off a Burke he could take home as a souvenir, it occurred to Jason Carmichael that this engagement would also certainly see him getting that promotion to major he was angling for, assuming he didn't stupidly get any of his people killed anyway. To be honest, all that hard training over the years, and the time he spent going through the gunslinger program, seemed like an utter waste, because this was like shooting fish in a barrel, he decided as the Nam Company shot the poor unfortunate tanks to pieces. It was still a lot more fun than the start of Carmichael's military career had been though, manning the monitoring station on Neops 7 looking out for inbound jump ships, and he did get to end the fight with the tanks in some style by using his jump jets to inflict an impromptu Highlander burial on the last one. Jason Carmichael never got to meet Mark Spiller in person, but he did squash him flat when the former's 90-ton assault mech jumped on top of the latter's 75-ton tank. Meanwhile, the Guard Division had initially put up a decent fight against Bolton's Rangers, but when SLDF reinforcements arrived, initially Talon Lights with ERPCs and then mediums and Flashman heavies, it all started to fall apart fast for Karl von Strang. To his chagrin, Con Franklin Hallis of Clan Wolverine himself never got to fire a single shot in anger. He had harbored a faint hope that he might be there to finish von Strang off personally, but by the time his Cyclops arrived on the scene, a rampaging mob of thug battle mechs, which got there first, being reasonably fast by assault mech standards, was already in the process of mopping up. He did get to kick open the oversized doors to the Baron's palace in his mech once the goddamn flak towers were finally silenced, Daniel Bolton insisting on being there to record it happening for the Rangers' archives. That was pretty satisfying, Hallis thought happily, as dozens of SLDF and Blackheart's infantry poured past his battle mech to secure the palace. Note from the author. Amorous City is not as heavily fortified in 2844 as it would be in canon when Clan Jade Falcon took it, with difficulty, 2 centuries later, but Karl von Strang is still pretty well dug in. If not for the technological gap, it wouldn't have gone so easily for the SLDF and their mercenary allies. It's noted in the Jade Falcon sourcebook, when it talks about their campaign on von Strang's world, that Amorous City was defended by multiple gun turrets, these being Merkava 8 turrets obtained from Van Isfanen, but makes sense. Gigantic flak towers akin to those built by Nazi Germany seems to fit the aesthetic somehow. They really are tough nuts to crack. Hope people liked all the in-jokes, references, etc. Now for the aftermath. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LXII. What do you expect me to do? Administer garlic oil to the wound? Inject you with 25 ccs of holy water? Surgeon Major Ellen Jansen to an SLDF corporal who had been bitten by the Lady Arabella von Strang, 2844 CE. Amorous City, von Strang's World 2844. According to both the patch on his uniform and his off-world deployment-only set of dogtags, his name was Colonel John Mubarak, but that still didn't stop the young private who had been sent to fetch him from the command post accidentally calling him Colonel Benedict. This naturally earned them a stern reprimand from the colonel himself and a mouthful of invective from the nearest NCO afterwards for their trouble. Fortunately, nobody not from Neops was present in the temporary CP on the edge of town at the time, so the slip-up didn't really matter, but it was security breaches like that which could potentially bring the wrath of Nicholas Kerensky down on their heads. Looking out into the large amphitheater that was being used as both a temporary POW holding area and an impromptu medical center, the colonel took a deep breath before raising the electronic loudhailer to his lips. "Listen up, you goddamn ingrates," he bellowed, his amplified voice echoing off every surface as every prisoner turned in his direction. "As you have already been told, food and water is on the way and all your injured and wounded will be treated as soon as the most urgent cases are stabilized. If there is any repeat of the disorder earlier during which one of my soldiers was injured, I will have the ringleaders shot and the whole damn lot of you tear-gassed. Now sit down, shut up, and wait your turn to be processed while thanking your lucky stars that the Neops Association abides by the terms of the Ares Conventions as regards treatment of prisoners of war." Whether it was his words that got the POWs to settle down, or that fact he had arrived with a lance of battle mechs which now loomed menacingly nearby, the previously rambunctious prisoners did as they were told, enabling the medical triage teams to get back to work prioritizing who the doctors should see next. Given the cultural leanings of the Rim World's Republic, the city possessing a large stone amphitheater that wouldn't have looked out of place in ancient Greece wasn't as surprising as the fact that the von Strangs apparently used to have comedies and dramatic plays performed there for the masses instead of gladiatorial combat. But regardless of what it was used for, normally it had made for a useful place to temporarily dump thousands of prisoners as they were swept up. Benedict threw the megaphone to the nearest SLDF officer in his immediate vicinity. "We shouldn't have told them that we weren't going to summarily execute any of them or sell them into slavery," he opined. "Play nice and they'll take liberties every time," he complained, looking around and noting the armed SLDF infantry ringing the outside of the amphitheater and guarding the exits. At least this place is easy to contain and there's enough toilet facilities for this many people, he noted. Failing to take account of the latter wasn't just unhygienic, it was also hell on prisoner discipline and morale. General Franklin left orders that we weren't to shoot to kill unless we faced a full-scale revolt by the prisoners, the officer who Benedict threw the loud hailer to noted quietly. I never said to kill the ringleaders if they act up again, just kneecap a few and it'll encourage the rest to behave, Benedict replied, wishing that the Khan had not left him in charge while he toured the city. The Ares conventions don't prohibit the use of force to keep POWs in line, they just frown upon putting them all up against a wall if they won't do as they're told. Technically the Ares conventions had not been in force since the Star League rescinded them at the start of the reunification war, the High Council collectively agreeing that if they fought with one hand tied behind their back then bringing the periphery nations to heel would take forever, but despite their lack of legal authority they had continued to exert a certain moral one. In simplistic terms, how much a state chose to still adhere to the principles contained within the conventions had become a shorthand in many ways for how good or bad they were within the broader public consciousness of the inner sphere. At one extreme the Federated Sons was very fond of planting themselves squarely on the moral high ground, pontificating on the innate and inviolable rights of man to the point of being nigh insufferable, and as such they usually played more than lip service to following the basis tenets of the Ares conventions whenever it was practical to do so. Meanwhile, at the other end of the spectrum, those inclined towards the darkly humorous maintained that the copy of the Ares conventions that the Capellan Confederation used must have been badly translated into Mandarin because sometimes it honestly seemed like they thought it was a to-do list rather than a list of prohibited actions. That was probably unfair, although they did always seem to be the one most willing to ignore Article 6. Particularly the part that said that developing and deploying bioweapons was strictly forbidden and which most other powers tended to still take somewhat seriously. Throwing around nukes like they were on sale was one thing, unleashing genetically engineered plagues was still largely frowned upon even in the darkest days of the late 28th and 29th century. Even ignoring the moral issue, the possibility that opening that particular Pandora's box could easily come back and bite you on the ass later on if it spread and / or mutated stayed a few hands. If you wanted to depopulate an area then nerve gas, or even cobalt bombs if you wanted it to stay depopulated, were a considerably saner option. The one part of the conventions that most everyone did still tend to stick to was the handling of prisoners of war, though not necessarily for moral, altruistic reasons. Summary execution of prisoners, or their mistreatment generally, might seem like a way to look tough, or intimidate your foe, but ultimately it was an objectively self-defeating tactic. You wanted to encourage enemy troops to surrender, not to fight to the death trying to take you with them as a final act of defiance, so unless you were an idiot, or some kind of ideological purist that thought mercy was for the weak and capitulation was dishonorable to the point seppuku was preferable, you would offer generous terms of surrender and then stick to them. The docs say that we're going to run short on blood plasma, there wasn't nearly as much in cold storage in the city hospital as expected and our own stocks are limited, another soldier informed Benedict. We're mostly okay on other medical supplies though, friendly casualties were on the low end of estimates so we're able to spare some of our own stocks for wounded POWs. Benedict nodded. We're still prioritizing the treatment of friendies, I hope. He checked. That had been the order, but sometimes the army medical personnel got it into their heads that the Hippocratic Oath trumped their oath of allegiance to the Star League. Yet, we carted our most severe cases to the intruder dropships belonging to the Blackhearts. The operating theaters there are better than anything the local hospital has. Probably a lot more sterile too, Benedict observed. There been any more trouble with the local doctors we drafted in to help with casualties? Not since Doc Jansen laid down the law that we wouldn't be euthanizing the most seriously injured or those missing limbs just because they would be a burden on society if they lived. Wish I'd been here to see that, Benedict responded. According to the report that arrived at the command post earlier regarding the incident, the somewhat petite Surgeon Major Jansen of the SLDF Medical Corps had slugged a local medic who had been in the process of injecting a POW with both legs blown off with an overdose of morphine. Apparently that was just how they usually did things here, at least for the peasant underclass. Farm laborers missing limbs weren't very productive, but Jansen saw things a little differently. Those with wealth and high status received a somewhat higher standard of care, needless to say, not that even the Baron himself had access to the kind of advanced medical technology available to the SLDF. Any of their own casualties, or their mercenary allies who were missing limbs or organs following the fighting could expect to have them reinstated by cloned or cybernetic replacements once they were back in the hegemony, and those with severe burns might eventually end up better looking than they before because the plastic surgeons back home might well decide to correct a few aesthetic flaws while they had you under the knife. When the SLDF MASH units in their armored ambulances had rolled in and started setting up to treat the wounded of both sides, a couple of the local doctors drafted in from the city hospital had been frankly amazed by the quality of the equipment they had. Conducting triage when you have a big 8-wheeled all-terrain truck with a half-dozen Eligus medical diagnosers in the back, not to mention 2 others each with a full operating theater in there, was not how field medicine was usually conducted, certainly not post the golden age of the Star League. It sounded bad in a certain light, but the sheer lethality of many of the weapons the SLDF had employed had helped the casualty situation somewhat anyway. The ratio of dead to wounded was lower than it might have been if not for the considerable overkill of often hitting relatively small bunkers with large aerial bombs, Arrow 4 missiles or AC/20 cannon. What was left of the occupants was often more suitable for being removed from the scene in a bucket, not a stretcher. Benedict looked around, making sure that only NEOPS personnel were in earshot. If we're short on blood, just start siphoning all the Ironborn goofing off in the park once they've finished pulling down the statue of Stefan Amaris for the cameras. They're all healthy and blood group O negative, he whispered. If any of them don't want to tell them, it's a direct order. They're all ONEG. Making them all universal donors was about the least their DNA was meddled with, Benedict replied. If we still need more blood after that, we'll start draining everyone else as necessary. I'm a positive myself, so if the docs need some of that later, I'll donate first. Set an example, he said, knowing that was what a commanding officer should do. When General Romanov finally retired, and Con Hallis was bumped up a rank to take her place as head of the Joint Chiefs, Jax Benedict was expected by many, including himself, to be promoted to Brigadier General and be the one that got to command the Expeditionary Brigade. As such, when Hallis put him in charge of cleaning up the mess while he went to inspect the palace, Benedict assumed this was because as a general he would have to deal with more of the boring stuff, so the Khan was seeing how well he would handle it. Benedict was a field officer, not a desk jockey, one generally considered strict to the point of being a martinet, but even those who disliked him personally, a group he knew included the SA Khan herself, never tried to argue he wasn't a good tactician. They thought he was an obnoxious, humorless jerk at times, and for his part he considered SA Khan ebon flighty and thought she lacked gravitas, but point him at an objective, and give him a battalion or a regiment to take it, and he would. Serving under Colonel Benedict was not fun. If you wanted a relaxed command style, try and get yourself transferred to Colonel Callahan's unit. He was personable, but Benedict undeniably got results, and unlike Callahan he wanted promotion, figuring that if he couldn't be SA Khan he could at least outrank Eben in another way. Benedict knew that the Khan hadn't left him in charge because the man had sloping shoulders and liked to slide his work off on others. Hallis hated delegating. He was put in charge while the Khan got on with other business because he was testing how he coped with the other business of command, the stuff that wasn't all fun, yelling orders and stomping around in battle mechs. At least the civilian population hadn't been causing any trouble, likely because they were well used to being told what to do and expected dire consequences if they disobeyed the instructions they had been given to stay at home. Once everything was running more smoothly, the curfew could be lifted. There were already welfare teams rolling around making sure nobody was at risk of going hungry in the interim, but having tanks and mechs on the streets certainly helped keep order. Other than a few disgruntled POWs that just wanted to take off their uniforms and go home causing some commotion earlier, they must have realized that the SLDF troops guarding them weren't trigger happy and honestly preferred not to shoot anybody if they didn't have to. The rank and file prisoners had been fairly docile. A few of the officers, particularly the more self-important and entitled ones with noble lineage, had made a fuss when they were initially placed right alongside the private soldiers and NCOs, but once they were assigned their own rows of seats a short distance away from the other ranks they had mostly stopped complaining. At some point Benedict wondered if they might have a problem with angry peasants wanting to settle scores with their former overlords once they realized the old order was gone for good, but with luck the Khan would have finished his tour by then and he could handle the politics. Hallis had been a political as well as a military leader, and he had proven more capable at both than Benedict had expected when Khan Makivdi appointed him her replacement SA Khan so many years ago. Frankly, if the oppressed laborer caste of Aaron, Benedict refused to call the planet von Strang's world on principle, wanted to construct a guillotine and exact a little justice, that was fine by him, although he knew the government back home would make a fuss if the SLDF turned a blind eye to such proceedings. He knew his Terran-born parents who had fought against Amaris would be happy with him for helping rid the galaxy of some of the last remnants of the usurper, and he also knew that the clans back home would approve too, unless they found out who it was actually conducting this operation anyway. Putting such ancient history aside and looking to the future, thanks to the SLDF losses of men and material being so low, it was almost certain that the Khan would approve going ahead with Operation Simon Says. They were already so close to the objective, had the capability to conduct the raid to hand, and it might be decades before they were in a position to do so again. If so, it was likely Benedict would get to command the operation, albeit in close cooperation with the Navy, and that was the sort of opportunity that would really help him stand out from the crowd. It certainly sounded like a lot more fun than getting pulled into the diplomatic negotiations with Peyron would be. It seemed that since the last time the SLDF was operating in this region, the former Star League Expeditionary Brigade personnel there had gotten together with the various groups there and cobbled together a functioning government, which could be a good or a bad thing, but either way it changed the equation. If this Peyron-free system was better predisposed towards the Star League now than before, thanks to the crew of the SLS Pioneer helping them fight off what seemed to have been a full-scale pirate invasion a few years back, potentially this could be great news, but it would all need to be handled carefully. Bribing them with diamonds from the Aran mines to take in refugees was always an option if it came to that, though how many people might want to emigrate was still a complete unknown at this point. As he looked over the improved POW camp, happy to see that the first trucks bringing more food and water were starting to arrive, Colonel Jax Benedict, aka John Mubarak, noted a small squad from the Blackhearts arriving, escorting a single prisoner. As he watched them cut him loose, pointing him towards where the officer prisoners were seated, a few of the other ranks sat nearby seemed to spot him, and after a few seconds a whole bunch of them stood up and faced him. The lone prisoner stopped as a couple of dozen local militia snapped to attention in place and saluted him, something they hadn't done for any of the other officer prisoners. "Who the hell is that?" Benedict asked. "I think that's the enemy officer that stayed on the hill and continued to call in artillery after ordering his men to leave. I know the Blackhearts snuck up on him and smacked him upside the head. Guess he finally woke up, so they brought him here." Benedict replied, nodding his understanding as the man crisply returned the salute before continuing on his way to join the other officer prisoners. "You know, all soldiers are really looking for in a commander is someone that's got guts, enough brains to know his own job and who gives a crap about them," he said. "Everything after that is just frosting on the cake," he observed, wondering what his own commanding officer was up to right now. Only a couple of kilometers away, it really wasn't a big town. Franklin Hallis was currently wandering through the Baron's apartments in the palace, thinking that his wife would really hate the tacky decor. The von Strangs probably thought all that gold leaf made the overly ornate furniture look sophisticated, but in reality it only demonstrated their complete lack of taste. Expensive does not mean classy after all, he considered, rolling his eyes at the memory of the gold-plated toilet he discovered in the lavatory next to the master bedroom, before coming across yet another oil painting of Gunther von Strang striking a heroic pose hanging on a wall. "Pick out the best one of these paintings of the vampire for the museum back home, see if any of the mercenary companies want one for a souvenir themselves and then have the rest of burned," he instructed his aide, who tapped the order into her noteputer, having just rejoined him after taking a short break. Hallis scratched his nose. "Have any records we find, including personal journals and whatever, boxed up. There might be some valuable intelligence there and I guess some historian might want to be able to read them one day." "Yes sir," the aide replied. "What about any valuables?" "We'll divide those up between the local peasants. It was their hard work that paid for them in the first place, and if we do end up transplanting a bunch of them to Peyron it should help get them off to a good start in their new home," Hallis replied. The aide nodded. "While you were in the can I got a message from Captain Clemens. They blew the door off the planetary treasury and found about 1/4 of a ton of gold bars, a couple of tons of silver and a lot of diamonds in there, cut and uncut," she told him. "On the subject of diamonds, Major Tyson is moving his lands to help secure the mine as ordered, although he did say that when he volunteered for this mission it was for a change in pace, not to just end up guarding another diamond mine. I'm pretty sure he was joking. The whole reason I chose him to do it was as a joke, so I hope so," Hallis replied. "On a more serious mercenary-related matter, please let Colonel Bolton know again that as well as the Rangers receiving a disproportionately large amount of the battlefield salvage, in order to make good their material losses, that NEOPS will provide free medical care of the highest quality to any of his wounded and injured requiring treatment once we return home," he said. "As regards the dependents of any of his people that were killed in action, it's not my call, but I will push for the government to grant them the same war pensions that the loved ones of NEOPS soldiers that fall in the line of duty would. They fought and died under the Cameron Star against a sworn enemy of the Star League, and that should count for something in my opinion." Hallis straightened up. "Talking of enemies of the Star League, I think it's time to send for our most important prisoner," he said. "Have him brought to the Great Hall, I'll see him there, but before I do, have that fucking Rim World's Republic flag in there torn down and have a Cameron Star put up instead." "Already got people on it, sir," the aide replied, smiling. "Planning on being sat on that throne in there when he's brought in?" "Nah, that would be a little too much," Hallis replied. "Anyhow, I already sat on his gold toilet." Struggling against his bonds would have been undignified, and given that he was being manhandled along by 2 infantrymen, one either side, both half a head taller than him and built like power lifters, it wasn't like escape was on the cards for Karl von Strang anyway. Facing a firing squad or a hangman's noose with honor and courage, rather than being shot in the back while fleeing, was a more suitable end for the Baron of Strang, and if it was his fate to die he would do so on his own terms. They certainly weren't taking any risks as regards any opportunity he might have for escape. As well as the guards either side, both of whom had a neural stun stick as well as a pistol, and the plastic cuffs on his wrists, there were 2 more soldiers in SLDF uniforms following on a few meters behind, one with a Mauser 960 rifle and the other a sonic stunner. As he had been led through the courtyard earlier, von Strang had seen a large Cameron Star flag being raised over one of the still partially smoldering flak towers in the near distance, the Baron noting that it was the Red Cameron Star of NEOPS rather than the Star League original, and he assumed at some point a similar flag was going to be raised above his palace, perhaps in some kind of ceremony. Not dying in battle had been a little unfortunate, a more fitting and glorious end for one of his bloodline that would have mirrored how the great Gunther fell, but fate was fickle. After ejecting from his disabled and burning mech, von Strang had momentarily considered suicide, but instead decided he would look his enemy in the eyes as they ordered his death, make sure they knew they may have beaten him but they had not broken him. "No need to drag me along, I know the way," von Strang informed his guards, striding along as if he was late for a dinner engagement, not heading to his probable execution, maintaining his poise despite the plastic cuffs on his wrists and exhibiting a calm, almost bored demeanor as he went. Occasionally they would pass someone in the hallways as they made their way through the palace, most of them wearing a variation of the plain olive drab uniform of the SLDF, but a few seemed to be mercenaries in somewhat more flamboyant garb. Under the circumstances I suppose can't really do anything about the inevitable looting, von Strang remarked, coming across a young officer wearing a mech warrior's jumpsuit that seemed to be taking considerable interest in a statue of Apollo resting on a plinth. But if you're planning on stealing that, at least have the decency to keep the whole set together, he continued. There's an Olympian god in each of the corridors, not that I expect any of you peons to be able to recognize any of them. I prefer the Roman pantheon myself, but this is actually pretty good work, the young officer replied. You can barely tell it was made by a robot with a laser, not a person with a hammer and chisel. Robot. Von Strang responded, losing his cool. My great-grandfather hired the most talented sculptor in the Rim World's Republic to make those, he declared. If he did, then the sculptor conned him, the officer replied. I mean, it would make a nice garden ornament, I suppose. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about, Carl von Strang spluttered. I minored in art history, but if you say so, the young officer replied, smirking as von Strang was prompted by his guards to get moving again. Art history. Von Strang muttered to himself. As long as you major in a science at the university, the government will still cover your course fees, but there's supposed to be a lot more hoops to jump through before they'll sign off on the financial grant, one of the guards told him. There was no need to be surly as long as the prisoner was being cooperative after all. I ran across a second lieutenant once that minored in geography, not geology, geography, he said, shaking his head in bewilderment. Still not convinced they could read a map properly though, he added, not entirely in jest. When they reached the Great Hall, Carl von Strang found a familiar face already there, one that seemed to be deep in conversation with another man. Resisting the urge to swear at him, or even charge at the man, the Baron instead looked at him with disdain. I suppose I should introduce myself to you properly, the target of the Baron's ire addressed him, smiling. Colonel Mitch Johnson, commanding officer of the Blackhearts Mercenary Company, although given the nature of this particular operation it might be as well to use our original name, the 77th Special Operations Group of the Star League Defense Force, the mercenary officer said, still smiling and looking more than a little smug. Allow me to introduce my current superior, Brigadier General Henry Franklin of the SLDF, currently in service of the NEOPS Association as the de facto, and de jure, Star League and Terran hegemony in exile, he continued. General Franklin, Baron Carl von Strang. I wish I could say it was an honor to meet you, Baron, but it is certainly a pleasure to see you under these circumstances, the Brigadier responded, also seeming plenty pleased with himself. If I have those handcuffs removed, you're not going to try something stupid, are you? He asked. My people will beat the crap out of you if you do. I would give neither you, nor them, the satisfaction, von Strang replied flatly, holding up his cuffs. Cut him loose, Franklin ordered, one of the guards doing so with a pocket knife before they both took a step back, hands meaningfully resting on the pistols on their belts. Why am I here? Von Strang wanted to know. Why are any of us here? Franklin responded. Is there any objective meaning to our existence at all? He asked rhetorically. Carl von Strang narrowed his eyes. I didn't mean in the philosophical sense. I know, I also realize that continuing to that yank your chain after already deflating your ego by taking your planet away from you is crass, but I never claimed to be a paladin of virtue, Franklin replied, smiling. You know, my wife likes to talk philosophy over dinner. I'd personally much prefer to watch the holovid, but she outranks me at home, he remarked to Johnson before turning back to von Strang. You're here because it suited me to have you brought here. Did you expect me to quail before you or beg for mercy? Carl von Strang asked, amused. Franklin shook his head. Entertaining though it might be, based on Colonel Johnson's thoughts and opinions regarding your character, no I didn't, he replied. We have your wife and son in custody, along with your sister. Apart from your sister they are entirely unharmed, although all are understandably distressed. What did you do to my sister? While we were attempting to place her in protective custody, she attacked one of my soldiers, first biting him and then attempting to claw out his eyes, Franklin told him dispassionately. The level of force needing to be applied in order to subdue her resulted in her dislocating her shoulder. She has since been heavily sedated, both for her own comfort and the safety of our medics. That does sound like Arabella, Carl von Strang conceded. When they were children his little sister had attempted to severely maim him on 3 non-consecutive occasions. There was a reason why he had been entirely unable to find a man willing to marry her. Most took the potential suitor she stabbed in the leg when she was 16 and their father was still alive as fair warning. It certainly didn't help that Dad had thought it was hilarious. I assume you would like to see your family to check on their well-being, even the comatose one? Franklin asked. Von Strang smirked. Do you intend to threaten them in order to try and force me to comply with some instruction? He asked. Good luck with that, he added, sounding blasé about the possibility, though mostly because he reasoned that if they thought he didn't care they would be less likely to harm them. His wife wasn't the easiest person to live with, and his son was a brat, something he mostly blamed his wife for, but that didn't mean he didn't care. He would even be upset if they did something nasty to Arabella, not distraught, you understand, but at least a little perturbed. She was his baby sister after all. No, Franklin replied flatly. We're not in the business of comporting ourselves in the way people like you do. People like me? Von Strang queried, a wry smile on his face. Petty tyrants, Franklin explained. Von Strang looked at him askance. Petty? I rule an entire star system. You ruled a star system, past tense, one with fewer people living there than immigrate into the Neops hegemony every few weeks or so, Franklin replied. And I'll note you didn't quibble with being called a tyrant. Those without vision unable to see the big picture often mistake a well-organized autocracy for tyranny, Von Strang responded. Everything my ancestors and I did was for the long-term betterment of our people and in order to ensure the glorious rebirth of the Rim World's Republic. I'd say that's the most delusional thing I'd ever heard, but my father claimed to have once met a man on New Dallas that thought the Confederacy would rise again. The Stuart Confederacy that ended up part of the Free Worlds League? Johnson queried. No, the Confederate States of America, short-lived separatist slavocracy, 19th century Terra, Franklin explained. That's like 1,000 years ago, Johnson said, raising his eyebrows. Almost makes trying to bring the Star League back after less than a century of it being dead and gone sound plausible by comparison. The Star League was never gone, it was just resting, Franklin told him, his expression and the tone of his delivery indicating it was meant as a mild rebuke. The Cameron Star never stopped flying over Neops. By that criteria then the Rim World's Republic never fell either, as it continued right here, Carl von Strang interjected, looking pleased with what he thought was a cutting observation. The Rim World's Republic fell in 2775. Nico von Strang didn't arrive here and declare it his personal fiefdom until 5 years later, Franklin responded. There was no continuity. You're not the Rim World's Republic, you're a tribute band with a statue of the lead singer of the original group out front to try and fool the rubes that you're the real thing. Mitch Johnson gave him a look. Okay, so we've only got the drummer from the original lineup ourselves, but we're still way more the Terran hegemony than these clowns are the Rim World's Republic. Franklin defended his argument, and the claim of the Neops Association to be a direct descendant of its founding polities by an unbroken line. It wasn't quite just a polite fiction, but it certainly wasn't a position the great houses who also claimed to be the lawful inheritors of the Star League would be likely to accept, Johnson thought to himself. Carl von Strang rolled his eyes. I fervently hope that you are not planning to torture me as much as you torture metaphors, he asked drily. We're more aficionados of the use of truth drugs when it comes to interrogations as it happens, but rest assured that if you do end up being strapped to a chair and beaten with rubber hoses, it'll be someone from the Lyran Intelligence Corps doing it, not us, Franklin told him. You're handing me over to the Steiners? Why? Von Strang wanted to know. Diplomacy, Franklin explained. We're planning to give both your senior staff and the most objectionable elements of your state security apparatus the option of also getting to enjoy the tender mercies of the Lyran Commonwealth, or else returning with us to Neops and living out their days in our prison system performing hard labor. What about our families? Von Strang reasonably wanted to know. That will have to be determined on a case-by-case basis, Franklin replied. I'm not sure if the Baroness von Strang will be particularly welcome wherever she ends up, the same being likely true of your son and heir, but if needs be we'll take them with us for their protection. How civilized of you after robbing my wife of her home and my son of his rightful inheritance, von Strang replied. Her home was built on the backs of the peasants, and there is little rightful about your family's rule over this planet, Franklin retorted. That said, a certain degree of recognition of a modicum of legitimacy will help with the paperwork. Paperwork? Von Strang queried, confused. Yes, the bureaucrats back home provided us with a document for you to sign accepting the terms for your formal surrender. Naturally you'll be given the chance to read it before signing, but I suggest you do, Franklin advised. Let me guess, this is one of those offers I can't refuse, and the only alternatives open to me are that either my signature or my brains will be on the document. Von Strang replied, smirking again. I choose brains, he declared, crossing his arms in front of him. No, you can refuse to sign, and we won't kill you for doing so. The only downside from your perspective is the position it places your family in, Franklin told him. So, you are threatening my family? Carl von Strang replied. I go along with your charade that this invasion, and I assume annexation, being somehow lawful, and not a grievous violation of the sovereignty of an independent power, or my family pays the price for my recalcitrance. Mitch Johnson looked at him with amusement. I've got to say that if you wanted the international community to give a hoot about the sovereignty of your planet, then renaming it in honor of Gunther von Strang was a bad move to start with, one that only got worse when you decided to call your capital city Hitlerville, he opined. Sorry, I mean Amorous City, of course, he corrected himself sardonically, von Strang not appreciating the comparison judging by his expression. You know, I've spent most of my life living in the Taurian Concordat, where they outright despise the very idea of the Star League and hate the SLDF with a passion, and even there you're not going to find anybody that's going to want to be seen as aligned with the unrepentant war criminal demographic. That is not a hill any politician wants their career to die on. It's not like anyone ever recognized you diplomatically anyway, Franklin noted. Hell, from what we've been able to tell, even most of the pirate bands in this neck of the woods wouldn't want to be seen as having anything to do with you. They were probably worried that if the Lyrans ever decided to deal with you once and for all they might get swept up when the Steiners cleaned house, he suggested. Anyhow, you seem to assume that this is a carrot or stick situation where your family get the stick if you don't cooperate. It's not, there's no stick as such, but there is a potential carrot. I'm prepared to give you a choice as to what happens to them, or rather where they end up, he continued. They can be handed over to the Lyran authorities with you, or they can go into exile in the Neops hegemony where we will guarantee their safety. Karl von Strang frowned. I note that you are not offering simply remaining here as an option, he responded. No, that is certainly not on the cards, Franklin confirmed. The barony of Strang is no more, this world will revert to its original name of Aaron, and regardless of how the population chooses to live their lives from now on, it will not be with a von Strang in their midst, even if we're not vindictive enough to end your bloodline entirely. Given that you were clearly vindictive enough to travel the breadth of the inner sphere in order to avenge yourself on my nation for some perceived slight, and on my family personally, you'll understand why I treat anything you have to say on the matter with a healthy degree of skepticism, von Strang replied. I must confess, however, that my ego is benefiting greatly from the fact you considered overthrowing me, worth all the trouble and expense incurred in doing so. It's really just the symbolism of finally putting the matter of the amorous coup to rest once and for all, with the Cameron Star flying overhead demonstrating the final victory of good over evil, as I'm sure you well know, Franklin replied. Karl von Strang laughed. Good versus evil? What a simplistic and grossly subjective worldview you have. If you prefer a more objective argument, then it's a clash of ideologies to see which is strongest, and since we're the ones deciding your future, not the reverse, Franklin countered. History will record that your illiterate, forelock-tugging peasantry fighting for a despot was no match whatsoever for our educated, free-thinkers fighting for a liberal democracy. I assume this will be because you'll be the ones writing this history, von Strang replied dismissively. Yeah, and in our society everyone will be able to read it too, Franklin told him. Let's cut to the chase. For reasons that are largely administrative, it would make my life easier if you voluntarily sign the paperwork we put in front of you, basically just dotting the I's and crossing the T's for the sake of the bureaucracy and to make the diplomatic corps happy, and unless you want your family paraded in shackles in front of the Lyran media for propaganda purposes, you'll play ball. And how exactly are they any better off being paraded in shackles in front of your media? Von Strang asked rhetorically. Well, I can guarantee no shackles for a start, except possibly in the case of your sister, and besides which you might want to consider the fate of President Dormax, Franklin suggested. Nobody knows the fate of Lucien Lormax, von Strang replied, choosing not to use his title since he considered the man's brief term as president of the Rim World's Republic illegitimate. Franklin nodded. Exactly. After he was captured by the Lyrans during the Republic-Commonwealth War, he vanished off the face of the inner sphere, never to be seen again. If the Steiners were happy to simply disappear him when Alexander Kerensky was still around to keep the great houses on something of a leash, do you really think Marcus Steiner will treat your family well? He asked rhetorically. Meanwhile, this bunch of do-gooders right here really like to portray themselves as the good guys, so they'll go out of their way to look merciful and make sure that the press can check if the remaining von Strangs are being decently treated, Mitch Johnson interjected. Franklin frowned at the mercenary. That somehow makes our magnanimity in victory sound like merely a Machiavellian ploy for the sake of good PR. He clearly objected to the phrasing. We're the good guys, that's our motivation for acting like the good guys, he insisted, mostly in truth. It wasn't that Johnson was completely wrong per se, but if he had been one of his own men, instead of a mercenary, saying that, he would have certainly verbally rapped his knuckles a little harder for saying the quiet part out loud in public though. Is he for real? Von Strang found himself asking Johnson. Mostly, I think. It's hard to tell, Johnson replied with a shrug. Christ, and to think people call the Davians insufferably self-righteous, Karl von Strang observed. If I agree to sign your papers, would you do me the favor of putting me in front of a firing squad rather than hand me over to the Lyrans? He requested. No, Franklin replied flatly. Von Strang sighed. It was worth a try at least, he said glumly. Count yourself lucky that none of your security people had the opportunity to carry out your threat towards the families of any of your soldiers that surrendered, Franklin told him. I would have been sorely tempted to have you hanged, drawn, and quartered, or else broken on the wheel if they had. How delightfully medieval of you, Von Strang replied drily. Not quite, 1500 years back they didn't have the ability to do that to a man and still keep them alive, Franklin responded. I'd have still handed you over to the Lyrans breathing, it's just that every breath would have been agony, he said. Incidentally, if you kill yourself I might have to turn over one or more of your family to House Steiner in your place in order to still placate Lyran sensibilities for messing around on their turf, he warned. It's not their turf, it's mine, Von Strang replied, still weighing up suicide but with less enthusiasm for the idea than before. Who knew how the Steiners would treat his son? If it was yours it was only by right of conquest, and on that basis it's all mine now, Franklin told him. Be grateful I'm not claiming ownership of your women like some pirate king. My sister would murder you while you slept and living with my wife would drive you to drink, so you should be grateful you dodged a bullet there, Karl von Strang told him. If I was in your shoes I'd take my mistress as a prize instead. Much easier to live with, he said before sighing. Very well, I'll sign anything you want and fully cooperate in return for my family being properly taken care of as befits their station, he said. Anything else? Want me to get down on my knees and beg forgiveness for the transgressions of my family against the lost unlamented House Cameron? He asked wryly. Swear fealty to your great Panjandrum or whatever else it is you call your head of government. His title is the High Associator and no, that won't be necessary, Franklin replied. Von Strang smirked. Not calling himself the First Lord or even the Director General. How humble of him. I guess we can't all start calling ourselves Baron or whatever one day and just expect people to go along with it at the point of a bayonet, can we? Johnson asked rhetorically, although he did personally think that High Associator was a crap title. You can make a throne of bayonets but you can't sit on it for long, Franklin quoted a politician from the short-lived Russian Federation that existed in the handful of years between the First and Second Soviet Union. Dictatorships were often brittle in a way that states with governments underpinned by broad public support were not. They didn't bend, they broke. Johnson nodded. Someone might just turn up one day with better bayonets, he suggested. Note from the author. The capital city of Neops has a planetarium, Amorous City on Von Strang's world has a Greek amphitheater, both exist because of their respective cultural backgrounds, a whole bunch of astronomy nerds and the Rim World's Republic respectively. The Ares conventions might not be in legal force anymore at this point, but they continued to exercise a certain moral authority as standards civilized people looked to. The fate of Lucian Dormax, last president of the Rim World's Republic, is unknown, but it's safe to say the Lyran Commonwealth never let him see the light of day again after they captured him during the Republic-Commonwealth War. This is not the last we will hear of the toothsome Lady Arabella von Strang, younger sister of Baron Karl von Strang. He's actually one of the more saner members of his family. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part 8. If you think we're not always ready to step up to a challenge, or to throw down for a fight, then you haven't been paying attention. The ambassador of the Neops Association to the Free Worlds League issues a warning 3 days before the start of the Lastek War. Vicinity of Stars End Shipyard, Stars End System 2844. If everyone is the system hadn't freaked when the Carrack-class military transport jumped in, all those aboard would have been very disappointed. As it was, however, judging by the way volume of radio traffic spiked through the roof as the jump ship's emergence wave reached further and further out into the system, more and more ships realizing exactly what it was that had just appeared in their midst and screaming warship at each other, they were making plenty of satisfying metaphorical waves too. Star's End was a small compact system that resembled Neops in that both contained several planets and an asteroid belt which orbited an M5V red dwarf. The asteroid belt of Star's End was more than a magnitude larger than that of Neops, however, and that vast collection of floating debris was also unusually rich in metallic type M rocks too, which was why the system had been long established as a mining colony, being settled as far back as the 24th century. Unlike Neops, there was only one habitable terrestrial planet inside the Goldilocks zone of the Star's End system, although admittedly possessing 3, like the former did, made it by far the rarer in the comparison. Novo Cressidas, the second planet out from the star, was only marginally habitable and utterly devoid of native life. It did however possess a breathable atmosphere and enough surface water to allow a colony to exist there, and despite Star's End being best known for its asteroid miners and belter pirates, in reality the overwhelming majority of the population of the system had always been landlubbers living down the gravity well. Historically, as one of the more important systems belonging to the Rim World's Republic, important in terms of resource output at least if certainly not population, the Star League had established a fleet base there after the Reunification War, much of which outlived the League itself as one of the vanishingly few jump shipyards situated outside the borders of the successor states. If it wasn't for the shipyard, Star's End would have likely fallen into destitution and obscurity once industry in the wider region collapsed in the wake of the fall of the Republic and the ongoing succession wars, along with demand for the metals being mined there. Finding itself with an effective monopoly in servicing vessels too disreputable to go anywhere else, however, the system had flourished, unlike most of the former Rim World's Republic that the Lyran Commonwealth had not seen fit to annex. The so-called belt pirates of Star's End that had based themselves in the old asteroid mining facilities were smart enough not to shit where they eat, so while they preyed upon nearby, and occasionally not so nearby systems, they never directly interfered with the running of the shipyard, which was considered a free port, neutral turf where any vessel could seek repairs. By permitting jump ships that belonged to outsiders access to the facilities, the belt pirates of Star's End not only gained an additional legitimate source of income, if you could call a pirate clientele that included the Void Nation legitimate, but the benefits of economy of scale worked in their favor, lowering costs and allowing them to recruit better technicians and engineers at higher pay from elsewhere. Slaves still did the scut work, of course. The belt pirates had abducted so many people from Ironland, New Alborg and Zertarum over the years that the systems were in danger of being so depopulated they might drop off the maps completely, but only a drooling idiot wanted discontented, poorly skilled, forced labor working on their precious carni fluida drive. It was therefore free men and women getting paid a decent salary who did all the technically demanding work, undoubtedly choosing to ignore the condition their unpaid help had to deal with. According to rumors, even ships belonging to the government of the Lyran Commonwealth were known to visit on occasion if they had developed mechanical faults closer to Star's End than one of their own yards. If true, that would at least explain why the Steiners had never dispatched a fleet to try and clear the place out. It might be a hotbed of piracy, but you never knew when the KF drive on one of your jump ships might go hinky and urgently need some time in the dry dock, making turning a blind eye to all the buccaneers hanging around the place a sensible, if perhaps amoral, policy. If the pirates frequenting Star's End had more frequently raided real Lyran Commonwealth worlds, not just ones that used to belong to the Rim Worlds Republic before Robert Steiner decided to hoover up a lot of poorly guarded interstellar real estate, then the Lyrans might have acted differently regarding them. Just because a flag with a mailed fist on it happened to fly over Akar and Steelton these days didn't make them their cat or Donegal, did it? The convenience of having an extra shipyard situated only just outside your borders, one that wasn't under constant threat of being visited by angry nuke-toting combine maniacs, was well worth its continued existence, exacerbating the region's pirate problem. Not that Star's End would have gone down without a fight if the Lyrans had come calling. The Belt Pirates might not have warships, but they had a decent number of armed dropships and aerospace fighters, as well as home team advantage and a few other tricks up their sleeve. More to the point, whatever warships the House Steiner could boast of having in service themselves in these dark days were needed exactly where they were to counter those of Kurita and Merrick. Sending even one of their few remaining battle wagons off into the wilderness to put down a few pirates might court disaster elsewhere, and since any expedition there that relied upon unarmed civilian jump ships for transportation wasn't likely to come back, Star's End was largely left to its own devices. As a result of the wider strategic situation, frankly by this point in the Second Succession War, seeing a warship on anything other than an old holovid or a propaganda newsreel was the sort of event that would have the witnesses present talking about it for months. Even in the more civilized developed parts of the galaxy, the arrival of the Carrack was big news. For one to suddenly jump in unannounced was the kind of shock that had every pirate in Star's End losing their minds, or at least they did until the warship formally introduced itself, at which point they were mostly just relieved and or hoping to get the chance to take a closer look. This particular warship had visited Star's End before, and as far as the Belt Pirates were concerned was one of us, not one of them, which made all the difference. Employing such a ruse de guerre was extremely unclan-like, and even after this many years since he had held allegiance to Nicholas Kerensky and his ideals, Jax Benedict on the bridge of the Carrack inwardly grimaced as he gave the ship's captain the nod to go ahead. Captain Anne Blood momentarily closed her eyes before opening them one more to look at the expectant faces of her bridge crew. Only Colonel Benedict in overall command of the operation wasn't grinning, and he wasn't exactly known for being a barrel of laughs. "This is Captain Jacqueline Blood commanding the Corsair warship Wittigali, requesting to approach and dock," she signaled the ship's intended destination, the large asteroid housing the old SLDF Navy Yard. "I was told if I ever ended up out this way I should ask for Smitty. Is Smitty there?" "Over," she added less formally. For all of the downsides of residing in a red dwarf system, at least communication from the jump point wasn't as much of a pain in the ass as it was in most inhabited places. As with Neops, you could fit all the planets and the asteroid belt of Star's End within the orbit of Mercury in the home system of humanity, so radio conversations being affected by lightspeed delay only resulted in long pauses between sentences at worst, not enough time to take a coffee break and visit the ship's head between a question being asked and the answer arriving as you would have to suffer elsewhere. "This is Star's End Traffic Control. Not seen you around these parts in nearly 20 years, Wittigali, but a few of us still remember your last visit, which is good because otherwise honestly we'd all be having to change our shorts right now. I was just a trainee junior comms tech back then myself, but having a Carrack jump in was pretty memorable, believe me. You are cleared to approach, but you'll have to wait for a dry dock to be vacated and available, which could take a while as we're really busy at the moment. Also, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Smitty died a few years back. I've advised the guy that took over from him as station manager that you're on your way." "Oh yeah, and no offense, but Captain Blood? Seriously? You're trying too hard with that one." "Over." "Fuck you, traffic control, it's my real name," Blood replied venomously as the ship's navigator put his hand over his mouth to stop himself laughing. "What happened to Smitty?" "Died of old age," she continued in a considerably less indignant tone of voice. "I inherited the Wittigali from my grandpa Lomas, and he told me he thought he and Smitty were probably about the same age when they met." "Over," she added, wondering what the now long retired, but still very much alive Captain Lomas, or rather Captain Simon Mitchell back home, would have to say about being her deceased fake grandfather. For that matter, when Mitchell had visited Star's End back in 2825, the unnerving mostly retired spook Gloria had been pretending to be his wife, which made her Blood's fake grandmother, she realized with a shudder. "Yikes. Your real name? Really? Geez, I guess you always knew you'd go into the family business growing up." "Anyhow, Smitty got knifed in a bar fight. Some asshole from the Void Nation thought we were overcharging for servicing Gravdex and called him a chiseler. Smitty told him to fuck off, a couple of punches were thrown and the guy ended up shanking him. We put the murdering bastard straight out the airlock. Everyone liked Smitty, he was like part of the furniture around here." "Over. Sorry to hear that, Grandpa liked him. What did the Void Nation have to say about it?" Overblood asked curiously, they were an unusually large and feared pirate band that roved around much of the former Rim World's Republic. Not much, they need us more than we need them. I guess you're after servicing and repairs yourself? Our yard crews will have a blast getting to work on a warship, it'll be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them, so they might offer a special cheap rate just for the novelty of it. Or are you here to trade instead? Here for both. Our KF drive is long overdue a service and we've got some slaves to sell to help cover the bill, Blood replied. If Gramps wasn't just spinning another one of his tall tales, they pay really good money for young girls on Novo Cressida's, right? She asked. Way above normal market price. Over. That they do, they pay a premium for young boys too. Not my thing, but the brothels down there cater to all tastes. Novo Sea having gravity means a lot of guys choose to take shore leave there if their ship is going to be stuck in dry dock for more than a couple of weeks, and they need entertainment to stop them getting bored and restless, then violent. Most of the grain they grow down there gets turned into hooch instead of bread too for the same reason. If I was you, I'd avoid the cheap stuff in the bars there, though if you visit, it'll make you go blind. We mostly use it as organic solvent ourselves. Imported stuff is more expensive but worth it. Over. I appreciate the heads up. Over, Blood replied, wondering if the locals were as welcoming, helpful and informative to visitors that weren't packing naval autocannon. If the crew of an Invader-class jump transport was a little tetchy because they had to get their stomachs pumped, the consequences were not as potentially severe as a pissed-off Carrack commander with methanol poisoning might be. During the mission planning for the proposed operation, Simon says the personnel who had visited the place before, who were brought in to advise, had noted that some of the Star's End people had walked on eggshells around them, to use Captain Mitchell's own phrase. They might be a little less wary this time around, seeing as how the Wittigali hadn't caused any trouble during its last visit, but they would still likely be more accommodating to any requests made by the big bad warship than most of their clientele, this potentially being a boon to pulling the mission off smoothly. Star's End might be a free port, but it was still a pirate haven and pirates expected each other to play rough. Right now the Wittigali was the biggest, meanest one in the yard by far, and though they would be expected to play by the local rules, all that firepower at the ship's disposal rendered them merely guidelines that could be bent a little, if not outright broken at whim. Sorry, but I've got the boss on the other line, so I need to cut this short. Giving you clearance to approach and letting everyone know you're not here to shoot the place up. Nice to see you back here again, Wittigali. Traffic control out. Easier than having to blast our way in, Blood said brightly as she killed the transmission from her end too. They'll probably want to assign us a parking spot a lone way out, she told Colonel Benedict, but when we get there we'll try and wrangle ourselves a holding position close enough to the shipyard that our guns can bracket the whole area. Benedict nodded. Don't paint any targets until we're in position and ready to introduce ourselves properly, he instructed her. We don't want to spook them until it's time to drop the hammer. Simon says do exactly what we tell you and nobody gets hurt, Blood replied, smiling evilly. Her smile, however, was short-lived as Benedict sighed. Conhalis requested that I ask you at this juncture in proceedings what it's like finally being the pirate you were born to be, he asked her reluctantly, and all too seriously, only obeying orders. Blood narrowed her eyes as now her first officer was trying not to laugh as well. It sucks, Blood replied curtly. I should have known Admiral Bremen had some kind of ulterior motive in mind when he told me he was transferring me to command the Dobrev for a special mission. I was too busy celebrating finally getting to captain a warship to ask questions. You don't really think the Joint Chiefs assign personnel based upon how funny it would be, do you? Benedict asked, frowning. You don't. Blood responded flatly. Just because they mostly got off on trolling everyone else in the galaxy didn't mean that they were averse to playing games with their own people too. It wasn't like the Khan, or Admiral Bremen for that matter, were malicious, they were just irreverent and seemed to think that military professionalism did not require having a stick up your ass as a matter of necessity. I'm pretty sure that we're not going to be able to pull this mission off without hurting anyone, Colonel. Pirates aren't a cohesive bunch and some of them just aren't going to follow instructions, she added seriously. Our rules of engagement allow for us to be extremely forceful in enforcing the rules of the game, Captain Blood, Benedict replied. We just need to persuade them that it's not in their interest to cheat. Oh, we can definitely do persuasive, Colonel Blood told him, nodding towards the weapons officer as the rest of the bridge crew grinned at the prospect of lighting up some pirate scum with the main guns. It's just a pity we couldn't bring the Zug out of retirement for this mission, she opined. That would be overkill, don't you think? Jax, Benedict suggested. Since when was that a thing? Blood replied, feigning confusion. I can honestly say that I've never seen that concept mentioned in the Star League Navy manual, she joked, briefly chuckling before becoming more serious again. Sending capital warships after pirates used to be SOP in the good old days, or at least it was according to my parents, she continued, then shrugged. Though I guess what constitutes an overwhelming display of force isn't what it used to be, she reasoned, given that his military transport ship with a few naval guns mounted on it made the ship practically a battleship itself anyway by the standards of most of the inner sphere. Or maybe describing it as a latter-day battlecruiser might be more apt, given that a Carrack could dish it out, but it certainly wasn't armored to match being something of a glass cannon in warship terms. It was at least a serious handful to deal with for opposing aerospace fighter squadrons, those being the most likely opposition it would ever encounter anyway these days. According to Scuttlebutt, Admiral Bremen was looking to build a number of modified Black Lion II class ships with anti-fighter and anti-missile armament to match their formidable capital firepower, the true dreadnoughts of the modern age, but when he would ever get his hands on one, who could tell? At least they had finally gotten around to putting more manpower and resources into getting the shipyard back home completed, but even when it would be tied up servicing existing ships that were overdue sometime in dry dock for quite a while, including the São Gabriel herself, although most of her crew still inwardly thought of the ship as the Dobrev. Previously named for Star Commodore Mary Dobrev, who had been killed in action during Operation Klondike, it had been seen as a sad day amongst the fleet when the obvious need to rename the vessel to something that didn't so obviously scream Clan Wolverine, right here, into the void had come, but nobody doubted the necessity of it. Like the various nom de guerre used by those who bore one of the 40 Wolverine blood names when dealing with outsiders, it was seen as a necessary evil, and in some ways only those from Neops being privy to the true names of certain people and warships was becoming part of their core identity. General Romanoff had joked that the Wolverines should really adopt a secret handshake to go along with some of their arcane language and rituals, but regretted saying it immediately because judging by the expression on Con Franklin Hallis's face, he didn't treat entirely the notion like the joke it was intended to be. This was a Neops SLDF only operation, of course, so the crew didn't have to be as guarded as they would have been otherwise, the mercenaries not having been told why the warship had detached itself from the rest of the squadron. They might have an inkling that something was planned for the warship because it had departed from Erin with a lot of Army infantry and Marines aboard, as well as bringing the Titan carrier dropship with her. A few of those special forces team from the Blackhearts might have actually come in handy, but it wasn't like Neops didn't have plenty of well-trained troops of its own, and they didn't want people to get it into their heads that they needed someone to hold their hands. Also, the Blackhearts would have definitely demanded a hefty bonus for pulling off an audacious, and potentially risky, mission like this one, and contrary to inner-sphere rumor, Neops Association wasn't made of money. Alphard was practically made of germanium, which certainly helped, it helped a lot, but some degree of trying to maintain a half-reasonable budget by the military made the civilian bean counters happy, or at least less whiny. Star's End used to produce a lot of germanium too, ironically enough, but centuries of large-scale mining had largely depleted the known ore deposits, and most of what mining continued tended to be of considerably less profitable metals these days. These metals were needed to supply the needs of the shipyard, which was now the undisputed economic heart of the system, not only keeping the vessels belonging to the Belt Pirates themselves operational but bringing in a constant flow of money, trade goods, and slaves from further afield. First you get the monopoly on jump ship repair, then you get the money, then you get the women. As well as the shift from primarily mining germanium towards extracting other metals from the asteroid belt instead, the way in which the miners worked had changed too. Long gone was much of the remote-controlled robotic mining equipment that used to operate throughout the system, maintaining or sourcing the parts being too difficult in an era where more and more electronic systems were less-tech, so by the mid-29th century remote tele-operation had been largely replaced by men and women wearing EVA suits. It had been an accident, or perhaps accident, involving one of those very same remote-controlled robot mining drones that had killed First Lord Simon Cameron while visiting Star's End back in 2751, the system being seen as economically important enough to the whole region at the time that the most important man in the galaxy thought it was worth what was to be a very fateful visit. Simon Cameron's death had put his ineffectual and perhaps even more ill-fated son Richard on the Star League throne, subsequent events leading many people to conclude that Simon's death had likely been arranged by agents of Stefan Amaris. They would have certainly been well placed to carry out a covert assassination of this type, especially given that Star's End actually belonged to the Rim Worlds Republic, giving them by far the best opportunity of any of the suspects, and for obvious reasons nobody these days doubted that Amaris was more than willing to murder a member of House Cameron. It was practically the man's hobby. Supposedly the idea to call this mission Operation Simon Says had come from the retired Captain Simon Mitchell himself, who had not only commanded the ship during its previous visit but had actually been named by his parents after Simon Cameron, the then heir presumptive to the throne occupied by his father Jonathan. Mitchell had been accepted into Annapolis Naval Academy the year Simon Cameron became First Lord, the man presiding over his graduation ceremony a few years later when he got to shake the man's hand and tell him he was named for him, something that earned Mitchell a genuine smile from the First Lord, who was known for having the common touch when dealing with people. First Lord Simon Cameron had been popular. Simon Cameron was considered a considerably better ruler than either his father before him, or his son proved to be after him. Simon Cameron had probably been murdered, right here in Star's End, so a megalomaniac with no discernible sense of empathy called Amaris could initiate a long-term scheme, the end point of which was that he could appoint himself First Lord of the Star League. It was doubtful there were more than a handful of people left in the system that had been there 93 years ago when the First Lord suffered his accident while visiting the mining station built into the unusually large asteroid known as New Silesia. Life expectancy had never been that high in a place like Star's End, and it wasn't like anyone there had been given the hegemony anti-agathics that kept people like Simon Mitchell spry well into their 12th decade. New Silesia itself was a pirate base belonging to the head of one of the 7 bands that cooperated to jointly rule the system, none being powerful enough to install themselves as outright leader, and it was rumored that what was left of the mining robots there had been converted into primitive drone fighters, part of a network of improvised defenses the Belt Pirates were constructing. The analysts had concluded that even in the worst-case scenario such defenses were no match for an actual warship with fighter support, but it might still be enough to make the Lyran Commonwealth and the Draconis combined think twice if they ever lost so many of their own shipyards that seizing the one at Star's End looked like an attractive option. However, just the possibility that they might be building up their defenses waiting for the day the great houses came knocking on their door was a factor that had played into the planning process for Operation Simon Says. Bringing the Belt Pirates down a peg before accomplishing that goal got potentially bloodier was only sensible, and it wasn't like Neops was going to send a warship out this way very often anyway, so if you're in the neighborhood anyway and you think the local bully probably isn't ready for a fight now, but might be later, why not sucker punch the bastard? And once you've put him on the ground, why not riffle through his pockets for loose change? It's not like anyone likes him anyway. There was definitely a certain amount of post-factum justification going on when compiling the list of items that Neops would like to requisition. Use of the word loot was highly discouraged, from the shipyard at Star's End. That many of them would be quickly hard to replace, thus preventing the yard from rapidly returning to full operation, was mostly just a lucky coincidence since what they really wanted was items that they would have to otherwise make in a project workshop. Destroying a shipyard might well be considered the act of a barbarian pretty soon in an age where the ability to maintain an interstellar civilization might not be guaranteed in the long term. The sterling efforts of the great houses to blast each other back to the Bronze Age could not be understated, and given that Neops very much wanted to be seen as a paladin not another pariah, simply wrecking the place permanently was deemed out of the question. Putting a yard used by pirates out of action for a while was PR gold with far less chance of later blowback, maybe even PR germanium if the other part of the plan worked out too. Thanks to the efforts of Captain Lomas and his scurvy crew of fake pirates 2 decades earlier, they knew enough about the system, and the shipyard in particular, to put together a reasonably detailed plan for this operation, rightly assuming that while many of the names and faces in Star's End may have changed since the mid-2820s, the largest and most important asteroid settlements would be likely unchanged for the most part, including the yard itself of course. Although also built into a large asteroid by the SLDF engineers who had constructed it a few years after the reunification war, the shipyard at Star's End differed from the one that had been built later at Camelot Command in the Dark Nebula in terms of scale, being both bigger and yet conversely smaller. The Star's End Press Sunrise dock itself was larger than that of Camelot Command, sized so it could host anything up to the size of an Avatar-class heavy cruiser, which were at the time of construction the pride of the fleet, but the asteroid it was built into was itself less massive than Camelot was. Since the planet Novo Cressidas was nearby anyway, the SLDF had simply constructed another base down there on the surface, rather than bothering to build a large rotating asteroid habitat with internal artificial gravity to provide all the extra room and other facilities required for a fleet headquarters. When the SLDF later turned over their Star's End base to the Rim Worlds Republic, this being during the relative calm of the Golden Age of the Star League, they had demilitarized it, wiping most of the databases and stripping out certain equipment so House Amaris couldn't immediately start churning out superior Terran warship designs in their inherited yard. They could still service their Carni Fuida drives however, which was extremely annoying to everyone involved in Operation Simon Says, because if the drive of the SLS Pioneer at Payron hadn't been quite as much of a complete write-off, they could have likely limped her to Star's End and then fixed her properly. So near and yet so far. Gathering signals intelligence on the way, the Dobrev/Sao Gabriel/Wittigali opted not to get there as soon as possible, maintaining a leisurely, for a warship, 1g of acceleration as it traversed the system. The first indication to the shipyard that something hinky was going on was that when the ship finally arrived, it did not take up the holding position allocated to it by traffic control. The next, more concerning sign was when 2 dropships, a heavily armed Overlord and a Titan aerospace carrier that the Carrack was hauling, released from their docking collars and took up position next to her. Then the targeting radars of the warship went live and painted everything in range, putting out enough wattage to power a small city. During the Age of Sail, a period which overlapped with the Golden Age of piracy on Terra, it was considered a legitimate tactic for a naval warship of one power to sail under the false flag of another in order to approach her prey. However, to actually attack without raising your own colors first was nonetheless considered an unacceptable breach of the rules and honors of war, a crime considered so heinous and despicable that even the pirates regarded it as beyond the pale and would usually raise the black flag or the Jolly Roger before opening fire. Naval traditions die hard. Just because sailors traverse the vacuum black, not the briny deep these days, there were some things that you did because things had always been done that way and it was only right and proper to maintain standards. The IFF system on the Carrack stopped squawking. It was the pirate corsair Wittigali holding allegiance to no nation and instead announced it was in fact the NAS Sao Gabriel belonging to the Neops Association. Then Captain Ann Blood made herself $100 because her first officer had bet her she wouldn't say what she did next as she got on the radio. Avast ye scurvy pirate dogs! This be the captain o' the Sao Gabriel ordering ye to lower your colors and surrender in the name of the Neops Association and the Star League. Over. If not for the lack of air to carry the sound from the warship to the shipyard, they could have heard the crew's cheering and laughter from there. After a few minutes a transmission arrived from the station. Is this some kind of joke? Over. Well, it's damn funny from our side but probably not from yours, Blood replied. You really should have considered the possibility that the reason you haven't seen this ship back here in 20 years was because it wandered into the territory of the wrong people and was taken as a prize, she continued. Considering it was originally a Star League Navy vessel that went rogue under Captain Lomas, who actually died in a penal colony on Alphard years ago incidentally, we considered it fair game. In case you haven't realized by now, I'm not his granddaughter, I'm one of the people that caught the pirate bastard. Over. Never miss an opportunity to obfuscate and misdirect, that's what Conhalis always said. When this story got out into the wider galaxy, people would think that Neops had obtained their previously unheard of carrack from a pirate that made the mistake of venturing into their territory at some point, being unlucky enough to run into the only people out in the periphery that outgunned him. The Neops Association is on the other fucking side of the inner sphere. Over. True, but we were over here anyway dealing with Von Strang's world, which we've renamed Aaron by the way, so you might want to update your charts, and we thought, why not drop in on Star's End as well before we head home? Just another hive of scum and villainy that needs to be taught a lesson. That lesson being that wherever you are you'd better be good or the Star League Defense Force will come over there and put its foot up your ass. Over. There was a considerable delay before the next transmission, during which Blood's first officer took a Newton out of his wallet and handed it to her. What exactly is it that you want? Over. Firstly, you'll be pleased to hear that we're not planning on staying, and as long as you cooperate we're not planning on blowing up the yard either. We could, easily, as well as the naval autocannon pointing at you. I've got fighters packing nuclear ordnance out here, but we're not barbarians, Blood told him. We're going to send over a boarding party, do not interfere with them, and we're demanding a ransom to be paid in return for not blowing you to hell. Over. You want money? Is this just a fucking robbery at gunpoint? Over. We don't want money. Our demands are 100,000 slaves to be released into our care. We're here to save them from you evil bastards. Another jump ship will be arriving shortly to start transporting them out of the system. Over. There aren't 100,000 people in this entire system, slaves and free combined. Over. Yeah, good point. Okay, how about we adjust our counting system? Anyone aged under 18 is worth 5 slaves, women under 35 worth are 3, and so on. Sound fair? Overblood suggested, looking over to Colonel Benedict, who gave her a thumbs up. That should cause a few internal divisions locally amongst the slave owners and help get the slaves out that needed rescuing the most. And what if we don't cooperate? Over. We'll destroy the shipyard, and then every other base we can find in the system, and then finally we'll bombard Novo Cressidas from orbit. Overblood replied. No, you won't. That would kill the slaves you say you're here to save. Over. If that's the only way we have to end their suffering, we'll do it. Oh, and in case you think we're bluffing, there's 3 jump ships out there in range of my guns. I guess they were queuing up for repairs. In 15 minutes I'm going to blow one of them in half to show I'm serious, then another 15 minutes after that. Clock's ticking. Over and out. Blood smirked. At this moment the captains of each of those ships are getting on the radio to scream at every pirate leader in this system to do what they're told, she told Colonel Benedict. In 10 minutes or so I'll fire a warning shot past the yard to make sure we still have their undivided attention. Jax Benedict pursed his lips. Conhalis believes that they'll hold out on releasing at least some of the slaves, which will be our excuse for keeping the equipment we're requisitioning as a penalty, he said. Do you think we'll face military resistance? God, I hope so, Blood replied as she checked all the aerospace fighters from the dropships had been deployed into a defensive formation around the warship. She really did have a couple of fighters out there with nukes just in case, not that she expected to have to use them. Immediately after the warning shot passed the station, someone else new got on the radio. I'm the man in charge here, authorized to parley on behalf of the collective, it announced. How do we know we can trust you to keep your side of the bargain? That you won't take what you want and total the yard anyway? Over. Do you really feel in charge? Okay, you be you, but I'm not sure you're paying enough attention, Blood replied wryly. As for why you can trust us to keep our word, we need people like you to know we will, so when we go calling on the Tortuga Dominion or whoever next, they do too. Consider this the Neops Association building a rep. Over. If you didn't have that fucking warship I'd have you flayed alive, woman. Over. Considering what I've spent on skin cream over the years that would be a tragedy, but seeing as how I do have a warship, let's leave the hypotheticals to the philosophers, Blood replied. Oops, time's up on the 15 minutes. Over, she said, looking to the weapons officer. Are you sure that one's a pirate? Not just a periphery trader, she checked. The merchant class jump ship with the skull and bones painted on the hull? Pretty sure, ma'am, the weapons officer replied. With your authorization, sir, Blood checked with Colonel Benedict, who nodded. Guns, hit it with the NAC-20. Turn the thing into debris, she ordered. With a bore size large enough that you could stand up in the barrel, one of the 3 largest guns mounted on the carrack fired as soon as it was brought to bear, the massive naval autocannon shell staking through space before it crashed into the hapless pirate jump ship and blew it apart. Still doubting my word? Overblood signaled the shipyard as chunks of ship hurtled off in all directions, one of them eventually crashing into the asteroid containing the shipyard, though not nearly hard enough to damage it. What are you? Some kind of maniac? Do you have any idea what that ship was worth? Over. It was worth less to me than the lives of those slaves. Factor that into your profit and loss calculations and get back to me before I blow up the next jump ship. Over and out. Think they'll fold? Benedict asked. Hey, when you've got them by the balls their hearts and minds soon follow, Blood replied brightly. Good thing we captured that jump ship from von Strang, hauling all of those slaves out of here would have been a lot more of a pain in the ass otherwise, she observed. I guess you'll be accompanying the boarding party, sir. Got an automatic shotgun loaded with flechette rounds all ready for it, hoping that there's trouble, Benedict confirmed. If they try and take us hostage, take out another jump ship to show them that's a no-no. If they don't take the hint, blow a hole in the side of the yard, vent a section to space. I assume you don't expect me to negotiate for the lives of the boarding party if they do take you hostage. Blood checked. No, if you know what section we're being held in, target that one. Show them just how fucking serious a people we are, Benedict ordered. Yes sir, Blood confirmed the order. She didn't really like Jax Benedict much, but the man was certainly no coward. You do realize that after this they'll turn Star's End into a damn fortress, so we can't do this to them again, right? Blood asked rhetorically. Von Strang's world in space? Probably. Won't that be a shame if the clans invade the inner sphere from this direction? Benedict replied, wondering if that was part of the plan that he wasn't aware of. Note from the author. Considering its tiny population, and its location out in the boonies, the Star's End system has witnessed an awful lot more history over the years than most equivalent places, including the death of First Lord Simon Cameron. Between that, the Belt Pirates operating from there and its, famous shipyard, it's a system known to a lot more people than your average periphery hellhole. The last time the Carrack Dobrev/Sao Gabriel/Wittigali visited Star's End was 2 decades ago under Captain Simon Mitchell, then pretending to be a Captain Lomas. That was a lot of chapters ago now. Around about this time in canon, a rich deposit of germanium was located under the south pole of Novo Cressidas, which would eventually greatly boost the local economy, but that renaissance which allowed them to fund the creation of a kind of budget SDS which caused trouble for the clan invasion isn't underway yet. No bucks, no Buck Rogers. We're not yet at the point in the succession wars where blowing up a jump ship was considered an unforgivable sin, although there were fewer cities being destroyed and nukes being thrown about by now. The slide towards Lestek Armageddon continues. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LXIV. Encomnet, your only choice for interstellar communications if you think wearing monastic robes and chanting HPG instruction manuals is just freaking weird, and also that Comstar charges too much. Newspaper advertising campaign by Encomnet, 2875 CE. Comstar Headquarters, Hilton Head Island, Terra 2845. As she made her way earlier through the literal corridors of power, heading towards the most secure briefing room in the complex, Janice Laidlaw, head of ROM, was gratified at how not a single one of the functionaries she passed had the guts to look her in the eyes. Even the Primus himself inspired less fear, although she supposed that he was supposed to inspire devotion instead as the late Jerome Blake's representative on Terra, so that was okay. Considered by far the most fanatically loyal of the supporters of Primus Raymond Karpov, if you asked anyone in Comstar if they thought she had ever disagreed with any of his policies, they would reply honestly that they doubted it. They were however wrong. As she observed the Primus himself and the rest of the First Circuit sat in their chairs facing the holovid display, Laidlaw still thought the white monastic robes Karpov had insisted on replacing the old jumpsuit uniforms for everyone looked really stupid, and she was annoyed that he had dismissed her argument that all ROM personnel that might suddenly find themselves having to engage in unarmed combat, or to give chase on foot, needed less restrictive garments for their everyday wear. The supposedly unassailable logic of his counterpoint that Buddhist monks seemed to be able to do kung fu just fine in robes had particularly rankled with her. Though as ever her cool demeanor and impassive expression meant that he didn't realize she was mentally rolling her eyes. Had the man ever tried wearing a shoulder holster under these damn robes? Well, had he? All that loose fabric was a pain in the ass, and while you could always hide various weapons up your sleeves, running necessitated hiking up the robes like a damn ballgown or you'd trip over. Thank Blake he had at least signed off on anyone even tangentially involved in undercover work being exempt from the dress code so that they didn't end up looking out of place wearing normal clothes due to unfamiliarity with wearing them. It was difficult enough training the guys to swing their arms normally with a pistol stuffed under their armpit, but after a few years of wearing the robes day in day out, Comstar personnel would be so used to them their body language would look awkward if they suddenly found themselves in, say, a t-shirt and jeans instead. Spies need to look inconspicuous, not shifty or out of place. The old cliché was that the ideal agent was a man that would have trouble getting the attention of the hostess to order a drink at the bar. Sartorial disagreements aside, Laidlaw had willingly, nay enthusiastically, implemented Karpov's Organizational Edict 3056, the proposal for what later became Operation Holy Shroud, She had ruthlessly purged Comstar of any opposition to his policies and rule, had arranged the assassination of Michel Dupriez, her predecessor as head of ROM in order to prevent a possible schism in the order, and had made ROM feared from one side of the inner sphere to the other. Unfortunately, those annoying little bastards on Neops, which admittedly lay just outside the inner sphere, seemed yet to have gotten the memo. In fact, their recent capture of a ROM agent on Alphard, followed by their public outing of her identity as Same, would have easily been enough to bring down the ire of Comstar on their heads without all their other transgressions, but as it was, Neops Delenda EST had already started to become Primus Karpov's catchphrase. Having the operative captured, and worse captured alive, had been bad enough for both ROM and Laidlaw herself, and the public statement of outrage issued by the Neops Association was embarrassing, but the quiet diplomatic note hand-delivered to Prekenter Hednesford by the captain of the next association ship to visit the system was worse. It said that if ROM ever caught one of the agents Neops had embedded within Comstar, then the association would happily swap their prisoner for them in a civilized exchange of captured personnel on neutral ground. Now Karpov had ROM's counterintelligence branch, Mu/Delta, annoying the crap out of the entire organization looking for infiltrators, despite her telling him they were most probably just yanking his chain. Whoever was in charge of Neops intelligence, they were clearly an epic troll. When they had previously uncovered a spy working for SAFE, they had apparently interrogated him, and then after putting him in front of the cameras to humiliate them, put him on the next ship heading for the Free Worlds League, saying that a good angler always throws back the little fish they catch. That was at least a compliment to ROM in that Neops kept the Comstar agent they caught later as a trophy, but in doing so that would have probably made SAFE even more annoyed into the bargain. Stood off to one side observing while the first circuit sat at a curved table with note pewters in front of them and water jugs within reach, Laidlaw idly wondered whether the rumors that Prekenter Procyon went naked under their robes for comfort were true, and whether or not she could get away with tripping them at some point to find out. The theory that Prekenter Diran wore a hair shirt had already been disproven by her agents. It was just a minor skin complaint that had them scratching like that all the time, one that they could have treated with a commonly available pharmaceutical if not for them being allergic to it, alas. As the previous holographic image being projected changed to show the front page of a recent edition of the Donegal Spectator, a reasonably well-regarded newspaper within the Lyran Commonwealth, Raymond Karpov seemed to mutter something obscene under his breath before pointing up at it with fury. It's bad enough that half the newspapers and current affairs magazines in the inner sphere put that damn picture on the cover, but when I switched on CNN we were showing it too, he complained, turning to glare at Prekenter Calf, Judy Cheney, the woman his predecessor Konrad Toyama had appointed to run the Comstar News Network and who still did. If they had just deposed Karl von Strang it would have been bad enough. The man's family name itself was enough to induce a feeling of visceral hatred to multitudes, let alone the rumors of what the barony of Strang had been up to since Nico founded their little empire, but their detour to Star's End to disable the infamous pirate shipyard and free thousands of slaves made the whole enterprise seem like a crusade by the armies of righteousness against the forces of evil. Frankly, it put decades of carefully managed PR campaigns by Comstar to improve their image to shame. Laidlaw considered as the image changed again to show some of the liberated slaves disembarking a Neops SLDF dropship on Akar. A Steiner-controlled world situated only one jump from Star's End, one with the population and infrastructure sufficient to be able to cope with their sudden arrival. The Duke of Akar couldn't really refuse to take them under the circumstances, particularly what with all the press scrutiny and the Neops Association itself announcing that it would be donating 10 million C-bills to a fund to help the freed slaves establish themselves on their new home. Whether they were given prior warning by Neops or not, certainly a possibility given their previous contacts, the Roman Catholic Church got involved very quickly, organizing several charity organizations within the Lyran Commonwealth they had ties with to offer additional assistance. The next image projected was of the Duke of Akar himself and his wife at a refugee center set up just outside their capital city, the nobles handing out new clothes and toys to women and children, some of whom had been forced into becoming brothel slaves by the Belt Pirates. Not known to be a kind-hearted, generous man by nature according to Rom's file on him, he probably figured that if he was going to be stuck with all these extra mouths to feed anyway, then he might at least profit from the situation in some fashion by getting in some good publicity that would also raise his profile on the national stage. When Archon Marcus Steiner had subsequently issued a statement that the Lyran Commonwealth would match the financial donation made by Neops by reducing the taxes owed by Akar to the central government that year by the same amount, enabling the planetary government to use the money to assist the former slaves instead, that was then taken as an endorsement of the whole enterprise by their cad. "I'm sorry, Primus," Cheney replied awkwardly, looking at the screen. "But we couldn't not broadcast these pictures, what with everyone else doing it. It would have only played into the hands of those that accuse CNN of being extremely selective on what news we choose to report." She explained her position. "The fact is that they're all great pictures that draw the reader, or viewer, into the news story, and it's the sort of feel-good story that's sorely lacking in the modern era. Star League remnant dispatches SLDF to overthrow Amorous Empire loyalist, pulverize pirates and free slaves just makes people happier than hearing that yet another star system has had to be abandoned because the economy is in the toilet." Karpov narrowed his eyes at her. I mean we, Don't want Neops getting this kind of positive coverage, he growled before turning back to look at the image of the massive bronze statue of Stefan Amaris with ropes around it being pulled down by dozens of soldiers wearing SLDF olive drab, their determined yet triumphant expressions as they hauled on the lines making it look even more inspiring even if the headline itself, SLDF defeats Amaris Empire, better late than never, wasn't necessarily quite as congratulatory as the Neops Association might have wished for. Still, they probably preferred the Donegal Spectator's take on the story to the irreverent comedic article the Sky Galaxy Examiner ran, the one which riffed on the centenarian SLDF General Jenna Romanoff finding a tattered and forgotten to-do list down the back of her couch and remembered she was supposed to overthrow Nico von Strang way back in the 2780s but must have gotten sidetracked. As the image changed to a recording of Baron Karl von Strang at a spaceport on Apollo taking from a local news feed, the man being marched down the ramp of an SLDF dropship in chains to be handed over to the authorities in what used to be the capital of the Rim World's Republic but was now merely a Lyran regional capital, Karpov now turned to glare at Laidlaw. How did we not know in advance about this? He wanted to know. I thought we had people inside these mercenary regiments Neops hired. We have an informant of our own within Bolton's Rangers, and thanks to the Taurian TMI having inadequate comms security we know everything they do that their agent within the Blackhearts sends back to them, Laidlaw responded, trying not to sound too defensive. However, since only the most very senior officers in the two units apparently knew where they were actually going before they set out from Neops, and given there was no opportunity for either our asset or the one belonging to the Taurians to access an HPG to get word out while the mission was underway, the first we heard about it was after it was complete. Have we at least learned anything we can use to our advantage from our asset? Prekenter New Earth inquired. Laidlaw nodded. Well, for one thing we know for certain that despite their public claim that the warship involved skirted the Lyran Commonwealth externally to get to von Strang's world, that in reality it took a shortcut straight through their territory rather than taking the long way around, she replied. A gross violation of Lyran sovereignty and a clear violation of their national borders. I assume we intend to surreptitiously inform the Archon of this? Prekenter New Earth inquired. Yes, but unfortunately as regards Marcus Steiner we know from our sources on their CAD that they assume that this was in fact the case already and under the circumstances he is disinterested in making waves, Laidlaw replied. He has already praised Neops in the press for handing Karl von Strang to the Lyran authorities to face justice for his transgressions against the Commonwealth, this being thought likely because he doesn't want a public diplomatic spat raising questions as to why his own government never did anything about either von Strang or the Belt Pirates at Star's End themselves. Prekenter New Earth frowned. In that case how is this information to our advantage? They queried, confused. Laidlaw looked to Karpov seeking permission to answer which he gave with a nod. Because we have good reason to expect that Marcus Steiner won't be around too much longer. We expect there to be another attempt on his life soon, Karpov announced. Another attempt. Rom became aware of a scheme last year to try and infect him with a particularly virulent strain of meningitis while he was touring planets near the front lines with the Free Worlds League. It failed because he was suddenly called away from Lorik to deal with a counterattack by Gerald Merrick, but the plotters are expected to try again very soon. Most of the First Circuit looked aghast. We're not involved, are we? Cheney asked suspiciously, looking to Laidlaw. As one of the holdovers from Toyama's day, Cheney wasn't quite as comfortable with some of the methods Rom employed under Karpov's rule, and this showed occasionally. No, it's not a Comstar operation, we're just not planning to interfere, mostly because we believe that under the leadership of Marcus Steiner, as opposed to his likely successor, the Lyran Commonwealth has a chance to deal a mortal blow to the League, Karpov told them. Atrus is still trying to recover from all the systems, and particularly all the regiments lost during the interdiction, even if their civilian economy managed to spring back faster than expected, making them strategically brittle for at least a few more years. Strategically brittle? Prekenter Diran queried, scratching at their neck where the collar of their robes rubbed against their skin. Insufficient reserves to plug the gap if their CAD actually manages to convert more of their industrial might into effective military strength, Laidlaw explained. Honestly, all it would take is for a few of their inepter generals to suffer an accident or contract some malady at the right, or wrong, time, and a less tactically incompetent LCAF could easily have the Free Worlds League by the throat once again, she said. The Capellans ran out of steam for their own push into the League, having the Federated Suns tearing strips off them on the other front prevented them taking real advantage of Merrick weakness, but the Lyrans can soak up the damage they're taking from the Combine and still throw men and material at Atrus. Marcus Steiner is no strategic genius to be sure, but he's competent by Lyran standards, and competent Lyrans are almost as much of a threat to the status quo of the Inner Sphere as a coordinator on Luthien who prioritized expanding the civilian economy over short-term military needs would be, Karpov opined. We're not going to dirty our hands by removing him from the equation ourselves, but sitting back and letting someone else do it isn't intervention on our part, it's merely letting the chips fall as they may. Laidlaw looked from one face to the other, weighing up what each of the First Circuit was thinking. It wasn't that any of them were morally opposed to the Machiavellian scheming and sheer ruthlessness of Comstar under the reign of Primus Karpov to any notable degree. All those present had signed off on Holy Shroud after all, an operation which had involved the assassination of hundreds of scientists right across the inner sphere, but perhaps they might be a little more squeamish when it came to the deaths of much better known, important individuals where they knew their name and what they looked like. Merely curiosity on my part, but who wants him dead? Precentor Bryant asked. A multitude of people, I'm sure, including the Captain General of the Free Worlds League, the coordinator of the Draconis Combine, at least one spurned lover he abandoned in favor of marrying Melissa Lynn, and a social general or two no doubt, but I assume you're asking who is ultimately responsible for the current plot against his life. Laidlaw replied, amused. Yes. Obviously. Cui bono? Directly, I mean. Laidlaw answered the question with a question. Who benefits the most directly? She translated the Latin phrase. Their heir. Which would presumably be Claudius Steiner, the Archon's younger brother, given that Marcus himself has no children and hasn't appointed a successor. Is he really so power-hungry and ruthless that he would have his own brother killed? Ruthless? According to what we know of the man, there are indications that he's positively deranged. Karpov interjected. The Steiner genetic curse. Precentor Diran theorized. We're not sure. The family does have a history of Dabrowski depression A syndrome, but it would only be speculation to pin the man's issues on that without proper study, Laidlaw responded. We do know that many of the soldiers under his command in the 2nd Lyran Guards regard Lieutenant General Steiner as being, what was the phrase our operative said they used? Oh yes, one assault mech short of a full scout lance. How has he not been stripped of command then? Precentor Alpha Centauri wanted to know. I know he's the Archon's younger brother, but surely nepotism only gets you so far. Because despite his, let's call them idiosyncrasies, he still scores better in evaluation tests overall than the majority of other LCAF senior officers do, Laidlaw explained, seeming to find that fact amusing judging from her expression. His habit of favoring the employment of aggressive tactics in the field obtain better results than the overly cautious tendencies of many a Lyran general focused mainly on self-preservation and personal aggrandizement. So, being crazy works for him. Within the military ecosystem he finds himself in, yes, Laidlaw replied. It's doubtful that he will prosper so well if plunged into the Byzantine mess that is civilian government within the Lyran Commonwealth, however, which is exactly what the Primus is counting on. Lacking oversight or restraint, we expect Claudius to cause total havoc, Karpov concurred, smiling, a smug expression on his face. Of more relevance to our ongoing issues with Neops, the man's volatility primes him to overreact to any perceived slight, one such potential slight being if some minor periphery power thought that they could send warships into Lyran territory at whim without facing any consequences for their gall. With some nudging in the right direction, of course, Laidlaw added conspiratorially. A few whispers in the right ears and suddenly we have the makings of a massive diplomatic spat, Karpov said happily. Moreover, this also potentially offers an opportunity to reduce the number of Jamerson-Ulikov water purifiers ending up on the market, he suggested. As you are all fully aware, we feared their widespread introduction would act to counter the economic malaise that has befallen the inner sphere, as worlds which are otherwise resource-rich but lack for fresh water become depopulated. Fortunately for us, Water Pure Industries, the company currently in the best position to put them into mass production, and which we know has reached out to Neops for technical assistance, is located within the Commonwealth, and a schism between Neops and their CAD could well stymie any such agreement. Surely they're not the only firm looking into manufacturing them? Precentor Procyon asked doubtfully. Laidlaw shook her head. No, but they're the 2nd largest such company in the inner sphere and currently the one with the deepest pockets, having the capital to hand to ready build entirely new factories if required. The only firm which is larger is Curtis Hydroponics, based in the Free Worlds League, and for their part Curtis is not only entirely disinterested in manufacturing the JU system themselves, they're also actually using their political influence on Atrus to try and limit the spread of the technology into the League entirely. Why? Because they manufacture the rival Tri-Fill system, which isn't nearly as efficient, but their monopoly of supply has made them very wealthy, Laidlaw explained. As far as their shareholders are concerned, the nuclear destruction of much of Brownsville in 2811 that destroyed the factories where the Jamerson-Ulikov was manufactured was the best thing that ever happened to them, she continued. They're so concerned about the spread of the new, or rather recovered purification tech, that our sources indicate they might even contemplate taking direct action. Judy Cheney leaned forward. Direct action? She queried. Outright sabotage, Laidlaw replied flatly. We might want to consider being of some assistance to them in this matter, behind the scenes of course. We have several teams that were involved in Holy Shroud currently stood idle that have a proven record in the arena of deniable direct action. Meaning that if something went wrong, all the fingers would be pointed at Curtis Hydroponics, not Comstar, Karpov said, smiling. Given that SAFE is hardly the premier intelligence agency within the inner sphere, our ability to operate more freely within the Free Worlds League than elsewhere will likely help us here, don't you think, Precentor Ram? He checked with Laidlaw. Our experience during Holy Shroud would certainly say so, Laidlaw confirmed. At one point I was concerned that Loki might uncover who was actually responsible for the sabotage of the Lyran research into ferrofibrous armor technology, but SAFE never came close to capturing any of our people despite them being more paranoid about Comstar to start with than their opposite numbers in other states tend to be. Perhaps we should dispatch some of these highly skilled veteran operatives of yours out to Peyron to find out what exactly is going on out there with them, Precenter Alpha Centauri suggested. There are all sorts of wild rumors circling about the place, including that the Star League Expeditionary Brigade ship which ended up there back in 2819 was actually working for the Neops Association. Yes, I've been wondering about that one myself, Karpov interjected, looking to Laidlaw. It's possible, Laidlaw replied without commitment, but I'm afraid our intelligence gathering operation out there in the periphery has always been a mere shadow of its inner sphere counterpart, she continued apologetically. We know that the Peyron Free System seemed unusually receptive to taking in refugees from von Strang's world, I suppose I should call it Aaron now, and there are some interesting references to the SLS Pioneer there receiving a shipment of spare parts and ammunition a few years after they arrived, which might have been the Neops Association providing assistance to their associates on the far side of the inner sphere. Surely on the balance of probabilities it must have been Neops, outside of the great houses, or ourselves. Who else would have that sort of thing to hand to give them? Karpov asked rhetorically. You may be right, Primus, Laidlaw conceded. I must confess that the official story according to the authorities on Peyron that parties unknown appeared there one day offering to sell naval autocannon ammunition and thruster assemblies compatible with an Avatar-class heavy cruiser and were happy to accept payment in fruit seems a somewhat dubious tale. Fruit? Karpov repeated nonplussed. It was the major export of Peyron before the Amorous War, lots of tropical islands dotted with tropical fruit plantations apparently, Laidlaw explained. It would have been the only thing they probably could have offered in trade, but honestly, who would accept bananas and coconuts when the Lyran Commonwealth isn't far away and would have paid in cold hard cash? I'd have to agree, Precenter Diran concurred. Before we introduced the sea bill, the Lyran kroner was considered the most secure currency in the inner sphere, one that was accepted far outside their borders. It's not like the choice was between fruit and Capellan yuan. If it had been, then the fruit might have seemed a better deal, I suppose, he joked, even managing to obtain a slight chuckle from the Primus, who was still rolling his eyes at the notion of anyone paying for rare and therefore expensive military equipment with a few mangoes or whatever. The whole notion was so ridiculous that not only was it clearly untrue, whoever was responsible wanted everyone to know it was just a cover story for whatever was really going on. Frankly, the whole thing stank of Neops being behind it, in Karpov's opinion. The only question to his mind now was whether the government of Peyron as a whole knew they were a pawn in the association's game, or if only the Expeditionary Brigade personnel operating the warship knew who they were working for. Konrad Toyama, Karpov's predecessor as Primus, had theorized in his later years if the former SLDF people at Peyron were affiliated to his personal bête noire, the so-called United Tribes who had plagued the Draconis Combine for a year or so before vanishing never to be seen again. There had never been any indication of that being the case, however, and most analysts considered it more plausible that the tribes were a reconnaissance force dispatched by Kerensky's SLDF to investigate the current state of the inner sphere. Despite arriving during the brief period of relative peace between the First and Succession Wars, these scouts would have found the inner sphere, and the former Terran hegemony in particular, utterly wrecked by the fighting. WMD had been thrown around like confetti for much of the time they were absent, and Karpov could only assume their reaction was to head back to Kerensky to tell him the Star League was a lost cause and that if they came back the lunatics running the successor states would likely greet them with thermonuclear fire. A few analysts within ROM had suggested the tribes were another Neops operation, but most of them sincerely doubted it. It would have made far more sense for them to poke around in one of their less capable warships, the Congress-class frigate for example, rather than risk exposing the fact they possessed a pair of such rare and extremely useful vessels as the Riga II. And where would Neops get hold of the things anyway? Very few people still held to the theory that the association was affiliated to Kerensky, some kind of Trojan horse for a future SLDF return. They just weren't low-key enough in their foreign policy for that to be plausible. Maybe if they had continued to hunker down in their home system, quietly vacuuming up old SLDF caches or whatever, but they were clearly building their own little empire out there, and judging by the whole telescope thing, the Astrocracy, as Rom had christened the dominant faction in their elected civilian government, was evidently running things, not the military. Unless those dropship-sized orbital telescopes they were placing everywhere in their domain were actually massive naval lasers, of course, as the conspiracy theorists contended. That was always the problem when dealing with Neops, far too many unknowns for comfort. Unfortunately, once shorn of their ability to simply read the mail of anyone they were spying upon, Rom was not the intelligence-gathering juggernaut of internal Comstar legend. Having one of their agents caught red-handed while trying to infiltrate a government-run facility on Alphard was not exactly a ringing endorsement of Rom's ground game, or HUMINT as Laidlaw always referred to it. Perhaps you could share your thoughts regarding the Kosara negotiations with the group, Karpov suggested, looking to his spymaster, who would probably benefit from raising her stock with the First Circuit a little right now. I certainly found your thoughts on the matter we discussed earlier intriguing. As you wish, Primus, Laidlaw replied, offering him a slight bow in deference, knowing that he liked that sort of thing. Rom has become aware of preliminary negotiations between Neops and the defense company Kosara Weaponries on Northwind to purchase a license to produce the Crab medium battle mech, she announced. This is intriguing for a number of reasons, starting with the timing. Specifically, why now? Because the Federated Suns pushed the Capellan Confederation off the planet recently, perhaps. Judy Cheney as Prekenter Calf suggested. Northwind lay only one jump from Calf, so her knowledge and understanding of the regional situation made sense. Quite so, Laidlaw confirmed. In fact, the NEOPS Association reached out to the government of the Federated Sons and told them in no uncertain terms that the only reason they never contacted COSERA before seeking such a license was their distaste for putting money into the hands of the Capellans, who they referred to as, and I quote them directly, a tyrannical police state which practices chattel slavery in all but name. Cheney shrugged. Well, they're not wrong, he said, reaching for a glass of water. But I'm not sure the Confederation would appreciate being categorized that way. I'm sure they wouldn't appreciate it at all, which is why we intend to let it slip to Xi'an, along with a few remarks about how the NEOPS Association is acting like a vulture picking over the scraps of Northwind along with their Davian friends, Karpov responded. Are they friends? Prekenter Diran asked. They're amiable at least, enough so that we can possibly persuade not only the Capellans, but also the Combine, that NEOPS is perhaps a little too close to their Davian enemies, Laidlaw stated. The Fed Sons previously allowed Federated Boeing Interstellar and General Motors to sell the association production licenses, for a couple of dropship types and a medium mech respectively, the latter of which is also relevant to the current COSERA negotiations. How so? Because we believe it indicates a desire by NEOPS to follow in the footsteps of the Terran hegemony in a less praiseworthy form, Laidlaw responded. We once believed that choosing to purchase a license to produce the Blackjack was a decision driven by financial concerns. It's not a very good machine, so they got it dirt cheap, but in light of them seeking the Crab, we're re-evaluating our view. It seems that unlike the Blackjack, which is being made at their factory on Alphard to equip militia units, the Crab will be produced at a new factory to be built in the NEOPS system itself for the regular military only. Terra always kept the best equipment for its own use, making sure that the hegemony-born soldiers of its royal divisions had mechs that outclassed those of not only other member states of the Star League but also the non-royal SLDF units, Karpov noted. The Blackjack and the Crab are both medium mechs, but not all medium mechs are born equal, Laidlaw said, smirking. Our belief is that NEOPS wants to make sure that its vassals don't have the hardware needed to secede at some point, so the militias get palmed off with utter crap like the Blackjack for their primary battle mech, and the obsolescent ballista for artillery, while NEOPS itself has the Crab and the Thor SPG, she said. Given their proven ability to manufacture, if not necessarily mass produce, hegemony-less tech, we're assuming that the Crab in NEOPS service will be the CRB-27 or even CRB-27B model with all the advanced electronics lacking from the downgraded CRB-20 produced currently at Northwind. Is there much difference? The Star League thought highly enough of the CRB-27 to want to make it the standard medium battle mech of the SLDF, Laidlaw told them, and to give you a better idea of the situation, even the monkey model CRB-20 is probably better than the Blackjack, she continued, directly quoting one of her staff that always gave the impression of being a battle mech nerd that used to make models of the things as a kid and presumably knew what he was talking about. Prekenter Bryant frowned. Is this part of a military build-up by NEOPS, do you think? He asked. Perhaps, but given the age of many of their machines it could just be that a higher proportion of them are worn out than we hitherto believed, Laidlaw suggested another explanation. You've got to remember that despite NEOPS sitting out the succession wars, some of the battle mechs that arrived there with the 295th had likely fought their way right through the Second Periphery Rising and then the Amorous Civil War, so it's not like they were factory fresh with 0 miles on the clock. We know they previously bought a license to hand-build Thug assaults from Earthworks, maybe to gradually replace a few old wrecks that were getting expensive to keep running, but if their fleet of mediums is getting long in the tooth, or if they've just got so many different types that maintaining them all is a logistical nightmare that they're hoping to remedy, then replacing that many machines would need mass production. A few technicians in what is essentially a garage workshop, if admittedly a highly advanced one in the form of their project workshop facilities, simply isn't up to it. Laidlaw smiled. For all the hyperbole about Star League military equipment being sturdy to the point of being apocalypse-proof, that isn't nearly as true for the more complicated electronic systems as it is for the fusion engines, for example, she said. We do know from our sources that NEOPS has a near fetish for high-tech force multipliers, likely because they know they can't possibly compete with the armed forces of the great houses numerically, and components in things like Guardian ECM systems, Beagle active probes, or even just basic communication suites do wear out just like battle mech joints, and they're a lot harder to fix with a hammer. Karpov meshed his fingers in front of him. I imagine we can expect this new factory of theirs at NEOPS itself to take about as much time to build as the one they constructed previously on Alphard, he surmised. If not longer, because it sounds like this Crab is a more technologically advanced and complex machine than the bucket of bolts they're foisting on the planetary militias of their vassals. A reasonable assumption, Primus, Laidlaw agreed. It's also possible that supplying the needs and wants of their new mercenary lackeys will overstretch their production of certain materials, such as the ferrofibrous armor needed for the CRB-27, and lead to a production bottleneck. The Primus practically spat at the mention of the armor, all that time and effort spent preventing the Lyrans from bringing it back into production, and now NEOPS was giving it out to Blake-damned mercenaries even if they refrained from sales to the successor states. I assume we know more about these company store arrangements now thanks to our agent within Bolton's Rangers. Yes, Primus, Laidlaw confirmed. as well as part of their remuneration coming in the form of Listec equipment while directly in the employ of NEOPS. It has also been posited that in return for the mercenaries continuing to base themselves there once their contracts are up they might be able to still access the store while working for other parties in the future, she told the First Circuit. There would be certain caveats to such an agreement naturally. For example, take a contract with someone NEOPS expressly doesn't like, the Capellans for example, no ferrofibrous for you. And presumably the mercenaries based on a NEOPS hegemony world would be expected to help defend it. Prekenter Procyon surmised. Yes, maybe an arrangement where one battalion in a regiment had to stay behind while the other two were free to go fight for the Merrics or whoever, Laidlaw replied. I can see the Free Worlds League, the Federated Sons and the Lyran Commonwealth being highly supportive of such a system if it meant they occasionally got to hire mercenaries with more advanced weaponry than the norm. Sure, but the Capellans and the Combine won't like it one bit, Prekenter Procyon noted. That's something we can also work with. Indeed, Karpov responded. We know that NEOPS has told the coordinator directly that they will never treat amicably with Luthien, while there are units of the DCMS such as the 2nd Sword of Light Regiment who actually seem proud of having obeyed orders to commit war crimes. Prekenter New Earth looked puzzled. I don't know what that refers to, I'm afraid. The 2nd Sword of Light paint the flag of Kent Ares on their mech, Laidlaw explained, earning a grimace from the Prekenter. The Kent Ares massacre had horrified Jerome Blake himself to the point that he had not only allowed Comstar to take a step back from its usual strict neutrality to condemn it, but he had later promoted Nolan Mordicki of the Kent Ares HPG station, Comstar's hero of the hour for getting the word out, to the First Circuit for his moral courage in taking a stand at the risk of his own life. Naturally enough, the coordinator objected to being spoke to that way, although naturally the Davian First Prince approved, which is another reason why we expect New Avalon to agree to any deal struck between NEOPS and Khosra, Laidlaw added. This is not to say that NEOPS does not criticize all the great houses for having annexed worlds of the former Terran hegemony, they just divide the successor states into two distinct categories, these being assholes and complete assholes, to quote their General Romanoff in a statement she once made to a reporter from the Federal News Service. Cheney laughed. Again, well, they're not wrong, she repeated herself, guaranteeing that Karpov was going to have her investigated as a potential NEOPS asset, and even if cleared she certainly wasn't going to survive the next purge. I don't think any of you take the threat NEOPS represents to Comstar as seriously as the situation demands. Karpov suddenly exclaimed, causing most of the First Circuit to flinch. Holy Shroud will have been a complete failure if we allow them to undo our good works and they continue to threaten our monopoly on HPG communication, he snarled. I want them gone, excised from the inner sphere. If I ever so much as see one more story on CNN that praises them so much as one iota, I will be very unhappy, am I understood? He continued, glaring directly at Cheney, who looked suitably terrified. Mentally putting together a list of scapegoats with Rom she could blame for any failures within her own organization, Janice Laidlaw only felt relieved that she wasn't the one being singled out. Meanwhile, the rest of the First Circuit fervently wished that Karpov's old friend Michel Dupriez was still around to rein him in somewhat, because right now he looked like he was on the verge of either foaming at the mouth or having a stroke. Note from the author. Janice Laidlaw, successor to Michel Dupriez as head of ROM, was the right hand of Primus Raymond Karpov during his reforms of Comstar to make it even more of a quasi-religion than Konrad Toyama had, and the person that ran Operation Holy Shroud, Karpov's plan to put the permanently lost in Listec. Given what happened to Dupriez, the First Circuit isn't likely to argue with anything Karpov says. With Karpov at the helm, and Laidlaw acting as his loyal minion and enforcer, Comstar truly became the Dark Shadow Master pulling the strings behind the scenes. It was throughout the next couple of centuries, with the big change here being that they have to deal with the damn NEOPS Association going around shining a bright light into the dark ages they're trying to create. For certain parties, such as Curtis Hydroponics, the reintroduction of the Jamerson-Ulikov water purifier is not good news. Ikar is a fairly well-developed Lyran-controlled system situated only one jump from Star's End, dropping the slaves liberated from the latter onto the former, making them the local Duke's problem, was the solution NEOPS came up with. The crew of the SLS Pioneer at Peyron paying for naval autocannon and spare parts with fruit really happened, of course. The 295th/331 STSLDF temporarily based at Camelot Command needed food, but it does sound a little dubious, let's be fair. In canon, Marcus Steiner contracted meningitis while visiting some planets near the front lines, eventually dying from it, leading to Claudius Steiner becoming Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth. Unfortunately for the Commonwealth, Caligula Claudius was, quite frankly, totally unhinged. The CRB-27 Crab would have likely become the standard medium mech of the SLDF if not for the Amorous War. The factory where it was made on Northwind was largely destroyed during the First Succession War, but Khosra Weaponries was still able to manage a downgraded version, the CRB-20, that was produced for the Capellan Confederation until the Federated Sons took over Northwind in the early 2840s. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LXV. If regular LRMs are sometimes practically, to whom it may concern, in a big confused firefight when everyone is running around like crazy and shooting in all directions, One advantage of semi-guided LRMs is that they maintain their fuck that guy in particular capability, even if he's doing 100 km per hour and using his jump jets. Watching a salvo of the things all simultaneously bank in mid-air like a flock of birds because the mech they were fired at has relocated since they were launched is just downright spooky at first, but it sure is satisfying watching them go on to hit a moving target, assuming that you're not the target. COL. Jimmy Msevety Jones, Marching Through Les Novo, NEOPS Free Press, 2905. Capital City NEOPS Association, NEOPS 7, 2845. Nah. To be honest, I think she was happy at the prospect of not having me underfoot at home all the time. Franklin Hallis replied to Admiral Bremen's query as to whether his wife was annoyed at him returning from his post-deployment extended leave a few days earlier than planned. When I first got back I was a novelty, but I guess she got used to not having me around all that time getting in the way, he added, grinning. What did your kids think about it? Brigadier General Nellis asked. Pretty much the same. Really happy to have me back at first, but eventually I was the guy sitting on the couch in front of the holovid watching the news and stopping Judith playing her video games on it instead, Hallis told him. I think I mostly just confused Zack by being around. He wasn't really very old when I set off and he's an actual kid now. I'm just grateful that Barb made sure to show him my picture regularly, as well as one of me and Frederick together, because otherwise he'd have been really bewildered when we walked in the door together. Yeah, in a few more years you'll look like identical twins, Bremen replied. And eventually I guess he'll look like your father. Hallis sighed. Not looking forward to that, maybe outliving him I mean, he admitted. Though I'm kinda hoping he loses his hair first because that would be hilarious, he added, grinning again. My dad lost his, so it's definitely on the cards. General Romanoff looked up from her noteputer. Honestly, I thought you'd spend your entire leave in the sack making up for lost time with the missus, she told him, deadpan. All those months in space not doing enough exercise wreck your cardiovascular fitness, did it? Hallis thought up a few replies and eventually went for the one that would bite back the hardest. Maybe I'm just getting old, he responded as Bremen and Nellis tried not to laugh. You're not old, I'm old enough to be your goddamn mom, Romanoff replied indignantly. It wasn't like he was one of those mayflies that were lucky to reach 100, Hallis had received the same gene therapy as a kid as she had, though admittedly decades later. Those two statements are not actually mutually exclusive, ma'am, Hallis replied sweetly. Jenna Romanoff narrowed her eyes at him. I didn't miss you either, she said eventually. Lousy kids got no respect, she thought to herself bitterly. Anyhow, welcome back to work, and don't go thinking that being away so long beating up on the Von Strangs and brutalizing some pirates means that I'm going to cut you any slack. I expect you to be back up to speed with everything going on as of yesterday, and if you can't hit the ground running then I'm going to want to know the reason why. Yep, it's damn good to be back all right, Hallis remarked, smiling at his commanding officer. Thanks to HPG Communication, the news of the success of the operation had gotten back to NEOPS months ahead of the returning heroes, as local media called them, although of course some of the news that made its way back hadn't been good for everyone. Casualties overall had been light, in particular the number of SLDF troops killed in action had been minimal and close to the figure predicted by the most optimistic projections, but minimal did not mean zero, and to her credit General Romanoff had visited the families of each soldier that had died to deliver the bad news personally when the notification Hallis had dispatched from the Apollo HPG arrived. Bringing back the honored dead for burial on NEOPS 7, Franklin Hallis had then joined Romanoff in attending each funeral as they were laid to rest, offering what words of comfort he could as the families of the bereaved were told of their bravery and loyal service. As ever, the words rang hollow to some, although his mention that the DNA of the fallen would get a chance to live on in future generations of Ironborn was usually welcomed by those of the Wolverine persuasion to whom he was still the Khan who had delivered them from bondage and genocide, Mech Warrior Moses as Barbara sometimes called him Riley. Hallis himself was more self-effacing than that, always pointing out that he was only really following the instructions left to him by Khan McKeevty, who was the one that really deserved the credit. As for the funerals, making sure the honored dead were all deep in the ground before the victory parade the government wanted to hold took place was only right, even if the families had already had months by this point to adjust to the loss and mourn their loved one. The parade through the capital past cheering crowds had been considerably more ostentatious and showier than Hallis would have liked, and the part towards the end where captured Rimworld's Republic and Amorous Empire flags were thrown on the ground in front of him to walk across as he approached the High Associator to hand him the signed document of Karl von Strang's surrender had seemed faintly ridiculous. At least Trish had fun repeatedly whispering "Remember Khan, thou art mortal" in his ear at every opportunity until he threatened to dismiss her as SA Khan and give the job to Jax Benedict. Benedict himself seemed to enjoy his own part in the parade, leading the contingent who had boarded the shipyard at Star's End and getting to field questions from the press afterwards. Showing off the big scar on his right arm where some pirate on the station had slashed him with a machete, the colonel wasn't really the greatest natural storyteller, but the brief firefight followed by some brutal hand-to-hand against some recalcitrant buccaneers unwilling to hand over some specialist equipment had raised his profile nicely. Hallis had warned Benedict not to describe in as graphic detail to the journalists as he had in his written report on the incident on what precisely happened to the head of the pirate that attacked him with the machete after he put the muzzle of his automatic combat shotgun against it and pulled the trigger, but the sanitized version was still pretty gruesome. Not that pirate slaver scum were going to elicit much sympathy for getting their skull and brains splattered all over a bulkhead. Frankly, they should have realized that the SLDF people were looking for an excuse to kill them and not given them a good one. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the vast majority of the Belt Pirates of Stars End knew when to pick their battles and meekly stood aside while Benedict got on with his work. In the end, the biggest headache proved to be logistical, handling the 17,000 or so slaves liberated from the system and getting them to Akar along with their meager possessions took a lot longer than requisitioning a few hundred tons of valuable shipyard equipment did. None of the loot from Stars End, not that calling it loot was encouraged, would be needed for the pressurized shipyard under construction, Camelot Command having provided everything needed for that, but some of the equipment might find its way into the second yard planned for later, the one that would be primarily geared towards civilian jump ship production. The warship yard itself, tentatively being referred to as the Arsenal Nuevo because flaunting the depth of your education on Neops was the done thing even if it happened to be in the humanities not the sciences, was bigger and nonetheless paradoxically much smaller than Camelot Command had been. Bigger in the sense that, unlike the one at Camelot, the pressurized yard itself was large enough to fit any of the ships in the fleet inside, but smaller in that they didn't need to stuff the yard inside an asteroid also large enough to also hold a complete fleet base as well. The asteroid holding the Arsenal Nuevo wouldn't rotate to create artificial gravity either, but in a system compact enough that you could just catch a dropship back to Neops 7 for the weekend. Dealing with the long-term effects of freefall on the human body was much less of an issue for the personnel working there than it would have been at Camelot. An ovoid metallic asteroid several kilometers across on the long axis, at least the material dug, or occasionally blasted out to make space for the yard wasn't wasted as it was hauled off to one of the orbital foundries to be turned into useful products. Some of the yard itself was actually made of iron torn out of its heart and turned into steel pressure bulkheads, although a lot of the metal had been imported from the Illyrian Palatinate years before, back in the days when Neops was still in the process of expanding its own industries and the shipyard's construction hadn't been delayed yet. Talking of metal, the head of the bronze statue of Stephan Amaris that was torn down and cut into pieces for hauling back to Neops now rested on a plinth in the city museum. The rest of the thing was intended to be melted down piece by piece to make metals from as required, a final act of the SLDF counting coup over the bastard. Jenna Romanoff checked the time. Okay, I'll start with the latest update coming out of the Skunk Works, she said, looking briefly down at her noteputer again. They say it'll be a miracle if they can get Project Hittle to the stage that we'll have a production model of the new Starfire-based Follow the Leader LRM coming off the assembly lines within 20 years, she announced. Even after they figure it out completely in technical terms, we'll need to create a whole new sector of the electronics industry almost entirely from scratch to make the required microchips. Damn, Nellis responded glumly. I can't say I really expected them to get it to work, but I was certainly hoping, he said. Did they provide an explanation dumbed down enough for me to understand what the problem is exactly? Something to do with the chips in the Starfire using copper instead of aluminium somehow, Romanoff replied. If you really want to know the details you'll have to talk to one of the engineers, but from what I can make out it allows you to make them a lot smaller. The problem is we've only got the Starfires themselves, not the machinery used to make them, so we're starting from scratch having to invent, or rather reinvent, a whole new manufacturing process in order to replicate the wretched things. Sounds like it could end up an expensive boondoggle of a project to me then, Bremen observed. Should we really be pouring funds into it that could be better employed elsewhere? If by we you mean the military, then no, we can get a better bang for our buck much faster putting our money into other things, but in the broader sense these new chips could completely revolutionize computing, Romanoff told him. It might have been hyperbole, but the engineer I talked to was talking about a computer with the processing power of a Casper AI that could fit on your desk, she continued. If the civilian government want to put in the funds needed to develop that kind of technology themselves, then I say good luck to them. I do fancy the idea of having a noteputer with enough processing horsepower to run a 3D battle mech simulator, she joked before becoming serious again. It's not all bad news from the Rocketeers at the Skunk Works though. They think they can provide us with something useful before you infants have to retire from the service, maybe even before I do. They got the new model Aero 4 to work? Hallis asked hopefully. The current Star League era version had done sterling work on von Strang's world and he knew they were working hard on a longer-ranged version when he set out the previous year. Dan Hamerick, long a proponent of bringing even more arty to the party, unsurprising given that he was a gunner, argued that the best bang for your buck for the SLDF in terms of new equipment would be setting up a production line for more Vala-launched vehicles rather than tanks or mechs, and the man's argument certainly held up to scrutiny. Even if the new model Aero 4 launchers and missiles might be too high-tech, not to mention too secret, to produce outside of Neops, the vehicles themselves could be made on Alphard where labor was cheaper, or maybe even on Comstock, which was also trying to develop its industrial sector. If they did start producing new Vala launch vehicles, there was one change to the original design of the vehicle itself that Hamerick strongly recommended, one that most everyone would agree with. The Vala was too damn slow, Too slow to keep up with the Thor SPGs it usually operated with, although that could be readily solved by swapping out its ICE power plant for a more powerful fuel cell engine. That would raise the manufacturing cost per unit, but it would be well worth it in terms of capability and still be a lot cheaper than blowing the budget on fusion engines for everything. A fuel cell-powered Vala chassis that fast with its all-terrain 8-wheel drive might make a good basis for a useful future APC or even AIF V2, and if you could argue simplified logistics and cost savings from long production runs, it was easier to get the bean counters at the Treasury to sign off on spending. Well, yes, but that's not what I meant, although it is related to that, Romanov responded confusingly. Most of their efforts towards getting more range was based around lighter alloys and replacing the original rocket motors with ones based on those of the improved SRM, but they also looked into making the guidance system lighter at the same time. Even saving a few kilograms would help, but while messing about with the Seeker head they realized they could make a smaller, less capable but still functional budget version they could stuff into an LRM. Hallis raised his eyebrows. Tag LRMs? He said in surprise. Not exactly the fire and forget missiles of our dreams, but if you illuminate the target they'd kamikaze themselves straight into whatever was being painted like a swarm of mini aerofours, Romanov told him. Should work just as well on moving targets as stationary ones, just as long as you keep the tag focused on the target anyway. But the real party piece would be having someone else paint the enemy mech while you indirect fired the things from behind cover. They want to call them semi-guided LRMs to differentiate them from a future Starfire enhanced follow-the-leader system, which would be actual self-guided munitions. Did anyone else already call that tactical tag teaming? Because if not, I want credit, Nellis said quickly. Hallis blinked. A dervish using those things would be a freaking nightmare if you paired it up with another mech, say a Wolverine 2, mounting a tag, he declared, running scenarios in his head. Use the jump jets to exploit cover and you could make the lives of enemy scouts relying on their speed utterly miserable for a start. Why Wolverine 2 in particular? It's a command mech with the same top speed and jump range as the Dervish, so they'd operate well together as a team, and also my mind just automatically defaults to Wolverine, Hallis admitted with a chuckle, only half in jest. More seriously, we were already looking to upgrading the ones we had, and with the replacement weapons and armor being lighter and more compact, we'll easily find the mass and internal space to fit a tag in there too. It's certainly a thought, although the team looking into it was thinking more in terms of it being a winged hussar doing the tagging for the semi-guided LRMs, like they will for the aerofours, but having a medium lance able to tag for itself would certainly be useful, Romanov concurred. On that topic, the next generation Guardian and Beagle needed for the HSR 265 model aren't proving as tricky to develop as they feared it might be last year. Reducing the weight of both by half a ton or so does now look feasible, so we won't have to sacrifice any current capability from the winged hussar to hang a tag module on there as well. That's good, Hallis replied. I'd hate to have to lose either the flamer or the machine guns. The older HSR 250S we used against von Strang did good work. A first-rate scout mech that can also deal with infantry as well is a real boon. The original hussar was too much of a one-trick pony. The ones you unloaded on the militia once you got something better, you mean, Nellis Riley observed. Romanov laughed. You've got to be the only planetary militia in the galaxy that actually complains when someone hands them a bunch of SLDF Royals. Upgraded Royals, no less, Hallis concurred. Second generation ER, large lasers and more armor. Spoiled is what he is, Bremen piled in, grinning. Nellis sighed. All I'm saying is that you guys are getting your super hussars, and awesome new missiles, and whatever, and all I get is your cast-offs, he complained. The cast-offs that make the Neops Association militia the second best equipped military this side of clan space, you mean? Romanov asked rhetorically. Tell you what, how about when you've finished refitting the next Stingray squadron that arrives from Westover, you slide a few of your old Eagle heavies my way, Nellis suggested. I know you're thinking about mothballing them because they're not great in Atmo and you're all about air support for ground troops. Not all of us, Bremen objected. The fleet can always find a job for them in space. Only if you can get the pilots. You've already got more airframes than you have bodies to stick in the cockpit, Nellis pointed out. By the time the tax break generation is available to recruit from, you'll have F-90s coming out of your ears, even if Andurian Aerotech isn't exactly fulfilling delivery contracts as fast as you wanted. Give the baby his bottle even if doesn't really need another feed, Hallis joked, earning a nasty look from Nellis. Giving the other branches shit was a time-honored tradition, but that didn't mean it was always well received. For that matter, if it was always taken in good humor, it wouldn't be nearly as much fun. I'll remind you that there were some of my people with you fighting von Strang, Franklin, Nellis noted, tone indicating he was being deadly serious right now. Just like there were a few that fought alongside the SLDF on Algenab, he continued, now looking to Romanov, who had commanded that earlier operation when they put the blood rain down. Nam isn't a part-time pretend military like some planets have, that's why the association survived perfectly well before you people turned up, pirates that jumped in never got to jump out again to tell anyone about us. Okay Craig, you've made your point, Hallis responded, holding up his hands. For what it's worth, Carmichael and your boys and girls with him acquitted themselves damn well, considering he was the only one of them that had done it before for real, and that wasn't as a commanding officer, he continued, trying to placate the man. Bolton and Tyson both said it was a tough fight at the end when von Strang's regulars entered the fray and mentioned the NOM company doing good work as part of that in their after-action reports. Since they've both fought on the front lines when the Drax and the Fedsons are throwing everything they have at each other, I figure they've been in the shit enough to be a good judge of soldiering, so nobody is belittling your people, believe me. Nellis crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Just keep in mind that one day you might find it useful for the NOM to safely handle the defense of this system without any help, he suggested. Eventually you'll have enough troops to use all your equipment, and the star lift available to move them, and being able to do so when you need to because my people have your backs will be a comfort. Yeah, I guess, but I'm not sure when that'll be because who knows when Jacob there's going to get all the dropships he wants, Hallis responded before turning to the man himself. Incidentally, the mercs were all impressed with the cargo master. Johnson even asked if it might be possible to buy one or two of them from us. I told him our licensing agreement with Federated Boeing said we couldn't sell to anyone else, but he might try and see if we'll bend the rules. If it wasn't for those goddamn telescopes I'd have another couple of them already plus even more of the Cargo King in service, Bremen complained. I've run some numbers and you'd be amazed how much time and money they'll save us in running costs in the long term based on how well the first batch are doing running cargo from here to Alphard and back. Just the salaries saved by needing fewer dock workers at either end is significant, not to mention the robots aren't unionized and don't object to working in the middle of the night if the ship happens to land when most people are asleep. Don't know about all that, but the cargo master was damn good at unloading ammo and supplies, I'll say that, Hallis replied. You can practically reverse an empty volley up to the loading ramp and get the robots to refill the magazines for you as long as the guy holding the remote control isn't a complete klutz. I actually was going to run an idea past the Skunk Works if they could maybe give them full loader mech functionality. What? So when you run out of ammo in your Archer or whatever, just run to the nearest cargo master and it'll top you up automatically? Romanoff asked, intrigued. Hallis nodded. Could be useful, he replied. I mean, you wouldn't usually have your dropships that close to the action, but sometimes, when it all hits the fan and you're pinned down near the LZ, speeding up the turnaround of getting a mech that's run dry back into the fight could turn the tide, he suggested. Ammo loader mechs like the Patron were basically invented to do the same thing. A mech not actually in the fight because it stood idle waiting for a forklift to bring it a crate of LRMs isn't contributing. You don't always have a spare J-27 around to help you out. The other thing that works for you there is that the Cargo Master has a hell of a lot more firepower than your average cargo hauler, and thinking about it now I'm wondering if we could maybe add a few tons of those new semi-guided LRMs to her ammunition loadout as well as that of the new Grant when we get them, Bremen suggested. Mount a tag or two as well so they can paint targets for themselves if necessary. No matter what they cost to fire off, those semi-guided LRMs have got to be a bargain compared to having a dropship shot up, Hallis agreed. How goes it with the Grant anyway? The design is finalized. It's basically just a slightly upgraded Lee with the Aero 4 launchers fully integrated, unlike on the one we kludged together for your command dropship, but we need cargo haulers more, especially civilian ones, so the Cargo King takes precedence for production. Not that we're turning them out as fast as we could, or should. Goddamn telescopes, he muttered darkly again. I swear, Jacob, when Murray first ordered those put into production you looked like you were about this close to pulling a James McKenna, placing a battleship in orbit and blowing up islands until he changed his mind, Romanoff said, laughing. Holding her thumb and index finger about a centimeter apart. It's a good job for all of you that making myself Director General at gunpoint would involve dealing with so much politics. I know I'd hate it, even if I got to make as many dropships and warships as I wanted, Bremen replied, shaking his head sadly. Looks like even when the shipyard is finished I'll have to delay refitting Michigan. I already knew we've put so many miles on the 3 tramps putting them through a full overhaul was necessary, along with a couple of the Star Lords, but now we've got a monolith with a KF drive that's starting to act glitchy as well. It's a good thing you brought back that extra invader with you, Franklin, or we'd have to start thinking about not planting a flag on Adhara in the next couple of years even if it looks like it's mineral rich. The part that really grated on Bremen was that according to the opinion polls High Associator Murray was nearly certain to be re-elected in the upcoming ballot. Incumbent advantage, along with minimal unemployment, rising wages, and the feel-good factor of giving Karl von Strang and his amorous loyalist lackeys a shellacking made it almost guaranteed that resources would continue to be directed towards scientific projects, not the military. I thought having the repair bays on the Olympus stations running was going to solve our transportation issues. Nellis queried. Bremen shook his head. Even though we made sure to build them with bays large enough to cope with an invader, so we can keep those running easily enough, we've become reliant on the larger jump ships to be able to cope with the sheer level of demand for moving people and cargo. We're basically a victim of our own success. Immigration and economic growth are so high I'm having to go ahead with that idea of bringing that old Leviathan back into service to run cargo between here and Alphard so I can free up the ships we've currently got on that route to running out of Islington and Kepler instead. The KF drive on the Leviathan looks functional enough according to the engineers I had take a look at her, but I'm still going to want to jump her from the Zenith to the Nadir a couple of times with a skeleton crew aboard to make sure before we put her to work. Kepler, you said? Why? I thought we were years away from beginning to tap all that oil. Light industry taking off on Copernicus is massively increasing demand for specialty plastics that we're currently having to import from the Free Worlds League, so because of that the Department for Trade and Industry is pushing for domestic production instead, Bremen explained. That means they're up my ass to provide the shipping needed to build and operate a petrochemical industry on Kepler. They're already trying to recruit some drilling and refining experts from Tamarind, hoping that they find some willing to emigrate. Tamarind. 9 jumps from here in the Free Worlds League, industrial east world with substantial oil deposits under the deserts there, although most of the planet isn't nearly as arid as Kepler, so the population is in the billions and the economy is diversified, not just resource extraction, Bremen replied. To be honest, I'd only heard of the place myself because there's also a shipyard there that produces invader jump ships. Romanov looked at them all askance. Philistines, she berated them. Some of the best artists in the whole inner sphere live on Tamarind, or at least they used to back in the good old days. I don't know much about art, ma'am, Hallis told her. Not even to the point I know what I like. When it comes to decor and such, mostly my wife handles that sort of thing. Way I heard it, you've had someone else handling your thing recently, Nellis responded, smirking. Grow up, Craig, Bremen told him. Jesus Christ! Hallis exclaimed. How far did that stupid rumor spread? He asked rhetorically. For the record, just because that girl threw herself at me, and I use the word girl accurately because she's barely into her 20s and young enough to be my granddaughter, it doesn't mean that I caught her. Romanov interjected, chuckling. She just got the wrong end of the stick is all, Hallis tried to explain. It was suggested that she wouldn't be safe on Erin, or Perrin, or even in the Lyran Commonwealth because people with a beef with Karl von Strang might try and seek revenge on his mistress, in lieu of him or his actual family not being available, so I offered to transport her and her own immediate family back here to settle on one of our colonies. For some reason she got it into her head that I wanted to celebrate beating von Strang by taking his mistress for myself as a trophy. How did she get that idea? I guess it's just the kind of stuff that happens out there, Hallis replied, shrugging. The whole region is piracy and slavery central, counting coup on your enemy by taking his woman for your own is an actual thing. It's not like she had much choice in the matter when von Strang decided to make her his mistress either, he continued, before suddenly grinning. If it hadn't been so damn awkward it would have been funny, especially the time when she tried to look sultry and seductive while the ship was charging her drive a couple of jumps out from Erin. The girl had no experience with freefall, so the pose she was striking just looked ridiculous. For one thing, long hair might look great hanging down over a girl's shoulders, but sticking out in all directions it makes them look more like a feather duster. Part of the problem was that excessively long journeys like the one back to Neops were just monotonous, tedious, and frankly boring as hell. There were only so many old movies you could watch to try and keep yourself entertained, so people sought out some distracting gossip and intrigue wherever they could and would blow the story up out of all proportion just to liven things up a little. Karl von Strang's gorgeous mistress making an obvious play for the CO, who was the con no less, making it all even spicier for those of a Wolverine persuasion, was simply grist for the rumor mill. In truth there was nothing to it whatsoever, which didn't mean that Hallis didn't tell his wife all about it as soon as he got home, mostly because he had to before Frederick made jokes about it in front of her. Fortunately Barbara believed him, which didn't stop her using it against him later, of course, because if life gives you ammunition to use against your husband, why let it rot in the Brian cache? So, was she disappointed or relieved when you managed to get the message across you didn't have lascivious designs upon her? Nellis wanted to know. Relieved, not that she necessarily believed me at first, Hallis replied. I mean, she's a good-looking girl. Von Strang basically had his pick of the lower classes for a bedmate, so she might have had the notion she was as hot as it gets and hence irresistible. Bremen smiled. As hot as it gets on a planet with the combined population of a not particularly large town, you mean, he said. It's like Helen of Troy, she might have been the most beautiful woman in all the Greek world circa 1300 BC, but in population terms that's like being the prettiest girl in any city in the inner sphere, as in Helen might have been able to make it as a famous supermodel these days but probably not. You've clearly spent far too much time thinking about that, Romanov told him. Yeah, well, everyone's always about the Trojan horse, and Achilles fighting Hector, but nobody thinks about the demographics, or the logistics and economics for that matter, Bremen replied. Sending a fleet of 1,000 ships is a hell of a complex and expensive undertaking. Nobody is going to do that just to get back some chick no matter how hot she is, but when you see where Troy is on the map and realize that they controlled the sea trade coming in and out of the Black Sea and would have been taking a cut of the profits, the Greeks looking for a casus belli to stomp them, makes a lot more sense. It's all about the Newtons, or rather the drachmae, he said before turning back to Hallis. You know, you wouldn't exactly be the only guy in his late 60s looking to get a girl in her early 20s in the sack, and most of them didn't get the anti-agathics as a kid, so she was probably right to be suspicious, he told him. So did the Baroness von Strang think you had designs on her too? He asked curiously. If she did, she didn't let on. Most of my dealings with the woman involved trying to get her to control her sister-in-law, who spent most of the journey either trying to maim people or else vamping them, Hallis told them, grimacing. Romanov chuckled again. Vamping? Not literally, I hope. Metaphorically, in that the Von Strangs aren't really vampires, although she did bite, or attempt to bite, several people when she wasn't trying to seduce them, Alice replied. She frightened the life out of poor Dave Robertson. We're well rid of her and the rest of that family, how the heck did we get Humphreys to agree to take them in? As a fellow aristocrat, the only one we've really got in the hegemony, he felt that noblesse oblige applied, Romanoff explained. Allowing them to go into exile on Islington also gives him the opportunity to raise his profile. He's been looking for the chance to become more of a player on the interstellar scene recently. He offered to use his family contacts within the Free Worlds League to further improve relations and arrange new trade deals, although given how tense things always are between the Duchy of Andurian and Atrus, I'm not sure if being seen as aligned to House Humphreys does us many favors with the Merricks, she continued, frowning. So what happened with the mistress anyway? She asked, not being averse to some decent gossip herself. In the end I found a way to get her off the ship I was on, transferred her and her folks over to Colonel Bolton's instead, Alice told her. Turns out that before she caught Von Strang's eye she had a job grading diamonds, so I sort of pushed her towards Sam Tyson, who was riding with the Rangers. Because Tyson would be heading back to his regular job on Galileo and he knows a lot of people in the diamond business who might find her work, Romanoff correctly surmised. Yet, he knows a lot about diamonds himself actually, guess it's just something you pick on by osmosis on Galileo or something. He helped us sort through the loot we took from Von Strang, Alice replied. I know it was in my written report anyway, but just to reiterate the point, Tyson and his people are good, really good. I know he only had the one lance with him, and probably brought his best, but honestly they're wasted guarding a hole in the ground, he opined. Bolton's Rangers too, although they'll need some time to reconstitute themselves. I gave them pick of the salvage to make up for the mechs they lost, but they lost some good mech warriors too that'll need replacing. Didn't try to hire some of Von Strang's people? Nellis asked. The Guard Division, Von Strang's professionals, were all hardcore Amorous supporters. Dan Bolton and his people wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire, Alice responded flatly. Despite the people he lost, Bolton still said it was the best job he ever had, good guys against the bad guys, no shades of grey. One benefit from the mercenaries basing themselves out of the hegemony in the long term is that they'll likely recruit from among our citizens, Romanoff suggested. There's plenty of youngsters out there that are looking for the chance to get their hands on a battle mech, or fly an aerospace fighter, but aren't eligible to join their planetary militia because they're not a third-generation native. They'll still identify as being from the Neops hegemony though, which will strengthen our cultural ties with the Troublemakers, Rangers, and Blackhearts. As long as we're the only game in town for them to get ferrofibrous and double heatsinks, I think we can guarantee the mercs ain't going nowhere, Alice stated confidently. They might still take short-term contracts with other people, thanks to having the best gear of any mercenary regiments in the inner sphere. They'll be in high demand, but they'll soon start thinking of the hegemony as home. They're SLDF, so the Neops hegemony is their home, Romanoff declared with conviction. The last bastion of civilization and freedom. And less radioactive than a lot of the original hegemony, Nellis quipped. You know, I won't be around to see it. Maybe even Franklin won't, even though he'll likely outlive the rest of us, but one day Neops is going to start thinking that we can throw Comstar out on its ass, raise the Cameron Star over Terra and push the great houses back to their original borders. Only if we stop making telescopes and start making warships, Bremen muttered. Your point, Craig? Romanoff asked, ignoring the Admiral. My point being that we'd better make sure that future generations don't start thinking that past performance is a guarantee of future outcomes. Because if we ever tangle with one of the successor states it won't be like beating up on Karl von Strang, Nellis observed. We can whoop them 100 times, just like they've been whooping themselves for decade after decade, and they'll still be there because they've got the manpower reserves to take the losses. Quantity has a quality all its own, Alice agreed, nodding. I can see Craig's point, you learn more from failure than success, and pride comes before a fall, as they say. Romanoff thought about that. So how exactly do you propose we mitigate against hubris? She asked, mostly rhetorically. Dunno, get the skunk works to develop a hubris jammer? Conceit countermeasures. Nellis suggested, tongue firmly in cheek. Hell, I'd wager they'd have a prototype working before we get the Starfire Mark 2500 into production, he joked. No bet, you'll be in the ground before I could collect, Alice replied. Although compared to developing a new fusion engine from the Steiner Stadium on Solaris, a hubris jammer doesn't seem that outlandish, he added, laughing. Oh yeah, right, you missed that while you were gone. Nathan Jones went through Farnstrom's notes and checked the math. He concluded that the thing might actually work, Romanoff told him. Engineering a working prototype is another matter though, and most of our people are far too busy on other projects right now to look into it, but apparently it's not nearly as nutty an idea as it sounds. Franklin Hallis blinked and then stared at her, looking for obvious signs she was yanking his chain. You're shitting me, he said eventually. Note from the author. In canon, semi-guided LRMs were developed by the Free Worlds League in the 3050s, but they're a technology that the clans could have likely developed themselves far earlier, and might have if they didn't have the stench of artillery about them. Even after they came out, the clans didn't copy them. Utilizing a tag system like the Arrow 4, the semi-guided LRM locks onto a target that someone has painted, not necessarily the machine that launches them, and isn't nearly as likely to miss a moving target. They're a lot more expensive than regular LRMs though. Given that NEOPS is fond of the Arrow 4, and isn't following the same technical development path as the clans, they're getting them 200 years earlier than in canon. Much like the semi-guided LRM, the light fusion engine could have been developed long before it actually was. Battletech is often referred to as the future of the 1980s, and that is certainly true of microelectronics, where 21st century and later computing lags behind our own timeline in terms of miniaturization. They eventually ended up with some very fast optical computers, hence AIs like the Caspers, but not small, really compact ones. The Noteputer isn't even as good as our own smartphones. Now, I'm certainly not the first person to use this fanon explanation, but if they never made the transition to copper interconnects in chip design in the 1990s, that might explain it somewhat. The Starfire Mark 2500 Headhunter, using a revolutionary new kind of chip design that the Star League came up with in its final days, this being based on using copper instead of aluminum interconnects, is all me though. Islington is a barony, the only system in the NEOPS hegemony to have an aristocracy of its own, although it's a constitutional monarchy with an elected government really running things. House Humphreys of Islington is a cadet branch of House Humphreys of Andurian, distant cousins of the Duke of Andurian in the Free Worlds League. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part LXVI. The fact that House Humphreys not only managed to have one of its people appointed the first Speaker of the Free Worlds League Parliament, but also the first Speaker of the NEOPS Hegemony Senate, perhaps speaks a lot towards the advantage of name recognition and having cemented that name in history. 1,000 years ago in the United States of America, well-established families boasted that their people arrived on the Mayflower. House Humphreys likes to remind others that their family left Terra on the Pathfinder. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of NEOPS 2800-2900, NEOPS Press, 2915. Gislanjun Spaceport Islington 2845. With a population approaching 250,000, Gislanjun was the only real city on the planet, the other settlements being market towns or villages surrounded by the rolling fields that allowed the planet's population to support itself despite a lack of interstellar traffic until now. Not that many years ago the arrival of any dropship at the spaceport just outside the capital would have brought hundreds, or even thousands of people out to take a look. Islington out in the periphery wasn't exactly a place many people had ever chosen to visit even before the fall of the Star League and the succession wars had drastically reduced interstellar trade, but these days it was only the unusual type of dropship itself that stirred any interest. Other than one or two prototypes mostly gathering dust somewhere in the Federated Suns, the only place you'd normally see a cargo king was doing transport runs between NEOPS and Alphard, although supposedly they were expected to become considerably more common in the future, and the unusual look of the craft, as well as its reputation as a high-tech wonder, was guaranteed to bring the dropship spotters out in droves. If it had just been a Denise or a mule, only the most hardcore of enthusiasts would have been interested. Even the arrival of an overlord or intruder wasn't that unusual these days, what with both the small SLDF garrison and Bolton's Rangers both operating ships from the port, but a rare bird like the Cargo King was another matter entirely. Reginald Humphreys, Baron of Islington, was no dropship spotter. As far as he was concerned, they were a bunch of sad, lonely weirdos who were even nerdier than the people that painted model battle mechs, but stood beside his imported luxury hovercar. He made sure to smile and wave at the ones gathered at the edge of the spaceport as they snapped photographs of the Cargo King as it came into land and gently sat down on the pad. A member of the nobility, or at least one actually worthy of bearing their title, was obligated to acknowledge those beneath them on the social ladder and also treat them with civility and politeness. It was a class thing. There were plenty of aristocrats across the inner sphere who looked down on the lower classes, thinking themselves to be far superior, but themselves had no real class whatsoever in Humphrey's estimation. If you didn't truly understand the principle of noblesse oblige and live and act according to its dictums, then you were no noble at all, and most certainly no gentleman. Standing even taller on its landing gear than one of the hulking mule dropships nearby, the Cargo King certainly made an impression, although Humphreys knew it was the advanced technology inside the craft which made it truly special. The NEOPS Association liked to flaunt just how advanced their industrial base was, and choosing to put these things into production was likely as much to do with that as it was the supposed long-term financial benefits of using more automation. The SLDF Royals that equipped their garrison on Islington was another part of that. Islington had its own militia, one that was better equipped than many periphery worlds could boast, but almost all of their machines were aging bug mechs, Wasp, Locust, and Stinger lights that dated from the Age of War, along with a few small galleon tanks. Compared with the MAD-2R, BL-6BKNT, and CRD-2R heavies of the SLDF based not far from the capital, the Islington militia was a trifle. In fact, the only machine that came remotely close to competing for capability was his family's own personal Orion, and that hadn't been updated since it rolled off a production line on Mars back when Ian Cameron was First Lord. The strangest thing about NEOPS in Humphrey's opinion wasn't their astronomy fixation, or even the occasionally secretive and evasive manner that was arguably just a reasonable reaction to the horrors of the succession wars. It was that despite the fact that with their military might they could have easily just turned up and forced worlds to join their new hegemony at gunpoint, instead they chose to negotiate, and they weren't even particularly hard-nosed about the terms they wanted agreed. The stargazing obsession was still pretty weird though. If it was true they were spending that much money and devoting that many resources into placing a massive orbital telescope in every system with an HPG station, then their priorities were seriously skewed from what they should have been in Humphrey's opinion. The fact they were expected to re-elect the guy responsible for this project, and that neither their military nor their taxpayers had gone into revolt over it instead, was simply unfathomable. A pundit invited to talk on a CNN discussion panel had gone so far as to describe it as a form of potlatch, a word he then had to explain as being the destruction of wealth and resources in order to boast of your wealth and shame your rivals. NEOPS being a scientific research colony, the potlatch took the form of throwing money at research with little or no practical application while other people were desperately trying to find ways to keep the fields irrigated and the lights on. Another panelist disagreed, arguing in favor of the conspiracy theory that the telescopes were in fact orbital weapon platforms. Given that the man in question also believed that a secret Cameron heir had been spirited away from Terra during the Amorous coup, escaping the fate of the rest of their family on the still missing battlecruiser SLS Tripitz, and that the infamous Canada tribe were scouts for Alexander Kerensky, who he expected to return any day now with the Exodus fleet after 20 years of preparation to conquer the inner sphere, Humphreys personally found the potlatch theory more persuasive. As an aside, it was quite interesting just how often the subject of NEOPS association and what it was up to was mentioned by Comstar's news outlet, Humphreys considered, and not always in the glowing terms you might expect given some of the association's recent actions. Beating up on pirates, liberating slaves, and freely providing the designs for Lestec water purification and medical technology had certainly led to media in most places having a wholly positive view of NEOPS, but to describe CNN's attitude towards them as more measured was a gross understatement. Given that NEOPS could negotiate the end of the succession wars, re-establish the Star League, build a better mousetrap, or KF drive, and end galactic hunger, Comstar would still be pissed at the association for breaking their HPG monopoly. CNN's negativity was hardly shocking though. Sometime in the next few years one of those telescopes would be installed at Islington too, the largest impact of which to Humphrey's mind would be the fact it would occasionally use up most of the available HPG bandwidth as it sent data back to NEOPS via the Islington Hyperpulse generator station. That could potentially be annoying, although it wasn't like Islington had an HPG before the NEOPS association turned up, so complaining about it seemed churlish at best, especially given the fact that as part of the treaty that brought Islington into the hegemony the HPG station paid local property taxes. If he had been dealt a hand that included warships, the Baron doubted he would have been nearly as accommodating to the other side in the accession discussions that saw Islington join the hegemony, but for the most part all the NEOPS association required of its member worlds was for them to pay their taxes and not be tyrannical shitholes. In return for undertakings to allow free and fair elections, follow Terran hegemony legal codes and societal norms, and cede your foreign and trade policies to NEOPS, they would largely let you run your own domestic affairs, shower you with advanced tech and invest money to help you pump prime your economy. Just the tractors and agromech starting to arrive from Alphard in increasing numbers was resulting in a booming agricultural sector on Islington, and the money flowing from that allowed the population to purchase an ever-widening array of consumer goods from Copernicus, Comstock, and further afield they could have never afforded before. If not for Stephen Amorous, Islington might have prospered like this decades ago thanks largely to its benign climate and rich soil, but with the inner sphere tearing itself apart the required foreign investment capital simply hadn't been available, and House Humphreys of Islington lacked the personal wealth of their distant cousins on Andurian that would have been required to enable them to fund it all themselves. It wasn't like stepping back and putting an elected government in the driving seat was as painful for Reginald Humphreys as it might have been for nobility from other parts of the inner sphere. When his ancestors had emigrated from the Free Worlds League out to the periphery, they hadn't just brought their name and what meager wealth and resources they had brought their culture with them too, and, for all their occasional disagreements with the Merricks, House Humphreys and the Duchy of Andurian had always been more comfortable with the more liberal politics of the Free Worlds League than they had the despotic Capellan police state next door. After all, Reginald's forebear Richard Humphreys arguably deserved more credit for the Free Worlds League actually existing at all even than House Merrick itself did, and he and his successors had always championed the independence of its parliament as the ultimate authority in the state rather than the Captain General. Peaceful diplomacy, or rather than war was something that House Humphreys respected, which was why Reginald was gratified when the first person that came down the dropship ramp when it was lowered was a familiar face. As soon as the engines on the Cargo King had powered down and clouds of dust weren't being kicked up everywhere, the Baron had jumped back in his car and had his chauffeur drive right up to the ship, getting out to greet whoever emerged when the big pressure doors slid open. Ambassador Jeffries. Reginald Humphreys greeted the man heading down the ramp. Baron Humphreys. Gareth Jeffries of the NEOPS Diplomatic Corps responded, smiling and offering a respectful bow in recognition of his title. First time I've seen you since we signed the treaty that brought Islington into the fold, at least in person. Your picture appears in the press quite often, however, Humphreys told him. Occupational hazard of being one of a mere handful of people on NEOPS whose academic background lends them to working in the diplomatic field, as opposed to mapping asteroid fields, Jeffries joked. I think I'm listed in the High Associator's phone book as our only diplomat, which is an exaggeration, but it sometimes feels like that, he said, reaching out to shake hands, which Humphreys did. High Associator Murray wanted me to express his personal thanks, and that of the NEOPS Association, to yourself and Islington for agreeing to take in the exiles. We were honestly at something of a loss how to handle them, he admitted. Yes, I suppose your stringent immigration policy would cause a few problems, especially given that those affiliated with the Amorous Empire would be seen as even more of a security threat than everyone else, Humphreys replied. Oh, they were never going to be allowed to live on Neops, and the authorities on Comstock, Fracas, Frobisher, and McKeeves' Folly stated pretty plainly that they might get lynched in the street if they ended up there, so it was a teeny bit problematic to say the least, Jeffries replied. Indeed, Humphreys responded, nodding his understanding. Of all the systems in the new Neops hegemony, the ones that had been actual Terran hegemony colonies to start with were the ones that despised the Amorous Empire and its supporters the most, not that anyone anywhere would say anything good about Stefan Amorous unless they wanted a punch in the mouth. Even people that didn't like House Cameron and the Star League would grudgingly admit that in their absence the inner sphere had gone all to hell. Even the Taurians, who would have dearly loved the Terrans to just vanish off the face of the galaxy, wouldn't go so far as to speak approvingly of the literal billions upon billions of people that had died in the succession wars so far. Nobody really wants to sound like that much of a self-centered asshole unless they are one, and are too stupid or obnoxious to hide it. The mention of McKeeves' Folly was unusual though, Humphreys considered, filing that away in his mind to ponder later. He had heard of the place, of course, a Star League scientific research station like Neops itself, and Frobisher for that matter. His young granddaughter having been enthralled by the nature documentaries filmed there which Encomnet had broadcast, but having the world mentioned as if it were a hegemony member system rather than a colonial possession like Alfargani was certainly new. Maybe Jeffries himself had been the one that negotiated them joining officially? Presumably the people that ended up stranded there after the fall of the Star League had cobbled together a government raising them from the status of a mere vassal of the Neops Association. They were Terrans, of course, the McKeeves people, and even if there weren't very many of them, simply being Terrans likely got them special dispensations, Humphreys surmised. Even before now, people transferring from the immigration center on Copernicus to settle on Islington had mentioned that those hailing from Comstock and Fracas had seemingly bought up all the good land there before anyone else could, something which had already led him to conclude that they had benefited from being in the Terran Club. The Neops Association clearly wasn't the Terran Alliance reborn, at least. It wasn't a "you colonies out there only exist to serve our needs" system such as had existed before Admiral James McKenna had bashed a few heads together, but it was his Terran hegemony reborn, and that meant first among equals was likely still part of their mindset, subconsciously or not. Still, if you were willing to put up with what was, at worst, a little paternalistic condescension, then Neops would invest money and resources in your economy, give you access to advanced medical technology that meant Humphrey's beloved granddaughter might live another century and a half, and they'd also kick the ever-loving crap out of anyone that so much as looked at you sideways, which for a periphery world that used to worry about pirate raids was a very big plus. The Islington militia was certainly looking forward to receiving its first company of blackjack mediums. They were already training additional mech warriors in preparation, although they knew that worlds that had signed up to the hegemony earlier would get theirs first. Not that Humphreys was worried about his planet being attacked these days anyway, not with the entire inner sphere knowing that Bolton's Rangers, recently returned from helping Neops pulverize the people that Humphreys himself was about to take in, was now based there. On that topic, after Jeffries signaled to someone inside the dropship, two women in expensive civilian clothes and a child appeared at the top of the ramp flanked by a pair of SLDF soldiers, both female themselves, and the group started to make their way down towards the Baron and the diplomat. I trust our luggage will be collected and delivered to our new home. The older of the two civilians asked one of the soldiers sniffily. We'll have someone drop it off, the soldier, a captain judging by their rank insignia, replied. After rifling through it, no doubt, the woman responded snidely. We took your whole planet, stealing what's in your suitcases as well would be a little petty, don't you think? The captain replied sardonically as the group arrived. Jeffries cleared his throat to interrupt the back and forth. Baron, may I present the Baroness Charlotte von Strang, her son the Honorable Terence von Strang, and the Lady Arabella von Strang. He introduced them in turn. Humphreys bowed. Reginald Humphreys, Baron of Islington, at your service, Baroness, he greeted her formally. Lady Arabella, Terence, he went on to acknowledge the other two in turn. Baron Humphreys, Charlotte von Strang responded with a curtsy, and then when her sister-in-law failed to do likewise glared at her until she eventually did so as well, albeit reluctantly and with an expression on her face that put Humphreys in mind of a predator sizing up its next meal. Forcing a smile as he fought down the urge to shudder, Humphreys bent down to now shake hands with the boy who must have been approaching his 10th birthday from the looks of him, roughly his granddaughter's age. Good firm handshake you've got there, Terence, he told the boy. Father told me that only Lyrans and other fops think that a dainty handshake makes them appear sophisticated and civilized instead of just limp-wristed and effeminate, the boy replied, seemingly unperturbed by his situation and circumstances. It's certainly a viewpoint, Humphreys responded noncommittally before turning to face the Baroness directly once more. I must apologize to you all that my son Jeffrey isn't here to greet you as well as he's currently on Alphard being given a tour of a factory there. He explained the absence of his heir. As for my other son James, he should be here, although unfortunately alas I have yet to properly install in him the understanding that punctuality is the politeness of kings, or that the sports car I foolishly presented him with for his 18th birthday a few years back does not mean that he can always be running late and still make appointments on time, he added with a sigh. The finer points of etiquette often seem lost on the young. Charlotte von Strang replied, accepting the apology with good grace. Humphreys smiled. I assume you were informed by the Neops authorities of the rules concerning your exile here on Islington, Baroness? He asked her rhetorically. For my part, while I'm obliged to keep to the association's insistence that you and your family are to never leave the planet under penalty of arrest and confinement, you may live freely on Islington and I have apartments for you all to stay in at my family estate outside the capital, he informed them. The only proviso to that arrangement is that you treat the servants here a little better than you may have back home, not merely for their benefit but because we don't have serfdom here on Islington, or slavery of course, and mistreatment of the staff might well result in an embarrassing court appearance or even potentially getting slapped back by an irate maid, he warned good-naturedly, even though the posited scenario was a distinct possibility. People on Islington were citizens, not serfs, and since almost of them were from families originally from the Free Worlds League where people had never been property, they would not react well to being treated as chattels as he feared the von Strangs might out of habit. The Rimworld's Republic had been founded on slavery after all, and just because the descendants of Hector Rowe had been somewhat more progressive than he was, that kind of cultural legacy lingered. The re-emergence of widespread slavery across those worlds of the former Republic that hadn't been annexed by the Lyrans in recent decades being in some ways a throwback to local tradition. How do you maintain proper order among you household servants then? Terrans wanted to know, tone indicating that he thought such a system sounded like anarchy with the ill-disciplined peasant rabble free to do what they wished. Seeking at least an element of popular support for your rule clearly wasn't something that fit into the worldview of House von Strang like it was for the more progressive of noble houses. I pay them enough that they do what I ask them, within reason, and I don't abuse my position of authority, Humphreys replied, trying not to sound too much like he was admonishing the boy as he did so. It was important that this message sunk in or their time on Islington wouldn't go well. From what he had read and heard, House von Strang had ruled their own world by fear, not by inspiring the loyalty and earning the respect of the people, and as his eldest son and heir had, somewhat crudely put it when they discussed the matter just before he set off for Alphard, you need to let them know that shit won't fly here as soon as they arrive or it'll hit the fan, and then fly I suppose. Honestly, sending the boy to study at the Humphreys School of Warfare on Kanata at their cousin's invitation might have taught him what he needed to know to lead the militia, and offer an opportunity for him to see some more of the galaxy, but it had wreaked havoc with his manners and decorum. The instructors, having all been hardened veterans of the First Succession War, apparently had little time for politesse, and they clearly hadn't accorded him any special dispensation or privilege simply for being distantly related to either the man the academy was named for or their current duke. Sounds tedious and exhausting, Arabella von Strang opined dismissively. I see the press are here. I suppose we'll have to submit to being harangued by gutter journalists given that the lower orders here haven't been taught to know their place, she added, looking off towards the edge of the spaceport. Humphreys frowned and looked over in the same direction. Oh no, that's not the press, he told her. I called in a few personal favors with both the local media and Encomnet News and got them to agree to leave you all be until you'd had time to acclimate to your new lives on Islington. They're just dropship spotters who are far more interested in the ship you arrived on than they are you. Dropship spotters? Charlotte von Strang repeated in mystification. You know, like bird spotters, only they're interested in dropships, not avian life forms, Humphreys explained. Harmless oddballs really. You'll find them all over the inner sphere, boring people with tales of how they once saw a custom-modified Trojan that had a PPC instead of a large laser, or a mammoth that had 5 engine points like an aqueduct instead of the usual 4, he continued, expression indicating he couldn't much see the appeal. It sometimes seems like we've got more than our fair share on Islington for some strange reason, but I actually know of a fairly senior member of the Free Worlds League Parliament that does it as a hobby too, he said, then laughed. During our diplomatic negotiations with Neops, they thought all those oddballs over there who always came to photograph their ships were spies. Isn't that right, Ambassador? He asked the diplomat. To be fair, it's just not a thing in the Neops Association, although I'm sure people on Islington would find our dynamic rap battle scene culturally bizarre, Jeffries replied. What battle? Terrans asked, confused. Rap? It's like a cross between singing and talking, and a rap battle is like a cross between a poetry slam and a duel, the diplomat explained. I used to be pretty good at it, he added immodestly. Although that was usually after a few drinks, so I might not be the most unbiased or reliable of judges, he admitted. Are you into the rap scene, Captain McKeevedy? He asked one of the soldiers. The tall, and now Humphreys took a better look, somewhat striking female officer shook her head. Wasn't really something we did back home, so not growing up with it I never saw the attraction, she replied with a shrug. The captain is one of those rarest of things, a Neops Association citizen born elsewhere, Jeffries explained. I imagine you didn't do much dropship spotting back home either? He asked. Plenty of bird watching though, he joked, a line that she didn't seem to find all that funny judging by her expression. Only in the sense that if you didn't make sure to keep an eye out for thunderbirds one might eat you, Captain McKeevedy replied flatly. Humphreys raised his eyebrows. Captain McKeevedy as in McKeevedy's folly? He queried. Captain McKeevedy as in McKeevedy if you please, Baron Humphreys, the woman replied somewhat curtly. It's not a folly if it worked out. So, being chased around by 35-ton carnivorous flightless birds was the plan, was it? Jeffries asked, amused. Mistakes were made along the way, even my great-grandfather would have conceded that, I'm sure, the officer replied, sounding like she didn't necessarily fully believe what she was saying there. According to the nature documentaries about the place, which had occasionally hinted at the planet's history even if they mostly concentrated on the fauna, Alpheus McKeevedy, who had headed the Star League scientific colony there, had, with serious understatement, somewhat overstepped the bounds of his remit when it came to genetic experimentation. Of course, over on nearby Frobisher at the same time the resident Terran hegemony scientists were apparently creating a whole new branch of humanity, at least according to Encomnet News, which occasionally covered that story too, so the island of Dr. Morrow stuff wasn't confined to just one colony out in the wilderness. Taking another look at the woman, Humphreys idly wondered if Alpheus McKeevedy might have meddled with the DNA of his own offspring, because she really was quite the specimen. Clearly athletic in build as well as tall and really quite attractive. Arabella von Strang was really quite pretty too, of course, but McKeevedy didn't make the hairs on the back of his neck stand up like she did. On the way here the captain seemed to relish pointing out that there was still a planet named for her family but not ours, the woman herself interjected, turning to glare at McKeevedy. No, I only enjoyed saying that, McKeevedy responded, smirking. I relished the time I got to punch you in the face because you wouldn't behave yourself. Humphreys looked shocked, looking to Jeffries for an explanation of why the prisoners had been abused in such a manner. The diplomat sighed. In Captain McKeevedy's defense, at the time the Lady Arabella was trying to stab someone that was serving her lunch with a fork, he explained, which did rather put the incident in a different light. It was a plastic spork, not a fork, Arabella von Strang corrected him, as if that made a huge difference, and I wasn't trying to stab him so much as gouge out an eye, she continued. Moreover, I continue to maintain that if someone had done that before then the scrambled eggs would not have been of such low quality, she added haughtily. Humphreys blinked. Apparently his instincts regarding her had been spot on, although part of that was likely linked to the HPG from Neops that preceded their arrival and which described Arabella as completely mental. The missive had also included the line, for the love of God, make sure she takes her medication, which now suddenly seemed rather less hyperbolic and exaggerated for effect. His inquiry later that day as to why they hadn't put her on medication sooner being answered by, oh, she was already taking prescription meds at the time of the scrambled eggs incident, she was worse before then, was itself less than encouraging, though fortunately Baron Humphreys was well aware of how things worked in upper-class circles and he adjusted accordingly. After all, only poor people were crazy, the ruling classes were referred to as eccentric instead, with Arabella being euphemistically a feisty, somewhat eccentric and spirited young lady, or in other words, completely batshit insane. I didn't think you allowed immigration to Neops, even for other Terran citizens. Humphreys queried, decided to change the subject as he looked from Captain McKeevedy to Jeffries. Exigent circumstances. If you're lacking in genetic engineers for your biosciences sector and you run across a couple of worlds with a surplus of them, getting a work visa approved isn't such a chore, Jeffries explained. There was a girl from Frobisher in my school whose parents emigrated to Neops for the same reason, McKeevedy remarked. Big plus for me, it meant I wasn't the weird kid just because I wasn't Neops born. Having seen some images of Homo sapiens amphibia, Humphreys could well understand why. Even if their gills might usually be hidden by clothes, and the partially webbed hands weren't immediately obvious on cursory inspection, the bald heads and oversized eyes gave them a distinctly uncanny valley appearance. Supposedly they were little different than regular people otherwise. Even the Star League's nuttier scientists shied away from messing with the genes affecting intelligence, personality, and whatever, but the revelation of the Frobishers existing at all was almost certainly giving those of a Luddite, or religious fundamentalist inclination, palpitations. Perhaps we should get going before it rains, Humphreys suggested, looking up at the clouds after Jeffries dismissed the two SLDF soldiers who had saluted and then headed back up the ramp. One of the downsides of Islington not being near as arid as many of the other inhabited worlds in the periphery, he added, smiling. Baroness Islington, my good lady wife, has prepared a light meal for you all, after which, weather permitting, I'll give you a tour of the estate. I'm sure you'll enjoy the gardens, they're quite extensive thanks to my father who fancied himself as a horticulturalist. I must say that your world did look quite lovely and verdant from orbit as we arrived, Charlotte von Strang told him as the chauffeur emerged from the limousine and opened the rear passenger door. Despite the downside of having to keep an umbrella to hand, living on a planet with a Terra-like climate that doesn't lack for fresh water does have its pluses compared to the arid wastes you encounter in much of the periphery, though I believe Aaron was better than most. Von Strang's world, not Aaron, the boy corrected him sharply. Manners, Terrans, manners, his mother chastised the lad. According to the document your father signed in return for a guarantee of your safety, it is indeed Aaron, Gareth Jeffries noted. Signed under duress, Arabella responded dismissively. And there I was thinking that the von Strangs approved of the principle that might makes right? Or does that hypocritically stop being the case when it's not your hand on the whip? Jeffries asked, amused. If my hand was on the whip, you wouldn't know whether to beg me to stop or plead with me not to, Arabella replied slyly, something distinctly feline about her whole demeanor as she said it. Not in front of Terence, Arabella, Charlotte requested. Arabella rolled her eyes. So vanilla, just like my brother, she muttered. Jeffries leaned into Humphrey's ear. You have the association's thanks and my personal condolences, he whispered. If you change your mind about taking her off our hands, we've always got an asylum or a germanium mine to stick her in instead. Before they could start climbing into the limo, a bright red sports car came hurtling across the spaceport, engine howling, and it screeched to a halt next to the limo as Humphreys groaned. I've said it before and I'll say it again, he muttered to himself. I should have taken the money I spent on the car and sent him to military school on Andurian instead, he said as his son James practically bounded out of the vehicle. Made it, just in time, James Humphreys said brightly. Said I would, and did, he added, grinning. Reginald Humphreys sighed. May I present my son, the Honourable James Humphreys, he introduced the young man. The spare, not the heir, James noted, still grinning. James, may I present the Baroness Charlotte von Strang, the Honourable Terence von Strang and the Lady Arabella von Strang, Humphreys introduced the party. Ambassador Jeffries, you already know. Nice to see you again, Gareth, James said before offering Charlotte a bow and then turning his full attention to Arabella. Charmed, he said, taking her hand and kissing it before then looking to the young boy. Want to jump in the passenger seat, Terence? He asked, indicating his sport car. The ride back to the old family hovel will be more fun than the one in the limo, promise you. Can I, mother? Terence asked quickly. It did look fun, and to his joy she nodded her agreement. Don't I get offered a ride? Arabella asked, pouting. It's only a two-seater, I'm afraid, James replied apologetically. Maybe later. Oh well, I suppose that'll have to do, Arabella replied. Perhaps I could reciprocate and offer you a ride later too. She suggested. Unfortunately I had to leave my motorcycle and my horse back home, so I suppose we'll have to improvise, she said, using her slight tone from earlier again accompanied by a coy smile and a theatrical wink. Watching his son's evidently positive reaction to being vamped by a von Strang, at least judging from his intrigued expression, Reginald Humphreys made a mental note to not only make sure that Arabella got her meds but to also slip some saltpetre in the boys' food if they were both going to be living under his roof at the same time. Note from the author. Given that House Humphreys really can boast that they left Terra on the TAS Pathfinder, later ended up ruling the Duchy of Andurian and helped to found the Free Worlds League, they can probably be forgiven for regarding themselves as a cut above the average. It might only be a cadet branch, but House Humphreys of Islington does benefit from serious name recognition. Reginald Humphreys, the current Baron, is well liked and respected and genuinely believes in both noblesse oblige and that it's his job to try and make sure that his people prosper. He sent his heir, Geoffrey, to study at the Humphreys School of Warfare on Kanata, but his spare, James, might have benefited more from it personally. I can't imagine that dropship spotting isn't a thing in the Battletech universe in the same way that train spotting is, a niche hobby, but there's more of them than you'd think. Other people spot birds as a pastime, something that would be a great deal more exciting and hazardous on McKeevedy's Folly than in most places. Other blood-named Ironborn likely resent the fact that the McKeevedy clan get to use their own names just because they can pretend to be descended from Alpheus McKeevedy instead of James McKeevedy, refuge in audacity as regards clan intelligence gathering. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. part3. When it was announced that one of the first McKenna-class battleships to be completed by Blue Nose Clipper ships would be named the SLS Thorin, this oddly enough resulted in many complaints from politicians in the Thorin system itself. Crestor's Ship Construction, who made the rival Texas class, operated a shipyard in Thorin and had wanted the name to be assigned to one of their own battleships. Unfortunately for Crestor's Ship Construction, someone had already told the then First Lord of the Star League Michael Cameron that the name Thorin in Old Norse meant Thunder Warrior, and given the massed batteries of lightning-throwing naval particle projector cannon the McKenna class was known for, he thought it was such an appropriate name for such a ship that he outright insisted upon the SLS Thorin being a McKenna and presided over the naming ceremony himself. Bond, L. Battlewagons of the Star League, Terra Firma Press, 2750. SLS Yukon unnamed system between Comstock and Stettin 2846. Captain Francis shook off the feeling of nausea and indescribable wrongness that accompanied every jump he had ever taken and, after thanking whatever deity might be responsible for his not suffering from transit disorientation syndrome, he made sure that none of the rest of the bridge crew was suffering too badly either. Even after hundreds of years of interstellar travel, scientists had failed to pin down exactly why something deep down in the human subconscious reacted in the way it did to jumping from one point to another using a KF drive. Most people simply went with the assumption that things, including of course people, were simply not meant to vanish from one location in the universe and then suddenly pop up in another, and that when they did the universe mildly freaked out about it for a while, freaking us out too as collateral damage. Still, it was all worth it for the privilege of getting to command your own starship, a warship no less, and getting to jump around the galaxy in Francis's estimation. The Yukon was basically his until he was willing to give her up. Successfully getting her and her passengers and crew back to the inner sphere alone all those years ago meant that everyone thought of her as his ship, and that he had earned the right to captain her until he went gaga or died of old age in the captain's chair. That didn't mean it had always been the choicest of jobs. Sometimes thanks to her lithium fusion battery Yukon got landed with the most banal missions just because she was fast and there wasn't an LF tramp available to do it instead. In this case the HPG at Al Fargani had showed signs that it needed a part replacing and Admiral Bremen wanted that potential failure dealt with ASAP, so he had decided to have Yukon haul ass there with the required kit before it broke down completely. Since Yukon was heading out that way anyway, why not have her conduct the much delayed survey of the Astrocracy system as well? It had been suggested to Bremen, and then someone at the university somehow caught wind of the mission and put in a request to have Yukon visit a few interesting star systems while winding its way back to Neops 2, dropping off astronomical sensor buoys for later collection. Francis was at a loss how this particular star system met anybody's notion of interesting, but apparently it did, so it was one of the detours he was required to take that turned what should have been a 6-week mission into at least a 12-week one. "Should I unfurl the jump sail, Captain?" the first officer asked deadpan, breaking Francis from his thoughts and causing a couple of other crewmen to chuckle. "What for?" "Practice," Francis replied with a chuckle. "It's not like it'll collect much in the way of wattage out there," he noted. "The primary in this system makes Neops look like goddamn serious," he observed disparagingly, looking across at a display screen. "So, unless you're volunteering to put on an EVA suit and go outside with a flashlight to point at the sail and double the number of photons hitting it, probably best to just use the fusion reactor instead," he joked. "If you say so, Skipper," the first officer responded, grinning. Jump ship crews could go their entire careers without ever visiting a system like this one, and they would in no way feel a sense of loss for never having done so. Both the primary and secondary stars of this binary system were diminutive brown dwarfs, and not only did that mean no possibility of habitable planets, and little chance of a decent asteroid belt, it also meant no meaningful starlight to recharge your drive with. The primary here was a Type T brown dwarf. Most what little light it put out was shifted down into the infrared part of the spectrum, making it look a vaguely dull pink, or washed out magenta to the naked eye. It really was a miserable excuse for a star, and if not for the fact its companion was an even dimmer Type Y that was literally brown, you'd never look at it twice. Ideally, when plotting a route around the inner sphere, every stop along the way would be an inhabited system. That way if something went wrong you weren't stranded in the middle of nowhere with nobody around to help. If there wasn't an inhabited planet available, you would pick one of the commonly used waypoint systems on the map that were known to be frequented by travelers anyway, usually because they were halfway between two inhabited systems and had a star hot enough to charge your KF jump sail quickly. If there wasn't one of these frequently visited waypoint systems available on the route they wanted to take either, then a jump ship would look for any other B, A, F or G type star in roughly the right location, and use that as a stepping stone instead. If they were unfortunate enough that there weren't any of these more luminous stars where they needed them to be, then they would choose a Type K orange dwarf instead and resign themselves to it taking a few more days of deploying the jump sail to charge the drive than they'd like. In the absolute worst case scenario, they'd jump to a Type M red dwarf that would take even longer to charge the drive. There was a good reason why the Neops Association had been so happy to get their Olympus recharge station operational after all. There was at least always a red dwarf around wherever you were, though. They were by far the most common star type after all. What you wouldn't do was jump to a brown dwarf, because at best those things were basically like taking the smallest, least luminous red dwarf possible and then turning down the dimmer switch all the way. Arguably they weren't even stars at all because they had so little mass they couldn't fuse hydrogen, they were just gas giants with delusions of grandeur. Francis sighed. "Is there anything duller, literally or metaphorically, than a brown dwarf?" he asked the bridge crew rhetorically, thinking that only the Neops government would ever request that a ship go out of its way to take a look at one. Sure, it was a binary system, but both stars were brown dwarfs and double nothing is still nothing. What made it worse was that the last system they had visited to drop off a sensor buoy had been a big bright glorious Type B3V, several times the mass of Sol and with a Jupiter-sized planet orbiting her. It only made the feeling of anticlimactic meh produced by the binary of brown disappointment even stronger. Thinking back to earlier in the mission, Astrocracy might be worth claiming eventually, Francis considered. It was ludicrously hot at the equator by the standards of even marginally habitable worlds, and much of the planet was arid way beyond even Alphard-like conditions, but there were seas situated at both the northern and southern poles and the trusty JU water purifier was up to the task of irrigating the desert if necessary, so the climate wasn't a deal-breaker for colonization. Having visited it though, it was easy to see why the Star League had abandoned the place after its temporary service as a logistics hub during the reunification war, during which time an SLDF facility on Astrocracy had supported the campaign to absorb the magistracy. That was back before the JU had been invented anyway, and even after it had been there were still plenty of other systems a lot closer to Terra that the new technology had made available for colonization instead, so the Star League had never gotten around to going back. If it wasn't for the possibly useful strategic location of the system, if the NEOPS SLDF ever needed to use it as a logistics hub again, possibly for a campaign against the Free Worlds League this time, Francis doubted NEOPS would be all that interested in raising a Red Cameron Star over Astrocracy 3 either. That was the case even though the team of geologists they had brought along had found indications that some valuable mineral wealth might be hidden under the sands. After all, the NEOPS hegemony was not short of resources, it was short of people. There was also the ownership issue to consider though. Astrocracy had hosted an SLDF base, at least for a while, albeit admittedly centuries before. It had no native population and had never been claimed by any other power, so should the NEOPS Association as the de jure successor to the Terran hegemony assert sovereignty on that basis even if they weren't going to settle the place? That was a decision for people further up the chain of command than Francis to make. Fortunately, he just hoped he wasn't going to get stuck with making regular supply runs there if the High Associator and General Romanov decided to plant the flag now that the precedent had been set that Yukon made a decent cargo hauler. Damn those dropship callers. News had hit NEOPS just before Yukon set out that Archon Marcus Steiner of the Lyran Commonwealth had been killed in a drop shuttle accident, and by the time they arrived at Al-Fargani the story updates arriving via HPG had developed into there being an emerging succession crisis, with the late Archon's widow Melissa in dispute with his younger brother Claudius over who should replace Marcus as ruler. From there it seemed to be spiraling out of control, and after the survey of Astrocracy, with Yukon jumping back to Al-Fargani on the first leg of its journey home, CNN was now reporting that Claudius had not only arrived on their CAD with several regiments to support his claim, he had gone so far as to threaten to torture and kill anyone that got between him and the throne, including his sister-in-law. The whole sorry affair seemed more Merrick than it did Steiner, but the latter did have their moments, and none of the great houses could boast that they had never had a messy transition of power with nobody kicking up a fuss about who was in charge now. It did make you appreciate being a functional democracy though, Francis considered, looking forward to getting back home so he could find out if the Lyrans were shooting at each other yet. As the crew got to work surveying the system with the ship's sensors, preparing to drop off the buoy and inspecting the KF drive and the fusion power plant in preparation for their next jump to a real star system in a few days' time, Francis decided that since they weren't actually in any kind of rush he might as well give the bridge crew a little fun. Okay, show of hands, he spoke up. Is the best description of a brown dwarf that it's a miserable failure of a star, or is it a planetary gas giant suffering from morbid obesity instead? He asked humorously. Who says failed star? He asked first, raising his own hand. I think they're quite interesting myself. Brown dwarfs, I mean, the navigation officer commented sheepishly while about half the bridge crew raised their hands, most of them grinning. Francis turned to the navigator. You think brown dwarfs are interesting, Lieutenant Pressfield? He asked incredulously. Yes sir, Pressfield replied, more confidently now. You're sounding a lot like a NEOPS native saying things like that, but if I remember right you weren't actually born there, were you, Mr. Pressfield? Francis asked him, frowning. No sir, I was born on Buffalo Meadows, but I wasn't very old when my family moved to NEOPS, the navigator replied. Captain Francis shook his head and sighed. Clearly you spent more than enough time under the thrall of the NEOPS education system to be deeply corrupted by it, he said sadly, the rest of the bridge crew clearly amused by the observation. Okay, I'll give you a chance to make your case. Tell me one interesting thing about brown dwarfs. You're under the gun here son, think fast. It rains molten iron, the navigator replied immediately. Francis blinked. Come again. In the atmospheres of brown dwarfs, you can get clouds of iron vapor, and under the right weather conditions when it rains, the raindrops are formed of molten iron, Pressfield told him. Really, you can look it up, he said. That doesn't happen in regular stars because they're too hot and regular planets aren't just big or hot enough. Francis looked at him. Never let it be said that I'm closed-minded, because that has got to be the most literally and figuratively metal weather-related factoid I have ever heard, he told the navigator. I continue to maintain that brown dwarfs are utterly useless from a practical standpoint, but I'll freely concede that they aren't quite as boring as I thought they were until now. Well played, Lieutenant. Now get on your calculator and work out the best place for us to drop off that buoy so we can get the hell out of here as soon as the drive is charged. Will do, Captain, the navigator replied, getting to work crunching the numbers. The NEOPS Astronomical Sensor Buoy, Mark II, or NASB Mk.2, that the nerds back home like to have dropped off in what seemed like random places to others, but presumably weren't to them, were actually just modified Star League Navy sensor buoys with a few extra pieces bolted on. The earlier Mark I lacking one of those pieces, which Francis thought might have something to do with detecting cosmic rays, but wasn't entirely sure. Powered by solar panels and with a plutonium-fueled Stirling radioisotope generator as backup, they could happily run for decades without maintenance, although how long it would take one to completely fill up its solid-state hard drive with all the data it was collecting again Francis had no idea. The Yukon could have just dropped off the buoy and then used its lithium fusion battery to jump onto the next system without delay, but unless you were in a hurry it was best not to double jump more than you had to. Repeated rapid jumps put unnecessary strain on the KF drive, and until the Arsenal Nuovo shipyard was up and running, performing a proper full refit and repair on something the size of a Riga 2 simply wasn't possible. They had used the battery to get to Al Farghani as quickly as possible, Admiral Bremen's orders being don't spare the horses, but after that all the subsequent jumps had been slow and steady. Putting too many miles on the 3LF tramp jump ships over the last 20 years, during which time they were used as much for long-range scouting as moving cargo, had left them in a state where they might only be a handful of double jumps away from slagging their KF drives. Fortunately they were still able to safely perform single jumps as long as you weren't silly enough to try quick charging their cores, and there were always dropships that needed to be moved from one hegemony system to another, so mostly the tramp crews these days found their rides being used for what the jump ship class had originally been designed for in the first place, working as latter-day tramp steamers. Fortunately for Admiral Bremen, everyone in the fleet well understood that if he had known when they took the Camelot Command shipyard apart that it would be over 20 years before it was put back together in a new press-sunrised dock and be up and running again, he wouldn't have rode the trio nearly as hard as he did. Culpable or not, he was still the person stuck with trying to meet an ever-expanding need for shipping capacity without a commensurate increase in actual ships. Having the 3LF cargo jump ships a little worse for wear did of course mean that not only Yukon, but also her sister ship Saratoga, might be expected to take up the slack now whenever a job came up that required a fast ship, one that could haul dropships with her and defend herself if necessary. A Riga 2 class destroyer was a little more ostentatious than a tramp of course, and they could only be used for hauling cargo to places nobody from outside NEOPS would see them, but on the plus side, in a galaxy where a tramp with its 8 large lasers and dozen anti-missile systems was considered heavily armed, Yukon and Saratoga were gods among men. Going public with Dragoons Los and Sao Gabriel did at least provide a couple of extra ships that could, unlike Yukon and Saratoga, haul dropships to places where they would probably be seen, and the captured invader which used to belong to Karl von Strang was considered a real boon that would help a great deal, if only in the short term unfortunately. The problem appeared pretty stark when you looked at a map of the hegemony worlds and considered how far away some of them actually were from the NEOPS Association. Sending a ship from NEOPS down to visit Frobisher and Makivti's Folly could mean a round trip of 5 months or more, and although it was planned to eventually establish a logistics hub in a system known as Huygens at the halfway point, that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Francis suspected that part of the motivation for the admirals agreeing to Yukon visiting these previously unexplored but interesting star systems that lay between the NEOPS hegemony and Free Worlds League was to help justify not mothballing any more warships, while he was simultaneously also begging for more money and resources to expand the transport fleet. Being able to point at examples of warships delivering urgent cargo shipments, helping the university conduct astronomical surveys and whatever should help Bremen keep High Associator Murray off his back, a goal which had also seen the Navy wax lyrical about maybe re-establishing the Star League Expeditionary Brigade and how useful its small fleet of Avatar-class heavy cruisers had been to the cause of scientific discovery. Obtaining a copy of the electronic blueprints for the SLS Pioneer from its crew on Peyron in return for a few surplus spare parts to help keep her going a few more years, along with some naval autocannon ammunition and a promise to return in a few years with more, had sparked some interest at the university at least, particularly those blueprints relating to the vessel's customized sensor arrays. As a result, Captain Francis couldn't help but suspect that a future putative Riga 3 design might not just be part destroyer, part carrier like his own Riga 2, but also part flying observatory in order to keep the astronomers and their pet politicians happy. Given the rumors that the guys and gals at the Skunk Works on NEOPS V, who were notoriously always beavering away developing new bleeding-edge weapons technology, were aiming towards the end goal of an enhanced heavy naval PPC design, Francis hoped that someone working there had some common sense as well as academic brilliance, because if they did, they'd integrate the telescopes the astronomers wanted on the warship with the long-range guns. Not only would it be cool to literally snipe someone thousands of kilometers away like that, but the Navy could also use someone else's budget to pay for some of the R&D. Those damn astronomers seemed like they had a freaking blank check from the government, at least they did under Murray anyway. "Captain, we're getting some unusual returns at extreme range on radar," the sensors officer reported. "It might just be floating rocks, but that would be very unusual this far off the plane of the ecliptic, and the returns are stronger than I'd expect, even if the asteroids concerned were irregularly shaped and mostly metallic," she continued. "If I was forced to hazard a guess, I'd say it was wreckage." Francis frowned. "Wreckage?" he repeated. "Here?" he added dubiously. "Nobody in their right mind would ever come here, that naturally being a requirement of being in a position to leave wreckage behind in the first place. What was the point unless you were the sort of people that had a weird fetish about binary brown dwarf systems? The Iron Rain thing was mildly cool in principle, but it wasn't like you could go down and watch. It's 100,000 clicks out, right at the limit of our ability to detect and track anything aerospace fighter-sized or smaller. If you want to know for sure, we'll either have to send a dropship or go take a look for ourselves, sir." Captain Francis looked over to his XO. "The sail's not deployed, there's no point, and it's not like we can't charge the KF drive while underway. Let's rev up the engines and take the old girl out for a spin," he suggested, grinning. "Sensors, please provide the helmsman with a heading, after we've notified the crew to prepare for thrust we'll go with option 2 and go take a look for ourselves, he decided, thinking that it was just nice to have something to do. If you were only going to ever stay at the point where you jumped in, what was the point in having a ship with a transit drive anyway? While a Riga II class destroyer like Yukon could happily maintain 2 Gs of thrust as long as the fuel held out, and even make it up to 3 Gs for shorter periods, like dropships in transit it typically never pushed the engines above 1 G for the simple reasons that it was less expensive in terms of fuel and easier on the crew. Since they were already burning hydrogen in the fusion reactor to recharge the Carney Fuida drive, rather than using the jump sail as they would have elsewhere, it would have certainly been extravagant to give the engines everything they had, no matter how curious they were about what they had run across out here, but in retrospect nobody would have complained if they had run Yukon up to full thrust given their discovery. As the warship got closer it became apparent that initially at 100,000 clicks the radars had only reached the very edge of what now seemed to be a very large debris field, and there were multiple returns from increasingly massive chunks of floating metal, Yukon beginning to decelerate so she wouldn't just accidentally crash right through the middle of it. A Riga II destroyer was well armored for a ship its size, but plowing through a cloud of junk at spaceship velocities was still a major no-no. Although describing it as junk might be doing the wreckage an equally major disservice. Mother of God, Francis heard the XO whisper under his breath as they neared what could only be the shattered hulk of a warship, and it wasn't alone out there. Coming to a relative halt just at the edge of the thickest part of the debris field, Captain Francis ordered a fighter squadron to launch and go take a closer look, not wishing to risk a collision between Yukon and anything large enough to potentially put a dent in her hull. It didn't take them too long to identify the first shattered warship. She was obviously an Aegis-class heavy cruiser, and more usefully given just how many of them had been produced, her name was emblazoned on her hull. Originally on launch in 2415 she had been the THS Athens, later the SLS Athens as the Terran hegemony fleet was redesignated with Star League registries. She was better known by the name she had been given when First Lord Richard Cameron handed her over to the Rim Worlds Republic in 2763, the one she still bore. "It's the goddamn RWS Taddeo Amaris," Francis said in wonder as images transmitted back from the fighters appeared on the main display screen. "What the heck is she doing here?" he asked rhetorically, not expecting anyone present to have any more inkling than he did. She might have been an older design, but the Taddeo Amaris had been one of the more powerful capital ships in service for the Rim Worlds Republic during the war and had achieved considerable notoriety as a fast commerce raider that could outrun most anything she couldn't outgun. Her ultimate fate had been a mystery, at least until now, but that was true for a lot of warships on both sides. "Looks like there's what's left of a Riga-class frigate a couple of hundred clicks further out, damn thing's practically blown in half from the looks of things," the sensor officer reported. "Whole area is littered with broken dropships and ASFs, as well as chunks blown off the warships. All those contacts and returns are sending the radar absolutely nuts." "This was one hell of a fight, sir," she said in awe. The original Riga, a frigate rather than a destroyer like the Riga II, had first entered service only a few decades after the venerable Aegis, and the Terran hegemony had stopped producing them in favor of the generally superior Congress class even before the formation of the Star League. Being old didn't make them useless, however, and the SLDF kept some of them in service for another 2 centuries while offloading others on the navies of the member states. The Rim Worlds Republic literally had dozens upon dozens of the things in commission when the Amaris War broke out, though the superior warships of the Star League Navy soon whittled that number down fast because they had literally dozens upon dozens of modern battleships to counter the aging frigates with. "What happened to the Aegis?" the helmsman queried. "Someone nuke her." "Not looking at that battle damage, they didn't. She's been cut to ribbons by directed energy weapons, big ones," the XO responded. "Yeah, and unless I miss my guess we're about to get a good look at what did it as the lead fighter clears the wreckage of the Aegis and the Riga," the sensor officer replied evenly, putting her telemetry on screen. Captain Francis stared at the magnified image for what seemed like an eternity. "If we can get closer without crashing into anything, bring us alongside, get the shuttles ready and start getting personnel suited up for EVA. I want to recover the logs from all these ships if we can, starting with the McKenna there," he ordered, rightly assuming that all the smaller holes in the battleship were the result of naval autocannon fire from the Aegis and the Riga, while the one gigantic rent in her side had been caused by a contact nuclear explosion. A McKenna wasn't a fragile ship by any means, she carried more weight of armor than the Aegis and the Riga combined, but if she took a nuke directly against the hull then she wasn't going to come out of it too well, especially if she was also getting pounded by massed naval autocannon, plus capital ship lasers and particle projector cannon. As the fighter got closer it was able to make out the name of the stricken battleship. "Guess we know what happened to the SLS Thorin now too," Captain Francis noted. Out of the original 280 McKenna-class battleships built, less than 20 survived the Amaris War to join Alexander Kerensky's Exodus, most known to be lost to the Terran hegemony's SDSAI warships and armed satellites, but some known to have been lost in action to human foes and others having simply vanished. Equipped with a bay holding 5 small craft, 3 of them K-1 drop shuttles and the other 2 Mark VI landing craft, as well as possessing plenty of EVA-experienced crew, Yukon was perfectly able to carry out a proper preliminary investigation of the wrecks without having to jump back to Al Fargani to request assistance, and Captain Francis wanted to be able to present as thorough a report as he could when he reached Neops. It wasn't an easy job, however. Not only were the 3 shattered warships in a poor state, potentially dangerous for anyone to board, there was also the matter of their former crews to consider. The worst discoveries were, as ever in this situation, all the poor bastards who hadn't been killed in the fighting and had died later from lack of oxygen, or even worse, lack of food and water in still airtight compartments, praying for a rescue that never came. Many had left messages for loved ones before the end, some choosing a quick death by suicide after penning their final letters, and Francis had these carefully collected by his people while also telling them to be as respectful of the frozen, usually vacuum-desiccated corpses they encountered as they could be. General Romanov and Admiral Bremen would likely want to organize a proper burial in space with full military honors for all of the crew of the Thorin later, but that fell into their bailiwick, not that of Captain Francis. What the brass would choose to do about handling the remains of the crew of the RWS Tadio Amaris and the frigate they learned was the RWS Aquarius was also not his immediate problem, but Francis hoped that even as an enemy they would be accorded due respect. They had obviously done their duty and gone down fighting, even if it was for the other side. Not everyone would agree, of course, Francis knew. As a commerce raider, the RWS Tadio Amaris and the naval squadron it had led as flagship had hit an awful lot of civilian shipping during the war, and the Rim World's Republic military wasn't exactly renowned for treating non-combatants according to the laws and customs of war, so opinions would surely differ on what to do with their war dead. Although the logs of the RWS Aquarius proved unrecoverable, repeated volleys of heavy naval PPC fire from Thorin had utterly wrecked her bridge as well as the back UPS stored elsewhere in the ship. Enough files were able to be retrieved from both SLS Thorin herself and the RWS Tadio Amaris to piece together what had happened here 7 decades earlier and how it came to occur. The vicious action that had seemingly resulted in the loss of 3 large warships, their associated dropships and aerospace fighter contingents in a system objectively not worth fighting over located in the ass end of the inner sphere, was truly a tale worth recording for posterity. The 3rd RWR Defense Squadron led by the Tadio Amaris had been an ongoing thorn in the side of the SLDF during the war, opposing Kerensky's conquest of the Rim World's Republic and later hitting supply convoys and targets of opportunity in an attempt to forestall Operation Chieftain, the liberation of the Terran hegemony. With the whole squadron equipped with lithium fusion batteries for fast strategic mobility, and the Tadio Amaris herself packing enough firepower that chasing after them in smaller vessels would have been suicidal, the SLDF had been forced to reassign much-needed McKenna-class battleships and Avatar-class heavy cruisers away from the hegemony campaign to try and hunt them down. Eventually, after over a year of fruitless searching, and with the Tadio Amaris and her compatriots successfully interdicting convoy after convoy of much-needed supplies, Alexander Kerensky offered a reward of $2 million to anyone that could provide information as to where the Tadio Amaris was heading next, and although that led to a flood of false leads, one of them panned out. According to files found aboard Thorin, a disaffected member of the crew of the Tadio Amaris that had decided the war was lost, and that accepting defeat would be easier with a couple of $1 million in the bank, had managed to leak the next rendezvous location for what was left of the 3rd RWR Defense Squadron after several years of attrition. Not knowing if it was just another false lead, but also knowing they were the only battleship that could reach there in time, the captain of the SLS Thorin had sent out an HPG using the ship's own hyperpulse generator informing command that he was moving to intercept, and then went after the enemy squadron. Presumably that communication from SLS Thorin was never received by anyone, not unprecedented given how disrupted Slocomnet was at the time, so the SLDF didn't know where she was going or why. They just realized later that another of their battleships had gone missing, one of hundreds that had been lost during the war. You could argue that the SLS Thorin had been lucky to catch a lead on the location of the Tadio Amaris, and to be currently close enough to where they were heading to intercept them. Where the battleship was most certainly not lucky was where hyperspace spat them out. The crew of the Thorin weren't nearly as freaked out by jumping in practically on top of the Tadio Amaris and the Aquarius as the crews of those ships were. The Thorin had been expecting them to be there after all, but for a ship that was designed to be a long-range sniper finding itself in a knife fight instead, it still came as an unpleasant shock. In ideal circumstances, an Aegis would stand no chance against a McKenna. Despite being much larger and more heavily armored, the McKenna was a far more modern design, equipped with engines that could push her to 2.5 Gs of acceleration compared to the mere 1.5 Gs the Aegis could manage. Since the massed batteries of heavy naval PPCs the McKenna mounted also outranged the guns on an Aegis, all the battleship needed to do to win handily was use her superior thrust to keep the aging heavy cruiser at range and burn her down. These were not ideal circumstances. By sheer bad luck, the Thorin had found herself close enough for all those big naval autocannon on the Tadio Amaris to be brought to bear, and despite immediately gunning the engines to try and open up the distance, she quickly took a few solid hits that disabled them. An almighty slugfest ensued with the Aegis and the Riga throwing everything they had at the McKenna while the big battleship did likewise. While the big battle wagons duked it out, the dropships and aerospace fighters went at each other, an Achilles carried by the Tadio Amaris and a Titan belonging to the Aquarius taking on a trio of Pentagon dropships launched by the Thorin, while smaller less well-armed Leopard CV dropships and scores of aerospace fighters engaged in a massive furball of a dogfight. Thorin caught a nuke fired by an Ahab heavy aerospace fighter in all the confusion, the McKenna, like the Aegis she was engaged with, lacking in point defense weaponry. Ironically, SLDF doctrine said that ideally a McKenna should operate with a Riga 2, the LF battery-equipped destroyer-slash-carrier hybrid able to keep up with the fast battleship and providing her with additional fighter support for exactly these kinds of engagements. Unfortunately for the SLS Thorin, when her Riga 2 support arrived it was 70 years later in the form of the Yukon. All things considered, better late than never was probably not a sentiment the crew of the Thorin were entirely convinced by from their vantage point in the afterlife. An Aegis being something of a glass cannon, plenty of firepower but without the armor to match, despite the battle being fought at a range that was advantageous to her, the Tadeo Amaris was not remotely tough enough to stand up to a McKenna, and she was still blasted into a broken hulk before the Thorin went down. Her fusion reactors knocked offline by cumulative damage and unable to power her naval PPCs, the Thorin had ended up finishing off the enemy frigate by somehow still managing to swing her nose around with maneuvering thrusters and opening up with her colossal NAC/40 forward battery, this explaining why the Aquarius was practically blown in half. The fighting between the dropships and fighters had continued until the bloodlust faded and everyone left realized that they were now all stranded in the middle of nowhere, with the remaining crew of the Thorin discovering that their HPG was a totally irreparable write-off, so they couldn't call for help. None of the other ships in the 3rd RWR Defense Squadron ever showed up, at least certainly none did over the next few weeks while there was anybody left alive, and because the HPG the SLS Thorin had sent out before jumping in had seemingly not been received by anyone, the SLDF never came either. It wasn't just a glorious battlefield, it was a tragic war grave where men and women were still dying long after the fighting stopped. The question of why in the hell the Aegis and the Riga had ended up way out here in a god-forsaken system like this in the first place were finally answered by the discovery of the personal logs of the captain of the Tadeo Amaris. This kind of binary brown dwarf system being rare enough that this was the only one in the region made it stand out on a detailed star chart, while simultaneously being somewhere nobody would ever go so they wouldn't be discovered by chance, because, well, brown dwarfs. As for why they were even in that region in the first place, their intended eventual destination was the SLDF training facilities on Cercinus, intending to orbitally bombard them, but their orders were to take an indirect route, interdict SLDF supply lines running through the Free Worlds League and then hit some Star League colonies out in the periphery in retaliation for the worlds of the Rim Worlds Republic lost to Kerensky. If the SLS Thorin hadn't unexpectedly jumped in and thrown a McKenna-sized spanner in the works, Tadeo Amaris and Aquarius would have raided Comstock and Francas before swinging around in a Corwards direction and then hitting an obscure Star League scientific colony called the Neops Association a few jumps further on before then heading off to Cercinus. On these twists of fate history hangs. Later, as Captain Francis sat down to start writing up the painfully long and detailed report he would have to deliver on all this to both the government and the Joint Chiefs back home in Neops, the only light at the end of the tunnel as far as he was concerned was at least it wasn't going to be quite as epic in length as the one he previously had to write about the voyage of the Yukon from Arcadia in the clan homeworlds to the Draconis Combine. That was scant comfort though. Just the sections dealing with his time as the chief of the Canada tribe had run to tens of thousands of words even after he edited it to make the prose less florid. Under the circumstances the final action of the battleship SLS Thorin and her crew probably deserved a little florid though, Francis considered as he started typing. Note from the author. If you think that a red dwarf star like Neops is small and dim then you might reassess your position if you compare one to a brown dwarf, aka a failed star or a planetary gas giant with delusions of grandeur. Neops might be interested in a binary brown dwarf system relatively nearby but nobody else would be, and nobody is going to try and use one as a waypoint for a longer journey either, no hydrogen fusion, no useful amounts of energy to charge a jump sail. Brown dwarfs might be a poor excuse for a star, but having weather that features literal iron rain does give them a little personality. The Astrocracy system is uninhabited at this time but it did apparently host an SLDF facility way back during the reunification war. The Aegis-class heavy cruiser RWS Tadeo Amaris was one of the most powerful units in the RWR fleet, and thanks to its refit by the Star League before Richard Cameron handed it over to Stefan Amaris it had upgraded guns and a lithium fusion battery. The RWR Navy included a lot of old Riga-class frigates, not to be confused with the Riga II-class destroyer, and we know from the RWS Sagittarius they were upgrading at least some of them with lithium fusion batteries. The Tadeo Amaris would want escorts able to keep up with her, hence me coming up with the RWS Aquarius. If the Star League didn't name one of their McKennas SLS Thorin, after the Thorin system, then they should hang their heads in shame. Thunder Warrior is just too good to waste on a Texas. P. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part 8. In ancient Rome the secret police were called frumentarii, a word translating literally as grain collectors, which would be confusing if you didn't know that they started out as men who traveled around gathering supplies for the legions on the march and then branched out into gathering information and passing on secret messages as well. In a similar fashion, people not from the Neops Association likely find it inexplicable why operatives of Neops intelligence are often referred to in hegemony slang as hash slingers or burger flippers. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800 to 2900, Neops Press, 2915. Gislanjan Medical Center, Islington, 2846. Dia Tefnek was extremely glad that she had remembered to bring her noteputer with her this time, because they still hadn't changed the magazines in the pediatrics waiting room, and the Trivid screen mounted on the wall was permanently set to kids' television, little kids' television with singalongs and stuff, not even decent cartoons. Her brother had dropped her off at the center straight after school, and her father would pick her up later, hopefully in the jeep, not the tractor, because that had been really embarrassing when he did that once from school as a joke. At first, one of her parents had always accompanied her when she attended the clinic, but she wasn't a little kid in elementary school anymore and didn't need, or rather want, someone there to hold her hand. More to the point, she usually understood what the doctors were saying more than her parents did anyway. You're motivated to read up a lot on kidneys when yours are taken out and replaced with new ones. Her original kidneys were buried in a hole her father had dug for them on Copernicus. The surgeons were just going to dispose of them like any other medical waste, but Dia insisted on them being properly laid to rest because they were still part of her, even if they didn't work properly. Her brother's suggestion that Dia eat them in a steak and kidney pie instead was gross, especially given that she still wasn't entirely sure if he was joking or not. The medical center in Gislanjan City looked nicer from the outside than the hospital on Copernicus had. Like a lot of the buildings on Copernicus, the hospital there was just a big concrete box put up in a hurry, while a lot of Gislanjan was older and made of red brick instead, including her school. Inside, however, they were an awful lot alike, all clean white walls and the distinctive smell of disinfectant, with only pediatrics having much in the way of color. Fortunately, because her family were some of the first new migrants to Islington, they had been able to get some land not too far from the capital, and also not far off the existing road network, so Dia and her siblings could easily attend school there. People that arrived these days had to settle for being granted a homestead further out instead, which meant their kids attending small village schools that weren't nearly as well resourced and sometimes had children of all ages in the same class. Even worse, kids that lived way out in the country couldn't come into town to shop in the mall, get their junk food fix at Frankisburger, or see a movie on the big screen in the theater, and if she couldn't do that, she might as well have stayed on Sirignola. Contrary to what some of her city slicker friends thought, Frankisburger was just a local franchise that didn't really import all their meat from Frankis. On a world like Islington, it was much cheaper to just use locally sourced beef, pork, chicken, and moa instead, although some of the herbs and spices they put on the moa nuggets did come from Alford and Stafford because they weren't available here yet. Apart from her friend Katie, who she still kept in touch with via HPG, those moa nuggets had been the thing she had missed most about living on Copernicus. When they finally opened a Frankisburger here on Islington 2, Dia had been one of the first customers through the door, and why the oversized birds had gone extinct on Terra originally was no mystery to her whatsoever. She wasn't addicted though, honestly. She didn't have a moa nugget problem, okay? Her only problem was when she couldn't get them. That recurring dream she had about the plucked and seasoned thunderbird roasting on a gigantic spit being turned by an industrial mech wasn't weird or concerning at all. Since Dia only needed a quick checkup, the doctor had put her last on the list of patients she was seeing that day, and so the girl found herself alone in the waiting room, all the other kids having been seen already except the nervous boy she had briefly talked to on arrival and who was in with the doctor now. Dia wasn't nervous around doctors, not anymore. They had always been nice to her, and she wasn't worried about being told she was sick by one of them, because hegemony medical science could fix most anything, and you didn't have to even pay for treatment that would have cost tens of thousands of C-bills in other places, if it was even available at all. Well, you did have to pay for it. Taxes were higher here than they had been back home in the Free Worlds League when you added local planetary taxes in with hegemony ones, but when people complained about it around him, her dad liked to quote something he had read once: "Taxation is the membership fee for a civilized society," before adding that at least the taxes weren't getting all used up paying for a war that was never going to end. Dia's father didn't object to the government taking a third of his money. The government had saved his little girl's life with very expensive medical equipment, and if pirates came, the government would send soldiers armed with very expensive weaponry to fight them. The Neops Association boasted warships and a whole slew of advanced technologies that only Comstar on Terra could match. While they were generous, they did still expect the hegemony worlds to contribute to what they called the common good, because there were plenty of people out there who would prefer to steal rather than pay their fair share. Hopefully this would be the last of the routine checkups Dia had to attend to make certain her new kidneys were in tip-top working order and hadn't been rejected. Climbing into an Eligus medical diagnoser might have been exciting the first few times, but after a couple of years of being occasionally prodded and probed by one of the machines, it was just a pain in the butt having to go through it all again. Fooling her friend at school Jenny, who had never been in one before, that the diagnoser was a literal pain in the butt because one of the things it did was stick a rectal thermometer up your rear end, had been pretty funny at the time. In retrospect, however, the prank probably made the girl's first doctor's appointment after her family physician got one installed at his office unnecessarily traumatic, and Jenny being really poted about it when she found out Dia had just been yanking her chain was understandable. When she first moved to Islington, some of the technology she had gotten used to seeing routinely on Copernicus had still been rare in her new home, but over the last couple of years or so, more and more gadgets like her noteputer and the off-road electric motorbike her big brother was so proud of had become increasingly commonplace. Islington hadn't really been a poor colony. In fact, despite being a periphery world, it was wealthier than Cerignola, where she was born, had been, even though Cerignola was part of the Free Worlds League and therefore itself technically part of the Inner Sphere. Not that some of the tech available to Islington now had even been available to most rich colonies until the Neops Association decided it was time to expand its power and influence, something it preferred to do via the carrot rather than the stick, fortunately for its neighbors. Dia reached into the pocket of her jacket and dug around until she found an old game cartridge for her noteputer, wishing that COM3 would stop delaying the release of Pirate Raiders 2 because she had been waiting for it to come out for months now. She had played through the original game so often that where the sticker on the cartridge used to say Comstock Communications and Computing under their COM3 logo, two of the comms had worn off due to repeated handling. Sliding in the game cartridge and waiting for it to boot up, Dia remembered being taught at school that originally the only thing they made on Comstock was actual boots, millions of pairs of them every year for the SLDF, and that some of the factories there that made electronics were in the very same buildings where they used to make footwear instead of computer hardware. They did still export shoes too. She had a couple of nice pairs herself, but she figured making a selling electronic gadgets was a lot more profitable, and wondered if kids her age on Comstock got more pocket money than she did. They probably had to deal with their parents saying stuff like, "You want pocket money? When I was your age I had nothing to eat but old pieces of boot leather and I was grateful for it though, which would suck." People had been poor on Cerignola, but they had never actually starved like people on Comstock had when the Star League fell. If it wasn't for Franca's shipping in what food they could, a lot of it frozen meat, the famine would have been even worse, which explained why there was now a tradition that if you were from Comstock and met someone from Franca's you should offer to buy them a meal. Lots of planets had their own local traditions and unusual habits though, Dia knew from experience. On Cerignola, spelunking was a major pastime. People competed on how deep they had gone, but hardly anybody on Copernicus or Islington had even heard of it and often thought she was just making the word up. During a visit to a store once, she had been talking about spelunking with her sister and a grown-up thought she was swearing. It still made her laugh thinking about her mother's sarcastic tone of voice when she rolled her eyes at the woman concerned and told her that, spelunking just means exploring caves, and no, that isn't a euphemism for something. Borrow a dictionary and look up the word spelunking if you don't believe me, and while you're expanding your vocabulary I guess you'd better look up what euphemism means too. They taught you about other planets and what it was like there at school too, of course. It was a compulsory part of the Hegemony's school curriculum by law, that law being based on an edict made by First Lord Ian Cameron way back at the foundation of the Star League called Executive Order 4, which had aimed towards promoting peace and harmony by teaching kids growing up in different parts of the Star League what it was like being a kid in other places, making them seem less foreign and hopefully fostering a sense of unity. Ian Cameron himself hadn't actually made it compulsory for all schools in the Star League to adopt the curriculum the educators in the Terran Hegemony had come up with in its entirety, although almost all of them did, albeit with a few tweaks to make it more applicable to local requirements. Naturally, the Capellan Confederation had made the most changes in order to fit it in with their system of two-tier citizenship where you had to pass a test in order to be an actual citizen, not just part of the servitor class, while the Draconis Combine went a step further and had simply rejected the recommended Star League school curriculum outright. From what Dia knew about the Confederation and the Combine, them not wanting to teach their kids too much about what life was like in other places was based solely on the fact that if their people knew how badly they were treated compared to folks elsewhere they'd rise in revolt. The Free Worlds League wasn't really as free as their name made out, but you could criticize the government without being immediately thrown in jail or shot, and that was true in the Federated Suns too. It used to be true in the Lyran Commonwealth until very recently as well, but it sounded like their new Archon was completely out of his gourd, to use her dad's phrase, and according to Encomnet News he was expected to dissolve the Estates General any day, that being their parliament, because some of its members complained about him having people killed for not bowing and scraping enough to him or something. That had always been a thing in the Draconis Combine, where just not being polite enough to the coordinator could get your head chopped off. But before Claudius Steiner took over the royal court on their cat it was more like the one on Atrus, as in you didn't have to make sure to write your will before criticizing the person in charge. Being from the Free Worlds League, hating the Steiners was par for the course, and Dia's parents were no different from most anyone else on that score, but while you wouldn't want the Lyran Commonwealth on your border they hadn't really oppressed their own people all that much until now, so that was quite the change. Dia was about to start playing her game when the door opened unexpectedly. She had expected the boy to be down the hall with the doctor at least half an hour, but maybe he wasn't as sick as he thought he was, or else was so sick they had decided to admit him. "If you could take a seat in there for now," someone out in the hall said. "After I've spoken to your father we'll come get you," they continued, Dia now recognizing the voice as belonging to Dr. Jacobs, the head of pediatrics, who she had met a couple of times even though she usually saw one of the more junior doctors instead. "Okay," a little girl replied, entering the room. She looked a little surprised to see Dia sitting there as the door was closed behind her. "Hello," she said, greeting the girl already there. "I thought I'd be the only person here. They're running late today, and I thought I was the last patient on the list," Dia replied. "Are you seeing Dr. Jacobs?" she asked, noting that the girl was wearing a uniform from that fancy private school in the rich part of town. It might be the best school on the planet, but if you had to dress up like a flannel sock to go there, it couldn't possibly be worth it. Yes, the girl replied. I've got to check up with Dr. Kelly, Dia told her. Oh, are you sick? The girl asked. No, it's just a routine follow-up appointment. I had surgery a few years ago and they want to make sure I'm still okay, Dia replied. Are you sick? No. I'm here to have the first of my angiographic treatments, the girl told her, mangling the word a little. She looked to be about 9 or so, a couple of years younger than Dia, so she was about the right age for those. It's pronounced angiographic, not angiographic, Dia corrected her. I had those when I still lived on Copernicus. I didn't know they'd started giving those out here now too, she added, knowing that some people on Islington, the ones with money, had traveled to Comstock to get them before now. As citizens you were entitled to healthcare anywhere in the hegemony, but not every planet had access to all the best stuff yet. The factories in the Neops system itself, where the most advanced machines were made, including gene sequencers and the like, could only produce so many each year. I think I'm one of the first, the girl replied, taking a seat, putting her handbag-like satchel down next to her. Did they hurt? She asked nervously. The treatments, I mean. No, not really, but I was already kinda used to needles by the time I had them, so other people might think the injections pinched a little, Dia told her honestly. They put this slimy gel stuff on your skin first where they're going to stick in the needle, which mostly makes it all numb though, so don't worry, she reassured the younger girl. The girl nodded and then smiled. You're from Copernicus? She asked curiously. No, I'm originally from Sirignola, but I lived on Copernicus for a while after my family emigrated to the hegemony, Dia replied. Sirignola? That's the planet in the Free Worlds League with all the big caves, right? The girl asked. Dia smiled. Yes, she confirmed. That was usually the only thing anybody not from Sirignola ever knew about the place, but it was still better than when they'd never heard of it at all. My family were originally from the Free Worlds League too, but that was ages ago, like when my grandpa's grandpa was a boy, the girl replied. I'm Grace, by the way, she introduced herself. Dia, the older girl, introduced herself in turn. Grace frowned. My friend Janie said that one time the doctors mixed up the injections and turned a girl into a mermaid by accident, you know, like the people from Frobisher. Dia burst out laughing. The Frobisher people are born like that, they're not injected with something that makes their hair fall out and grow gills, she eventually responded, still giggling. They're genetically engineered, that's what the antiagothics are, right? Genetic engineering. There's a big difference between some minor gene therapy and what they did to make the Frobisher people, Dia told her. How do you know? I read a book about genetic engineering, Dia replied. Okay, it was only a kid's book about genetic engineering, she admitted, but I know a little about that stuff. If the doctors had found out my kidneys didn't work properly earlier, I could have had gene therapy to fix them instead of needing them to be taken out and replaced with new ones, she continued before grinning. Most of me is older than you, but my kidneys are younger, they grew them for me in a lab. Dad joked that means I won't be legally allowed to drink alcohol until I'm like 25, my kidneys will still be underage even if my ID card says I'm old enough to buy beer. Grace giggled. Did it hurt having your operation? She asked curiously. It was 2 operations. They did one and made sure that worked before they did the other one a few months later, Dia replied. I was out cold under anesthetic for both of them, so they didn't hurt at the time, but I was really sore afterwards. No cool scars though, unfortunately, only these red marks on my skin which faded after a while. They used a robot surgeon with like laser scalpels to cut me open. Neops has like the coolest tech ever, she enthused. I could have never gotten myself a noteputer this good back on Sirignola, she added, holding it up. I got a new one for Christmas, but it's at home, Grace replied. We're not allowed to bring our noteputers to school, she explained. You're not? Dia asked, horrified. What is this? The Dark Ages. The headmaster says they're a distraction and bad for kids' concentration, Grace explained. Since Dia knew that she never concentrated as hard on anything as she did when playing games on her noteputer, so that was clearly a complete load of Branth crap. Branth crap being the worst kind of crap by far too, because the Branth was really big, and it flew, so its enormous crap might land right on top of your head. When she was little, the Lopez Branth had been Dia's favorite animal. It was basically a real-life dragon after all, and you could actually ride one, but these days she preferred some of the cool animals that lived on McKeevedy's Folly instead, even the one that didn't necessarily taste good. Who wouldn't want a pet hook wolf or saber-beaked toucan tiger? Do you live in town? Grace asked. No, my parents' farm is about half an hour away, it is if my father is driving anyway, Dia replied. It's more like 3/4 of an hour away if it's my mom at the wheel, although my brother can do it in like 20 minutes on his motorbike as long as there isn't a cop around, she continued, grinning. Your brother must drive like my uncle, Grace replied, giggling again. We live outside of town too, not as far out though, she said. Your daddy's a farmer? Yep, Dia confirmed. Mostly arable but some livestock, chickens and pigs. No cows? No, thank God. If we had cows I'd probably have to wake up at dawn to milk them. With pigs you just throw what's left of your breakfast at them before you go to school, Dia replied. We might be getting some giant moas too soon though. We've got a small forest on our land they'll like. At least you won't have to milk them, Grace noted. Yeah, and the next time my dad decides to make us huevos rancheros for breakfast it'll be epic. Dia joked, causing the younger girl to giggle again. What does your dad do? Grace looked at her, eyes twinkling like the answer was kind of funny, or maybe sorta secret, and she was trying not to laugh as a result. He's an officer in the militia, she replied eventually. He says when I'm older he'll let me drive his battle mech. I can't reach the controls yet. My brother wanted to join the militia when he's old enough, but they won't let him because we weren't born in the hegemony, Dia told her. He doesn't think that's fair. I don't think NEOPS cares if it's fair, they're just worried about spies, Grace replied before pursing her lips looking thoughtful. Do you want to come to a birthday party next Saturday? She asked suddenly. Dia raised her eyebrows. Do you usually invite people you've just met to your birthday parties? She asked. It's not my birthday party, it's someone else's, Grace replied. That's even weirder. They don't really have any friends, not that they try to make them. Honestly, he's kinda hard work, so only some of my friends will go, but he's about your age and you seem nice and he's not from Islington either, so you can talk about that maybe. Grace suggested. You don't need to buy him a birthday present or anything, just show up so it doesn't look so empty. Yeah, I'm really not sure, Dia replied dubiously. It's at Frankenburger, we booked the upstairs floor for a private party because he likes the bacon cheeseburgers there, I mean he likes them a lot. His mom only lets him go sometimes because she's worried he'll get fat. And also she's a snob. Dia blinked. Frankenburger you say? She asked slowly. Yeah, all the food will be paid for. Do you like the food there? It's okay, Dia replied guardedly, mentally calculating how much she could eat if she starved herself beforehand and made sure not to put on tight pants. I'm not sure I want to go to a party where I don't know anybody though, she said, thinking that just sitting there eating and not talking to anyone the whole time would suck, even with the Moa nuggets. You know me. I really don't, Dia replied honestly. You could be a psycho for all I know. Or the birthday boy might be. I'm not a psycho, Grace replied, Dia only realizing sometime later that she hadn't also strenuously denied the potential psychohood of the kid whose birthday it was. That's what all the psychos say, Dia replied sagely. Grace frowned. You could maybe bring another friend along. Sold, Dia said quickly. She could probably get Jenny to tag along, or even Clarissa, although Clarissa's mom didn't like her eating junk food, so she would have to be a reserve choice if Jenny wasn't available. Technically Dia should be helping out on the farm Saturday, but if it was a birthday party her parents would probably let her off the hook. She just had to make sure not to tell them it was a party for a friend of someone she only just met. So you'll come? That's what I meant by sold, Dia confirmed. And I definitely don't have to bring a present, right, because I don't know this kid, and also I've saved up just enough money from my allowance to buy Pirate Raiders 2 when it's released and I can't spare any right now. No present needed, swear cease, hand on heart, Grace told her, doing so. Whatever it was, he'd moan more about it not being what he really wanted than he would not getting anything at all. What does he want? Grace rolled her eyes. A Battlemaster, she replied. He wants a toy battle mech. Dia queried. She couldn't name all the hundreds of different types battle mechs from memory, not like her brother could, but that one was big and famous enough that she knew what it was. No, he wants a real one, Grace told her. I wish I was making that up, but I'm not. Dia looked at her nonplussed. How spoiled or delusional is this kid? She asked rhetorically. There's a reason why he doesn't have friends, Grace responded with a sigh before reaching into her satchel and pulling out a notepad and pen. If you write your name and address down on there, I'll have you sent a formal written invitation, she said, passing it over. I know it seems silly, my friends don't bother for their parties, but my family is like that, she said apologetically. I'm not going to be the only girl there that didn't buy a new dress just for the party, am I? Dia asked, deciding that Grace must be even richer than she already thought she was. For a party at Frankenburger? Where you might get ketchup and mayonnaise and mustard all over it. No, Grace replied honestly. Okay, that seemed reasonable. Probably best not to show up in jeans, or especially not the overalls she usually wore at the weekend though, Dia decided, writing her details down on the paper. The door to the waiting room opened and a man entered wearing the uniform of an officer in the Islington militia, the design of his uniform very similar to that the militia on Sirignola had worn, which in itself wasn't surprising given that the people who first settled Islington were from the Free Worlds League. The doctor is ready for you, Amelia, the man said, Grace immediately standing up. The surprising part was that Dia instantly recognized him, mostly from seeing his photograph everywhere, and after momentarily freezing, her eyes widened and she stared for what must have been an uncomfortable long time before she remembered to blink. Dia scrambled to her feet. You're Geoffrey Humphreys, she managed to say. I know that, he replied, clearly amused. Friend of yours Amelia. This is Dia, Papa. Grace introduced her. You said your name was Grace, Dia exclaimed. It is. Amelia Grace Humphreys. I prefer my middle name, the younger girl explained. You don't look anything like your pictures in the newspaper, Dia told her. No, my hair isn't really that fluffy with all the ringlets unless I've spent an hour getting it styled, and I hate that, Amelia Grace explained. I invited Dia to Terran's birthday party, Papa, she told her father, the heir to the barony of Islington. Terran's. Dia repeated. You invited me to Terrence von Strang's birthday party? She exclaimed with a mixture of shock and horror. Yet. Amelia Grace responded awkwardly. I thought if I explained that before you said yes you wouldn't come, she admitted before snatching the paper Dia had written her name and address on out of her hand. No backseas. She declared. Amelia Grace. Really? Her father said her name in a very disapproving tone. Tactics, Papa, tactics, the girl replied. You can't back out now, you've already broken proper social etiquette by not curtsying, she told Dia, further cementing in Dia's mind that the girl was not averse to underhanded methods of persuasion. I didn't know I was supposed to curtsy, I'm not even sure how to do it properly, Dia defended herself. Geoffrey Humphreys sighed. You don't have to come to Terran's birthday party, Dia, he told the girl, before giving his daughter a look of reproach for her obvious scheming. But I promised Grandpapa I'd get more kids to attend. Amelia Grace replied. He didn't want or expect you to trick them into it, her father countered. Amelia Grace looked at him askance. What did he want me to do? Magically make Terrans better company? She asked sarcastically. The only reason I could get any of my friends to come was because it was at Frankisberger and Lady Arabella definitely wouldn't be there. He's only obnoxious, she's terrifying. Her newfound insight into the apparently less than idyllic lives of the upper classes aside, money and title apparently didn't feed through into domestic harmony, at least when you've invited a family of infamous war criminals into your home. Dia Tefnek was now feeling very awkward, stood there watching this. Okay, I'll come to the party, she said, preferring it all just end, but I want it on the record that I'm only there for the moa nuggets and the strawberry milkshakes, she stated firmly. Great. Amelia Grace enthused. You might find it easier to get your friend to come along too if you don't mention Terrans, she advised. Amelia Grace. Her father chided her again. If you do mention him, make sure to tell them he's not really a vampire, the girl continued to offer Dia advice. Arabella I'm not entirely sure of, but he really isn't. I've seen his reflection in mirrors, and when I put a load of garlic in his food it didn't make him sick, just gave him bad breath. Geoffrey Humphreys facepalmed for a few moments before collecting himself once again. The doctor is waiting for us, we should get going, he said eventually. You know what your grandfather always says. Punctuality is the politeness of kings, Amelia Grace finished for him. It was very nice to meet you, Dia, you should get your party invite tomorrow, and I'll see you again Saturday, she said brightly. The thought briefly crossing Dia's mind that she hoped the needles for the anti-agathics the girl was about to have were blunt was a little too nasty, and she mentally backpedaled on that while trying to figure out how exactly she was going to talk Jenny into coming too. If Jenny couldn't or wouldn't, Clarissa would be easy to convince though. She loved reading celebrity gossip magazines, so getting her to attend an upper-class soiree would be a piece of cake. Did it actually qualify as a soiree if it was at Frankisberger though, and the cake was birthday cake? At least her parents' doubts that she hadn't been making it all up as some kind of weird joke were dispelled when the formal invitation to the party arrived the next day, not in the mail as she had been expecting, but when some kind of servant from the Baron's estate turned up at the farm with a fancy handwritten letter. Getting dragged into town to buy an entirely unnecessary new dress was a pain in the ass, though at least she managed to convince her mother that the really expensive one she had her eye on would actually be less classy given where the party was being held, because only the nouveau riche, as Clarissa called them, overdressed for functions. Jenny didn't even tell her parents whose party she was going to, figuring they'd never believe her, but at least she'd be there to talk to. Neither of them told Clarissa about it because she'd probably go bananas when she found out and not talk to them for weeks for missing out. Apparently formally greeting your guests at the door was not a thing if your upper-class shindig was being held at a burger joint, and after showing their invitation to the guy checking them before allowing people upstairs, Dia and Jenny managed to practically sneak in unnoticed while a bunch of kids that included Amelia Grace were enthusiastically playing some kind of ring toss game. Managing to order a box of moa nuggets and fries from what seemed to be the manager of the place, he probably wanted to handle these particular clients personally. Dia and Jenny grabbed a table and tried not to look too nervous or out of place while they waited for their food. Eventually Amelia Grace spotted Dia and bounded over, smiling. You came, she said happily. It's more like I fell for a bait and switch, Dia replied drily. This is my best friend Jenny, she introduced her companion. Jenny, this is the Lady Amelia Humphreys, aka Grace. Dia said I didn't have to curtsy. Do I have to stand up and curtsy? Jenny asked quickly. It's not that kind of event, Amelia Grace replied, smiling. If it was ballgowns and parasols and whatever, yes, but not for burgers and party games, she replied before looking around. Terrans, Come here, she called out. The boy who reluctantly wandered over seemed less than enthused about the party judging by his body language, but as he reached them he straightened up and adopted what Clarissa might have called a patrician air. Terence, this is Dia and this is Jenny. Amelia Grace introduced them in turn. Dia, Jenny, this is Terence. The Honorable Terence von Strang at your service, ladies, the boy said, clicking his heels together like some Steiner nobleman, though he'd hate that comparison. If the setting was more formal, I would of course kiss your hands, but it's not, he continued. Also, I think I'd get ketchup on you if I did, he added in an all too serious tone. Happy birthday, Dia and Jenny said together. Thank you for coming, Terence said. Is she really a peasant like you said? He asked, turning towards Amelia Grace quizzically. Dia's father owns a farm, she's not a peasant and I never said she was, Amelia Grace told him, rolling her eyes. For the last time, Terence, we don't even have peasants on Islington. If it walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's a duck, Terence opined, it now becoming very obvious why Amelia Grace had to try and trick people into attending his birthday party. I didn't call her a serf, did I? He asked rhetorically before turning to Jenny. Does your family scratch around in the dirt too? He asked. My parents own a bookstore, Jenny replied, feeling somehow like she was being interrogated, and by a real jerk too. Terence frowned. Not something that would have done so well back home, he responded. We preferred to keep the bulk of the masses illiterate, it helped to maintain order and keep the riffraff in their place. Still smarting from being called a peasant, and deciding that all the Moa nuggets in the hegemony weren't worth being condescended to by this twerp, Dia looked him in the eyes. Back home? You mean Aaron, right? She asked sweetly. Von Strang's world. Terence corrected her sharply. Yeah, I think that's what they used to call it, Dia replied. Before the Star League Defense Force whooped your daddy, that is. Terence narrowed his eyes. If you weren't a guest, and a girl, I would ask you to step outside and make you pay for your insult, he growled. If it wasn't your birthday, and you weren't a girl, I'd accept, Dia told him, smirking and thinking that a little application of what her father called percussive maintenance might well fix him up nicely, just like it did their old tractor when it wouldn't behave. After a few seconds during which his expression shifted from annoyance to intrigue, Terence smiled. It was a smile that made Dia somehow wonder if Amelia Grace had been completely thorough in her checks to make sure he wasn't actually a vampire. You're a challenge. I like a challenge, he told Dia. Dude, I'm just here for the Moa nuggets, Dia replied, feeling more than a little creeped out. That's fair. I was just here for the bacon cheeseburgers, Terence replied cryptically. I should attend to some of my other guests, and get some onion rings. Do either of you want some onion rings? He asked Dia and Jenny. Not right now, Dia replied, Jenny also shaking her head. Very well, Terence said, straightening up and clicking his heels together again before inexplicably bowing and turning away, heading off towards where some of the kids were still playing the ring toss game. Okay, that was weird, Amelia Grace said quietly. He's a weird kid, Dia agreed. Amelia Grace shook her head. No, I mean that was weird for him, she said. He offered to get you onion rings, after calling you a peasant, not that calling you a peasant was weird for him, but offering to get you the onions rings was, nice. Jenny whispered something in Dia's ear that Amelia Grace couldn't quite hear. Whatever it was, it caused Dia to look appalled. You're kidding. Dia responded to Jenny out loud. I don't need that in my life, I just came here for the Moa nuggets, she said once again, honestly. Days later she was still trying to figure out if she should have been nicer or meaner to Terence von Strang at the party in order to never have to see him again when Encomnet News reported that Archon Claudius Steiner had executed his father, Karl von Strang, in the throne room on their cad, personally, with an axe. Now she couldn't be horrible to Terence, although maybe he'd like that. He was a weird kid from a very weird family after all. Note from the author. The return of Dia Tefnek, youngest daughter of Vaslav and Anjali Tefnek of Sirignola, to the story who we last saw in part Li, not the throwaway character you may have thought she was. I like to weave this stuff together. The replacement kidneys she had cloned for her on Copernicus before her family emigrated to Islington are working just fine incidentally. Frankisburger franchises are starting to spring up everywhere in the hegemony, as are giant Moa farms, and light industry on Comstock is taking off too, with the COM3 company, Comstock Communications and Computing, expanding fast. The reign of Archon Claudius Steiner is not one that is doing the Lyran Commonwealth any favors so far, and it's not been so great for Karl von Strang either.